Your Highness, they're the last remaining humans of this village. Joshu's consciousness felt somewhat hazy. He could only hear someone calling his name, a voice that was both muffled yet imbued with concern. Your Highness? Gradually, Joshu's memories began to stir. He noticed a grotesque creature standing beside him, the voice of concern emanating from its monstrous form. Sinful demon, Zenithus. The name of this creature surged into Joshu's recollection, and surprisingly, he felt no fear in response to its terrifying appearance, the surviving humans. Instinctively, Joshu followed the direction indicated by the creature. Flames engulfed the surroundings, the ground littered with corpses, and an indescribable stench of blood and charred flesh permeated the air. This village had just endured a massacre. The surviving villagers were bound together by a thorny plant, their garb reminiscent not of modern attire, but rather of the clothing worn in medieval Europe. Your Highness, as per your command, the bandits who plundered this village have all been slain. Shall we execute these villagers as well? Once again, the sinful demon Zenithus spoke, towering nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a fusion of lion and lizard, its words accompanied by tendrils of emerald flames. With scaled hands gripping a double-bladed spear, the weapon glimmered with a liquid akin to molten rock. The villagers, ensnared by the thorns, gazed at the approaching demon with expressions of abject terror. No need. Bind them and take them away. This sudden transition was utterly unforeseen, devoid of any prior warning. Fortunately, Josh's adaptability was akin to that of a slug, and with the original soul within this body still intact, he exhibited no signs of abnormality, accepting his current predicament with a sense of naturalness that, as you command, Your Highness. Zenithus complied with Josh's order, waving its scaly hand towards the void, a portal of emerald light materializing before him. A dozen diminutive, substandard demons leapt through the portal, seizing the thorn-bound villagers and dragging them into the portal amidst their feeble resistance and cries for mercy. Joshu organized his thoughts. Demons were a diverse amalgamation of races, with these lesser demons occupying the lowest echelon of their society, possessing diminished intellect and physical prowess akin to that of humans, their only merit being their rapid reproduction. In contrast, Zenithus, the high-ranking sinful demon beside him, served as his personal guardian, and even from its formidable appearance, one could discern the immense power inherent in the sinful demon lineage. Most demons bore forms vastly different from humans, yet Joshu felt a strange sense of relief that, despite belonging to the upper echelons of the demon race, his appearance was remarkably similar to that of a human, save for the presence of 2 horns upon his forehead. The concept of traversing realms was one that Josh could accept. However, he found it utterly unacceptable to have been transformed into a non-human entity, but a noble chaos demon, perhaps? That seemed rather appealing. Your Highness, do you not intend to seize this opportunity to invade the surrounding city-states? Invade city-states? Josh surveyed his surroundings once more, and with the memories he had meticulously organized, he grasped the reason for his presence here. This knave demon prince had sneaked into the human realm out of sheer curiosity. Upon emerging through the portal, he was welcomed by a caravan of humans, yet their respite in a village was abruptly interrupted by a band of marauders. The village was, predictably, ravaged both inside and out, until the demon prince, unable to bear the sight, summoned his guard from the demon realm and eradicated the brigands entirely. Thus, the village was spared from annihilation, but judging by the expressions of terror etched on the villagers' faces, being abducted by a demon seemed far more despairing than being plundered by robbers. Not interested. Not interested. Josh had no inclination to indulge in the pitiable curiosity of this demon prince, nor did he possess the desire to wage war against humanity at this moment. By the way, there is still one person alive over at Xanathus. Before stepping into the portal, Josh pointed to a figure among the pile of corpses, attempting to escape. The brigand was clever, feigning death to deceive everyone. Yet his impatience was his undoing. As you command. Josh's intentions were clear enough without needing to articulate every detail, and Xanathus understood perfectly. Accompanied by horrifying screams and the sounds of flesh being torn apart, Josh stepped into the portal. The environment of the demon realm was not as dreadful as Josh had imagined. At least the sky was a brilliant blue, and the temperature was pleasantly warm. There were no signs of the ever-volatile volcanoes, flowing lava, or the thick ash-laden sky that one might expect from modern interpretations of hell. Instead, the portal led to a garden where unknown flowers bloomed, emitting faint blue particles of light. Had it not been for the menacing demon standing beside Josh, he might have found it hard to believe he was in the demon realm. "Your Highness, shall we confine these humans in cages?" Xanathus inquired. "Let them be caged for now, provide them with some food to prevent starvation. I may find them useful later." After issuing this command to his guard, Josh proceeded deeper into the castle. According to his memories, this was the capital of the demon realm, Yanalad. The name of this city in demon tongue meant the edge of the abyss, though Josh was unsure of its deeper implications. Regardless, he was now in the very heart of the main city, the residence of the demon realm's ruler and his progeny. This place is quite chaotic. Upon entering the castle, Josh observed that the living conditions of this demon prince were far more disheveled than he had anticipated. Originally, the room appeared to be lavishly adorned, yet the floor was cluttered with an array of unknown objects, a level of disorder that even Joshu, who possessed no particular aversion to cleanliness, found disconcerting. Joshu could barely identify the open books and some scattered crystals on the ground. The remainder consisted of an assortment of peculiar trinkets. It became evident that the myriad items strewn about the room were the research tool of this demon prince. Joshu Yanarod, the third son of the demon realm's ruler, Notlian, stood in stark contrast to his exceptionally gifted elder brother and sister, possessing a unique quality that set him apart from the rest. Despicable humans. In truth, Joshu felt a greater affinity towards goblins or gnomes than to humanity. However, the talents he exhibited in fields such as mechanical engineering, magical engineering, and crystal construction could only be described as astonishingly deranged. The clutter within his chamber represented unfinished product from his previous research endeavors. The magical energy imaging device and shadow stone upon reflecting on the descriptions and functionalities of these two gadgets, Joshu preferred to label them as the camera and storage card. Fascinating. When Joshu traversed into this world, he had yet to determine his purpose. Not everyone aspired to make combat or the pursuit of strength their ultimate life goal indeed. Joshu held little interest in the notion of power. The legacy left by the third prince sparked an idea within him. Perhaps he could venture into filmmaking in this alternate realm. If that proved unfeasible, he could create card games akin to Magic, The Gathering, or Hearthstone, and subsequently pen novels and illustrate comics. Wouldn't that be splendid? As an artist, Joshu deemed it essential to propagate Earth's culture into this world. Rather, it could be said that he aimed to invade this realm with it. Chapter 2. A novel diplomatic approach. As Joshu's plan to film in this alternate world had yet to be set in motion, a water elemental servant hastily approached him. This servant bore the appearance of a human woman, her skin exuding a liquid texture. "Your Highness, the third prince, your master summons you to the guardroom," she stated, her voice devoid of any emotion. Understood. In this castle, there was but one master, the father of the demon prince. Joshu had not anticipated that he would encounter the ruler of this realm so soon. Following the path etched in his memory, Joshu traversed the intricately designed corridors of the castle for 10 minutes, ultimately arriving before a door that radiated an ominous aura. He stepped inside, entering a corridor of astonishing grandeur, flanked by towering statues, each over 10 meters high. These statues, varied in form, depicted individuals of the same chaotic demon race as Joshu. Each statue represented a monarch who had once ruled this land. It seemed that the demons residing in the demon realm indeed referred to them as kings. However, these sovereigns privately bore a unique appellation, guardians. This title, seemingly unremarkable yet profoundly ancient, held a significance unknown to Joshu. The history of the guardians had been passed down through generations, enduring to this day. Joshu's father, Nothurlian, the sovereign of the demon realm, was the current guardian. As Joshu walked through the corridor sheltered by his ancestors, he arrived at a spacious hall. The decor was rather austere, wholly inconsistent with the notion of a king's palace. Aside from a stone altar that resembled a sacrificial pedestal at the far end, there was not even a throne to be found. His elder brother, second sister, and younger sister had already gathered in the hall, standing before the altar. An air of solemnity pervaded every inch of the space. Joshu's siblings did not even glance in his direction, instead leaving a space between the second sister and younger sister, evidently reserved for him. Adhering to local customs, Joshu positioned himself before the altar, his gaze directed towards the figure facing it. Noxus, Cerilia, Joshu, Faya. A voice imbued with a sense of oppression pronounced each name in succession. It has been 30 years. I recognize that this span of time may not suffice for you to reach adulthood, yet it is ample enough for you to mature. The lifespan of chaotic demons is the shortest among all races in the demon realm, barely extending beyond 2 centuries, akin to that of humans in this world. Nonetheless, at 20 years old, chaotic demons are still considered youthful. Joshu, merely 17, and his younger sister Faya, even more so at 14, were at an age that would be deemed as facing a 3-year sentence, maximum death penalty in the human realm. "Father, is there something you wish to command?" A resounding and powerful voice emanated from beside Joshu, that of his elder brother, Nox. As the firstborn, Nox was naturally envisioned as a formidable general, commanding legions and safeguarding the borders, a scenario Joshu had anticipated. "I have decided to select the next guardian from among you in 2 years. The moment Notrayan uttered these words, the already grave atmosphere grew palpably tense. What did the title of the next guardian imply? It meant the next sovereign of the demon realm. The machinations of succession and usurpation required no elaboration. The struggle for thrones has perpetually been an inexhaustible theme throughout both European and Asian medieval histories. Notably, the Sima family's overthrow of the Chao clan ended the chaotic Three Kingdoms period, establishing the Jin dynasty. In Europe, Richard III betrayed his nephew Edward to ascend as King of England. In essence, the history of thrones is invariably drenched in blood. Joshu could foresee that his siblings would soon begin to scheme against one another. Thus, he proclaimed loudly to the current sovereign of the demon realm, "I respectfully withdraw my candidacy for the position of guardian." "Oh, Joshu, do you not yearn for the identity of a guardian? The title of king? To rule the entire demon realm, possessing everything within its dominion, with a mere word capable of determining the fate of millions." It certainly sounded enchanting. Power is inherently alluring. But the prerequisite is the ability to enjoy life. To put it plainly, Joshu could never surpass his elder brother and sister, nor even his younger sister. And he risked becoming the first casualty in this contest for the throne. This was not Earth, where everyone was human, if discussions faltered. One could simply resort to swords and guns, with physical prowess not varying significantly, fairly equitable. However, this was an otherworldly realm, imbued with magic. The third prince had allocated all his talents to invention and creation, rendering him the weakest among the 4 siblings. Even the friliest younger sister could effortlessly dismantle countless opponents. Power in the hands of the weak merely serves as a one-way ticket to perdition. Moreover, compared to the allure of power, Joshu preferred pursuits that brought him spiritual fulfillment, adventures like traveling solo to Tibet or drifting for 3 days and nights to attend the Cologne Game Festival, activities that only a somewhat foolish artistic youth would undertake. He had engaged in nearly all of them. "No, I have discovered a higher ideal, hence I must decline." Joshu had resolved to venture into the film and gaming industry. The burdensome role of king was better suited for his elder brother, sister, or younger sister. Whoever desired it could take the mantle. A higher ideal? The sovereign of the demon realm, Notrayan, regarded Joshu for an extended moment before issuing a new decree. "Noxus, Sirhali, Fia, you may depart for now." Did he truly intend to compel himself to assume the throne? Suddenly, Joshua recalled tales from traditional fables, wherein kings often chose their heirs among their offspring, with the most underestimated youngest son ultimately inheriting the throne. The reasons for this phenomenon are manifold. Noble qualities such as kindness and tolerance are frequently cited. However, Joshua perceived these notions as mere fallacies, at least in this world. Those lacking capability cannot bear the weight of the title king. He felt an uncanny sense of being that fortunate youngest son at this moment. All his siblings had departed, leaving only Joshua and Notrayan in the grand hall. "Relax, do not be so formal," Notrayan advised. It was then that Joshua discerned the visage of this lord of the demon realm, aged, with a scruffy beard and wrinkles adorning his cheeks, presenting a first impression that belied his status. He appeared older than Joshua had envisioned, rather than embodying the archetype of a ruler. He resembled a weary father who had toiled to raise 4 children. "Joshua, what is your perspective on the relationship between demons and humans?" the demon lord inquired directly, posing one of the most pressing questions for his kind. "Currently, we are adversaries, yet I believe this relationship could evolve," Joshua responded. "Could evolve?" "Humanity perceives us as the embodiment of evil, harboring deep-seated hatred against our kind. The century-long conflict with humans has made this abundantly clear. Do you still believe change is feasible?" "Certainly, perspectives and opinions can be transformed, given sufficient time." "Change, through mind-altering magic?" "Such sorcery, once discovered, would only exacerbate human animosity towards demons. The wars of the past century have inflicted profound wounds upon our kind. To instigate a new conflict would likely lead us to defeat, the demon lord remarked, appearing reluctant to engage in further warfare with humanity. The demon race was not as formidable as Joshua had imagined, nor were the humans of another world as feeble as he had supposed. Therefore, Joshua, when the next war commences, I hope you can lead our kin to a new sanctuary. Norgus and Sirhali will undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Have you already prepared for defeat? Joshua countered, resolute in his decision not to flee. No need for mind-altering magic. I possess methods that will inspire humanity to willingly embrace, or at the very least, engage with demon culture. With a burgeoning plan forming in his mind, he addressed the demon lord with newfound conviction. What does modern society think of demons? Fear? Terror? Utter disdain? Incorrect. Every notion is erroneous. For those who keep pace with the tide of the times, the prevailing impression of demons is singular. They are alluring. The image of demons has been reimagined through various games and media such as Dungeons & Dragons, World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hellgate. Long have we transitioned from the archetypal villainous figures prevalent in the medieval religious narratives to the modern characters that captivate contemporary audiences. Although the phrase wildly domineering and effortlessly cool may seem somewhat trite, it aptly describes the essence of demons. When the terrifying demon lord Diablo makes his entrance in Diablo, declaring, "Nothing can stop me, not even death." Or when the dread Inquisitor Mal'Ganis proclaims, "I am Mal'Ganis. I am immortal." There is an undeniable surge of exhilaration that ignites within us. This is far from the mere fear that sends one scurrying to prey to the heavens. In his quest to establish an entertainment industry in a parallel realm, Joshua intends to reshape the world's perception of demons through the medium of film and games. Embracing the cultural contributions of demons? With your peculiar inventions? Nothran scrutinized Joshua, perplexed by the source of his unwavering confidence. As his youngest son's only notable assets seemed to be his eccentric contraptions. Indeed, it is the legacy of this demon prince that renders Joshua's cinematic aspirations in this otherworldly domain feasible. Furthermore, to describe culture through the lens of invention is not entirely inappropriate, as culture itself emanates from creation and dissemination. Fascinating, then. I shall eagerly await what your so-called culture will bring forth between demons and humanity, Nothran remarked. Chapter 3. The most beautiful girl in the city. After completing his tasks, Joshua approached the relatively orderly bookshelf in the room and extracted a volume titled A Comprehensive History of the World. This book, authored by humanity, chronicles the development of human civilization in another realm, and the demon prince appeared quite intrigued by human culture. To Joshua's surprise, the book was written in English. He turned to a mirror resting on the table, observing that the chaotic demonic visage reflected there bore an uncanny resemblance to his own appearance on Earth. This prompted Joshua to contemplate the theory of parallel worlds. Perhaps this demon prince was an alternate version of himself, especially since they shared the same name. Nonetheless, the fact that a comprehensive history of the world was penned in English proved to be immensely beneficial for Joshua, as he sought to comprehend the extent of human civilization's advancement in this other realm and the nature of its political landscape. If it were a realm governed by ancient feudal monarchies, showing films to illiterate peasants would be utterly futile. The seven-person council, the radiant glory of magic illuminating the entirety of Nolan. As Joshua perused the modern historical accounts documented within the book, he felt a slight relief. The civilization of humanity in this alternate world was far more democratic than he had anticipated. While it did not embody the modern democratic republicanism he was familiar with, it bore resemblance to a parliamentary republic. In simpler terms, this society had achieved a form of equality for all, not through systemic change or revolution, but as a consequence of the very magical nature of this world. The abundance of magical elements in human society was astonishing. Even the most marginalized farmers at the bottom of the social hierarchy possessed the ability to conjure fireballs, creating a genuine world where everyone was a magician. Consequently, one's social standing was determined by the maxim knowledge is power. The more magical knowledge one possessed, the higher their societal status, making illiteracy a rarity in such an environment. However, this scenario primarily applied to several key nations within the human world, as there still existed numerous countries characterized by monarchic authoritarianism and divine right of kings. Much like Earth, this world was vast beyond measure, with a multitude of nations that could not be counted on one hand. The nation closest to the demon realm was Nolan, one of the most flourishing centers of magical civilization. Joshua resolved that the inaugural screening of his film would take place in this land, where wizards were ubiquitous. The remaining task was to select a script. Joshu bore the significant responsibility of altering humanity's perception of demons, striving to eradicate the hatred directed towards them. He felt this task was not insurmountable. He simply needed to inspire humanity to idolize demons. This form of idolization did not entail performing sinister rituals to summon demons or becoming acolytes of dark deities. Rather, Joshu envisioned making demons icons of admiration. In a bid to save their nearly extinct race, the demons had resolved to step forward and become idols. It is somewhat akin to this feeling. In an effort to craft an admirable image of a demon, Joshu has currently conceived two viable scripts, the first being Beauty and the Beast, and the second, Elon, the Professional. The former, Beauty and the Beast, requires little elaboration, as this tale is undoubtedly well known to all. While some may deem it childish, such sentiment arises from the fact that nearly everyone has encountered this story in their youth, thereby underscoring the widespread resonance of this enchanting fairy tale within the tapestry of human civilization, rivaling the works of the esteemed fairy tale masters Hans Christian Andersen and the Brothers Grimm. Elon, the Professional stands as one of Joshu's cherished films, narrating the tale of a professional assassin and a young girl, a timeless theme of the relationship between an older man and a young girl that has persisted throughout human history. This film, without question, elevated the characters of Natalie Portman and Jean Reno to the status of childhood deities in Joshu's eyes. The common thread binding these two scripts is their capacity to endear the audience to the beast and the killer by merely substituting these figures with demons and making slight modifications. A seamless transition is achieved. Regarding the casting for Elon, the Professional, Joshu remains at a loss, yet for Beauty and the Beast, he has already identified a candidate. Servant, summon Zenithus. Joshu instructed the water elemental servant standing at the doorway. This elemental, devoid of independent thought, served merely as a messenger, akin to a carrier pigeon. After offering a slight bow to Joshu, she set off to fulfill her task. Meanwhile, Joshu began to pen the script. Since his arrival in this realm, he has discovered that his memories have become alarmingly vivid. Both recollections from Earth and those of the demon prince reside in his mind, readily accessible at his whim. He can even recall the intricate patterns on the back of a ladybug he captured at the age of 10. Joshu took a stack of blank papers, originally intended for the bizarre designs of the demon prince, and wielded a charcoal pencil, with which he was most familiar. On the first sheet, he inscribed the title Beauty and the Demon, causing the floor of his chamber to tremble slightly. "My lord, what do you require of me?" Zenithus arrived with swiftness beyond Joshu's expectations, standing at the threshold without entering. The floor lay scattered with a chaotic array of papers, and the flames entwined around Zenithus posed a risk of igniting them. "Zenithus, how proficient are you in the art of acting?" Joshu inquired, gazing at the sin-laden demon. "Acting?" Zenithus appeared perplexed by the term. "To put it simply, can you deceive those humans?" Joshu rephrased in a manner more comprehensible to the demon. "Of course, my lord. This is a fundamental lesson for every demon. While I may not measure up to the succubi and tricksters, I am certainly capable of deceiving a few foolish, ignorant humans. Zenith's inner self belies the formidable exterior he presents. Is deceit a requisite lesson for every demon? This implies that each demon is, in essence, a performer, transforming treachery into a form of innate talent. It is quite a pity that you do not pursue a career in politics. Very well, remain still." Joshu motioned to Zenithus, assessing his imposing stature, and began sketching concept art on the script. As a demon of sin, Zenith's visage evokes comparisons to the lion-like creature from the digital realm. Were it not for his fierce countenance and the flames he spews, he might indeed resemble a rather docile big cat. This notion hinges upon the absence of the terrifying scales and the molten lava coursing through the crevices of his armor. Simply the faint green flames entwined around Zenith's would deter anyone from approaching this grand feline. Nevertheless, this posed no obstacle. Joshu, a game designer by profession, deftly rendered an image of Zenith's clad in an exquisite suit, embodying both majesty and menace. "Will your attire not ignite?" Joshu pondered aloud as he noted the fabric resembling primitive animal hide, merely concealing the most critical areas. To adorn Zenith in the envisioned ensemble, it would be imperative for him to suppress his flames. "Fear not, my lord, I can regulate the temperature of my flames," Zenith assured him. What a convenient arrangement. With no concerns about incinerating garments, Joshu could proceed with the design. An equally pressing matter was sourcing the leading lady for the production, Belle, from Beauty and the Beast. A human female seemed improbable. Even the slightest timid woman would likely faint in Zenith's presence, while a bolder sorceress might retaliate with flames of her own. It was essential for Joshu to ensure the safety of his cast during filming. Thus, he resolved to seek female demons instead. Zenas, I have a task for you. Joshu swiftly pinned a notice on a slip of paper, affixing his seal to signify his authority. Please, command me. Zenas inclined slightly, awaiting Joshu's directive. Fetch me the most beautiful maiden in the city, Joshu instructed. Chapter 4. This is unreasonable, returning to the medieval era of writing with charcoal. Joshua began to long for the modernity of typing proposals on a keyboard. While writing by hand is not without its merits, fostering one's artistic sensibilities, it pales in comparison to the keyboard in terms of speed and efficiency. Fortunately for Joshua, the physical prowess of a chaos demon far surpasses that of a human. Including reaction time, the tip of the charcoal pencil glided swiftly across the white paper. In no time, a series of fluid English letters emerged under Joshua's hand. Screenplays are far more concise than novels, yet the actors under his direction were super newcomers who had never even encountered the concept of a film. Joshua endeavored to write in a manner comprehensible to convey his intended meaning. The script was easily manageable for Joshua, requiring only a bit of time and some minor modifications to the original text. A good film necessitates not only a solid script but also the actors' performances, camera work, special effects, music, and so forth. When it comes to special effects, Joshua felt no concern. This was a world of magic, where the term special effects did not exist. Everything occurring within the film was real, and no magical challenge was insurmountable with a few spells. The aspect Joshua found most troublesome was controlling the camera angles. He paused his writing to pick up the magical version of a camera resting on the table. This camera resembled an 18th century wooden box, its black surface adorned with unknown inscriptions. By channeling magical energy into it, the inscriptions would replace mechanical gears to facilitate the camera's operation, with magic serving as a substitute for electricity. Next came the recording medium. Referred to by humans in this world as primal crystal, it is a highly malleable substance akin to a blend of silicon, copper, silver, and all conceivable industrial materials on Earth. In summary, it is a remarkably convenient resource, capable of serving as a vessel for nearly all magical elements. Although it cannot be forged into hard armor or weapons, every spellcaster possesses some of this material to varying degrees. The process of utilizing primal crystals to forge items resembles alchemy, involving arrays, inscriptions, and numerous methods to alter the substance's structure. At this moment, Joshua had transformed the primal crystal in his hand into a medium capable of recording images. He had previously tested its functionality by infusing it with magical energy. The stored images would manifest as holographic projections on any flat surface. The quality of the projected image posed no concern, as its size adjusted according to the amount of magical energy input. However, a slight drawback emerged. Why was this medium single-use? Joshua held a crystal that had long since recorded its impressions, attempting to insert it back into the camera for further recording, only to discover that new images instantly replaced the old. Did he truly need to shoot an entire film in a single take? If he were only creating a 10-minute short film, he might contemplate it. But Joshua's ambition was to produce a feature-length film lasting 120 minutes. Capturing everything in a single shot is a feat beyond even the most illustrious directors, such as Spielberg, let alone a novice like Joshua. A solution to the camera dilemma must be devised. In a world of magic, one ought to employ magical means to resolve issues, science be damned. Tentatively, Joshua placed two previously recorded crystals together, allowing gray magic to seep from his fingertips into the stones. The crystals appeared to be drawn to one another, gradually merging, their images beginning to coalesce. Had he succeeded? As Joshua maintained control over his gray magic, the two crystals, still not fully fused, suddenly escalated in temperature, only to plummet thereafter. Science loudly reminded Joshua of its presence, as the crystals, after enduring scorching heat and frigid cold, shattered into fragments before him. Am I still adept in both fire and ice? Joshua glanced at the swirling magic emanating from his hands. This chaotic energy, unique to the Chaos Demon clan, was inherently tumultuous to the point of driving this third prince to the brink of madness. The nature of this magic resembled the Chaos Knight's chaotic arrow in Dota. One could not discern the damage dealt until the numbers appeared. For a scientist, chaos is the most undesirable outcome, thus. This demon prince had contemplated the theft of human magic. This was also why he ventured into the human realm. A sigh, deep from his soul, prompted Joshua to abandon the foolishness of wasting precious crystals. Fortunately, after nearly a day of writing, his water elemental servant reappeared at his door, dutifully fulfilling her role as a messenger. Your Highness, your guard, Xanathus, request your presence in the reception hall. It is a grave offense for commoners to approach the royal castle without permission, punishable by death. Allowing a throng of unknown citizens into the castle would be an exceedingly irresponsible act concerning the safety of the royal family. Joshua was keen to avoid unnecessary troubles. Tidying his workspace, he set the half-finished script aside and followed the water elemental servant toward the reception hall outside the castle. After approximately 10 minutes, Joshua arrived at the expansive reception hall, where the imposing Xanathus awaited at the entrance. Your Highness, due to my race's nature, I comprehend not the concept of femininity. I merely issued a summons within the city. They have been waiting for some time. Joshua momentarily forgot that Xanathus, being an abyssal demon, reproduced through mitosis, lacking the distinction of male and female, and thus had no aesthetic appreciation for femininity. They are all quite beautiful, was Joshua's first thought. His second thought was whether he had inadvertently entered a brothel or some sort of succubus establishment. The atmosphere here was exceedingly lewd. Are they all succubi? In a hushed tone, Joshua inquired of the figure behind him, Xanathus. The female being standing within the hall bore a striking resemblance to the seductive demons etched in Joshua's memory. Quite fitting. Joshua settled at a table within the reception area, where the demon staff skillfully organized the succubi into a long queue. Such decorum and efficiency, were it not for the candle illuminating his workspace. Joshua might have been hard-pressed to believe he was in the midst of the medieval era. The demon race adhered to a rigid hierarchy. Merely by virtue of his identity as a chaotic demon, Joshua's presence here signified a profound order to all the gathered demons. He produced paper and a pen, having brought them from his room, and commenced the task of personnel registration. In truth, the succubi were rather delightful, exquisitely beautiful, each boasting a striking physique. Perhaps they were the only race among the demons that could be deemed attractive. However, their demeanor exhibited a slight hint of lasciviousness. No, it was more than just a mere hint. Your Highness, whatever your desires may be, my sisters and I are fully prepared to fulfill them, declared the first succubus to undergo Joshua's scrutiny, parting her luscious lips to reveal her tongue, hinting at something Joshua could almost decipher without a second thought. Chapter 5. The Qualified Thank You for your participation next. Joshua had lost count of how many times he had repeated the same line. The succubi recruited by Zenith were truly exceptional, each one more remarkable than the last, to the point where Joshua found himself contemplating a career change into the film industry. Within a few years, they could undoubtedly lower the average physical quality of humanity by several percentage points. However, such base pursuits could never compare to the true essence of cinema. Film is an art form. Many films have profoundly influenced Joshua's life, providing him with strength, works like The Pianist on the Ocean and The Shawshank Redemption, among others. Thus, he was unwilling to witness the degradation of the artistic legacy left by his predecessors on Earth. Your Grace, the last candidate has just been reviewed. Zenith murmured in Joshua's ear. Given Zenith's imposing stature, even his softest whisper resonated throughout the hall. The last one? Isn't there still someone waiting at the door? Let her in. Joshua glanced at the registration book in his hand. He had already reviewed 32 succubi. Many had left immediately after he gently informed them that they were not suited for the role, though a few remained in the hall, seemingly having come together. Zenith had also noticed a figure lingering at the entrance for quite some time, but chose to disregard it. Excuse me, is there something you need? The recently rejected succubi recoiled slightly upon seeing Zenith's formidable figure. The sin demons were notorious for their lack of carnal desires, rendering the succubi's tricks utterly ineffective in their presence. Consequently, the sin demons took on the role of maintaining order in the city. Essentially, they were the law enforcement. His Grace wishes to see this individual. Zenith pointed towards the figure behind the group of succubi. His Grace wishes to see. Wait, sir, are you mistaken? This vile creature does not belong to our kind. This is not a request, it is an order. As Zenith spoke, a faint green flame flickered from his mouth, instantly raising the ambient temperature by several degrees to an unbearable level. You had better go over there. The succubus, unable to withstand the immense pressure, gritted her teeth and commanded the figure behind her. The figure hesitantly stepped forward, trembling under the oppressive aura emanating from Zenith. His Grace wishes to see you, follow. Zenith extinguished the flames surrounding him, and the temperature returned to normal. Joshua observed the scene at the door, finding the succubi's demeanor somewhat perplexing. In the realm of demons, succubi are not regarded as particularly formidable beings. If one were to place the lesser demons at the very bottom of the hierarchy, succubi would precariously occupy a rank 3 levels higher, yet still far removed from the aristocracy of their kind. After all, This race consists solely of females, and aside from their mastery of mental manipulation, their physical prowess is only marginally superior to that of humans. The figure trailed behind Zenith, eventually standing before Joshua, who could finally discern her features. She appeared to be a rather lovely girl, yet unlike the captivating succubi whose every smile could incite desire, her anxious expression evoked a protective instinct in any man. Her attire starkly contrasted with that of the succubi Joshua had previously evaluated. It was worn and coarse, resembling that of a servant. Had she been ostracized by her kin? Or was she born with some flaw that led to her being scorned? Joshua pondered, contemplating whether he had correctly heard the name. Yes, Your Highness, she replied. Clutching the hem of her rough garment, her gaze cast downward, avoiding Joshua's eyes, silver strands of hair cascading past her ears. Your race must indeed be that of succubi. Joshua noted the bat-like wings and the long tail protruding from her back. Some higher-ranking succubi possessed goat-like legs, but Joshua had already dismissed several of those. So why were you rejected by your own kind? He was eager to uncover the answer. For this succubus was undoubtedly the most appealing he had encountered since his evaluations began. Her outward allure was sufficient to grace the lead role in any film. And while her demeanor was somewhat timid, it was a marked improvement over the previous succubi he had encountered, whose personalities were unbearably brazen, at the very least. Joshua recognized how to rectify her shyness. Traits like timidity were manageable, but a brazen character, that was beyond redemption. Joshua had always kept a respectful distance from such girls, regardless of their beauty. Lift your head and look at me. He decided that she would temporarily assume the role of the heroine, and thus, he must begin to nurture her confidence. Miss Eno. You do not possess the luxury of choice, Joshua stated. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the term miss, her frail form trembled slightly once more. Yet she gradually raised her head. Joshua fixed his gaze on her crimson pupils and gently reiterated his earlier inquiry. Because. She timidly bit her lower lip, then, as if resigned to her fate, closed her eyes and confessed the most humiliating truth of her existence. I am a male. A boy? This meant that the pronoun she had been incorrect. It should have been he. Joshua scrutinized the individual before him once again, and no matter how one looked at him, he appeared to be an endearing girl. Weighing his options, Joshua decided to continue referring to him as her for the time being. A boy? That is acceptable. The moment he uttered these words, her eyes snapped open, filled with surprise. Your Highness, are you not angry? The succubus race is predominantly composed of females, with male succubi being a rare occurrence. The status of male succubi within this community is exceedingly low, as they are born devoid of any innate succubus abilities, rendering them incapable of enhancing their powers through the absorption of others' life energy. Eno exists at the very bottom of succubus society, her standing akin to that of a mere lowly demon, and any potential patrons who previously regarded Eno with interest would erupt in fury upon discovering her gender. When Eno realized that the prince had taken a liking to her, she anticipated that he would, upon learning of her true gender, succumb to a fury born of deception. Quite good, your qualifications are impeccable. As these words left Joshua's lips, he noticed a subtle shift in the gazes of the demon folk working in the reception hall. And even Eno, before him, clutched her mouth in astonishment. Josh was fully aware of the misunderstanding at play. Even in an alternate world, same-sex attractions remained taboo. Fortunately, Josh's sexual orientation was perfectly conventional. My dear prince, worry not. My intentions are not of a corporeal nature. Josh harbored no interest in men. Your Highness need not fret. This is my first time. Eno presumed that the prince's interest stemmed from a particular inclination and apart from her physical form. She believed she possessed nothing of value. It was not a matter of frequency. Josh pondered for a moment before conjuring a more fitting explanation. I wish to entrust you with a task. While it may be true that your kind can easily capture a man's heart through physical allure, the endeavor I propose, if executed with excellence, could capture the hearts of countless men and women alike. They will come to adore you, regardless of their race. And you shall earn the respect you rightfully deserve, nay, respect beyond compare. The profession of acting has always commanded respect. Seasoned actors have left an indelible mark on humanity with their performances, and these treasures of the spirit far outweigh the pleasures of the flesh. Can I truly do it? Though Eno was oblivious to the nature of the task Josh spoke of, the notions of affection and respect were mere aspirations for her. The best she could envision in this place was surviving as the prince's toy. How would you know without trying? But first, we must replace those rags you wear with something more fitting. Xenus led her to change into new attire, reminding her to don male clothing. As you wish. Xenus stepped forward, gesturing for Eno to follow him. She hesitantly took a step out. Stand tall, be confident. And remember you are a boy. Do not let those women overshadow you, Josh encouraged. Josh was uncertain whether the concept of masculinity existed in this realm, yet on Earth. He had often heard his father utter these very words. Chapter 6. The Allure of Reading. Meanwhile, in Joshu's chamber, ethereal white magical particles congregated within the confines of the room. Within mere seconds, these particles coalesced into the form of a human figure. This apparition, once spectral, solidified into corporeality. A woman appeared in Joshu's room, utterly drained, collapsing to the floor. The magical robe she wore attested to her lack of physical prowess. In her hand was a delicately crafted short staff, the tip inscribed with the name Ciri Loydal. She was a wandering apprentice of magic, seeking knowledge and experience. Yet faced with financial hardship, she had hitched a ride with a merchant caravan, aiming to reach the magical capital of Nolan in search of her sister's assistance. Fate, however, had other plans for her. The caravan she had joined fell prey to marauding bandits, and subsequently, she was abducted by a band of perilous demons. When confronted with the dread of these malevolent entities, fear rendered Ciri breathless. After capturing her along with a few surviving villagers, the demons imprisoned her in a cage, refraining from ending her life. What awaited Ciri in that cage remained uncertain. Perhaps she would be fed to a monstrous beast or offered as a sacrificial victim in some gruesome ritual. The cruel and brutal reputation of demons instilled in her a resolve to not succumb passively to her fate. Thus, she resolved to part with her most precious possession, a ring inscribed with the spell for short-distance teleportation. As she watched the ring on her finger disintegrate into dust, it felt as though her very spirit crumbled alongside it. That ring could have sustained her for 3 years, a gift she had reluctantly requested from her wealthy sister. Trading 3 years' worth of sustenance for her life seemed a fair bargain, a notion she clung to amidst her grim circumstances. Yet, she remained trapped within the demon realm, a land teeming with perilous beings. Ciri surveyed her surroundings, the disarray of the room so profound that it could easily be mistaken for a storage closet. Amidst the clutter lay a multitude of books. Perhaps one of them held a map of this treacherous domain. With this thought in mind, Ciri began to sift through the towering stacks of books. In a place rife with danger, aimlessly wandering without a plan was tantamount to courting death, a risk she was not yet willing to take. If she could uncover a map, her chances of survival would increase. With a heart laden with anxiety, she commenced her search, gradually expanding her efforts from the floor to the nearby desk. A stack of white papers caught her eye, specifically the title inscribed upon them, Beauty and the Beast. Curiosity, an essential trait for any magician, stirred within her. She reached out, flipping open the first page of the folded paper, and was instantly captivated by the opening line. Long ago, there was a wealthy merchant who had 3 daughters. The merchant is a sagacious individual, dedicated to the education of his children. As an apprentice in the arcane arts, Ciri had always perceived written words as mundane, their primary function being mere documentation. The great sorcerers inscribed their latest discoveries and theories on magic in convoluted and obscure texts, which coalesced into volumes that, while brimming with invaluable knowledge, rendered her drowsy to the point of slumber. Yet, in this moment, Ciri came to a startling realization. Words could indeed be captivating. What transpires in the narrative thereafter? What fate befalls Belle's father? Did Belle venture into the castle of the fiend? Such inquiries inundated Ciri's mind, akin to a starved individual savoring a sumptuous feast. Why has it ended? In her fervor to uncover the truth, she flipped a few more pages, only to find them utterly blank. The story had abruptly ceased at its most exhilarating juncture. The urgency to discover the unfolding tale left Ciri in a state of profound frustration. Who, pray tell, authored this piece? A sudden impulse surged within her to seek out the writer and compel them to complete their narrative. Yet, she was in the demon realm. This implied that the author could very well be a demon, and at this moment, she was fleeing. Oh dear. It dawned upon Ciri that she ought to hasten her escape rather than indulge in these words. But it was too late. The door to the chamber had slowly creaked open, while the protagonist's predicament was momentarily resolved. The most significant obstacle to the film's production lay in the issues surrounding the camera. Joshua needed to devise a solution for the visual footage stored within the crystal as swiftly as possible. Indeed, the moment Joshua pushed the door open, the surrounding magical elements began to stir, a tremendous force crashing upon him, extinguishing the candles in the room instantaneously. Gray magic surged from Joshua's hands, with a gentle clasp. The magical impact dissipated into nothingness. Though Joshua was the weakest among his siblings, this did not equate to a complete lack of combat prowess. for his lineage as a chaotic demon placed him at the pinnacle of all demonkind. The attack from the diminutive mouse was far from over. Pale runes flickered around her form, and several books on the ground levitated, transforming into weapons aimed at Joshua. Joshua's pupils constricted momentarily as gray magic surged forth, shattering the magical aura encircling the floating tomes. The intrinsic trait of chaotic demon's magic is chaos. Not only could Joshua manipulate his own magic, but he could also ensnare his adversary's magic in a state of chaos. Did your mentor never instruct you on how to treat books? Joshua picked up 3 fallen tomes from the ground, dusted them off, and proclaimed loudly to the little mouse in the room. Chapter 7. The mouse's tail. The magical barrier that Shiri had painstakingly constructed was instantaneously dispelled by Joshua, severely undermining her confidence and fighting spirit. Yet, driven by the primal instinct for survival, Shiri summoned her inner magical energies, conjuring a pale luminescence that coalesced into sharp arrows directed towards the doorway. The recent upheaval had extinguished the candles within the room, leaving Shiri to rely on the faint glow of the magical inscriptions around her to perceive her surroundings. To the human eye, her field of vision was limited to merely a meter or 2. Did I hit? Gripping her staff tightly, Shiri remained vigilant, hastily initiating the simplest form of the illumination spell. The moment the incantation was complete, a white orb of light ascended beside her, illuminating the darkness of the room, as well as the figure standing directly before her, Joshua. Upon seeing Joshua materialize before her, a surge of fear gripped Shiri, prompting her to scream. In her panic, she raised her staff to strike, without the time to cast another spell. Unfortunately, her strength was far too feeble. Joshua effortlessly seized her arm. The grip did not inflict pain, as Joshua wielded only a gentle force, merely thwarting Shiri's reckless physical assault. Overcome by terror, Shiri struggled against Joshua's hold, and to her surprise, Joshua released her arm, allowing her to stumble back several paces, creating distance between them. She forced herself to regain composure, her exquisite wand once again emanating unfamiliar runes as she prepared to unleash a more aggressive spell, her gaze fixed firmly on Joshua. Should Joshua make any sudden moves, Shiri was prepared to risk the peril of magical backlash to ensure their mutual demise. I strongly advise against such impulsiveness, unknown sorceress. To Shiri's astonishment, Joshua showed no intent to attack. Instead, she calmly retrieved a candle from the table and lit it. My neck? Shiri's momentary confusion led her to become aware of an odd sensation at her throat, as if something had been affixed there. This peculiar feeling prompted her to glance at the nearby mirror, and with the illumination of her spell, she discerned a mysterious red crystal adorning her neck. This gem, akin to a precious stone, was sewn onto a black ribbon. An uninformed observer might mistake it for an exquisite necklace, perhaps of considerable value. However, Shiri was acutely aware that she lacked the funds to procure such an extravagant jewel. This was something the demon had forcibly placed upon her without her knowledge. When Shiri turned to regard Joshua once more, she noticed that Joshua held a similar red crystal in her hand. Shiri, now oblivious to the need for any further spells, stared at the cracked floor resulting from the explosion, and immediately began to tug at the object binding her neck, desperate to remove it. The power of crystal explosions is rather limited, merely sufficient to separate Shiri's head from her body. This device can be considered one of the creations of the Third Prince, casually discovered by Joshua on the workbench, a rather useful little tool. There is no point in exerting yourself. With your strength, you cannot break free from its constraints. Unable to escape? Does that not equate to the meaning of a slave's collar? In an instant, Shiri realized the perilous situation she found herself in. This demon did not take her life at the first opportunity. Instead, he adorned her with this device. Clenching her teeth, Shiri steeled herself, prepared to fight to the death to protect her purity. Yet, wait a moment, is purity more important than her life? Shiri took merely 2 seconds to ponder this, ultimately arriving at one conclusion. No. What is it that you wish to obtain from me? Summoning the last vestige of courage within her, Shiri posed her question to Joshua. What do I desire? There are quite a few things I wish for. Starting with your name, what do you go by? I am Shiri. Shiri? Are you acquainted with a Gwent player named Geralt, whose secondary profession is that of a monster hunter? The name Shiri was familiar to Joshua. She was the adopted daughter of Geralt, the protagonist of The Witcher 3. However, the temperament of this sorceress bore a striking resemblance to that of Shiri in the game. Who? She did not recognize any monster hunter, had she truly known one. She wouldn't have found herself in such a predicament. Consider that an unnecessary inquiry. Next, I wish to know what kind of magic you wield. This was what Joshua urgently sought to uncover, as the magic employed by this sorceress was evidently distinct from that of chaos demons. She could manipulate her own magical energy to influence and control her surroundings, such as using books as weapons. This was something chaos demons could not achieve. If it came to utterly obliterating this room, Joshua was confident he could accomplish it within a minute. However, moving objects with magical energy was something he believed even the Lord of the Demon Realm might struggle with. It was this chaotic and destructive magic that rendered the plan to manipulate the images within the original crystal a mere empty talk. Joshua had no idea where to begin. Yet, the magic wielded by Shiri offered him a glimmer of hope. This was the power bestowed by the god of order, Lloyd, the strength of order and regulation. Shiri had always taken pride in her identity as a sorceress, introducing her powers to others without any reason to conceal them. From Shiri's explanation, Joshua gleaned that the people of this world seemingly believe that magic is a gift from the deities, with each god bestowing a unique form of magic. The magic Shiri possessed symbolized order and control, and sorceresses of her ilk were referred to as white mages, alongside others who wielded powers over flames, lightning, and various other deities. If we were to draw an analogy with gaming consoles on Earth, it would be akin to Sony's PS4, Microsoft's Xbox, and Nintendo's Switch, where each player can make choices according to their personal preferences. The games available on these consoles include both shared titles and exclusives, each offering distinct advantages and benefits. As for the divine presence in this realm filled with magic and demons, Joshua finds little surprise in the emergence of deities. However, he remains skeptical about the notion that the power of magic is bestowed by the gods, regardless of its origin. In order to discover a method to edit the visuals of the original crystal stone, Joshua must master this stable form of magical energy. Enlighten me on how I may learn the magic that you possess. Chapter 8. Crafting a system of one's own. Do you wish to learn my magic? What did Siri just hear? A demon, steeped in chaos and darkness, desires to acquire the magic possessed by the god of order. I perceive nothing amiss. Joshua remained unaware of Siri's astonishment, despite her evident state of distress. Indeed, there was nothing improper about it, apart from a select few deities. Numerous wizards across the world venerate multiple gods, thereby diversifying the magic they learn. The steadfastness of one's faith bears no relation to their inherent strength. The divine merely bestows the seeds of magical potential, while the flourishing of such seeds relies entirely on the wizard's own diligence in learning. Consequently, most individuals regard deity merely as a tool for acquiring magic rather than as an object of genuine reverence, and Siri falls into this category as well. If one were to consider what truly commands the admiration of wizards, it would undoubtedly be the concept of knowledge. Siri withdrew a wooden statue from the pocket of her robe and placed it upon the ground, her fingertips shimmering with a pale light. After tracing a few motions upon the earth, a magical circle composed of the soft luminescence began to revolve around the wooden effigy. Just touch the statue with your hand, she instructed. In Siri's world, this ritual is a rite of passage for every individual upon reaching the age of 6, regardless of talent. They are imbued with seeds of various magical attributes. This procedure is essential for survival in human society, akin to possessing an identification card on Earth. For one must have such a card to be recognized as a citizen. This marked Siri's inaugural undertaking of such a ritual. She was a complete novice, having yet to secure even a level 2 magic certificate. To preside over this ceremony was daunting enough, but the subject of the ritual was a demon. If the god of order truly exists, may divine retribution be spared from her. This was Siri's first prayer since she began to worship the god of order. Is it like this? Joshua sensed no peril within the magical circle Siri had drawn. The ambient magical energy was scant, akin to the earlier illumination spell. Thus, he followed her instruction and gently touched the wooden statue. A pale radiance began to coalesce at the tips of his fingers, swiftly flowing into his being through the wooden figure. As the light intensified, the room was suffused with shimmering particles, and when the entirety of it surged into Joshua's body, he noticed in addition to his field of vision, a myriad of intricate symbols appeared before him, over 100 in total. These glyphs did not belong to any language he recognized, yet he comprehended their meanings instinctively. The first symbol represented the number 1, the second denoted 0, and others signified A and B. The symbols materializing before my eyes are inscriptions. Joshua waved his hand, watching as the symbols dissipated into the air, only for them to reappear once more before him in an instant. These symbols were familiar to Joshua. The inventions of the third prince were adorned with numerous identical characters. These inscriptions replaced mechanical gears, supporting the operation of those magically powered machines. Inscriptions, the script of order. It succeeded. Siri could hardly believe that a demon had successfully accepted the seed of magical power. This realization brought her both relief and a tinge of accomplishment. She was the first person in the world to enable a demon to embrace the magic of order. Such an achievement, even her wealthy sister could not claim. How many inscriptions can you see? 2 is considered passing, 3 is excellent, and 4 belongs to the realm of genius. Siri recounted the words of her first magic teacher, the one who had helped her awaken her powers. She had been a super genius, able to perceive 5 inscriptions immediately upon awakening. Numbers? Joshua opened his eyes wide, surveying the multitude of densely packed symbols before him, roughly estimating over 200. More than 200, he stated. What? The criteria for measuring a magician's strength are twofold: the amount of magical power within and the number of inscriptions one possesses. Inscriptions are the fundamental building blocks of magic. To wield a powerful spell requires not only a significant amount of magical energy, but also the arrangement and chanting of hundreds, if not thousands, of inscriptions. The acquisition of inscriptions depends on the magician's understanding of the world, often referred to as knowledge. Over 200? If he is not lying. Then his knowledge surpasses even that of the grand magicians in the Council of Seven in Nolan. This, Siri, whose worldview was profoundly shaken, momentarily forgot the danger of being kidnapped by a demon and remained transfixed by the series of inscriptions manifesting before Joshua. Among them, she recognized a few, their meaning being air. She had just used this inscription to construct a spell called Impact. The periodic table of elements, Joshua stated. Element? What? Never mind. With a wave of his hand, the pale white text vanished. This was merely a portion of the 200 inscriptions Joshua had arranged to form the text of the periodic table. Inscriptions function like the pinyin of Chinese characters, where different combinations yield varying meanings. Moreover, from the recent experiment, Joshua confirmed that these inscriptions could be set to be visible only to himself, although he could allow others to see them if he wished. However, rather than utilizing these to construct magic, Joshua discovered that the essence of inscriptions bore a striking resemblance to something he was familiar with, computer language. Specifically, an advanced version of the C language with a language library. With this revelation, Joshua, a game designer and part-time programmer on Earth, conceived a bold idea. Even without a system as a golden finger after his transference, he could create one himself. Whether it was Win98 or Winxp, Joshua was adept at coding. It was only upon this realization that Joshua suddenly discovered the intriguing nature of magic in this world. Hiri, do you find joy in learning magic? This newfound insight prompted Joshua to pose such a question. However, this inquiry was contingent upon Joshua's willingness to let her go. Chapter 9. Coding for half an hour. Joshua diligently crafted a minuscule program that successfully output the phrase "Hello, world," thereby validating his hypothesis. As he tapped on the pale luminescence before him, memories of his initial encounters with computers flooded back, those bygone days of booting up via DOS commands. Upon entering 1 into the program he had written, the soft glow swiftly responded with a series of characters that conveyed the essence of "Hello, world." It was a genuine salutation to the dawn of a new realm. If he continued on this path, Joshua was confident that within a few months, he could utilize these inscriptions to forge a rudimentary operating system. He envisioned his mind as the central processing unit, compatible with functions of the CPU, hard drive, and memory, while his eyes served as the display, and his hands replaced the mouse and keyboard. It was feasible, the prospect of implanting computing capabilities within the brain, allowing programming to supplant human cognitive functions, something that might take a century on Earth, seemed tantalizingly within reach through the power of magic in this world. Yet, to truly realize this ambition, Joshua acknowledged that his current knowledge was insufficient. His understanding of these inscriptions was woefully limited. Although his existing knowledge enabled the inscriptions to materialize before him, he had only been a wizard for less than half a day. Nonetheless, he adeptly merged the images of the original crystals using his newly acquired magical prowess, recording each scene within a singular crystal. Though this method was somewhat cumbersome, in an era devoid of electric light, the invention of the third prince was indeed centuries ahead of its time. Miss Shiri, I would advise you to remain within 20 meters of me. That object around your neck will detonate automatically if you stray too far. Concluding his studies on the inscriptions, Joshua picked up a pen and paper, preparing to continue writing the script for Beauty and the Beast. However, before he began, he deemed it prudent to inform the young sorceress of the importance of not wandering aimlessly in another's quarters. I did not. After mastering the inscription of the God of Order, Joshua seated himself at his desk, engrossed in study, entirely disregarding her implications. This inadvertently led Shiri to entertain the notion that perhaps she could seize this opportunity to escape. She certainly did not wish to meet a fate as grim as being decapitated if the crystal around her neck were to explode. Her demise would undoubtedly be far more tragic. Shiri stood still, waiting for over 10 minutes without any further directives from Joshu. Boredom set in as she gazed at his back, and eventually, her curiosity overcame her hesitation. She took a few steps closer, arriving at Joshu's desk. While humanity's fear of demons often stemmed from their grotesque appearances, Shiri soon realized that Joshu bore no resemblance to such monstrous forms. This alleviated Shiri's unease at being there, and her gaze was soon captivated by the script that Joshu was composing. As the narrative unfolded, revealing that the protagonist, Belle, was imprisoned by a demon in her desperate attempt to rescue her father, Shiri suddenly realized how closely her own plight mirrored that of the heroine. Save for her own abduction, she could easily envision the inhumane treatment that awaited Belle at the hands of the demon, just as she could foresee her own fate. However, the subsequent developments far exceeded Shiri's expectations. The story took a turn when the demon rescued Belle from a pack of ravenous wolves, leading to their first dinner together and a private ball within the castle. Each scene, vividly brought to life by Joshu's eloquent prose, was enough to awaken any woman's longing for romance. It was merely a tale, was it not? As Shiri gazed upon the words woven by Joshu, curiosity once again triumphed over her fear, prompting her to engage Joshu in conversation. Of course, stories and reality diverged significantly. For instance, the protagonist Belle possessed a physique far superior to that of Miss Shiri. Joshu, well aware of the thoughts occupying the mind of the sorceress, acknowledged the undeniable similarities between her plight and that of Belle in the script. Were it not for the fact that Shiri might faint at the mere sight of a demon of Zenith's caliber, Joshu might have considered casting her in the lead role. Find a place to hide, Joshu instructed, pointing to the solitary bookshelf in her room, which could barely accommodate a single person. The other demons in the demon realm harbored varying degrees of prejudice against humans. It was fortunate that her own servant was not among those waiting outside. Faced with the threat to her life, Shiri obediently scurried behind the bookshelf. Joshu hurried to the door and opened it. "I trust you haven't conducted any experiments worthy of my scrutiny, sister," stood the second princess, Cecily Yanarod, at the threshold of Joshu's chamber. Unlike her elder brother, who had spent years at the border, Joshu's sister Cecily held the position of overseer in the capital of the demon realm, maintaining order throughout its expanse. "I sensed a magical fluctuation emanating from a human while I was here." Cecily's hair and eyes bore a fiery crimson hue, distinct from Joshu's, and under her penetrating gaze, anyone attempting to deceive her would experience an innate tremor, a silent yet formidable pressure. "It was merely a small experiment involving human magic," Joshu replied, as a faint white luminescence formed intricate runes in her palm, vanishing after a second. The runes were gradually eroded by Joshu's chaotic gray magic, and she then turned her gaze back to Cecily. "However, I assume you did not come all this way merely for this trivial matter?" Chapter 10. Life is a play. Extend your hand, Cecily instructed. Joshua graciously complied, for he had nothing to hide before this vigilant observer. Indeed, it was exile, not a summary execution. Cecily was a leader among the conservative faction of the demon realm and had always abhorred senseless slaughter. As Cecily grasped Joshua's hand, she pulled back his sleeve to reveal his arm. Joshua was reminded of the sensation one experiences while consulting a traditional Chinese physician as they check one's pulse. The magical energy is stable. Cecily pressed her hand against Joshua's chest, a gesture that drew her closer to him, allowing him to catch a whiff of her delicate fragrance, reminiscent of a blend of currants and cloves. Fortunately, there were no lingering aftereffects. "Sister, what do you intend to do?" Joshua asked, pulling up his sleeve to meet Cecily's gaze. Her actions seemed less an interrogation of a criminal and more a check on Joshua's physical condition. "Have you forgotten the incident caused by your magical energy surge during your experiment?" "Of course not," Joshua replied, recalling the memory of the third prince before his journey to the human realm. During an experiment, he had nearly succumbed to chaos when he lost control of his magical energy, ultimately damaging both his soul and body. It was after this incident that the third prince resolved to learn new magic in the human world, though subsequent memories had grown hazy. He vaguely remembered using the last vestiges of his soul's power to summon Xenus, his fragmented essence encountering another version of himself in a different world. "Do not worry. I have recovered well." Despite Cecily's serious demeanor, Joshua could discern her underlying concern and sought to alleviate her unnecessary worries. "There must not be a next time." Cecily straightened Joshua's collar and spoke with a grave tone. "Indeed, I have work to attend to. Please ensure that the human in your room, as well as the one you sent to prison, are dealt with promptly, the prison is not your inn. The role of the observers extended beyond the royal city. They roamed the darkest corners of the city, confronting the most heinous criminals. Watching Cecily's retreating figure, Joshua realized that the relationship between the third prince and his siblings was not as strained as he had believed. He even recalled memories of his elder brother teaching his second sister and the third prince magic during their childhood. Aside from their royal and demonic identities, they seemed like an ordinary family, supporting and caring for one another. Yet, as they grew, this bond had gradually faded. Joshua pondered whether this was true for everyone. Had they become so callous as to overlook the ties of kinship? He felt certain that the answer was no. Eldest brother Norgus grew up within the fortress, arming himself in the guise of a general, aspiring to one day compel humanity to acknowledge the status of the demon race through warfare. Meanwhile, the second sister inherited the governance of the capital, donning a mask known as the Observer, under which she maintained order throughout the city, adopting a conservative stance towards humanity, preferring to sustain the existing peace over engaging in conflict. In pursuit of their respective ideals, the matured siblings found themselves on opposing fronts. Joshua could already foresee the bloodshed that would ensue in 2 years over the matter of succession. From Joshua's perspective, both victors and vanquished are pitiable. Those who must turn against their kin in the quest for power are the most wretched of all. Joshua believed that change was still possible. Altering one's thoughts is not a Herculean task, provided the right opportunity arises. Much like how many individuals, after watching Titanic, can once again believe in love. The essence of films, music, and novels is to empower their audience. The artistic interlude concludes here. As Joshua surmised that the legs of the sorceress must have grown numb from squatting, the individual had departed, Miss Shiri. Joshua closed the door to his chamber and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a parchment scroll from the far left side. Do you intend to execute those humans? Shiri emerged from behind the shelves, having eavesdropped on Joshua's conversation with Cecily. She distinctly heard the executioner-like phrase dispose of. Execute? Too troublesome. I plan to release them all. Release. Shiri seemed to seek confirmation, repeating the query. Most of these humans were survivors from the village ravaged by bandits, and Joshua had already contemplated their fate. The film Beauty and the Beast comprises 3 principal settings: the quaint town at the outset, the snowy mountains en route to the castle, and the castle itself. The significance of the town where Belle resides is second only to the main setting of the castle. The town undoubtedly harbors its own residents, all of whom act as background characters, despite their scant roles. A commendable ensemble of extras is indispensable for a great film, as they are among the most vital elements in crafting the overall ambience. In a world devoid of actors, where could one find extras? Even if Joshua randomly gathered a few humans to act, their performances would likely falter. Thus, the conclusion is clear. An individual's performance is always at its finest when portraying oneself. Joshua resolved to utilize those villagers and their village as the town where Belle resides. In Beauty and the Beast, the town is also home to a hunter named Gaston, who is tall, handsome, and quite popular among the townsfolk, persistently attempting to win Belle's affection, yet his boorish arrogance prevents her acceptance. Gaston is likewise an indispensable character in this play, and Joshua has resolved to cease his search for other actors, opting instead to assume the role himself. Henceforth, Joshua merely needs to portray a human hunter who inadvertently stumbles into the demon realm, breaching the prison where the villagers are held captive and liberating them all. The villagers' admiration for Joshua, or rather for the character of Gaston, naturally arises. The adage that life resembles art and art resembles life rings true. Perhaps, after the filming concludes, the villagers will remain oblivious to the fact that they are living within the narrative crafted by Joshua. However, as long as the tale unfolds beautifully, they would likely harbor no objections, would they? For instance, take this sorceress before us. Could you perhaps rescue me as well? Shiri began to regret her impulsive decision to use that ring, which represented 3 years' worth of her sustenance. Regrettably, the answer is negative. Joshua shook his head in refusal. Why not? I was brought here by you as well. Shiri was on the verge of tears. Because you possess too much knowledge. Chapter 11. The Actor, Your Highness. Do you intend to seize the prison? Zenith inquired, having just witnessed the water element servant cleanse the demon boy Eno, who was now clad in a suitable outfit. Before him, it was then that he learned of Joshua's latest command. Zenith felt no astonishment at this seemingly reckless notion from Joshua, from the moment of his existence. He had followed Joshua as a guardian and had long since grown accustomed to such whims. The third prince had a penchant for audacious ideas, and the thought of capturing a prison was comparatively mild. 2 years prior, one of his experiments nearly razed the entire royal palace to the ground. It was not a true abduction, merely a metaphor. Joshu gestured for Zenith to suppress the eager expression that was threatening to surface. To provoke the authority of the overseers at such a juncture was undeniably imprudent. I have resolved to assume the role of a human hunter, liberating those souls imprisoned within the confines of the jail. Of course, the overseers are already privy to my intentions. In essence, it is but a performance. A charade to make those humans believe they have been saved. A performance. Your Highness, your mercy in sparing those humans is already commendable. Initially, Joshu had contemplated detaining those humans, and Zenith had presumed them to be experimental subjects for some endeavor. Mercy? My decision to spare them is not born of compassion. Rather, I wish for them to cooperate with me in a particular endeavor. Zenith, how many do you suppose would yield to me through sheer force? Joshu posed yet another query to his most loyal subordinate. Most of them. The human race is inherently timid. As Zenith articulated this, Joshu discerned a hint of despondency in his tone. From the perspective of Zenith's demonic heritage, humans were pathetically weak, so feeble that a mere exhalation of flame could reduce one to ashes. Yet, Zenith had to concede that there were indeed exceptional individuals among humans. Which was why, despite his repulsion towards them, he dared not underestimate their potential. Moreover, when Zenith had restrained his flames in an effort to communicate with a human, the resultant fear had sent the individual fleeing in terror. Indeed, under the threat of death, many would choose to acquiesce. However, to compel submission through force merely coerces them into compliance. Once you depart, they will exhaust every means to escape, and when you are stripped of your power, they may even seek to eliminate you. Fear is an efficient means of domination, yet it is also the most foolish. Wars are waged through such methods of invasion and plunder. Militarily superior nations can easily annex the territories of weaker states. Yet the populace of that nation will never truly capitulate. They will strive to incite revolutions and resist. This is the essence of humanity. Even the most cowardly possess a spark of madness. Thus, I have opted for this, more subtle approach. Joshu observed the contemplative demeanor of the sin demon, seemingly still unable to grasp the significance of his actions. Zenith, can you envision a day when humanity no longer harbors animosity towards you, nor cowers in fear, but instead regards you with affection that borders on reverence? Imagine individuals traveling great distances just for a glimpse of you, eagerly presenting you with flowers, yearning for your autograph and a photograph together. Zenith was oblivious to the notions of signatures and photographs. However, as he glanced down at his own hands, claws so sharp they could sever anything, he noticed the ethereal green flames flickering in his palm. Such fearsome hands were destined to never cradle something as delicate as flowers. So, I apologize, Your Highness, but I cannot fathom such a reality. Zenith had previously encountered numerous beings, not just humans but various denizens of the abyss, who regarded the sin demon with trepidation. They would flee at the mere sight of him, never daring to approach. That day will indeed come. Trust me, Zenith, you shall become a superstar. Human maidens will shriek in delight upon touching your mane, and they will take pride in standing beside you. Everything I do now is for the arrival of that day. Joshu produced a parchment, revealing a map of the prison's interior. He circled a specific area in red, marking the anticipated location of the portal. The detailed plan had already been conveyed to Cecily in written form. Zenith, establish a portal here. When I make this gesture, you shall open it. Joshu snapped his fingers, entirely disregarding the feelings of the prison wardens. However, the interrogation room was well separated from the cells housing the prisoners by several barriers, so the prospect of other inmates escaping was not a concern for Joshu. At your command. Although Zenith did not fully comprehend the implications of Joshu's words, an inexplicable sense of anticipation welled within him. Since his birth, the only beings with whom he could converse calmly were Joshu and the other chaotic demons. Thus, Zenith accepted Joshu's order, clutching the parchment, and swiftly departed. Next, Joshu needed to assign a task to the protagonist of Beauty and the Beast. Turning his attention to Ino, who stood in the room, Joshu observed her transformed appearance. Ino had donned a fitting male attire, simple yet of significantly better quality than the tattered rags she had worn previously. Joshu couldn't help but marvel at Ino's race, as even in men's clothing, her every movement was enough to evoke a protective instinct in every man, akin to cradling a timid rabbit with long ears. Your Highness, may I inquire what tasks you require of me? Whether it be cleaning or serving, I am fully capable. The attire Ino wore was uncomfortable, as she had to conceal her wings and tail to fit into it. The succubus clan possesses the remarkable ability to alter certain aspects of their physical appearance. Retracting their tails and wings is but one facet of this skill, though Ino seldom engages in such transformations. I have already made it clear that I did not employ you in the capacity of any of the individuals mentioned. What I require from you is your prowess and performance. To put it another way, I need your talent for deception, something the succubi excel at, is it not? Joshua has little time to cultivate a rapport with this succubus. If rapport is to be developed, it shall occur during the filming process. Your inaugural task is to infiltrate the group of imprisoned humans under the guise of a human yourself. You shall portray a brave, passionate, and inquisitive woman named Belle. Chapter 12. The prison. The capital prison was initially constructed to categorize inmates based on their level of danger. The most perilous offenders were confined in the deepest recesses, while humans, deemed harmless creatures by the demon race, were relegated to the outermost layer. These imprisoned humans were far more fortunate than their demonic counterparts, for they could at least gaze through the windows at the celestial dance of the twin moons in the demonic sky. Regrettably, the villagers held captive here had little inclination to admire such beauty. Anyone standing before the guillotine would scarcely have the heart to appreciate flowers or greenery. The villagers were collectively confined within a spacious cell, large enough to accommodate over 100 individuals. However, the environment was unbearable for these harmless creatures. The stench of decay and dampness permeated the prison, and eerie roars of monsters echoed around them, perpetuating an atmosphere of fear for these hard-working, simple villagers who had never encountered such horrors. Lady Marina, do you believe any sorceress has a chance of escaping from this infernal realm? In this prison, not only were the villagers imprisoned, but also the fortunate merchants and servants who had survived the caravan's ordeal. I do not know, but it may be our only hope. The leader of the caravan, Marina Joan, was a woman of 79 years, her face etched with the passage of time, not only through wrinkles and silver strands, but also through her serene demeanor. Marina was perhaps the calmest human within the confines of the prison. Her servants were ensnared in the same state of dread as the villagers. Some guards, believing they would never escape this prison alive, began to reveal their darker natures towards their fellow humans. Fortunately, the prison guards were sufficiently ruthless, swiftly dealing with those scoundrels who bared their fangs. Due to the uprising among her guards, Marina's caravan had dwindled from over 20 members to just herself and one servant, with their goods completely lost. For a merchant, this would be a catastrophic calamity capable of shattering their spirit, yet Marina remained composed. Her later years had been spent amidst tribulations. Following the enigmatic death of her husband and the loss of her only child to a grievous illness, she had bid farewell to a life of aristocratic luxury. In order to uphold her late husband's legacy, Marina had endeavored to traverse the realms of commerce over the years. Just as she had acquired a property in the magical city of Nolan, intending to transition from a life of impoverished trade to that of a formal merchant, fate once again revealed its cruel smile. Having endured the tragic loss of her family, Marina felt no fear in the face of death. Yet, this did not signify her abandonment of hope for survival. The villagers' understanding of magic remained rudimentary, limited to the most basic applications, such as igniting flames or conjuring ice. In the realm of offensive magic, conjuring a mere fireball is considered impressive, and Marina is no exception to this rule, let alone casting such high-level spells as teleportation. Their only glimmer of hope lies in the hands of a certain sorceress, the sole individual to have ever escaped from this prison. Before her departure, at the behest of the villagers, she vowed, "I shall seek help to rescue you." Many clung to this fragile thread of hope as if it were a silken strand, yet Marina understood that a thread is still just a thread, easily severed with a tug. The power displayed by the demonic jailers had already demonstrated the futility of their situation. Among the mercenaries she had hired were several skilled demon hunters, yet even they fell before the jailers in less than a minute, dispatched with the ease of slicing vegetables. The young sorceress stood no chance of escaping the perils of the demon realm. Thus, Marina began to contemplate the necessity of penning a farewell letter. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed once more within the prison, and the despairing cries and sobs from the cells fell silent, swallowed by fear. Over 30 villagers turned their gazes toward the dimly lit corridor, where masked jailers dragged a new human into their midst. Upon seeing this newcomer, the villagers' fearful wails transformed into furtive whispers. The newcomer's appearance was simply too captivating. The word beautiful barely scratched the surface of the villagers' thoughts, while enthralling seemed far more appropriate. Ino could sense the weight of their stares. Having lived under such scrutiny for so long, she had grown accustomed to it. "Your name is Belle, a spirited, curious, and brave young woman," Ino declared as she approached a low window in the cell, tiptoeing to peer outside. "Child, why have you been brought here?" Marina sat beside the window, her gaze lingering on the enchanting young girl. The thought of Belle potentially meeting a grim fate at the hands of demons stirred a deep sorrow within her. I do not know. My village was ravaged by bandits, and my parents urged me to flee. After I escaped into an oak forest, I was captured by a horde of demons. Such a pitiable child. Those despicable bandits deserved to swing from the gallows. They were truly deserving of their fate. Ino's experience resonated deeply with the villagers, inciting their shared outrage against the vile bandits, while Marina's expression mirrored their sympathy. I suppose your parents are safe, Marina offered in an attempt to console Ino. They will be fine. Before I escaped, I saw the bandits take my parents. Ino's voice trembled as she spoke, trailing off, the grim fate of her parents hanging heavily in the air. If you wish to cry, dear child, then let it out. You will feel better. To Marina. Ino appeared to be merely putting on a brave face, yet as Ino wiped away her tears, she perfectly embodied the meaning of feigned strength. If her child were still alive, they would surely be around the same age as her now, wouldn't they? If you don't mind, may I know your name? Marina inquired. Belle. Chapter 13. The impoverished magician. If I indulge you in this tedious game, will you grant me my freedom? Heaven knows from where Ciri summoned such audacity to utter these provocations to the demon before her. True to her nature, Ciri has never been one to bow or grovel before anyone. After all, her life was already in the hands of Joshu, and the worst outcome would simply be death, which, admittedly, seemed rather grim. Yet, the crux of the matter was that Ciri had once attempted to engage with Joshu from a place of respect. The behavior of those noble women in the royal court, draped in cultured faids while scheming to seduce men, she could barely mimic a fraction of it. She had hoped to barter her life for such pretense, only to discover her utter incapacity to do so. For she could not sense any threat or oppression emanating from Joshu. There was neither the demon's disdain for humanity nor the condescension of a superior toward a servant. This lack of intimidation led her to speak her mind freely during their exchanges, revealing her true self without reservation. Indeed, once this filming concludes, I shall grant you your freedom. Joshu understood the principle of rewards and punishments. Offering her a glimmer of hope would motivate her to strive for it. However, allow me to clarify. What we are about to embark upon is the making of a film, not a mere game. A demon rescuing villagers was merely a whimsical pastime to occupy time. Ciri muttered this last thought to herself. Yet she did not make a concerted effort to lower her voice, seemingly wishing for Joshu to overhear. Ciri had encountered plenty of idle nobility, and she believed they ought to be cast into the wilderness to experience survival firsthand, perhaps learning the value of time through the hardship of subsisting on tree bark. Wait. In that moment, Ciri suddenly recalled that she had not eaten for nearly a day. The pangs of hunger compelled her to abandon her repartee with Joshu and rummage through the small pack hidden beneath her magical robe. To her dismay, she found nothing but a collection of inconsequential sketches and pens. Wait, beneath the pack lay half a piece of dried tree bark. The thrill of discovery rivaled that of Geralt the Witcher unearthing a master of Gwent as she extracted the morsel from her pack. However, before she could take a bite, she noticed the peculiar gaze Joshu directed at her. What? Have you never seen dried cocoa bark before? In the realm of humanity, it is considered quite a delicacy. Well, I assure you, it is true. As she spoke, her words faltered, and the embarrassment of revealing her own destitution began to take its toll. I wish to inquire, is this your drawing? Joshu held aloft a sheet of white paper that had slipped from Ciri's pack during her rummaging. On a blank sheet of paper lay a sketch of a picturesque landscape, a meandering stream, a small grove of trees, a simple grill, and a pile of firewood, all rendered in monochrome tones that exquisitely captured the essence of a camping picnic beneath the night sky. Where did you find this? No. Give it back. Suddenly, Ciri realized that the drawing had fallen from her own satchel. She quickly stepped forward, intent on reclaiming the artwork from Joshu's hands. However, in her eagerness, she lunged too abruptly, losing her balance and nearly tumbling face first to the ground. Considering the scant remnants of Ciri's modest assets, Joshu, with an air of courtesy, extended a hand to steady her waist, preventing her from falling. This brief embrace was fleeting, yet it left Ciri trembling, causing her to retreat several steps. It was the first time in her life that a man had touched such a sensitive part of her body. Before she could process this unfamiliar sensation, she noticed that the piece of bark she had been holding had dropped to the ground. Hastily, she dashed to Joshu's side and picked up the fallen bark, brushing it off with urgency. It should be fine. Ciri recalled a renowned archmage's words. If food falls to the ground, picking it up within 3 seconds renders it safe to eat. I say. Joshu crouched down, observing Ciri's demeanor with an inexplicable sympathy for the impoverished sorceress. Just how destitute could one be to resort to nibbling on bark daily? If this drawing is yours, I might consider treating you to some meat, he said, placing the artwork before her. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but at the mention of meat, Shiri's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm, completely shedding her previous reluctance. Indeed, it is my work. From her animated response, Joshu realized he should not have merely promised her freedom. Rather, he should have asserted, from now on, accompany me, and I assure you daily meals of meat. You can sketch? Yet the drawing in Joshu's possession bore testament to Shiri's worthiness of his continued company. Sketch? What is that? I drew this using charcoal for magic circles. The reason I sketched it was to capture the memory of the day I caught a few fish in the stream. Shiri elaborated, carefully contemplating her explanation. As a traveling apprentice sorceress, she was not particularly affluent. The burden of acquiring magical materials left her in a state of near poverty. This lifestyle had honed her skills, making her adept at catching fish with lightning spells and rabbits with fire mist. Her only other talent lay in her ability to draw. Did you teach yourself all of this? Who else could teach me? The pigments used by court painters could cover 20 years of my meals. And I doubt I could afford their tutelage even with 50 years' worth of funds. Excellent. Perhaps I would like to formally employ you, Miss Shiri. Jazu was taken aback to discover that this sorceress was, in fact, a remarkable talent in painting. Mastering the art of sketching may be simple, yet achieving proficiency is a formidable challenge. Indeed, this particular piece by Shiri undoubtedly transcended into the realm of exquisite. Considering Jazu's aspirations in game design, having artistic individuals at his disposal would never be excessive. Employment? Did you not mention that once the filming concludes, I would be free to leave? Shiri bit into the piece of bark she held, appearing skeptical of Jazu's various promises, including the one that involved treating her to meat. In this context, the term employment seemed synonymous with servitude. Whether one was willing or not was inconsequential. However, I believe the offer I present will surely entice you, Jazu asserted. What offer? A guarantee of sustenance for your entire life. As I endeavor to expand my cultural invasion initiative, an abundance of talent will be indispensable. Though Jazu had yet to finalize specific employment terms, that single statement was enough to stir Shiri's interest. Chapter 14. Action before embarking on his journey. Joshua meticulously organized the inheritance left by the third prince. Upon sorting through a portion of it, he discovered that the inventions of this demonic prince were akin to the fantastical pockets of a certain blue creature. The ring, known as the transmutation ring, or more elegantly termed the ring of Joshua Yannerod, was inscribed with magic capable of influencing the minds of those nearby. When adorned, it transformed Joshua's appearance in the eyes of others. During the time when Xenus vanquished the bandits, the villagers and members of the merchant caravan had witnessed the interaction between Xenus and Joshua. Hence, it was evidently impossible for Joshua to continue masquerading as a human among them. Thus, he had to devise a means to acquire a new visage. As Joshua pondered how to test the ring's capabilities, an odd whimpering sound reached his ears. Looking up, he realized it was the source of the sound, Miss Shiri, the sorceress. At that moment, a dining table had been set up in Joshua's room, adorned with a sumptuous dinner delivered by the water elemental servants. To Joshua, accustomed to subsisting on instant noodles as a programmer, the array of roasted meats appeared lavish. For Shiri, however, the feast laid before her was a delicacy she could scarcely dream of indulging in within a month. Driven by hunger, Shiri exhibited no semblance of ladylike decorum during the meal. Even her inherent poise as a sorceress was utterly obliterated by her puffy cheeks. She appeared rather endearing, clumsily charming. To use the vernacular, I advise against overeating, Miss Shiri. We have considerable physical labor ahead of us soon, Joshua remarked, sliding a glass of water toward her as she patted her chest, clearly having choked. What physical labor? And what has happened to your appearance? Shiri queried, accepting the glass and draining it, narrowly avoiding the dubious honor of being the first sorceress to choke to death in history. Joshua removed the ring from his finger, noticing that even the novice sorceress could detect a certain incongruity. It seemed the transmutation ring could only deceive those with a rudimentary understanding of magic. Yet that sufficed for his purposes. Do not forget, though you seem unperturbed by the hassle, Shiri said, wiping her mouth with a napkin from the table. She had only caught the gist of Joshua's earlier comments, as her focus had been wholly captivated by the aromatic feast before her. Even with a vague understanding, she had a fair idea of Joshua's intentions. For the birth of a remarkable film, such efforts were hardly burdensome. The conditions under which Joshua was filming could only be described as rudimentary when compared to those on Earth. An exceptional film on Earth requires an extensive period of meticulous refinement from filming to production. Take Castaway as an example. It took nearly a year and a half from shooting to release, with a significant portion of that time, approximately 1 year, spent waiting for the male lead's hair and beard to grow to the appropriate length. Presently, Joshua's sole advantage lies in his memory and the inherent talent of the actors in this world. He recalls every shot from each film, allowing him to forego the professional considerations of how to express a scene through specific angles. Instead, he simply needs to reshoot the entire film. The only distinction being the actors involved. While he may not fully comprehend your notion of film, he is indeed curious to witness the conclusion of Beauty and the Beast. Clearly, Shiri remains deeply invested in that narrative. When Joshua placed the script on his desk, Shiri only managed to glimpse the part leading to the climax. Noticing that Joshua had not penned the ending, had it not been for her dire hunger, reaching a point where sustenance was crucial for survival, she might have been consumed by thoughts of the story. In a few days, the conclusion will reveal itself, but for now, work must commence. Joshua calculated the time. It was nearing midnight, and approximately 4 hours had elapsed since Ino was imprisoned. If Ino's acting was sufficiently competent, this duration would allow the villagers to accept her. Adorned with the transformation ring and clad in a relatively respectable robe, Joshua grasped a rather useless wand, crafted from a stick he had whittled down over 4 hours, serving merely as decoration. At this moment, Joshua presented himself as a proficient magician. Can we not simply disclose the ending? Ah, I see. Shiri, somewhat reluctant, rose from her seat. Previously compelled by the threat to her life to heed Joshua's words, she was now driven by her conscience. Shiri assumed the role of Joshua's assistant. In matters concerning her survival, this sorceress proved trustworthy, especially since Joshua had fulfilled his promise of "follow me, and you shall feast," alongside the script's conclusion. Assisting someone in an escape was a task Joshua had undertaken several times in his past life, albeit within the realm of games, providing him with a semblance of preparation and psychological readiness. The capital's prison was indeed quite nearby. Joshua and Shiri traversed the streets for over half an hour, soon spotting the prison illuminated by an eerie green glow beneath the night sky. "Miss Shiri, please relax. The denizens of the demon realm are ordinary beings with thoughts of their own, and they will not harm you." Throughout their journey, Shiri remained tense, acutely aware that she was, after all, human. Striding boldly through the demon realm streets attracted considerable attention. She could almost hear the whispers emanating from the corners. Comments such as, "She looks quite delectable," and "the aroma is simply delightful," sending shivers down her spine. Kexley was not one to be trifled with. The term timid had never been applicable to her. Thus, she rolled up her sleeves, grasped her petite magic wand, and wore an expression that suggested she was ever ready to engage in battle. This was a lesson learned in the jungle, particularly during a confrontation with a bear. The moment one concedes in a narrow encounter signifies their defeat. A mere handful of ordinary demons would find themselves easily vanquished by her wand. However, with Joshua's admonition and the subtle gesture pointing to her neck, Kexley's resolve and spirit evaporated in an instant. Even the fiercest beast cannot triumph over a treacherous hunter. Moreover, Kexley could hardly be considered a formidable beast. At best, she resembled a small feline creature with slightly sharper claws, akin to a wildcat. They had arrived. Joshua halted before the prison doors, as several guards emerged from the shadows of the building, gesturing politely for him to proceed. Chapter 15, The Escape Bell. Have you contemplated where you shall go after we flee from here? At least the villagers are willing to engage in conversation, alleviating the despair and anxiety that accompanies the imminent specter of death. Not yet. My father has always wished for me to study in a grand city-esque school, and I too yearn to visit the library in the metropolis, where I am certain countless books await. Under the script provided by Joshua, the persona crafted by Ino was successfully embraced by the villagers, positioning her as the focal point within the cell. It was akin to a group adrift in the frigid, dark Atlantic at night, suddenly catching sight of a guiding light. Though the shore remained distant and unknown, a sense of solace began to blossom within their hearts. Indeed, there exists a city called Nolan, where the Tower of Books rises majestically over 100 meters. Belle, I can take you there to witness its wonders. Marina, unyielding in her hope, envisioned the myriad beautiful possibilities that could unfold after their escape, drawing inspiration from the presence of the young girl before her. Perhaps this was a divine recompense for Marina, to encounter such a child during the most desolate and lowly moments of her life. If this child were truly homeless, Marina would willingly adopt her as her own daughter, believing that with the girl's companionship, she would never again feel the pangs of solitude. Yet, all of this hinged upon their successful escape from the prison. It was not merely Marina's life that needed to continue, but that of the little girl as well. Thus, Marina began to fervently pray to the divine. Her first prayer not for herself, but for the girl standing before her. The efficiency with which demons conduct their affairs far surpasses that of the divine. Strange sounds echoed once more within the prison, and a raven appeared outside the cell, tilting its head to observe the humans within, before flapping its wings and perching upon a nearby windowsill. Moments later, two figures emerged briskly from the darkness at the prison's end. These figures were not masked sentinels, but rather the esteemed magicians. The villagers recognized one of them as the soulless KP, Siri. They rushed to the edge of the cell, grasping the rusted iron bars with fervent excitement, their emotions bubbling over with enthusiasm akin to the moment a national football team scores a goal, nearly erupting in jubilant cheers. Joshua understood their sentiments. The exhilaration and thrill of narrowly escaping death could not be encapsulated in mere words. However, he finally comprehended that large-scale prison breaks were events reminiscent of the French Revolution. Had he not preemptively bribed all the guards within the prison, their exuberant calls would have led them directly to the guillotine in the blink of an eye. Everyone, please quiet down. We must not draw the guards' attention. Well, though the guards remained vigilant nearby, out of the corner of his eye, Joshua caught a glimpse of the two observers lurking in the shadows nearby, tasked with monitoring him to prevent any escape of beings other than these harmless little creatures amidst the chaos. Yet, one must play the role to the fullest. It was hard to fathom what the imprisoned humans felt, knowing their every move was under the scrutiny of the guards. Nevertheless, Joshua harbored a singular sentiment. Escaping under the watchful eyes of the police is exhilarating. He deliberately lowered his voice to utter this statement, which, although softly spoken, resonated clearly with the 30 or so villagers confined within the prison, all of whom were fixated on him. He is my teacher. Yes, teacher. Perhaps Joshua had perused the actor's self-cultivation, while Shiri had not. This was her first experience publicly deceiving so many. The true pressure weighed heavily on the two observers beside them. Yet, in her eagerness to witness the conclusion of Beauty and the Beast without charge, Shiri endeavored to cooperate with Joshua, embodying her role as best as she could. I will rescue everyone immediately. Once we are out, follow me. We are in the demon realm, and wandering aimlessly could cost us more than our lives. Joshua strove to portray himself as a proficient magician, though the script originally designated Gaston as a hunter. However, could a human hunter armed with a firearm truly traverse the demon realm and easily navigate its prison? In this world, hunters are incapable of capturing infants without rapid-fire weaponry. The majority are melee hunters, known as demon slayers. Thus, the profession of a magician, endowed with boundless possibilities, seemed far more credible. Gray magic surged from Joshua's hands, effortlessly dismantling the prison door, which was merely a rusty slab of iron devoid of any magical inscriptions. He did not conceal his unique magical prowess, a rare gift in the human realm that even the most venerable archmages might not have encountered, let alone categorize as an abominable power. The dim, decaying atmosphere of the prison doused the villagers' fervor with a bucket of cold water. This way, Joshua commanded without hesitation, leading the group swiftly toward the area where Zenith's portal was established. The interrogation room housing the portal lay deeper within the prison. Yet the only individual these villagers could rely on was Joshua, guided by the two guards. Joshua navigated smoothly with the 32 villagers to the threshold of the interrogation room where the portal awaited. The portal was already active, its pale blue luminescence swirling gently within the chamber. Upon glimpsing the forest's ethereal silhouette beyond the portal, the villagers abandoned all contemplation and excitedly rushed through. Esteemed magician, may I inquire your name? An elderly woman at the rear of the line halted before the portal, prompting Joshua to notice Ino trailing closely behind her. She plays the role of Belle's father. No, the mother, doesn't she? Gaston, just call me Gaston. We can express our gratitude once we are safe, Joshua urged. She nodded and, taking Ino's hand, hurriedly stepped into the portal. At that moment, Zenith's imposing figure appeared at the door of the interrogation room, holding a briefcase that resembled a large attaché, yet contained within it an entire set of filming equipment for Joshua. Thank you, Zenith, Joshua said as he accepted the briefcase, which, despite its outward appearance, held far more space inside, though it was not quite as magical as Newt Scamander's famed suitcase. Joshua inspected the equipment. All cameras and storage cards were accounted for, along with a vial of invisibility powder to conceal his form. Let us commence the filming of Beauty and the Beast, Shiri. Do you not wish to witness the conclusion of this tale? Then open your eyes wide and observe closely from this moment forth. Joshua grasped the briefcase and stepped into the portal. You must write it down first. Heaven knows how long Joshua's shoot will last. if Shiri manages to best him. She truly wishes to pin him at his desk with a knife to his throat, compelling him to reveal the ending. Shiri merely entertained the thought. She had no desire to remain in this perilous realm, hastily running into the portal. Zenith stood in the interrogation room, watching Joshu depart, preparing to proceed with Joshu's plan when he suddenly caught the sin of humanity. Zenith leaned out of the interrogation room to inspect the corridor of the prison, where he spotted a young human girl, aimlessly running about in confusion. She appeared to have become separated from her parents, or perhaps she had long lost them. In any case, this little girl was undeniably adrift. Alone in this treacherous realm of magic, her survival was uncertain. At that moment, the fierce demon of sin hesitated slightly, ultimately emerging slowly from the interrogation room to approach the young girl. Zenith endeavored to soften his tone, extending a finger toward the room of interrogation. However, despite his best efforts to sound congenial, the flame spewing from his mouth and the lava roiling from the cracks in his skin instilled terror in the girl, causing her to burst into tears. This scene left Zenith in turmoil. If an enemy wept before him, he would not hesitate to tear them apart, but she was but a child, not a foe. He glanced at his hands. Even if he wished to embrace the child and usher her into the portal, his sharp claws could instantaneously claim her life. You shall become a superstar. Human girls will scream upon touching your mane, and they will feel honored to stand beside you. Zenith suddenly recalled Joshu's words from earlier. It was indeed an impossibility. Confronted by the human girl, who was overwhelmed with fear and weeping incessantly, Zenith realized that there was but one way to quell her tears. He took a step forward, his colossal form retreating once more into the nearby shadows, until he vanished completely from sight. Chapter 16. Filming the village, ravaged by bandits, is known as Mokanalith. Nestled at the foot of the mountains to the northwest of the magical capital, Nolan. The majority of the houses within the village are constructed from wood. Prior to the bandits' arrival, a significant portion of the villagers sought refuge in the forest. Only a small number were captured by Xenus. Thus, when Joshu rescued the villagers from the demon realm, the small village witnessed countless heartwarming reunions. Why not linger a while longer? Fresh sheep's milk awaits. Regrettably, Shiri could not remain at the gathering for long and had to depart with Joshu, as he had already captured all the footage he required. The crystal stone in Joshu's possession had recorded a substantial amount of imagery. The filming progressed more smoothly than Joshu had anticipated, even resolving the most challenging aspects he had foreseen. The opening scene of Beauty and the Beast features a choral performance by the townsfolk alongside Belle. Joshu was determined to preserve the original charm of the Disney film while making adaptations, striving to recreate the authentic atmosphere. Fortunately, the conundrum that had troubled Joshu seemed non-existent from the outset, as the villagers were genuinely talented in song and dance. He had just witnessed an elderly villager recounting his experiences in the demon realm in a manner reminiscent of opera. Joshu had no expertise in traditional opera, rendering him unable to assess its quality, yet he found the performance rather delightful. With this, Joshu had no reason for concern. Ino, being a succubus, possessed a voice that could influence the minds of living beings, akin to the legendary sirens. Joshu's racial resistance was somewhat elevated, leaving him unaffected. However, ordinary humans would undeniably be influenced by Ino's song, as this influence manifested in subtle ways, such as an instinctual sexual impulse upon encountering a succubus. Thus, it was certain that the villagers would be irresistibly drawn to Ino's melodies. All that remained for Joshu was to film Belle with her father, or perhaps her mother, marking the commencement of the pivotal segment of Beauty and the Beast. From his suitcase, Joshu retrieved a jar of invisible powder, which was not concocted by the third prince, but derived from the crystals left behind by powerful spirits after their demise, what is commonly referred to as monster materials. This powder is exceedingly costly in the human realm and serves numerous functions. Aside from rendering anything it touches invisible, it is also a valuable alchemical ingredient. Are you truly using this ghost dust? Shiri clearly recognized the contents of Joshu's jar, knowing that a mere pinch could cover the meager expenses of this unfortunate girl for a decade. To her dismay, Joshu callously fed her decades' worth of sustenance to an unknown magical mechanism. Is there anything amiss? Joshu cradled the jar of invisible powder and sprinkled it over the camera, which soon blended into the surrounding scenery like a chameleon. It was of no consequence to her. Shiri felt no need to mourn over it, so she closed her eyes. Joshu gathered a second handful of the invisible dust and addressed Shiri. I believe this should suffice. At that moment, Shiri was truly tempted to hurl an alchemical material compendium at Joshu's face, to enlighten her on the true value of such precious substances. A necessary investment. Apart from a few low-budget masterpieces and cult films, which grand cinematic endeavors don't require millions in investment, some producers, in pursuit of the finest outcomes, hardly consider budget constraints. Although Joshu lacked the reckless abandon for extravagance, she firmly believed that no matter how expensive an item may be, if it serves no purpose, it is utterly worthless. The alchemical powder ruthlessly dusted Ciri's light gray hair, and as the shimmering silver particles made contact, her strands began to turn transparent. To describe it in scientific terms, the light was refracted by these particles. Yet, in this magical realm, Joshu had no intention of applying her former knowledge to interpret this world. Take, for instance, that magical camera, stripped of the myriad inscriptions etched upon it. It would be nothing more than a useless box. Once both Joshu and Ciri were coated in the dust, Joshu experienced a moment reminiscent of Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. With a sense of purpose, she hoisted the camera, tossing Ciri a crystal stone dusted with the invisible powder as they approached the village's edge. Ciri glanced at her now entirely transparent arm. Were it not for the crystal around her neck restricting her movements, she might have seized this opportunity to flee or perhaps incapacitate a certain demon prince. Observing Joshu's retreating figure, she retrieved her wand from her robe, hesitating momentarily before abandoning the notion of such a self-destructive act. Is hiring me merely to assist you in transporting these items? Ciri inquired, quickening her pace to catch up with Joshu. Despite Joshu's invisibility, she could discern her position from the footprints on the grass. Something more peculiar. Could it be that she was to serve as a companion? Ciri clutched her modest bosom, pondering the improbability of it. She hardly considered herself beautiful, especially in comparison to the alluring succubus by Joshu's side. Ultimately, it promised to be a far more intriguing endeavor than merely being a sorceress. As the explanation concluded, Joshu declared, "It's time for you to commence your duties." Miss Ciri. They had now arrived at the edge of the village, where the chamber of the merchant Marina was situated beside the forest. In the village, she was regarded as an outsider, thus opting not to partake in the villagers' revelry. According to Joshu's script, Ino was residing with her, and through the window, Joshu could see Ino engaged in conversation with Marina. Ino has successfully garnered the trust, or perhaps more aptly, the favor, of a certain businesswoman through her remarkable acting skills. At present, Joshua lacks a script for the scene, relying solely on his memory to note each shot he needs to film and to compare it with the original version. The next scene, Belle and her mother, action. Chapter 17, the hypocrisy of beauty. The crackling of the firewood in the hearth filled the air as Marina sat beside it, gazing at the flickering flames. The warmth radiating from the hearth dispelled the dampness and chill clinging to her, reminding her of the undeniable truth. She was still alive. Marina had grown too old, too weary to celebrate life as the young do. After losing her family, she had persevered solely to fulfill her late husband's last wishes. She had prepared herself to conclude her sorrowful existence in the demon realm, yet fate had other plans, granting her a renewed purpose, a reason to endure. I plan to visit the city the day after tomorrow. Marina turned to the young girl seated on the opposite side of the hearth, Ino, who was engrossed in a book. This small village lacked the luxury of books, and this particular volume was one of Marina's few possessions. The ravages of bandits had nearly obliterated her entire estate, leaving only remnants, a cargo cart, and an aging horse. Thankfully, she had carried her wealth with her, and despite losing her goods, she still owned a property in the magical city of Nolan. As long as she drew breath, there remained a way to continue living. But Marina's aspirations extended beyond mere survival. She was determined to ensure that this book-loving girl received an education. The city? Aunt Marina, are you taking me with you? Ino's gaze lifted from the book, revealing a somber truth. She could not decipher human script. Nor could she understand the language of her own kind, the demons. Having existed at the lowest echelons of the demon realm, she had never entertained the thought of education. Her days were consumed by the struggle to survive amidst oppression and harshness. Thus, the book she held was merely a prop in her performance as a ruse to deceive the human before her. Marina's servant was tending to the old horse and cart in the stable. Given Marina's frail condition, she was unable to drive the cart herself and would rely on the hired help to navigate their journey to Nolan. The trip would require approximately 3 days. 2 round trips would take about 9. Thank you, Aunt Marina. I hardly know how to express my gratitude. Ino was bewildered by the kindness emanating from this human. After years spent in the demon realm, she had never experienced such benevolence. Perhaps it was merely a consequence of her current identity, for she was now a beautiful and kind human girl. Were Marina to discover her true identity as a lesser succubus, she would likely regard her with the same disdain as others in the demon realm, viewing her as nothing more than refuse. Thus, Ino refrained from overthinking. She focused on fulfilling the tasks assigned by Joshu, for that was how she could survive in her role as Ino, rather than as the fictitious bee. Do not worry, child. If you achieve excellent grades in school, that will be the greatest gratitude you can offer me. Marina began to look forward to the life that awaited her in Nolan. Ino now finds herself in a state of torment, a torment characterized by the sensation of being scrutinized by her superior. Her lineage as a succubus allows Ino to vaguely sense that Joshua has entered the room. She can feel the weight of his gaze upon her, a feeling of being observed by a higher demon, with which Ino is all too familiar. Belle, what troubles you? Nothing. Ino momentarily falters, feeling the warmth radiating from her own hand. The unease in her heart is instantly soothed by Marina's concern. Is this what they call care? Truly astonishing. Although Ino is aware that everything before her is but an ephemeral mirage, destined to vanish once Joshua's task concludes, indulging in this fleeting warmth seems rather agreeable. Is it truly right to deceive an elder? Ciri has just stepped out of Marina's abode, where a light drizzle begins to fall, washing away the invisible powder that clung to her. Deception? According to your human perspective, we demons are indeed purveyors of such acts. Joshua stowed the camera and the already recorded crystal into his suitcase. With Ciri's assistance, he had spent nearly an entire afternoon reconstructing the film's scenes. While the arrangements fell short of perfection, achieving the breathtaking splendor akin to that of Disney within this small village was simply unrealistic. Indeed, it appears so. Ciri had heard whispers of demons' low murmurs and the temptation of corruption, but those were merely tales. Yet today, she has witnessed a genuine case. One so authentic that she could devise a way to pin a record, perhaps titling it The Deception of an Elderly Lady by a Succubus. Moreover, she does not perceive any wrongdoing in such deception. Joshua stands at the forest's edge, gazing at the wooden house where Marina resides, still able to hear their conversation within. From the merchant's earlier demeanor, it is evident that she has come to regard Ino as family, relishing this time spent in discourse with a loved one. Furthermore, Ino seems to have immersed herself a touch too deeply into her role. Joshua harbors no desire for Ino to develop any genuine feelings for the merchant. This familial bond, forged through deception, is as enchanting as it is lethal, akin to opium. Once the filming concludes, the character of Belle will cease to exist, or rather, why must she cease to exist? Should the merchant accept Ino's true identity, Joshua would not oppose the idea of Ino continuing to reside with her. Perhaps a future endeavor in summoning demons could even unfold. Joshua does not believe the rumored rituals of summoning demons to be inherently malevolent. All parties engage according to the terms inscribed in their contracts, akin to modern-day business partnerships. It is merely the rumored price of life required for such summoning that sounds particularly horrifying. However, in reality, human lives hold little significance for demons. They neither serve as sustenance nor contribute to the augmentation of their power. Thus, if we were to consider something more tangible, such as currency, it would be far more palatable. Business? Hillary had long lost count of how many times she had heard inexplicable terms tumble from Joshua's lips. The Demon Guild, the Demon Mediation Agency, the Demon All-Purpose Service. These concepts might indeed stimulate the economy of both the demon realm and the human world. With a catchy slogan like "One summoning circle can resolve all your dilemmas." Well, that was merely a thought. This was just a notion from Joshua, predicated on the assumption that humans could trust demons. Achieving this goal would require extensive time and effort from Joshua, but the immediate step was to commence the filming. It was time to visit another set and assess the situation. The next scene would feature the pivotal castle. The imperial stronghold of the demon realm bore little resemblance to the castle Joshua had envisioned. Therefore, prior to the official commencement of filming, Joshua sought a more suitable castle on the map of the demon realm. The question remained whether the castle's owner would permit Joshua to utilize it as a filming location, a dilemma that Joshua needed to address. Chapter 18. You are quite talented in the realm of the abyss. Nestled within the Karnas Mountains, resided beings who possessed a second life, the undead. Your Highness, I believe it would be unwise to directly pay a visit to that esteemed individual, spoke Zenas, the valiant demon of sin. As Joshua emerged from the portal established by Zenas, the race of Zenas ranked just below the chaotic demons in the abyss, and he seldom feared anything. However, ironically, The master of these mountains was an entity that even Xenas regarded with trepidation and reverence. I have met the Duke on several occasions. He is quite affable, said Joshu. Affable? Xenas, who had always adhered to Joshu's commands, found himself incredulous at this assessment of the Duke's demeanor. The forces of the Abyss were divided into 1 king, 4 dukes, and 7 heroes. The king referred to the sovereign of the Abyss, the father of the 3rd prince, Notrayan, who stood at the pinnacle of the Abyss as its absolute ruler. Beneath Notrayan were the 4 dukes, each commanding a territory within the Abyss. Joshu intended to visit one of these dukes, known as the Bone Duke. Xenas had only heard whispers of this duke's past. The 4 dukes of the Abyss were synonymous with danger. Unless Notrayan himself were to visit, they would not hesitate to eliminate any creature encroaching upon their domain, according to their whims. To judge a person solely based on rumors and appearances is akin to the despicable humans, Joshu retorted, leaving Xenas at a loss for words. He recalled the little girl he had encountered in the prison. Afterward, he had concealed himself in the shadows, creating a beacon of ghostly flames to guide her safely through the portal. The memory of the girl's smile and wave before entering the portal stirred within Xenas an inexplicable emotion, one that he found difficult to comprehend yet impossible to forget. That moment lingered in his mind more vividly than the image of incinerating a foe to ashes. Noticing Xena's silence, Joshu refrained from pressing his loyal subordinate further. His gaze shifted to Shiri, who had accompanied him into the Abyss. The crystal around her neck exuded an imposing aura, and to prevent any mishaps during their transit that might trigger an explosion, she graciously took Joshu's hand as they stepped through the portal. I have a distinct feeling that wolves or bears are watching me in the forest, Shiri remarked as she released Joshu's hand, drawing her magic staff while surveying the shadowy woods enveloped in snow. Since entering the snow-laden forest, an unsettling familiarity had washed over her, a sensation of being watched, accompanied by a malevolent gaze. Here, one would find creatures far more sinister than mere wolves or bears. Lurking could be a soul eater or a heart stealer. And should fortune frown upon them, they might even encounter a death knight. The moment an ordinary human steps into this place, they are swiftly besieged by the surrounding undead, devoured until not even a trace of their soul remains. The reason Joshu can stand here so securely is not merely due to his identity as a chaotic demon, but rather a small privilege granted to him by the master of this forest. Shiri remained silent, as Joshu's words once again touched upon her realm of ignorance. All she needed to know was that the entities lurking in the darkness of the forest were foes she could never hope to defeat with her little staff. Let us proceed. The master's castle is not far from here. Joshu led Shiri and Xenas deeper into the woodland. Indeed, within the depths of the forest lay a castle, its exterior shrouded in frost while its internal garden bloomed with an array of nameless flowers. The hues of these flowers were dim, and the statues adorning the estate were ensnared by dark thorns, creating a peculiar atmosphere under the cloak of night. As Joshu ascended the nearly 100 steps to the castle's grand entrance, the doors seemed to open slowly to welcome him. The opulence within the castle was palpable, suggesting that the aesthetic taste of the skeletal duke had not decayed with his demise. Is it the influence of parallel worlds? Why do I find this music so eerie? Shiri followed Joshu up the staircase at the center of the castle's hall, where a portrait of a young man hung on the wall. Eerie? Little one. That statement alone is enough for me to feed your soul to my hound. The sin demon Xenas, trailing behind Joshu, noticed the figure and attempted to step forward to shield Joshu, but Joshu held his hand up to prevent such rudeness. The skeletal duke's appearance differed greatly from the standard image of a lich, such as Kel'Thuzad, despite being reduced to mere bones. His attire resembled that of a pirate more than that of a sorcerer. You had better provide a valid reason for trespassing in my domain and disturbing my performance. Or even as the scion of Notrayan, I shall fashion your skeleton as a gift for your father. Upon hearing the skeletal duke's declaration, flames erupted from Xenas. Yet a flicker of crimson light flashed within the duke's hollow eye sockets, causing Xenas's massive form to collapse to the ground with a heavy thud. Is this the kind of power that can rival the Lord of the Demon Realm? In the presence of such an entity, Joshu felt inconsequential. His identity held no sway here, and he could no longer speak with the same bravado as he did in the Imperial City. I see you possess remarkable talent. Shall we form a band together? Suddenly, the skeletal duke's skull turned 90 degrees, as if pondering the meaning of the term band. In simpler terms, I have come to appreciate your performance, my Lord Duke. If you would not mind, could you play me a piece? Joshu put forth a proposition that no performer could possibly refuse. Were the lich before him a musician amidst a concert of thousands? Joshu's suggestion might have seemed a mere folly. However, in this desolate realm, aside from the spectral servants devoted to the skeletal lord. There existed no other soul to appreciate his artistry. Chapter 19. The mortuary performer Joshu's proposal bore fruit. Ultimately, the skeletal lord graciously acquiesced to Joshu's request, transforming Joshu and his companions from intruders recklessly trespassing upon his domain into esteemed guests who had traveled great distances to attend his concert. Yet, even from a human perspective, the experience of this musical gathering was decidedly eerie. Within the castle, the skeletal lord possessed a designated performance chamber, replete with instruments ranging from pianos to violins, entirely capable of staging a grand classical concert. The musicians, a curious ensemble of skeletons and corpses still draped with remnants of flesh, donned attire reminiscent of the British gentlemen of the Victorian era, lending them an air of elegance as they grasped their instruments. The sole drawback lay in their somewhat diminished flesh. The sight of bare bones hardly conjured images of refinement, let alone the decayed corpses with their vacant eye sockets. The skeletal lord was not merely the conductor of this peculiar orchestra, he served as the pianist for the performance. His elongated fingers, unnaturally pristine, danced across the keys, releasing a cascade of haunting melodies that heralded the commencement of this classical concert hosted by the departed. Siri, lacking an appreciation for classical music, felt an unsettling chill penetrate her very bones as the notes slipped into her ears, causing her to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to wrap her arms around herself. It was noteworthy that moments prior, standing amidst the snow-laden forest, she had felt no chill in her attire. Yet these eerie notes evoked a sensation akin to being submerged beneath a frozen lake. To make matters worse, lurking beneath the icy depths was an unknown water creature, fixated upon her. This thought sent a shiver down Siri's spine. Merely clutching her arms proved futile. She attempted to conjure images of the sun or flames. Imagine the warmth, Joshu suggested. It's quite impossible to envision that while listening to this performance. Siri's lament echoed Joshu's own unspoken sentiments. From the outset, Joshu discerned that this performance diverged fundamentally from any he had previously encountered. The notes emanating from the skeletal lord's piano transcended mere auditory perception. They permeated his senses, touch, sight, taste, all grasping the profound essence of the music, coldness and silence, reminiscent of the solitude drifting beneath a frozen lake, evoking a suffocating chill. Joshu felt as if his very skin had crystallized with frost, and icy lake water surged into his mouth. Was this a form of magic capable of influencing the psyche? As a piece concluded, Joshu finally emerged from the icy grip that had ensnared him, only to discover frost forming upon his hands, his body temperature plummeting alarmingly. This was no mere mental influence. Brushing away the frost from his arm, he expelled a breath that transformed into a cloud of white mist. If the skeletal musician were to continue his performance, the listener's body temperature might plummet to the extent of hypothermia, potentially claiming their very lives. The term Death's Cantor inexplicably surfaced in Joshu's mind. As a chaotic demon, Joshu's constitution could still endure, but Shiri's condition was rather dire. Her lips began to pale, and frost appeared on her long eyelashes, as if she had been wandering in a frigid environment for hours at a temperature well below zero. Without hesitation, Joshu removed his outer garment and draped it over Shiri. Your clothes are wet. Shiri's trembling voice was on the verge of tears. But should her tears fall, they might freeze into icicles. Joshu grasped Shiri's hand, discovering it was as cold as ice. At this rate, Shiri might succumb to the imbalance of her body temperature. It seemed that enjoying the skeletal musician's performance was not as simple as merely purchasing a ticket. If one lacked sufficient strength, the price could be one's very life. Was it even possible to endure a single piece of music? The fragility of the human body was truly astonishing. Noticing Shiri's weakened state, the skeletal musician ceased his piano playing, the frost that had accumulated on his bony fingertips cascading down. As the music halted, the symptoms of Joshu's hypothermia alleviated somewhat. In that moment, he clapped his frozen hands, not out of admiration for the performance's brilliance, but as a fundamental courtesy expected of an audience member. Upon hearing Joshu's applause, the skeletal musician's expression improved slightly, though it would be more accurate to say that the flickering flame of his soul within his hollow eye socket steadied. Indeed, the Duke's performance was extraordinary. Upon its conclusion, one felt as though they had been transported into another realm. However, the experience was more than mere immersion. Should the music continue, Joshu feared he might freeze to death. The virtual sensations that countless game designers on Earth aspired to create were unexpectedly realized in this performance. Yet, dear Duke, Do you not feel a shiver of cold yourself? Joshu first conceded that the skeletal musician's playing was quite exquisite. The piece possessed a serene, chilling loneliness. If employed as the music for a horror game, it would undoubtedly enhance the overall atmosphere. Joshua has always held the belief that music, in its essence, does not possess a distinction between melodious and dissonant. Aside from certain cacophonies, every genre of music has its own audience. Just as some individuals are enamored with classical compositions while shunning electronic music, others may favor contemporary pop, yet show little interest in traditional folk tunes. No one can unequivocally categorize different musical styles as superior or inferior. If anyone attempts to do so, it is nothing short of hubris. The appreciation of music is inherently subjective. Were it not for the profoundly authentic performance of Skeleton King, so authentic that Joshua felt compelled to embrace a warm stove while listening, he would have undoubtedly savored every moment. The influence extended beyond just Siri and Joshua. Even the performer himself was affected. Skeleton King's fingers were already encrusted with frost, necessitating the movement of his digits to rid himself of the icy accumulation. This was an essential effect of the performance. Skeleton King did not dispute Joshua's assertion. Chapter 20. Performance. Pardon my boldness, your grace, but are the forthcoming pieces all in a similar atmosphere? Joshua, considering the safety of himself and Shiri, felt compelled to ascertain this before the next performance commenced. Should the subsequent compositions maintain this frigid tone, he might become the first chaotic demon to perish whilst listening to music in history. As for Shiri, well, even if the skeletal duke ceased playing, failing to provide her with a warm hearth or a pile of firewood, she would not endure long. Zenith was not permitted by the skeletal duke to enter this place. Otherwise, with a Zenith-branded heater present, Shiri would certainly fare much better. Indeed, these pieces originate from this singular score, the only one I possess. The skeletal duke lifted a rather tattered score, its cover worn and frayed, indicating it had resided in his possession for many years. An exceptional performer, yet not a composer. He mused. Thus, your grace, may I indulge in a performance? Joshua made yet another audacious suggestion. Rather than express anger at Joshua's interruption, the skeletal duke's soul flickered with a spark of mischief, a glimmer of playfulness reflected in his gaze. My lord, this piano is an old friend of mine. Its temperament far worse than my own. Should your performance fail to please, it may very well consume your soul. At that moment, even I would be powerless to save you. I am willing to take the risk. Joshua himself scarcely believed his words. His father had long hoped to cultivate him into a pianist, initiating his piano lessons at the tender age of 6. However, after merely 6 months of practice, he had failed to pass even a single grading examination and ultimately chose to abandon the pursuit. The primary reason for this abandonment? Much like many childhoods, he had succumbed to the allure of games. Years had passed without him touching the piano, and Joshua should have long forgotten. Yet, after merging with the memories of a certain third prince, his own recollections surfaced with alarming clarity. Thus, he deemed it feasible to attempt a performance. Are you certain? The last challenger was a renowned composer from the human realm. The skeletal duke could not recall any musical prowess possessed by this third prince. The term despicable human was certainly not a flattering moniker in the demon world. My piece will surely satisfy your friend. Renowned? Can anyone truly surpass the likes of Beethoven, Mozart, or Chopin? Joshua had little doubt that if he played the Moonlight Sonata, this piano would not fail to applaud. Oh, Joshua remembered, the piano had no hands. Behind him stood the countless masters of classical music from Earth, and should a live classical music contest arise, Joshua felt no fear whatsoever. The skeletal figure refrained from further idle chatter, descending the performance stage to a corner of the room where a table stood. He seized a glass brimming with red wine, adopting an expression akin to one poised to enjoy a spectacle. Maintaining his body temperature was paramount. He must not succumb to slumber. Joshua gently caressed Siri's cheek with his still warm hand, brushing away the frost that had settled upon her lashes. Her body showed no signs of recovering warmth, and in her lethargic state, should she drift into sleep, awakening would be impossible. The thought of perishing while listening to a performance was utterly stifling. He would not so easily embrace death. Siri shook her head, dislodging Joshua's hand from her face, evidently displeased by his affectionate gesture. Please, endure for just 10 more seconds. Miss Sorceress, he urged. Joshua pressed the first key of the piano, and an unsettling sensation washed over him, as if a fragment of his soul were being extracted from his body. This piano possessed an enigmatic quality. Yet, he felt no trepidation. Soon, his hands rested upon the instrument, and he began to play. The melody resonated like a gentle embrace beneath the sun's warmth, and then Joshu truly felt the sunlight. This was no mere illusion. He experienced the comforting warmth of sunlight enveloping him, accompanied by a soft breeze. It was akin to basking in the sun on a bed of blooming flowers during a serene afternoon. Siri, who was enduring the chill of her plight, found herself momentarily stunned by the notes emanating from Joshu's performance. A gentle warmth surged through her, dispelling the cold as if a pair of hands were tenderly wrapping around her, evoking an indescribable sense of comfort. This feeling was so profound that it brought her to the brink of tears, her nose tinged with a slight sting. Memories flooded her mind. Days spent living alone after leaving home, constantly reminding herself to be strong while grappling with the weight of solitude and helplessness, never finding an outlet for her frustrations. Her gaze shifted to Joshu, who was immersed in his piano playing. She lightly touched her cheek, where the warmth of his previous caress lingered. Enveloped in the moment, everyone present seemed to be entranced by the notes flowing from Joshu's fingertips, their tones soft and comforting. Even the skeletal figure was not immune. He stood transfixed, oblivious to the glass slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. Music possesses the profound ability to awaken myriad emotions within a person, unlike films, novels, or paintings that require time to elicit feelings. Music can stir the heart with a mere instant, a single note. However, just as this gentle melody approached its crescendo, it abruptly ceased. Continue. Why have you stopped? The skeletal figure demanded loudly. I cannot play any further, Joshu replied. Joshu's hands withdrew from the piano. Although he had never undergone formal examinations, his proficiency ranged between levels 3 and 4. The latter section of the piece, while exceedingly simple for a virtuoso, was beyond Joshu's capabilities. You can't play it. The skeleton prince, after years of enduring, finally experienced the sensation of frustration anew. The piece, which had just begun to flourish, was abruptly interrupted, inciting a desire to lash out. What is the name of this composition? The skeleton prince was more eager to uncover the title than anything else. The Canon in D, which translates to a melody, was composed by the illustrious Johann Pachelbel, a remarkable composer, Joshu explained. Chapter 21. The Invitation. An hour later, Joshu arrived in the dining hall of the castle, taking a seat beside a long table laden with an array of delectable dishes. It was difficult to fathom that this stronghold, predominantly inhabited by undead beings, could boast such a wealth of fresh ingredients. Joshu prodded the roasted meat before him with a fork, an unsettling notion creeping into his mind that perhaps a few maggots were lurking within, especially given the decaying flesh that hung from the zombie servant standing nearby. In contrast, Siri, seated beside Joshu, had little concern for such matters. Having recently expended a considerable amount of energy, she eagerly indulged in the culinary offerings laid before them. Your Highness, I raise a toast to you, proclaimed the skeletal lord, lifting a goblet filled with a liquid as translucent as blood. After downing the contents, Joshu observed the red wine seeping from the creature's jawbone, cascading onto the table. Could a skeleton truly discern any flavor from such a beverage? Please, speak candidly, Your Grace, Joshu urged, having perceived the skeletal lord's intentions. The extravagant banquet laid in his honor certainly wasn't merely due to Joshu's status. Then I shall not be coy, Your Highness. I seek the sheet music of the piece you just performed, Joshu stated. The skeletal lord set down his glass, the flickering flame of his soul evident in his eyes, his demeanor shifting from composed to overtly eager. Agreed, but on certain conditions, he replied. Joshu had anticipated this bargaining chip from the memories of the third prince. He knew of the duke's peculiar obsession with music. It was rumored that he had even helped extinguish a small kingdom in pursuit of an ancient score. Lacking the inspiration for musical creation himself, it was evident that the skeleton possessed no such faculties. Through this encounter, Joshu discerned the source of the duke's intense fascination with music, that peculiar piano. If I am not mistaken, Your Grace, you cannot truly savor the flavor of the wine you drink, can you? He glanced at the droplets of red wine pooling on the table. Recognizing that such consumption would yield no taste, the skeleton had no taste buds, no sense of touch, nor hearing. Did you see through me, Your Highness? Indeed. Throughout these centuries as a lich, I have gained unparalleled power, yet I find myself on the verge of forgetting the taste of my beloved wine. The skeletal lord poured himself another glass, gazing at the swirling liquid within. If he had its skin, a self-deprecating smile would surely have graced his visage. In the piece you played earlier, it allowed me to once again feel the warmth of sunlight. My heavens, I have nearly forgotten what it feels like to sit under the sun. It is truly exquisite. At this, the skeletal lord leaned wearily against his chair. Power, indeed, was intoxicating. Through the sacrifice of his own life, he had attained supreme strength. Initially, he had reveled in the overwhelming might, intoxicated by the thrill of wielding control over life and death. Yet, once the novelty of power fades, what remains for the skeleton lord to feel? This formidable body, impervious to fatigue, deprives him of the soothing embrace of slumber, and it is unaffected by the sweltering heat, rendering him incapable of basking in the warmth of the sun's rays. Having lost his tongue, he is on the verge of forgetting the exquisite taste of roasted meat. It can be said that in acquiring everything, the skeleton lord has simultaneously lost everything. Your Highness, speak. My trifling tricks with souls are of no use to you chaotic demons, thus I accept your proposal. What must I offer to obtain the sheet music of that melody? The skeleton lord, with fervent eagerness, yearned to play the canon that Joshu had just performed. He longed to once again bask in the warmth of sunlight. Nothing at all, Joshu replied, shaking his head. The skeleton lord could offer him numerous treasures, wealth, or powerful undead servants, yet all of these seemed trivial. Joshu was far more avaricious than one might presume. I wish for your allegiance. Joshu pronounced each word with utmost seriousness and sincerity. The skeleton lord fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into a harsh laughter. I heard that the third prince relinquished his claim to the throne, and I presumed you held no interest in power, but it appears you were merely concealing the truth. The skeleton lord quickly misconstrued Joshua's intentions. His journey from afar to recruit him could only be construed as preparation for the impending struggle for the imperial throne in 2 years. With the assistance of one of the 4 great dukes, even the third prince, despite his ineptitude, would possess a fighting chance. No. I truly have no interest in the throne. Governing a nation is far too cumbersome. I am not recruiting you as one of the 4 great dukes, sir, as the Lich Lord, but rather as a performer and musician, Joshua asserted. A performer? The skeleton lord was indeed intrigued by music, for it was through music that he could genuinely feel alive. Indeed, my lord duke, are you content to play alone in this desolate place? Your performance is truly exceptional and should not be buried here. It ought to reach a broader audience, thousands, within a grand theater, Joshua urged. This is the treatment that the sheet music I know deserves. Trust me, I possess countless works from musical masters across various nations. These compositions should not decay in such a location, but should be heard by many. I believe they deserve to grace the world stage under your esteemed performance. My lord duke, there exists a wealth of classical music on earth, and to propagate it in this realm, Joshua requires an exceptional musician, one proficient in various instruments. The skeleton lord stands as the ideal candidate. Are you implying that there exists more than one composition of that caliber? This time, it was the skeleton lord who was astonished. Indeed, there is more. These are the works of musical masters from a far-off land, another kingdom. In describing the earth, Joshua could only resort to the vague notion of a distant place. The soul's flame within the eye sockets of the skeletal figure flickered rapidly once more, followed by the ethereal emergence of a pitch-black box and a tattered contract. This obsidian box harbored a formidable power of corrosion, and without needing to inquire, Joshua understood what it contained, the very essence of the Lich's existence. I entrust you with 1/4 of my soul in exchange for your entire score to perform. I shall not disappoint those masters you speak of, declared the skeletal figure. The soul, an entity indivisible, meant that a mere quarter granted one the equivalent of half the Lich's life. Yet, a solitary existence in a darkened chamber devoid of light, sustenance, or water for millennia would surely render life unbearable. It was likely that the Lich was enduring such a fate. Of course, I accept. The contract posed no issues, for it was inscribed in the name of chaos, and Joshua's sensitivity to such magical forces was far superior to that of the Lich. A drop of blood welled from his fingertip and hovered before the contract, whereupon a torrent of dark, translucent mist surged from the box, merging with his blood. The liquid solidified into a jewel-like, pitch-black object that fell into the palm of Joshua's hand and melted away, leaving behind a peculiar mark. With the sigil, Joshua sensed a faint connection to the surrounding undead beings. For the future music master, Shironica. Wait, Joshua had discerned the true name of the Lich, momentarily stunned. Shironica, why did that name not sound masculine? She erupted into a piercing laugh, raising her glass filled with wine. Cheers, proclaimed the Lich Maiden, known as Shironica. Chapter 22. Night. A raven perched beside an open window of the castle, its head tilted as it gazed at the interior scenery. Suddenly, A gentle piano melody resonated from within the fortress. Accompanied by this soothing tune, even the castle's originally eerie illumination softened into a more tender glow. The surrounding forest appeared to be enchanted by the music as well. The malevolent spirits lurking in the shadows ceased their restless movements, momentarily lost in confusion, raising their heads to listen to the notes that seemed to soothe their inner bitterness, warm and soft enough to lull one into slumber. The raven hopped a few times on the windowsill, initially intending to spread its wings and take flight, yet it too was touched by the warm, sunlit notes, closing its eyes to indulge in a brief rest on the ledge. A delightful lullaby indeed. Joshu sat on the floor of the dining room, relishing the slow rendition of canon played by the skeletal bard. The bard's dedication to music seemed to rival his commitment to necromantic arts. After Joshu had composed the sheet music for him, the bard was capable of evoking countless emotions through his performance. This particular arrangement was a lullaby, clearly indicating that the bard remembered Joshu's need for rest. A plush carpet lay beneath him, so soft it could easily serve as a bed. In fact, the young sorceress, Ciri, had already claimed it as her own sleeping space, nestled against a pillow adorned with golden embroidery by the fireplace. The harrowing experiences of recent days had utterly exhausted Ciri, her adventures in the demonic realm undoubtedly perilous and thrilling. Although she understood the necessity of maintaining her guard against the demons, fatigue overtook her, and she succumbed to sleep in the hall, propped against her pillow. Regrettably, Ciri remained vigilant even in slumber. Joshu noted the way her fingers tightly gripped her wand, poised to awaken at the slightest disturbance. The sorceress's light gray hair cascaded down to her shoulders, her cheeks flushed softly in the firelight. In moments of tranquility, she appeared quite lovely. Joshu had always sensed a unique aura about Ciri, though he struggled to articulate it, perhaps a hint of wildness. That seemed somewhat inadequate. A more crude description would suggest a touch of fierceness. Were she on Earth, she would likely be the type of girl who never dons makeup and never plays coy, even with a boyfriend. Yet, Joshu believed that such girls deserve the utmost adoration. Though Ciri had drifted into slumber, Joshu felt no inclination to sleep. Programmers, by nature, often find themselves coding late into the night, their need for rest diminished. While Joshu's work was not as grueling, he frequently lost track of time when immersed in coding. The reason? He could only assert that modifying code was far more engaging than merely writing it. Does Zenith not require sleep? Joshu pondered, his fingers dancing in the air as he endeavored to translate the arcane symbols into a programming language he was well versed in. The fact that Joshu can see these inscriptions does not imply that he can utilize them. Currently, he has comprehended only about half of their meanings, while the remaining portion is still under investigation. However, this understanding is sufficient for him to create a few small artifacts that can operate independently of the system. Your Highness. As Joshu is seated upon the floor, Zenith hesitates and kneels, seemingly unsure whether to proceed with his next words. Please, speak freely. I assure you I will not take offense. Joshu perceives that this demon of sin harbors some concerns, his inner world far more intricate than his exterior suggests. I do not oppose your amicable relations with humans. However, should you seek a partner, His Majesty would undoubtedly disapprove of your union with a human. As he speaks, Zenith glances at Ciri, who slumbers peacefully by the hearth. Cough, cough. Zenith's remark causes Joshu to choke on his red wine. The bloodline of chaotic demons is exceedingly rare within the demon realm, compounded by their tragically brief lifespans and low reproductive rates. The chaotic demon clan forbids intermarriage with other races in the demon realm. The nobles of the demon world would certainly object, let alone a human. I have 3 other siblings, and my father would not depend on me to continue the lineage. Moreover, I have long since found someone I admire. Joshu sets down his cup, and with a graceful gesture of his other hand, the inscriptions he had inscribed are drawn aside. He then clenches his fist, causing the inscriptions to coalesce into a unified form, which soon transforms into the shape of a window. This sensation evokes memories of Tony manipulating J.A.R.V.I.S. and Iron Man. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Zenith, do you possess any beliefs? Joshu produces a wooden statue, the very one Ciri had used during her previous teachings. Dipping his fingers in red wine, he uses the liquid to inscribe magical runes on the floor, forming a magical circle. We, the demon clan, revere the flame of sin, which symbolizes the fire of sin and punishment. The greater the transgressions committed by our foes, the more profound their suffering. Glimmers of sparks emerge from the fissures in Zenith's magma-like skin. Since Joshu intends to conclude this topic, Zenith refrains from inquiring about the identity of Joshu's beloved and instead focuses on the small magical circle being inscribed. Would you mind if I asked you to learn another spell? This situation highlights that demons do not rely on inscriptions to construct various spells. They merely release their magical energy directly, an approach that is both straightforward and forceful. If that is your command, Your Highness, Zenith replies. Then place your hand upon this statue. If the demon lord can believe in the divine, Zenith certainly has no objections. A gentle, pale radiance flows into Zenith's being, transforming this fearsome demon into a white mage, a symbol of order. Do you see several such symbols before you? Joshu showcased a few of the simplest and most comprehensible inscriptions to Zenithus. It appeared that this valiant demon of sin possessed little aptitude for the arcane arts. His inherent power sufficed to render the pursuit of such knowledge unnecessary. Can you see this object in my hand? Joshu inquired, extending his fingers to reveal a white square that spun gracefully within his grasp. Zenithus nodded in acknowledgement of its visibility. Subsequently, with a flick of his wrist, Joshu hurled the square towards Zenithus, who effortlessly absorbed it into his very being. This outcome filled Joshu with delight, for it suggested that even with a limited understanding of the inscriptions, one could still receive the programming crafted by Joshu. After all, when engaging with a program, one need not first master the intricacies of its creation. It seemed that the divine beings of this realm defined inscriptions in a similar manner. Suddenly, a white square materialized within Zenithus's field of vision. Your Highness, what is this? He inquired, rubbing his eyes, only to discover that the object continued to float within his sight. Ah, a chat window. As for its function, Joshu's fingers tapped the air. Are you prepared for the performance the day after tomorrow? A line of text appeared abruptly in the window before Zenithus, rendering him momentarily speechless as he turned his gaze towards Joshu. It became evident to Joshu that the path to achieving interactive communication over the internet was still fraught with challenges, despite his current reliance on a local network. Chapter 23, Talents, or rather, Genius, Your Highness. The magic you have devised possesses extraordinary strategic value. When contemplating the function of the chat interface, Zenith could only associate it with warfare, having participated in several conflicts aimed at quelling the turmoil within the demon realm. He understood all too well the significance of swift information dissemination in the theater of war. Yet, this is not merely a tool of war. Before Zenith lies a new world, a realm of equality for all. This declaration from Joshu once again rendered the Sin Demon into a state of stupor. For it was indeed challenging for Zenith, with his current mindset, to fathom the magnificence of the internet age. Go rest, Joshu said, as the cube in his hand vanished, sparing his guardian further trials. Even a race as formidable as the Sin Demons requires repose. Coupled with the fact that he had activated several portals over the past few days, the construction of such gateways demanded a substantial expenditure of magical energy, making a swift recovery rather arduous. Understood. Joshu had forged an alliance with the Bone Duke, and it could be stated without hesitation that this castle had transformed into Joshu's domain. With the Bone Duke's backing, Joshu had ascended from being a mere prince tinkering with minor inventions to a contender within the upper echelons of the demon realm's power hierarchy, alongside the Great Prince and the Second Princess. Of course, this was contingent upon Joshu's willingness to vie for the throne. As Joshu watched Zenith depart the Grand Hall, he turned his attention to the mark upon his hand. This insignia served as proof of the covenant he had established with the Bone Duke. Having grasped a fragment of the Bone Duke's essence, Joshu now wielded authority over the legions of undead under the Duke's command. However, with his current magical prowess, commanding a mere 10 high-ranking Death Knights was his limit. He was still far from the level of the Bone Duke, who could wield Frostmourne and command legions of thousands. Nevertheless, Joshu perceived that the capabilities of these undead extended beyond the mere act of claiming the lives of the living or devouring human souls. He clenched his left hand, marked by the sigil, and it erupted with a dark radiance. Moments later, a couple of translucent phantoms drifted through the window into the parlor. These apparitions resembled youthful women, clad in tattered gowns inscribed with ominous runes. They were advanced entities of the ghostly branch, known as banshees, devoid of independent consciousness. These banshees would unleash frenzied assaults on any living being within their sight in the absence of a master, their piercing wails laden with malice affecting the minds of their targets. Furthermore, they possessed a more significant ability. Like ordinary ghosts, they could glide through walls and float in the air, yet they could also manipulate objects when necessary and possess the power of invisibility. Most importantly, they bore no fear of sunlight. It merely diminished a fraction of their strength without harming their essence. Joshu opened his suitcase and retrieved a camera, promptly issuing commands to the two banshees. They slowly floated beside the camera, and one of the sirens successfully grasped the relatively light device, ascending to the apex of the room. Although Joshu was already aware of the outcome, witnessing these sirens maneuvering the camera within the chamber still evoked a slight surprise. With the assistance of this siren, Joshu would no longer need to fret over the intricacies of filming. Concerns about long and short shots, camera stability, tripods, and filming vehicles would be rendered obsolete. If such beings as sirens existed on Earth, all the renowned Hollywood directors would undoubtedly enlist them as cinematographers. Perhaps these directors would not hesitate to spend lavishly on filming equipment, yet with the aid of sirens, they could achieve a truly comprehensive 360-degree capture without any blind spots. It would be a travesty for them to linger here as specters. They should join me in pursuing a career in Hollywood. The siren race is undoubtedly a treasure trove of photographic talent. Nay, they are truly prodigies. Alas, these two sirens lacked their own consciousness. As Joshu relaxed his grip, they set down the camera and vanished into thin air, while his gaze shifted toward Shiri, who was now awake by the hearth. Unable to sleep? Joshu inquired. How could one possibly rest with two malevolent spirits watching? Shiri remarked, glancing at the spot where the sirens had disappeared. Their entry into the room had roused her from slumber. Even the somnolent strains of the Bone Lord's cannon had proven ineffective. Then continue to sleep. You shall face no disturbances tonight. Joshu stifled a yawn, having gone several days without rest. Even his formidable lineage had its limits. You, aren't you planning to sleep here, are you? Shiri scanned the surroundings, noting that only her pillow remained. If Joshu were to seek a room in the castle, her neck ornament would necessitate her accompanying him. Are you not pleased with my presence? Joshu probed. Not pleased. Let me make it clear. I have no interest in you, and that will never change. While Shiri was somewhat self-preserving, she was not afraid of death, and she never concealed her discontent. She had overheard the conversation between Joshu and Xenus, which left her feelings in turmoil. Then rest early. There is work to be done tomorrow. Joshu chose to overlook Shiri's jibe, pulling out a chair beside the table and leaning back against it, then closing his eyes. Shiri observed Joshu's profile as he drifted into slumber, enveloped in silence. After careful contemplation, she acknowledged that even though Joshu restricted her freedom, her survival in the demon realm depended entirely on him. In a sense, he was her savior. However, Joshu's commanding demeanor made it difficult for Shiri to express her gratitude candidly, as she was certain he would mock her for it. Thank you, Shiri murmured to herself, clutching the pillow, her voice barely audible. Miss Shiri, what did you just say? However, Joshu's hearing remained remarkably acute. He immediately bypassed the lullaby canon to catch the faint words spoken by Shiri. Once I attain my freedom, I shall make you pay dearly. A sudden flush of crimson adorned Shiri's face, and in a bid to uphold her assertive stance, she felt compelled to utter such a fierce remark. Oh, Shiri lightly bit her lower lip, and ultimately, in an act of defiance, she clutched her pillow and turned her back on Joshu, drifting into slumber. Chapter 24. Director in the secluded village of Mokanali, nestled among the mountains, a new day dawns. The sorrow brought upon this hamlet by the recent bandit raid and the descent of demons has been entirely dispelled, thanks to the villagers' jubilant celebration of their loved one's safe return. Today, a beautiful maiden graces the village, and as she steps onto the street, she captures the attention of all. The once tranquil village. Ino emerges from her abode, softly singing the melody bestowed upon her by Joshu, having practiced throughout the night. It must be said that Ino possesses a remarkable gift for singing. As a succubus, her voice is enchanting enough to seduce any man. Melodies echo in the sky, their origin a mystery, yet the villagers accept this phenomenon as a matter of course, entranced by Ino's song. The succubus's abilities are on full display, her voice captivating the villagers, leading them to follow her will. As dawn breaks, greetings fill the air. Ino reaches the entrance of the village market, where the only clock tower stands. The chimes signal the villagers' awakening. Good morning. They cheerfully exchange, and thus a vibrant symphony commences. Ino strolls through the village, the villagers' conversations melding with the celestial music into a harmonious song, a magical scene, albeit one Ino recognizes as influenced by her enchanting powers. The villagers warmly greet her, calling her by the name Belle, and despite this misnomer, Ino feels a swell of joy. Yet, beneath her happiness lingers a sense of foreboding. She senses a malevolent force lingering in the sky, a presence distinctly different from that of demons, a stench of decay and death. This stands in stark contrast to the lively spirit of the town, though the villagers remain oblivious to this ominous aura, which is palpably close. Ino can only faintly perceive it, as if two forces have been shadowing her since earlier. Nevertheless, heeding Joshu's counsel, Ino dutifully embraces her role as Belle. She lifts her skirt, carefully traversing a small creek, and arrives at the village's only establishment that could be deemed a library, specifically designated by Joshu in the script. Upon entering, Ino pauses for a moment, taken aback. The town's sole bookworm has arrived. The librarian halts her tidying, descending the ladder to greet Belle with familiarity. Tell me, where have you traveled this time? The two cities of the Frost Kingdom, Ostera, are there new places for me to explore? Ino recognizes the librarian as Joshu, whose appearance has transformed into that of a Ficarl, yet she quickly regains her composure, reciting the lines dictated by the script. Perhaps not. But you might revisit your favorite books. Thank you. Your collection has expanded this little corner of the world. As Ino finished reciting all her lines, she breathed a small sigh of relief. Your Highness, did I perform inadequately in any aspect? Ino, clutching the book in her hands, gazed cautiously at Joshu. The deathly aura emanating from a wraith of her caliber was no trifling matter. The devastation wrought by her wails far exceeded Ino's charm by 100-fold. I am quite satisfied. Thus, Ino, you shall wear this. Joshu produced a pendant and handed it to Ino, who curiously examined the trinket, sensing an enigmatic magical essence within. This pendant enhances your mental fortitude. Conceal it beneath your garments. It was one of the relics from the Bone Lord's collection, merely a trinket among many. Yet Joshu had procured it specifically to ensure Ino's allure could encompass the entire village. Obediently, Ino adorned herself with the pendant, veiling it with her collar. With its aid, she discovered her thoughts had become remarkably clearer, and her mental capacity had significantly expanded. Your Highness, such a precious item. Only upon wearing it did Ino grasp the true value of the pendant. A magical artifact capable of swiftly augmenting mental strength without side effects was something she could never have afforded in the past, even if sold. It is not overly precious. Ino, you must understand that your charm is not merely to captivate the villagers, but rather the people of this nation, and even the world, Joshu urged. The lofty praise from Joshu left Ino somewhat flabbergasted, rendering her profoundly anxious. Now, you need only perform the scene as you did at the outset. Under Joshu's calming reassurance, Ino managed to regain some semblance of composure. Joshu then patted her shoulder and guided the succubus back into the camera's frame. Camera 1, take note. The leading lady has exited the library, whereas camera 3 for the wide shot. Camera 2 for the close-up. Keep up. Joshu emerged from the library, orchestrating the positioning of the wraiths. This time, Joshu had brought 12 wraiths from the Bone Lord's domain. One possessed her own consciousness, while the other 11 obeyed Joshu's commands entirely. The camera itself served merely as a medium. Once positioned centrally, the recording function of the primal crystal would activate automatically. It was not until the true practical rehearsal commenced that Joshu realized how convenient it was to have wraiths as camera women, capable of traversing both sky and earth. If the camera were small enough, Joshu could capture any shot she desired. As a director, Joshu had only filmed a few short films during her university years for experience. While she believed she possessed a modicum of talent for directing, her sole reliance at present was on her memory. With the wraith's assistance, Joshu successfully recreated all the scenes from the film in the first grand setting. Joshu even specifically hired a female demon to capture behind-the-scenes footage. While the scenes in the film brimmed with vitality and beauty, the behind-the-scenes content exuded an unsettling eeriness. Over a dozen specters, radiating an aura of death, circled around Belle, leading the unaware to believe she was some sort of necromancer emerging from the shadows. Yet, despite her enchanting and spirited demeanor, this lovely girl bore no resemblance to a sorceress of the undead. Moreover, the pendant bestowed by Joshu effectively enhanced Ino's beguiling powers, under Ino's subtle influence. The entire village's inhabitants commenced a day-long revelry centered around Belle. Chapter 25, Act 2. The filming in the village proceeded smoothly, albeit with a minor hiccup when Joshu attempted to portray Gaston's confession to Belle. Given Ino's nature, she dared not express any dissatisfaction, regardless of Joshu's demands. Yet reality remained distinct from performance. After considerable persuasion, Joshu managed to convince Ino, the succubus, to reject his heartfelt declaration. This segment was the only one that required several takes. All other scenes were captured fluidly in a single attempt. The subsequent narrative delved into the essence of beauty and the beast, The target has exited the village and is expected to arrive at the portal's location within an hour. Xenus, prepare yourself and ensure the target remains unaware of the portal's traces. Joshu dispatched a message to Xenus via a chat window he had created. At that moment, Belle's mother, Marina, had already boarded the carriage, bidding farewell to Belle as she set forth towards the magical capital of Nolan, located several kilometers from the quaint village. A notification from Xenus appeared, indicating that he had received Joshu's message. Joshu grasped his marked left hand tightly, focusing intently on directing the actions of the sirens. This mark not only allowed him to manipulate the undead, but also enabled a shared sensory experience. Here, Joshu shared only the siren's visual perspective, which could induce a dizzying sensation in anyone prone to 3D vertigo, though fortunately he did not suffer from such ailments. Through the eyes of one siren, Joshu observed a carriage traversing the snow-laden forest. Marina tugged at the cloak draped over her shoulders. This year's snow season had arrived unusually early, with a light flurry beginning to fall as she set out. Such a portent was not promising, should the snowfall intensify in the coming days. The road to Nolan from the village would likely be obstructed. To ensure Belle could settle into her new home swiftly, Marina needed to hasten her journey to Nolan. Her anxious thoughts compelled her to urge her servant and the aged horse onward. The accumulation of snow along the path began to thicken, and suddenly, Marina felt a pang of unease. She slightly lowered her hood and surveyed her surroundings. The forest remained unchanged, the snow still blanketing the ground. Yet an uncanny atmosphere enveloped her. It was far too quiet. Despite her advanced age, Marina's mind remained sharp. The forest silence was unsettling, only moments ago. She could hear the distant calls of unknown birds, but now it seemed that all creatures had vanished from their habitat. The snowflakes falling from the sky grew denser, and soon a fierce snowstorm would engulf the area. As Marina pondered where to seek refuge from the impending tempest, an ancient and majestic structure caught her eye. This was not her first journey along the road to Nolan, yet she had never before encountered such an imposing castle. Could it be the creation of a powerful sorcerer? The heavy snow cascading from the heavens left little time for Marina to ponder her predicament. She instructed her servant to steer their carriage towards the castle, hoping that its master would graciously permit her to take refuge for the night. As the carriage entered the rather ominous castle garden, Marina alighted and signaled for her servant to guide the horses to the stables within the castle premises. She adjusted her belongings and ascended the steps to stand before the grand entrance. Before she could knock, the castle door creaked open slowly. "Thank you," Marina murmured as she stepped inside, initially believing a servant had noticed her arrival. However, upon glancing behind the door, she was met with an unsettling emptiness. This revelation startled her, but being an experienced merchant, she understood that sorcerers often possessed a myriad of peculiar abilities, prompting her to courteously close the door behind her. "Is anyone there? Excuse my intrusion. I am but a traveler seeking shelter from the blizzard." Yet, in the shadows, countless pairs of eyes fixated on the uninvited human, including two specters. The Duke truly allows a human to enter his domain? In times past, this mortal would have been devoured by my kin long before reaching the outskirts of Twilight Forest. One specter whispered. "Silence, Warlow. The Duke has allied with the Prince. The Princess' command is the Duke's will, and it was expressly requested that we participate in." What was it called? The film, Fock, another furtive voice reminded him. Indeed, being part of the film is a tremendous honor. Spare us your complaints. Have you memorized your lines? The sirens are approaching. What was the opening line again? The candlestick on the table opened its eyes and tapped the nearby clock, whispering the words. He must have lost his way in the forest. Shut your mouth. The whispers in the darkness suddenly caught Marina's attention, and she turned towards the source of the sound, seeing nothing but a candlestick and a clock resting on the same table. "Excuse me, is anyone there?" Marina approached the table cautiously, her gaze drawn to the two exquisite candlesticks and the clock that adorned it. Picking up one of the gilded candlesticks, she examined it closely. As a merchant, she recognized its value immediately, yet the eerie atmosphere deterred any thieving thoughts. She set the candlestick down and scanned her surroundings, soon spotting the only flicker of light in the dim hall. "I merely seek a place to warm myself," Marina declared loudly, hoping to attract attention. Following the glow, she made her way to a room featuring a fireplace. The warm flames radiating from the hearth brought her immense joy, and she hurried towards it, the heat swiftly dispelling the cold that the blizzard had inflicted upon her. Immediately, Marina heard the clattering of dishes from the adjacent room. Following the sound, she entered and discovered a sumptuous dinner laid out on the table, seemingly prepared just for her. With a heart full of gratitude, Marina surveyed her surroundings. Although she was oblivious to the whereabouts of the castle's inhabitants, hunger compelled her to take a seat and indulge in the meal that had been so thoughtfully arranged. However, before she could savor more than a few bites, the teacup on the table suddenly began to move on its own. Startled, Marina gazed at the teacup, and it was then that she noticed what appeared to be a face upon it. "Mother always told me not to disturb you, for it might frighten you." The teacup spoke in a youthful voice. For 2 or 3 seconds, Marina's mind went blank. No wonder she had yet to encounter a single living soul within the castle. It was alive itself, requiring no human caretakers. "I apologize," the teacup said earnestly. "And no problem?" Marina stammered, trying desperately to maintain her composure. Yet, a chilling thought crossed her mind. Had the living inhabitants of this castle been transformed into furniture? Was the castle under some malevolent curse? An array of fearful thoughts flooded Marina's mind, compelling her to make a hasty decision to flee this eerie place. Chapter 26. The servants, the two phantoms, which had just been residing within the candlestick and clock, gradually manifested their ethereal forms in midair. Would it be too audacious for a human to dwell within this castle? The Duke has always harbored a profound disdain for humanity. Fox's voice trembled with lingering fear and unease. These two specters had faithfully served the skeletal Duke for centuries, witnessing countless ignorant humans trespass into his domain, only to be swiftly devoured by a horde of soul-eating fiends, leaving not a trace behind. Although a few fortunate souls escaped, they ultimately became wretched undead beings, suffering a fate worse than death. The outcome for any human daring to encroach upon the skeletal Duke's territory was invariably grim. Yet, this elderly woman, scarcely a sorceress, not only entered the castle but also indulged in a splendid dinner within its walls. Such an occurrence was beyond their wildest imaginations, a thought so blasphemous that it beggared belief. Yet, the reality stood before them. The skeletal Duke had graciously entertained this human. Is it not the prince's decree? Have you not observed how elated the Duke has been since the prince's arrival? His soul's flame nearly transformed into musical notes, remarked Wallowo, a violinist in the skeletal Duke's orchestra, who retained the knowledge he had acquired in life even after becoming a relic of the Duke. That piece, Canon, composed by the prince, is indeed a masterpiece. Were I still alive, I would yearn to visit some distant land to meet that illustrious composer. Do you not sense that the Duke has begun to resemble his former self these past few days? Wallowo continued, realizing that since Joshu's arrival, the skeletal Duke had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once a fervent recluse in the demon realm, he never permitted any living creature to tread upon his grounds and rarely ventured beyond his domain unless absolutely necessary, spending countless years in solitude within the castle. In the past? Indeed, my lord would at least smile. It has been decades since I have witnessed such a sight. Fok cast a glance at his friend. After years of companionship, he understood precisely what Wallowo meant by the past. Curse those wretched revolutionaries. I am certain that the prince would have stirred the Duke's heart had it not been for them. Ahem. Wallowo. Fok cleared his throat, attempting to remind him. Though a specter, Wallowo felt an icy chill creep down his spine. Should the Duke overhear your words, you would be deemed mere fodder for his entertainment. A somewhat youthful voice resonated behind them, prompting their immediate turn to greet the young apparition with a bow. The steward, Joshu, had followed the specter into the grand hall. This guiding ghost held a rank second only to the skeletal Duke and served as the castle steward, the same spirit that had previously masqueraded as a teacup. Thank you all for your cooperation. This film still has many unfinished segments that require your contributions. Joshu, not particularly adept at flattery, finds that programmers are creatures of action rather than words. Thus, he can only briefly outline the forthcoming tasks to the spirits residing in the castle. There are a total of 21 spirits who serve the skeletal lord, evidently distinct from those who have retained their ghostly forms for merely a year or two. Several of these spirits can trace their existence back to an era predating humanity itself. Each of these 21 spirits possesses the ability to attach themselves to objects, treating them as corporeal forms, which helps Joshu address another captivating aspect of the film Beauty and the Beast, the animated furniture. Whatever the prince desires, they shall execute without hesitation. 3 spirits performed a ritual of uncertain origin before Joshu. To the castle, he is merely an outsider, lacking the authority to command them. Curiously, he sensed no discontent from these 3 spirits. Could it be the influence of his princely status? Joshu had no time to ponder this, as he watched the 3 spirits fade from view and turned his attention to Xenus beside him. The sin-born demon was now clad in a tailored outfit, concealing his magma-like skin, and he finally exuded a hint of princely demeanor. Xenus had just completed his first scene, in which the beast cast Belle's father into a cell. His performance was commendable, portraying a frantic and fearful beastly prince with remarkable depth. Yet now, a hint of disappointment shadowed Zinuz's expression. The lullaby played by the skeletal lord had already lulled a certain merchant woman into slumber, and upon awakening, she would be well cared for. Joshu understood the source of Zinuz's melancholy. As a battle-hardened, sin-born demon, Zinuz had previously shown no mercy in decapitating bandits in the village, cleansing the earth with their blood. However, in confronting a frail old woman, merely roaring at her and rudely tossing her into a prison left him feeling guilty. Kindness. Such an emotion is the least required of a sin-born demon bred for slaughter. It is simply a matter of the fundamental dignity and decorum expected of the strong. Zinuz's flames are reserved for those who commit heinous acts and crimes. In the afternoon, Ino would arrive at the castle, and once filming concludes, that human would be free. During this interval, Zinuz could seek out a few dancing spirits to learn the art of the waltz. Joshu is confident that he can wrap up the filming of Beauty and the Beast in a short span. The time consumed in film production typically arises from actors' mistakes, camera arrangements, and post-production effects. These concerns, however, are non-existent for Joshu, as the actors within the castle are the skeletal lord's attendants, unlike the villagers, whose actions are far more unpredictable. If the progress remains swift, Joshua anticipates that he will complete the filming of this movie in approximately 1 week. After all, Beauty and the Beast represents merely a small segment of Joshua's grand blueprint. This film serves as his stepping stone into the realm of humanity. Chapter 27, The Ball. A day later, within the tower of the castle that served as a prison for criminals. The experiences of the past fortnight had led Marina to feel as though she could pin a travelogue. Not everyone could boast of being abducted by demons on 2 separate occasions. During her 24 hours of confinement in the dungeon, Marina found the ordeal bearable, as the sporadic strains of piano music resonating through the castle enveloped her in a comforting embrace. Suddenly, she heard footsteps approaching, and as she reached the edge of her cell, she beheld a figure most unexpected, Belle. What transpired next mirrored the tales of old. The benevolent Belle, in a selfless act to save her kin, resolutely chose to remain in the castle in place of her family. The elderly Marina was utterly powerless against Zinuz's might. As he callously dragged her from the castle and unceremoniously cast her into the garden beyond its walls. The castle gates shut once more, and Marina collapsed into the snow, shrouded in sorrow and despair. Madame Marina, Madame Marina. In that moment of utter hopelessness, she heard the voice of her servant. The servant, guiding an old horse, hastened across the thorn-laden garden to stand before her. You have not left? Marina gazed at her in disbelief. This servant was merely a hireling, engaged through monetary means, devoid of any emotional bond. As a merchant, Marina understood well that no sentiment is more fragile than that which is tethered by money. Yet, this servant had risked her life to evade the demon's wrath within the confines of this estate. Gaston. Yes, I can seek Mr. Gaston's assistance. Marina recalled an esteemed sorcerer who could navigate the demon realm with ease. She swiftly mounted the horse, her movements surprisingly agile for a woman of her advanced years. What will you do? This was the only horse Marina had brought from the village. Do not worry, I have found a place to hide nearby, replied the servant. Marina did not hesitate. She was adept at discerning priorities. After bidding her a careful farewell, she urged her steed onward, and they galloped towards the forest beyond the castle. The servant watched as Marina vanished into the woods, then removed the transmutation ring from her finger. How amusing that you could utter the word honesty with such a serious countenance, remarked Siri, emerging from the trees on the other side of the garden, observing Joshu standing before the snow. As the mastermind behind it all, Joshu had orchestrated everything, the planning, the script, the filming, and even partaking in various roles himself. However, this servant's role was not among those of mere cameo appearances. Why not? I am a demon, after all. Joshu retorted briskly, striding towards the castle. His response rendered Siri speechless, had it not been for Joshu's deliberate reminder. She might have nearly forgotten his identity as a prince of demons. The scenery in the castle's grand hall was far less foreboding than the exterior. Since Ino arrived at the castle yesterday afternoon, Joshu had been diligently working on the filming of Beauty and the Beast. At that moment, he was preparing to shoot the most poignant scene of the entire narrative. One that would surely elicit countless gasps of delight from young maidens, the enchanting moment when Belle and the Beast share a dance in the castle hall. As Joshu entered the hall, he observed Ino gracefully dancing at the center with Zinuz. The succubus was adorned in a splendid princess gown, and her inherent charm rendered her the focal point of attention from the moment she appeared, captivating the gaze of every male and female present. 3 minutes later, As the music began to fade, Ino and Xenus gradually ceased their movements. At that moment, both demons instinctively directed their attention toward Shiri, who stood at the edge of the dance floor, rather than toward Joshu. It seemed almost unbelievable to Joshu himself that this former sorceress, who had once endured a life so meager that she could only survive on tree bark, occasionally fortunate enough to savor a morsel of rabbit meat, had become the dance instructor for Ino and Xenus. Well done, though I am reluctant to admit it, you both learned rather quickly. For now, let us conclude this segment. Xenus, Ino, please take a moment to rest, review the script, and prepare for the next scene. In his hand, Joshu held the original crystal stone handed to him by the succubus. The filming of this scene had consumed a total of 7 crystal stones, each capturing a different shot. Drawing upon his memory, Joshu infused the faint white magic into the stones, meticulously editing and merging the captured images into a single crystal. He inscribed the numeral 72 onto the surface of the crystal and placed it into a storage case. Is it true that you cannot even perform such a simple waltz? Shiri inquired, leaning closer to Joshu. If I could, I wouldn't require your instruction. Ah, well, this is a skill you will undoubtedly need if you venture into human society. Would you like to learn? Shiri seized the opportunity to assert herself, having often felt a sense of intellectual suppression during her interactions with Joshu, as his words invariably touched upon her areas of ignorance. Now, she had finally discovered something that Joshu did not know. Joshu regarded Shiri, suddenly reminded of the husky he had cared for back on Earth. Though it was unfair to liken a girl to a husky, he could not shake the sense of DJVU. Then I shall entrust this to you, Miss Shiri. To Shiri's surprise, Joshu genuinely opted to humbly seek her guidance. Very well. I will teach you. Shiri acknowledged her earlier impulsiveness, more than a desire to show off. She was genuinely inspired by the performance of Xenus and Ino. Even though Shiri, as an observer, was aware that Ino and Zenith were merely acting, she found herself enraptured by the enchanting scene of Beauty and the Beast. Any young girl witnessing such a moment would undoubtedly be affected. Thus, her impulsiveness led her to a point of no return. Regret served no purpose as Joshu had already extended his hand towards her, compelling Shiri to reluctantly clasp it. Place your hand on my waist, Shiri said, her body momentarily stiffening before she uttered the words. Following her instructions, Joshu gently rested his hand on her waist, while Shiri placed her other hand upon his shoulder. At that precise moment, music began to play, and Shiri guided Joshu as they commenced another performance of Beauty and the Beast upon the dance floor. Indeed, it was another rendition. Yet Shiri wondered if her fate would mirror that of Bellas. Surely, it must be possible? With her head lowered, Shiri discreetly gazed at Joshu. But before they had danced but a few steps, her beautiful reverie was shattered by Joshu's clumsiness. You stepped on my foot. Reality was far from the perfection depicted in films. Joshu, a novice in ballroom dancing, ruthlessly dismantled the romantic tableau that Shiri had constructed in her heart. I'm sorry. Joshu's apology fell flat, utterly ineffective. You stepped on it again. Are you doing this on purpose? Can't we extend a little grace to a beginner? Although Joshu voiced these thoughts, her mind was elsewhere. It wasn't until Joshu held Shiri's hand that she noticed the numerous scars marring Shiri's delicate skin, even extending to her arms. Despite Shiri's attempts to conceal them in such close proximity, Joshu could not help but see the stark contrast between the blemishes and her fair complexion. Such hands were not befitting of a young girl. Chapter 28. The preview. Joshua held a crystal marked with the inscription 1 and infused it with magical energy. The images stored within the crystal projected into the air, which Joshua then maneuvered onto a smooth wall of the castle. In that moment, the cinema-quality visuals, typically reserved for Earth, graced the ancient stronghold. The film Beauty and the Beast was 70% complete, with the remaining scenes depicting Gaston's assault on the castle. Even though Joshua had forged an alliance with the Skeletal Lord, he knew he must first report his intentions to him. After all, it would be improper to bring a multitude of people to disrupt the sanctity of another's home, even if merely for a performance. Thus, Joshua opted for this unique method to convey his purpose to the Skeletal Lord. Consequently, the Skeletal Lord became the esteemed audience of the world's inaugural film screening, accompanied by a host of ghostly servants. The movie unfolded as Joshua had envisioned, and he was thoroughly satisfied with the cinematography, scene depiction, and even the lighting. The film's score was graciously performed by the Skeletal Lord himself. At that moment, the castle was enveloped in silence, save for the dialogue of the characters on screen. Many scenes depicted the familiar castle surroundings, while the village portions were closely observed by Ciri, who was present throughout. Both the skeletal lord and Ciri were entirely engrossed in the film's progression, and at a pivotal moment, Joshua even heard the sound of held breath. Joshua believed the film's greatest allure lay in its ability to reveal to the audience the existence of such wondrous experiences in the world. A sentiment that could be articulated with various synonyms for wonderful. The essence of cinema is to allow audiences to vicariously experience different lives. Intelligent beings eternally yearn for lives they have yet to possess. However, as the film reached its midpoint, the image abruptly vanished. What comes next? Why has it stopped? Before Ciri could voice her thoughts, the skeletal lord's voice resonated through the darkened hall. The flickering flames of souls within his eye sockets shifted their gaze back to Joshua. My lord, this film is incomplete. Joshua had initially intended merely to showcase the concept of film to the skeletal lord, which is why he had presented the unfinished version of Beauty and the Beast for viewing. When will it be completed? This question stirred within the skeletal lord an impulse to unleash his frustration upon Joshua once more. If you, my lord, permit those humans a brief tour of your castle, I could finalize this film within 2 days, Joshua proposed. The skeletal lord pondered for a moment, his bony fingers tapping rhythmically on the armrest of his chair, as if caught in a web of indecision regarding this matter. Your Highness, do you genuinely wish for me to perform in the realm of humans? The restless soul within the skeletal prince's eye sockets eventually calmed, as he forged a pact with Joshua to obtain the latter's musical score. Joshua, on the other hand, hoped for the skeletal prince to hold a concert in the realm of humanity, a notion the prince dismissed as a mere jest. The idea of a harbinger of calamity like him traversing the cities of mankind? Never had he encountered a more horrifying jest. However, the film Beauty and the Beast stirred something within him, igniting a flicker of belief that perhaps Joshua could indeed alter humanity's perception of their kind. Honestly, I shall inscribe your name, my Lord Duke, at the film's conclusion, so that every viewer will know that all the enchanting scores are your creation, Joshua proclaimed. In that case, proceed, for I eagerly await the film's ending. With the prince's approval, Joshua prepared to film the final segment. Yet the skeletal prince once again grasped Joshua's hand. My lord, might you disclose the film's conclusion in advance? Specifically, do Belle and the prince end up together? The skeletal prince's long-dormant curiosity, awakened by Joshua, surged forth. He had intended to unveil the ending only after filming was complete. Yet he found himself unable to withstand the suspense. As the skeletal prince posed his question, the other spectators, whether they be Ciri or the ethereal spirits, turned their gazes toward Joshua, seemingly eager to learn the film's resolution. Under the weight of so many eyes, Joshua felt an overwhelming pressure, but ultimately, he revealed the truth of the ending. No. What? The finale depicted the demon prince sacrificing himself to protect Belle, collapsing lifelessly in her embrace. A chill coursed through Joshua, particularly as he felt the intensity of the skeletal prince's flickering soul fire fixed upon him, instilling a peculiar impression that his own life might be in peril. Are you serious? Joshua faced the most terrifying inquiry since meeting the skeletal prince. Previously, while the prince held little affection for him, he at least maintained the basic courtesies of a subject. Yet now, the prince's demeanor conveyed a clear threat. Should you dare to write a tragic ending, I swear I will unleash death upon you until you explode. Joshua recalled how some scriptwriters on Earth crafted tragedies so exquisitely that audiences wept profusely, leading him to send one such writer 10 pounds of razor blades as a token of goodwill. My Lord Duke, this is a fictional tale, crafted for the sake of the narrative, he explained. Beauty and the Beast has undergone countless adaptations on Earth, the most renowned being Disney's version, alongside a French rendition. My purpose in creating this film is to reshape humanity's view of demons. Thus, I chose to alter the ending to a tragic one, wherein the demon perishes in Belle's arms to protect her. Sometimes, a tragedy resonates more profoundly than a comedy, does it not? However, observing the reaction of the skeletal monarch, Joshua felt it imperative to alter the narrative to one in which the final curse remains unbroken. Yet the demon prince continues to revel in an unabashed existence with Belle within the castle walls. What truly took Joshua by surprise was the revelation that this lich lord harbored a delicate heart akin to that of a fragile maiden. Chapter 29, the birth of the first video game. Following the conclusion of the trial screening, and under the urging of the Bone King, Joshua hastened the filming process. Thus, Joshua now found himself seated in a carriage, assuming the guise of the hunter Gaston. Beside him stood a group of villagers, their hearts aflame with righteous indignation. Led by Gaston, they raised torches and armed themselves with bows and pitchforks, prepared to confront the beast that had imprisoned the beautiful maiden, Belle, within their village. The villagers, who primarily subsisted through hunting amidst the woodlands, might have felt trepidation had they been informed that their adversary was a demon. However, Joshu artfully portrayed Xenus as a humanoid beast. To these hunters, any beast was merely a target. As long as it could be slain with an arrow, it posed no true threat. Thus, emboldened by this belief, the villagers followed Joshu into what would be the most perilous locale of their lives, the Bone King's shadowy forest. Little did they know that this forest harbored countless malevolent spirits, ever ready to rend their souls asunder. Would they still march forward with such bravado upon learning this? The spirits dwelling within the forest, for the first time in centuries, beheld a multitude of living beings encroach upon their territory. These malevolent entities, having long been deprived of the taste of fresh souls, exhibited signs of agitation. Yet, the pervasive authority of the Bone King loomed over the forest, instilling a sense of dread that held the spirits at bay, leaving them to merely watch the succulent morsels pass by, save for a few sirens dispatched by Joshu to document the scene. Is the final outcome truly tragic? As Joshu concentrated on coordinating the sirens to capture the moment, a window suddenly popped up before him. It seemed necessary to add a few lines of code to the chat window for notification purposes. Thankfully, Joshu was not on horseback. Otherwise, the abrupt appearance of this message could have caused his steed to collide with the carriage ahead. Joshu cast a glance at the source of this disturbance, Hiri, who was seated in another carriage, her gaze coincidentally meeting his. Indeed, she replied. Hiri, a novice white mage, had swiftly grasped the use of the chat window program Joshu had sent her, and was now delighting in her newfound pastime of sending him nuisance messages. Is there no room for modification? That's merely for the film. Joshu clenched his left hand, marked by a sigil, and issued a series of commands to the sirens, while his other hand deftly struck the air, typing rapidly. This dual-focus capability was a recent discovery for Joshu, who, since absorbing the memories of the Demon Prince, found his thoughts clearer than ever. Crafting a string of code in mere seconds had become an effortless task. Yet, if the ending is tragic, then what of the prince and Belle? As Shiri reached this point in her editing, her hands suddenly halted, and she became acutely aware of a rather unsettling realization. She found herself sympathizing with the demon, although merely a character in a film. She felt a profound indignation for the unjust treatment of that demon prince. After viewing the screening of Joshua's film, Shiri's singular desire was for Belle and the prince to live happily ever after. She could not fathom the origin of this fervent yearning. Upon hearing Joshua's revelation that the prince would ultimately be slain by the villagers, Shiri was overwhelmed with sorrow and resentment for the prince's fate. Even entertaining the thought of compelling Joshua to revise the script or perhaps intervening to stop the villagers herself, Joshua had hoped for this very reaction from Shiri, as it validated the success of Beauty and the Beast. He believed that a truly compelling romantic film should not merely satiate the audience with superficial sentiments but should evoke a heartfelt wish for the protagonists to unite, accompanied by genuine blessings for their happiness. This, he mused, is the hallmark of a film's successful portrayal of love, a feat that Beauty and the Beast undoubtedly achieved. In this world, happy endings are scarce. Do not dwell on it too much. By the way, I created an intriguing little program yesterday. What? Upon seeing this message pop up in the chat box, Shiri's attention was instantly diverted. The concept of a chat window was utterly foreign to her. Even after Joshua explained that it was a magic crafted through inscriptions, Shiri remained bewildered by its mechanics. She understood that magic such as eagle eye and insight could alter one's field of vision. But the notion of a window appearing within that field to facilitate textual communication was entirely new to her. At that moment, she could only assume Joshua was jesting. After all, a strategic-level magic capable of causing widespread destruction required about 10,000 inscriptions, while this window supposedly necessitated 70,000, Shiri was utterly unconvinced. Then proceed. Joshua conjured a rotating cubic phantom in his hand and tossed it toward Shiri, who sat beside him in the carriage. The cube successfully entered her being. This represented a localized transmission in reality, with Joshua's mental energy serving as the medium, covering an approximate range of 1 to 200 meters. Shiri accepted the inscription program Joshua provided, and soon, in addition to the chat window, a new element appeared in her field of vision. What is this? Shiri inquired, gazing at the newly emerged window, which contained two rectangular shapes on either side and a minuscule cube at the forefront. Ping pong. This game, the progenitor of all video games, was invented by the American physicist William Higginbotham, and its inception marked the birth of a revolutionary form of entertainment. The game of table tennis is remarkably simplistic, reduced to merely two rectangular paddles and a small square ball that bounces across the screen. Yet, in an era when even video games were an enigma, The moment table tennis was introduced, it captivated the masses. Joshua recalls that Willie Higginbotham once placed this mechanical marvel in a bar, allowing patrons to insert a coin for a single game. A concept that would later evolve into the arcade phenomenon. Within just a few days, the coins in that machine reached an astonishing overflow. After Joshua elucidated the rules of the game, Shiri found her attention irresistibly drawn to it. This marked her inaugural encounter with video games and the beginning of her enchantment with them. Chapter 30. The conclusion of the shoot. The demon fell, battered and bruised, into Belle's embrace. With delicate fingers, she rested her hand upon the demon's robust shoulder, tears cascading from her eyes. The demon, expending the last vestiges of its strength, lifted its sharp claw to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of Belle's eyes before closing its eyes forever, departing this world. Belle, overwhelmed with grief, collapsed against the demon's chest, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, the camera ascended, rising into the sky where the entire castle was captured within its frame. A ray of light emerged from the distant mountains as the sun rose, casting its radiance upon the castle, marking the conclusion of this film within that luminous glow. Click. It was done. As the director, Joshua emerged from the crumbling cliffside. In this scene, the actor playing the demon, Xenus, used the last of his strength to hurl Gaston over the castle's precipice. Joshua even recorded a close-up of his own fall into the abyss. As the lifeless demon heard Joshua utter the word cut, it opened its eyes, sprang to its feet, and tidied the bloodstains marring its form. This blood, provided by the skeleton's companion, was not the vivid crimson of human blood. Ino wiped away her own tears, dusting off her gown before turning her gaze towards Joshua. "Congratulations on flawlessly completing the world's first film," she remarked. Joshua extended his hand, and the 12 fairies sequentially presented the footage they had recorded. This was the final segment of Beauty and the Beast. All that remained was for Joshua to edit the footage, adding the opening and closing credits, officially declaring the film complete. "Your Highness, do you have any further commands?" Xenus, unaware of the monumental achievement he had just accomplished, merely followed Joshua's directives, performing as required. "At your command." Ino, however, did not seem to feel any joy upon the film's completion. She fidgeted with the hem of her gown, as if harboring a secret within her heart that she dared not share with Joshua. "Ino, come with me," Joshua said, perceiving the thoughts swirling in the succubus's mind. He made no elaborate arrangements, simply issuing this command as he walked towards the other side of the castle. With a heart full of unease, Ino followed Joshua, her thoughts entangled and complex, until he led her to the grand entrance of the castle. When Joshua pushed open the doors, the villagers outside beheld their beloved Belle standing unharmed, erupting into cheers. "Belle, are you all right?" Marina exclaimed with excitement, gazing at Belle, who stood beside Gaston, eager to embrace her. Yet Ino instinctively took a step back in fear, for she was no longer Belle, the cherished, kind-hearted human girl beloved by the villagers and cared for by her adoptive mother. This enchanting tale has just reached its conclusion, with her identity now revealed as Ino, a lowly succubus. Ino's survival in the lower echelons of the demon realm can be attributed to her acceptance of her true self. She is acutely aware of what does not belong to her. Yet at that moment, Joshua grasped Ino's arm and gently nudged her forward, urging her. "Miss Marina is deeply concerned for you. You must go." However, Ino stammered, "But your Highness, I am not." Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Joshua. "Indeed, you are not Belle. Your name is Ino. Therefore, you must tell Miss Marina your true name, while your identity can remain confidential." "She will not accept it." Ino shook her head, her body trembling slightly. Joshua understood how devastating Marina's compassion could be for Ino. Having endured immense suffering in the lower realms for so many years, perhaps Marina was the first to genuinely care for her. "Do you think Miss Marina would despise you over such trivial matters?" Joshua inquired. This statement caused Ino to pause, as if it infused her wavering heart with newfound strength. She began to step toward Marina, and ultimately, amidst the villagers' jubilant cheers, Ino and Marina embraced. At that moment, as Marina held her close, Ino felt a sting in her nose, and tears once again welled at the corners of her eyes. These tears were genuine, unlike the phony ones shed during her earlier performance. Joshua observed this scene, realizing that perhaps this was the true, fulfilling conclusion for Ino. How ironic it was. Shiri stood among the villagers who had rushed into the castle to rescue Belle, watching their jubilant celebration with a smirk. But for them, isn't this a perfect ending? She mused. The demon was the villain who had abducted Belle, and they had triumphed over evil to rescue her. Justice had prevailed, and perhaps this story would be passed down through generations in this small village. Joshua approached Shiri in the guise of Gaston, saying. Shiri remained silent. Throughout the filming, she had been present, and only she, knowing the truth, could comprehend the absurdity of these villagers' cheers. Everyone, listen to me. The beast has cursed this castle upon its death. Anyone who steps foot inside will be haunted by vengeful spirits. Joshua refrained from further engaging Shiri, instead beginning to dissuade the villagers. Although the Lord of Bones had permitted these humble humans to merely pass through his castle, he would show no mercy should they linger after filming or dare to steal. In truth, had it not been for Joshua's intervention, the villagers would have already plotted to claim the castle's treasures as their own, defeating the dragon entitled one to its hoard. This was a universally accepted principle in the human realm, considering that these villagers are a dedicated troop of extras. Joshua could not possibly cast them aside to appease malevolent spirits after their performance. Following his triumph over the beast, Gaston became the unequivocal authority among the villagers, who, upon hearing this admonition, realized the castle truly was haunted. Driven by primal fear, they had no choice but to flee from the castle. You may refer to me as Joshua. Gaston is merely a pseudonym. Miss Marina, you should leave this place at once. I shall follow shortly. As Joshua spoke these words, a blood-curdling scream erupted from within the castle, and the surrounding sky darkened ominously, alerting Marina to the imminent danger that still lurked within its walls. I understand, Mr. Joshua, Marina replied, nodding as she took Inno's hand and departed with the villagers. What remained was the subsequent handling of the situation. Joshua retrieved the original crystal he held and examined it closely. This was the very first crystal to encapsulate the cultural essence of Earth. Chapter 31. The Ambassadors of Culture. You have truly transformed the ultimate conclusion into a tragedy. Lord Skeleton sat indignantly at the long table in the hall, observing Joshua as he busily edited his work. Initially, Lord Skeleton ought to have been enraged by the intrusion of those contemptible humans into his domain. However, upon viewing the complete rough cut of Beauty and the Beast, two tiny flames of soul emerged from the empty sockets of his skull, spilling forth his tears, followed by a brief moment of melancholy. Yet, his sorrow was short-lived, as he recalled that the screenplay's author was right beside him. Thus, he hurried over to Joshua, ready to express his discontent. My lord, if you are dissatisfied, you may personally pen a perfect conclusion to this script. Your Highness, do you truly believe I can alter the ending? Lord Skeleton's tone, lacking in warmth, implied that he was indeed contemplating a forceful revision, pinning Joshua's approval. What I mean is that you can craft a narrative based on this story's template, one that reflects your own desires. This is a possibility for anyone. The creative method Joshua referred to is known on Earth as adaptation, and in more niche circles, it is termed fan fiction. The cinematic renditions of Beauty and the Beast that future generations would watch are primarily adaptations of the original work, whether produced by Disney or the French, all categorized as cinematic adaptations rather than original works. Joshua, too, harbored no objections to the inhabitants of this world reinterpreting Beauty and the Beast. In fact, he encouraged such endeavors. It is through numerous adaptations that this tale has gained widespread recognition. Joshua held only one stipulation for these adapters. They must acknowledge the original author at the end of their works, Madame de Beaumont, the true creator of Beauty and the Beast, a distinguished French female writer. This was also a personal principle for Joshua, who never intended to claim these works as his own in this alternate realm. After all, he came to this world to disseminate Earth's culture, not to pilfer it. As a responsible cultural ambassador, this is the most fundamental requirement. I have yet to reach such a humiliating state, Lord Skeleton reflected before abandoning that notion, realizing he lacked any creative talent. Then, my lord, may I audaciously inquire, could you share your full name with me? Joshua paused, having only known Lord Skeleton's first name since entering into their contract, unaware of his surname. Your Highness, what significance does this inquiry hold? Because I wish to inform the audience of the composer behind this film. Joshua took a sufficiently long sheet of paper, thoroughly blackening it, and inscribed the final cast list in white paint. Naturally, the first name listed was that of Madame de Beaumont, the original author of Beauty and the Beast, followed by the lead roles, Ino, who portrayed Belle, and Zenus, who played the prince. He meticulously recorded the names of those who voiced the enchanted furniture, along with several cameo appearances from villagers and Serialization. The surname is of little consequence, Your Highness. All I ask is that you remember my name, and I shall be thoroughly satisfied. It seems that the skeleton prince harbors a peculiar aversion to his surname, yet, adhering to his wishes, Joshua ultimately inscribed only his name, Kashio Loanica. Following this, an entire series of credits bore the name of Joshua Yanarod, encompassing roles such as director, planner, screenwriter, prop supplier, scene designer, cinematographer, editor, and so forth. Having invested such considerable effort into the film, Joshua was quite unabashed in promoting himself. After finalizing the end credits, the next task was to create the opening sequence. The opening merely showcased the logo of a production company after careful contemplations. Joshua sketched a globe on a blank sheet of paper, inscribing beneath it the words "Produced by Earth Production" in both Chinese and English. Although it appeared somewhat simplistic, this rotating blue planet would become Joshua's signature logo, as these films, novels, and games all originated from Earth. The spinning effect was achieved through the most rudimentary method of flipping through a comic strip, as Joshua had yet to comprehend how to input images into the program he had devised. Completion. After finishing both the opening and closing sequences, Joshua recorded them onto a crystal stone, proclaiming the successful creation of Beauty and the Beast. "Your Grace, this is a memento for you." Joshua produced an empty crystal stone and made a copy for the Skeleton Prince. The film's production had utilized over 100 crystal stones. But having learned the white magic taught by Siri, Joshua could now recycle these stones, thus incurring little actual loss. "Will Your Highness be screening this film in the human world?" The Skeleton Prince took the crystal stone from Joshua, already aware of his ambitions. Joshua did not intend to limit viewership to a mere couple of hundred. His aspirations reached for the entire world. Of course, the first stop would be the magical city of Nolan, Joshua declared. However, he had yet to decide on a screening venue. He would consult Siri later, for she was far more acquainted with the human realm than he was. At that moment, a ghostly figure floated beside Joshua. He was the Skeleton Prince's butler, who had played the role of a teacup in the film. I understand. I shall take my leave for now, Your Grace. But when I next visit, I must invite you to a performance at a theater. Here, I have organized the sheet music for you." Joshua gathered his belongings and pushed a thick stack of sheet music toward the Skeleton Prince, containing works by renowned composers from Earth. "A performance, you say? I do not hold high hopes for such an unlikely event, but Your Highness, if you happen to create another film, you must inform me in advance." The Skeleton Prince cherished the sheet music as though it were a treasured gem, then turned to Joshua and remarked, "Have you become quite enamored with watching films? This form of entertainment is indeed remarkably novel for the inhabitants of this world." After acquiescing to the request, Joshua made his way to the grand entrance of the Duke's castle, carrying a suitcase. Siri had been waiting outside the castle for quite some time. As Joshua descended the staircase and approached Siri, she extended a challenge to him. Ever since the filming concluded, Siri and Joshua had engaged in a series of table tennis matches, with Joshua achieving an unfortunate 10 consecutive victories over her. This ignited Siri's competitive spirit. "Shall we play after we get in the carriage?" "Certainly." Joshua had initially thought that this little game lacked depth. For him, it hardly constituted a pastime, especially since he had grown somewhat weary of the myriad AAA games available on Earth. Yet, the essence of video games lies in the joy they bring to players. And table tennis provided immense pleasure to Siri, regardless of its simplicity. Without hesitation, she dashed to the carriage driven by Xenus and patted the seat beside her, urging Joshua to hurry and join her. Joshua could already envision what Siri would become when the true era of the internet finally dawned. He felt that this time was not far off, especially since he had forcefully kicked open the door to this new age. Volume 2. The Prelude to Culture, Chapter 32. The magical city of Nolan. Joshua sat in a carriage, drawing back the curtains to gaze at the scenery outside. This carriage had been borrowed from the Skeleton Duke, initially driven by Xenithus. However, upon entering the realm of humans, Joshua had specifically hired a villager to take on the role of coachman, leaving Xenithus to remain on standby in the territory of the Skeleton Duke. After approximately 3 days, the carriage finally emerged from the snowbound forests, and the number of travelers on the road gradually increased. Is the flow of people in Nolan always this bustling? Joshua observed the throngs of individuals on the road, noting that many carriages were adorned with decorations far too lavish for mere commoners. Along the way, he also encountered numerous merchant caravans transporting goods. From the sights presented along this route, Joshua could already envision the immense prosperity of Nolan. The flow of people? I presume they are envoys from various nations. Mr. Joshua, did you not come to Nolan specifically to attend the World Expo scheduled in 2 months? Marina and Eno sat opposite Joshua, and as a competent businesswoman, she quickly deduced the meaning of some of Joshua's peculiar phrases. Her gaze flickered towards the merchant caravans outside, recalling with a sigh that her own goods had vanished into thin air a fortnight prior. "No, I am merely visiting a friend in Nolan with Shiri, though I might consider attending the expo." Joshu recalled that name. A similar assembly had occurred on Earth when England hosted the First World Industrial Exposition during Queen Victoria's reign in 1851, inviting nations from around the globe to participate in the event. Though it may seem somewhat abrupt, Mr. Joshu, might you disclose what you intend to showcase? Of course. Only if it is convenient. Marina immediately sensed an opportunity for commerce. Since Nolan enacted a law known as the Patent Law 30 years ago, the sorcerers of this nation realized that enhancing their own powers could not fundamentally alter the world. Many ambitious sorcerers began to delve into the manufacture of magical machinery, giving rise to a phenomenon known as alchemy workshops throughout the nation. This advancement propelled Nolan, already a leader in magical research, to achieve even greater heights. However, this small nation, built upon the foundation of students and teachers, could never compare to the vast neighboring powers, thus maintaining a position of neutrality. The reason other nations hesitated to act recklessly against Nolan was due to its welcoming attitude towards sharing knowledge with all intelligent beings across the globe. This led to situations where a king of a certain empire might very well be an alumnus of one of Nolan's schools, or his father having once served as a professor at a prestigious institution within this nation. Moreover, Nolan's sorcerer qualification certificate has become the benchmark by which spellcasters are measured internationally. However, the true reason for the balance among the nations of the world lies in the multitude of extraordinary mages possessed by Nolan. Marina possesses a rudimentary understanding of magic and is acutely aware of the immense value a new type of magical machinery holds. If Joshu truly has access to such a device, Marina would be untroubled by the ephemeral goods that have vanished into thin air. Yet, this entirely hinges on Joshu's willingness to part with this technology as a commodity. Allow me to reveal that I have prepared something for the exhibition, right here. Joshu gestured towards his head, yet the merchant lady appeared visibly perplexed. Do not worry, Madam Marina. When the time is ripe, I shall propose a business deal that could bestow upon you unimaginable wealth. What Joshu intended to convey was the window of opportunity that had materialized before him. However, Marina had not mastered the magic of the God of Order and thus could not perceive the program Joshu had crafted. Then I shall await Mr. Joshu's news. Marina had originally planned to seize the opportunity presented by the world's fair to profit within Nolan, but an unforeseen disaster had utterly shattered her ambitions. Nevertheless, she felt no profound disappointment. She reached out to caress the silvery white hair of Ino beside her, who was currently attired in men's clothing with her hair styled into a single ponytail. Regrettably, this did not lend Ino any semblance of gallantry. Rather, she appeared more like a fragile girl. However, Ino had already confided her name and gender to Marina, who, upon learning this, selflessly accepted Ino and resolved to nurture her. As they conversed, the carriage gradually approached the gates of Nolan. This city lacked fortifications, instead enveloped by a transparent magical barrier that replaced traditional walls. Nolan is built upon the ruins of ancient civilizations, with the sealed remnants constructing an impenetrable barrier that renders Nolan the most formidable stronghold in the world. Marina carried little in the way of goods, thus her customs duty amounted to merely a few silver coins. Yet, for common folk, such a tax could be burdensome. After crossing the border and traveling for over 2 hours, passing several small towns and villages, the carriage finally entered Nolan, the most prosperous city in this realm. Joshu opened the carriage door and stepped out, inhaling the air that was far fresher than that of the demon realm. The architectural style of the entire city bore a resemblance to the Victorian structures of the 19th century, yet the attire of the pedestrians presented a veritable mlang. Sandfolk, lizardmen, elves, dwarves, gnomes, goblins. Joshu could effortlessly spot these various races along the streets. The most numerous were the robed magicians. This is the address of my residence, Mr. Joshu. Should you receive any favorable news, please seek me here. Marina handed Joshu a piece of paper marked with a remarkably precise location. I will do so. Ino, I hope you can swiftly acclimate to life in this city. Joshu's command carried an authoritative tone, despite its semblance to a blessing, to which Ino promptly nodded in understanding. Joshu grasped the handle of the suitcase and closed the carriage door. Where shall we go next? Asked Siri, standing beside Joshu, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Throughout their journey, her record against Joshu had been a staggering one, 210, leading her to suspect that Joshu was undoubtedly cheating. Alas, her protest proved futile. Did you not mention that you came here to see your sister? This city now teemed with a chaotic blend of characters. Before seeking the theater mentioned by the Bone Palace, Joshu needed to procure a map of the city, though the guidance of locals would undoubtedly prove more valuable than any mere map. Siri tugged at the collar around her neck. having become so engrossed in their game that she nearly forgot her status as Joshu's captive. All right, let me think. It should be over here. This was not Ciri's first visit to Nolan. She was quite familiar with the surrounding districts. Thus, under her guidance, Joshu officially embarked on this journey through Nolan. Chapter 33. The Encounter Lower District of Nolan. Ever since the advent of patent law, a fervent wave centered around invention has swept through Nolan. Artificers have established numerous workshops, with the lower district being the most densely populated area of such establishments. However, these workshops primarily belong to lesser-known apprentice mages, who fervently aspire for their creations to catch the eye of a prominent merchant, hoping to ascend to greatness like the illustrious inventors of their time. Among these apprentice mages is Herlin, whose ambitions far exceed those of her peers, who were primarily consumed by the pursuit of wealth and status. She yearns for renown, aspiring to showcase her innovative magical machinery at the upcoming World Expo in 2 months, eager for the world to recognize her name and her family name, Loydell. This aspiration is a cherished wish left by her late mother, and the project she intends to present at the expo is a posthumous legacy from her mother. Unfortunately, reality proves to be far more brutal than Herlin had envisioned. Her stereoscopic drawing machine pales in comparison to the so-called new mode of transportation that could replace horses in terms of value. After all, any painter would prefer to work on tangible paper rather than on projections refracted by magic, reducing their creations to mere storage units within inscriptions. If this continues, she may not even obtain her level 4 mage certification upon graduation. Setting aside her engraving tools, Herlin heard a knock at the door. Could it be yet another classmate attempting to persuade her to abandon her pursuits? She tidied her long, light gray hair that cascaded down to her waist and hastily approached the entrance of her alchemical workshop. Peering through the window beside the door, she beheld a long-lost relative, her sister. Under the coercion of Joshu, Hiri had no choice but to obediently lead him to her sister's doorstep. Introducing a dangerous demon to a family member was undoubtedly a deed that would be met with scorn if revealed. Hiri admitted that her fear for her life had indeed contributed to her compliance. Anyone with a ticking bomb strapped to their neck would hesitate to proclaim, "I am utterly unafraid." Moreover, Joshu was not as malevolent as Hiri had initially believed. "Hiri, where have you been for the past 6 months?" Herlin exclaimed, swinging open the workshop door to scrutinize the sister she had not seen in half a year. Hiri hesitated to disclose her recent month-long sojourn in the demon realm. "And who is this?" Herlin did not reprimand her sister for her sudden disappearance, but instead turned her gaze towards Joshu, who stood behind Hiri. "This is a friend I met during my travels. My name is Joshu," he introduced himself, having prepared this introduction for the tall woman before him. Herlin's stature was similar to Hiri's, yet she possessed a form that greatly outshone her sister's, along with a demeanor that exuded a more mature and composed aura. Herlin's demeanor resembled that of a mother rather than a sister to Hiri. Under the words of Herlin, Hiri had no choice but to obediently step into the alchemy workshop, while Joshu also entered without hesitation. The arrangement of this alchemy workshop was far more simplistic than Joshu had envisioned, compared to the experimental grounds of the Demon Prince. It truly catered to Joshu's modest sense of cleanliness. At the center of the workshop stood a pale blue cube, its translucent phantom captivating Joshu's attention. "Mr. Joshu, may I kindly ask you to allow us a moment to rest elsewhere? I have some matters to discuss with my sister." Herlin grasped Hiri's arm, effectively preventing any attempt at escape. Of course, that poses no issue. After such a long separation, Joshu granted the two sisters ample space for privacy. Herlin led her sister's hand to a small alcove within the workshop, glancing at Joshu on the opposite side to ensure he remained unaware of their conversation. She lowered her voice to inquire of Shiri. "Sister, I am already 19 years old," Shiri replied, biting her lip, countering her sister with words she had repeated countless times. Shiri's life could neither be deemed tragic nor blissful. Their mother had passed away when Shiri was 10, and their irresponsible father had abandoned both Shiri and her sister that same year. Thus, for the past 9 years, it had been just Shiri and Herlin relying on one another. Since the age of 15, Shiri believed she had attained the ability to be independent. Yet her sister Herlin seemed to think she would never truly mature. It was for such a childish reason, along with the intolerable prattle of the academic teachers at school, that Shiri chose to run away from home. "Indeed, you are of age now, so can you tell me the identity of the guest you traveled so far with? How did you come to know him?" Herlin's questions completely stumped Shiri. Joshu's identity? Could the third prince of the demon realm count? But should Shiri reveal the truth, Herlin would likely call the authorities immediately, and Nolan's guards would swiftly arrive to capture Joshu. leading to a catastrophic separation of Shiri's head from her body due to the ticking bomb around her neck. Is this a gift he bestowed upon you? Herlin's attention was drawn to Shiri's instinctive touch upon the beautiful necklace adorning her neck. Is that a flame crystal? Herlin recognized the precious gem, acknowledging it as an exceedingly valuable gift. Shiri was well aware of its worth, as it could cost her very life. Sister, that fellow named Joshu is merely an ordinary artist, but some of his creations are quite intriguing. Having spent considerable time by Joshu's side, Shiri had absorbed various peculiar vocabulary, including the little programs Joshu had sent her. Intriguing creations? With a graceful flourish, Shiri conjured the game ping pong into existence within her consciousness, revealing to Helran a striking record of 1/210. Yet, from the perplexed expression adorning Helran's face, it was evident that she had yet to grasp the significance of this figure. I recall that this was indeed how it transpired. Throughout their journey, Joshu imparted to Shiri the method of transmitting programs, and Shiri displayed remarkable aptitude, mastering the technique within the span of a single day. A faint cube materialized in Shiri's hands, which she promptly presented to Helran. Among the deities revered by Helran was the god of order, whom Shiri also worshipped. Furthermore, Helran held devotion for Swinjulka, the god of flow and healing. Thus, without any hesitation, she accepted the program transmitted to her by Shiri. The interface of ping-pong materialized before Helran, and as she gazed upon the window dancing within her field of vision, an extraordinary sensation enveloped her. Chapter 34. The value of human creation in this alchemical workshop. Joshu discovered a remarkably familiar object, one that had once served as a vital tool for his sustenance on Earth, the drawing tablet. The advent of the drawing tablet heralded the dawn of a grand artistic era online, where an array of talented CG artists emerged, and a plethora of exceptional CG works began to flourish. Joshu's fingertips glided across the pale blue cube, which emanated a soft luminescence, as enigmatic inscriptions began to surface upon its surface, presenting the drawing interface in a projected script. The experience was so astonishing that Joshu could scarcely believe he was not in an age of carriages or rudimentary transport. This was an artistic experience that would typically belong to humanity's venture into space. Had Earth perhaps already achieved such feats? He recalled experimenting with an AR device at Google's headquarters, which allowed him to paint freely in the surrounding space, armed with a blank canvas and a brush. As a masterful artist, Joshu felt compelled to explore this century-spanning mode of creation. In mere minutes, he swiftly sketched the form of an elf, characterized by piercing eyes and a physique that would leave all women in awe. This elf was a figure well known to most players on Earth, Sylvanas Windrunner, the queen of the Forsaken from World of Warcraft. What he had rendered was but a rough outline, yet the interface proved to be quite powerful, at least providing the most basic coloring functions. While Joshu was engrossed in sketching Sylvanas, Harlan and Hiri emerged from a small compartment. I couldn't resist trying out your creation, given my own research into magical machinery. I hope I haven't caused you any trouble, Harlan remarked. Joshu paused his drawing and turned his gaze towards Harlan and Hiri. Harlan, the proprietor of this alchemical workshop, was presumably the creator of this device. Please don't mind this, Mr. Joshu. It is set here for visitors to experiment with, Harlan responded, glancing at the projected image on the cube, which quickly captivated her attention. Numerous human artists had indeed depicted elves as protagonists, for the elven race, in human aesthetics, could be deemed the epitome of beauty. However, the elf sketched by Joshu struck Harlan as distinctly different from those forest-dwelling elves she had previously encountered. Visitors? Is there an exhibition taking place? Joshu surveyed the workshop, noting the absence of any other individuals aside from Harlan and Hiri. Compared to the bustling alchemical workshops he had passed earlier, this one appeared rather desolate. So, Miss Harlan, do you intend to bring this magical machinery to the fair in 2 months? Joshu's inquiry seemed to touch a nerve with Harlan, as her expression shifted to one of melancholy. If only I could participate. The magical machinery showcased at the World Exposition is crafted by renowned masters, while I yearn for my creation to be exhibited. I cannot help but feel a twinge of shame as I find myself contemplating how to exchange this for some financial gain. Harlan's tone bore a hint of self-deprecation. Despite her yearning for fame, the harsh realities of life compelled her to acknowledge the significance of monetary resources. She had always been a top student at Nolan's most prestigious Academy of Magic, her annual scholarship sufficient for a life of comfort. However, recently, in her fervent desire to present her late mother's masterpiece at the World Exposition, she chose to gamble everything on the completion of this magical mechanism. The outcome, of course, was a loss. Not only did she forfeit her scholarship, but her eligibility to receive it hung precariously in the balance. With all her savings invested in the creation of this machine, thus it was, Joshua could comprehend why Harlan's groundbreaking invention had been overlooked. It was simply too ahead of its time. It was akin to a scenario on Earth where people marveled at the emergence of the small steam engine, heralding the imminent arrival of the Industrial Revolution, only for someone to suddenly unveil a liquid crystal drawing tablet, which would appear to be an extraterrestrial technology to any contemporary observer, utterly unpalatable to the mainstream. In this world, there are no timeless artworks stored as data. Only tangible paper creations are deemed worthy of legacy. Therefore, Miss Harlan, I wish to invest in your research, though perhaps invest is not the most fitting term. Let us say collaborate or venture together. Joshua, a product of the 21st century information age, was acutely aware of the value of Harlan's magical machinery, recognizing its potential to propel this world into the internet era. More importantly, it could serve as a tool for creating CG for games. Venture together? Harlan grasped the first two terms, but venture was foreign to her. She cast a puzzled glance at her companion, Siri, who merely shrugged, indicating her accustomedness to such discussions. It is about partnering to promote the artworks produced by your mechanism. Artworks? Mr. Joshua, the images created by this magical machinery exist solely as streams of magical energy stored within the inscription unit. They lack any tangible form. Should this machine sustain damage, those creations would vanish entirely. Although Harlan understood how to store the magical streams within a crystal, the intangible nature of these virtual artworks rendered them devoid of value. No matter how artistically impressive, they could never be displayed in an art gallery. Value? Everything in this world is worthless at the outset. It is humanity that ascribes value to them. Certainly, Xiao did not anticipate that in a world so oblivious to the existence of the internet, a mere CG drawing could fetch a price exceeding 10,000. Even in the 21st century, a painstakingly crafted CG on a computer could be rendered worthless, for data can be duplicated. The notion of creating value? The perplexed expression on Heelan's face elicited an inexplicable sense of joy in Shiri, reminiscent of their interactions. Allow me to demonstrate. Xiao approached the line art he had created of Sylvanas and added several markings to the piece. The number 6 was inscribed in the upper left corner, while 2 5s were pinned in the lower right and lower left corners. In a card game known as Hearthstone on Earth, the most formidable neutral legendary card, Sylvanas Windrunner, materialized before Xiao. He had spent a considerable 600 soft currency to obtain this legendary card from Blizzard, while a mere line art or an ordinary CG might hold little worth. Once this artwork was transformed into a rare card within a card game, countless individuals would eagerly invest in purchasing card packs to acquire her. This exemplifies the artificial creation of value that Xiao spoke of. Chapter 35, The Guide in This World. Promoting video games is an integral part of Joshua's plan. Yet his progress with the system crafted through runic editing stands at a mere 20%. Aspiring to create large-scale games based on this system appears to be a lofty ambition. Thus, Joshua initially envisioned developing pixelated games akin to Pong, such as Super Mario and Castlevania. However, the magical apparatus constructed by Miss Heelan inspired him to formulate a new endeavor: arcade games. Joshua's introduction to video gaming predominantly stemmed from the arcades, aside from the classics on the Famicom. He envisioned crafting an arcade machine capable of running Hearthstone, devising methods to manage accounts and registration functions, and subsequently placing several of these machines in a bar. Patrons wishing to purchase additional card packs would do so through a coin-operated system, pricing each pack at 1 gold coin. During his initial encounters with Hearthstone, Joshua found nothing more delightful than sipping a drink while engaging in a game. The concept of the Hearthstone Tavern is undoubtedly viable. Joshua firmly believes that this simple yet immensely enjoyable card game will captivate the world. However, before embarking on the construction of the Hearthstone Tavern, Joshua confronted a rather awkward predicament that everyone faces: a lack of funds. Miss Heelan, as Siri has stated, I am essentially a cultural worker, here to visit a theater. Joshua realized that the Demon Prince had no concept of currency as the third prince. He needed nothing that could be purchased with money in the demon realm. Yet this is the human world, where Joshua's status in the demon realm holds no value, leaving him in the embarrassing situation of being broke. There are indeed no individuals destined to perish from poverty. The foundation of investment relies on possessing capital, and Joshua's capital resides within his suitcase. He is now prepared to maximize the value of the film Beauty and the Beast. The theater. Are you planning to take Siri to a performance? However, judging by Siri's current demeanor, standing close to Joshua and leaning against him, It is evident that his sister harbors affection for him. It is not a performance. I merely intend to negotiate a small business deal with the theater owner. Do you know if Miss Heelan is aware of the surname of the owner of the theater in this city? Dalkey. I presume you are referring to the White Briar Theater. Joshua had previously conveyed to Heelan the potential value of her magical apparatus, successfully persuading her to temporarily agree to collaborate with him. Moreover, Heelan does not wish for her mother's legacy to gather dust in this modest alchemy workshop. Not far from here, just across the river, Heelan opened the door to the alchemy workshop, fully prepared to assume the role of guide. Across the river lies the thriving district of Nolan, where several prestigious magical academies are situated. Please, follow me. Thus, under Heelan's guidance, Joshua and Siri made their way to the bustling district, separated by only a river. As they traversed the streets, Heelan introduced Joshua to the architectural marvel that is Nolan. The city, renowned as the capital of magic, can be broadly divided into two tiers: the surface, primarily inhabited by human spellcasters, and the subterranean realm, home to the dwarves. In truth, these dwarves were the original denizens of Nolan, residing within the ancient ruins of a bygone civilization beneath the city. This entire race has tirelessly excavated numerous tunnels in pursuit of exploration. Soon, the allure of these ruins captivated humanity, and although the dwarves possessed considerable strength, their aptitude for magic paled in comparison to that of humans. Moreover, deciphering the intricate inscriptions upon the ruins proved to be a daunting task for them. Thus, the dwarves consented to human assistance, and over the course of several centuries, what was once a bastion belonging to the dwarves transformed into one of the most prosperous cities in the world, thanks to the efforts of human spellcasters. The curiosity and humility exhibited by these spellcasters earned the respect of the dwarves, fostering a friendly relationship that endures to this day. As evidenced by the presence of a dwarf among the ranks of Nolan's supreme governing body, the seven-person council. As Joshua walked along the thoroughfare, he indeed observed numerous dwarves, along with several shops owned by them. This was the White Lilac Theater, which, on this day, appeared devoid of any performances. Heelan halted before an elegant and grand edifice. In stark contrast to the bustling marketplace they had just departed from, the theater's entrance seemed somewhat desolate. No performances? For merchants, this was undeniably a time ripe with opportunities. Yet for theaters, a show could genuinely attract an audience from across the globe. If you wish to attend a performance, I recommend the Nolan National Theater on Belsic Street. The Black Swan troupe from the artistic nation of Fallujah is currently performing. You might even catch a glimpse of the enchanting Miss Galori, the flower of Fallujah, exclaimed a young boy clutching a pamphlet, who suddenly approached Joshua. The Black Swan troupe? It appears that competition among peers has always existed. Just as Joshua was about to inquire further about the troupe, the boy darted into the crowd, continuing his promotional endeavors. This prompted Joshua to abandon the pursuit of questioning him, and instead, he briskly ascended the steps of the White Lilac Theater, suitcase in hand. It was indeed quite deserted. Upon entering the theater, despite the lavish and artistically rich decor, the hall felt somewhat empty. Sir, I apologize. We currently have no scheduled performances. However, if you are here for a visit, I would be delighted to show you around, said a steward who promptly approached Joshua. I have come to meet the manager of your theater. Right this way, sir. The steward immediately altered his address and guided Joshua down a discreet corridor on the side of the theater. Chapter 36, Sir Whitebloom under the guidance of a servant. Joshua traversed a corridor adorned on both sides with oil paintings. The themes of these artworks depicted scenes of warfare, with swords clashing, blood spilling, and bones and corpses serving as the most common embellishments. These paintings led Joshua to feel as though he were in a war memorial rather than a theater for performance. The corridor was not lengthy, and soon they reached its end. The servant halted at the door, turning slightly to gesture invitingly. If this door concealed the office of the theater manager, the servant ought to have knocked first to announce their arrival. However, he chose not to. The cacophony emanating from the room indicated that even a knock would likely go unheard. No matter how high your offer, I shall not sell you this theater. You despicable merchants. Get out. Sir Whitebloom, your productions are outdated. No troupe wishes to perform here anymore. Why not make a final profit and retire comfortably? The booming voice from within the room rendered the servant's expression somewhat grim. Shortly thereafter, two men clad in elegant black attire emerged from the office. They cast a fleeting glance at Joshua and his companions, Heelan and Shiri, before storming off in indignation. At this moment, Joshua straightened his attire, for he was about to engage in a business negotiation, and the mood of his counterpart appeared rather unwelcoming. Please wait here. He instructed Heelan and Shiri before resolutely pushing open the door and stepping inside. Marlon, did I not say to disregard? Wait, who are you? Inside the room sat a solitary figure, comfortably positioned behind a grand wooden desk. He was somewhat portly, clad in elaborate theatrical garb. Most strikingly, his cheeks were adorned with rouge, and his lips bore a rosy hue. It appeared that this rather effeminate gentleman was none other than Sir Whiteloom, the proprietor of the theater. A collaborator who can salvage your theater, Joshu mused, deciding to define himself as a collaborator, for he possessed no troupe. Only a production crew comprised of demons and the undead. Collaborator? You must have heard my earlier tirade. Do not presume to extract even an inch of this theater from me. His agitation was palpable, and he exhibited considerable impatience. He pressed a bell on the desk, and from another door within his office emerged two tall figures, spellcasters. Sir Whitebloom, aflame with fury, was evidently prepared to eject intruders. The two spellcasters, summoned moments before by Sir Whitebloom, were poised to throw Joshu out when he halted them with a commanding voice. What are you doing? He is a guest. Quickly, fetch a pot of red tea. Indeed, the influence of the skeletal duke was not to be underestimated. Joshu observed as the two spellcasters hurriedly dashed into another room, replaced by a female attendant who briskly wheeled out a cart laden with a teapot and teacups. Without a hint of formality, Joshu took a seat at the table of Sir Whitebloom. The skeletal lord had bestowed upon Joshu not only his esteem but also the very life of this nobleman. As Joshu approached the somewhat portly figure of Sir Whitebloom, he felt a reaction from the mark on his left hand. Remnants of the skeletal lord's magic lingered within him. However, Sir Whitebloom did not appear to be an undead creature. Are you sent by a certain lord? He stammered anxiously after the tea-serving attendant had handed Joshu a cup of red tea and exited the office. No, I am a friend of his. Although Joshu referred to the skeletal lord as my lord, and the skeletal lord addressed Joshu as your highness, their statuses were equal. Following the skeletal lord's newfound fascination with the film Beauty and the Beast, their relationship had evolved into one resembling that of friends. Friend. Sir Whitebloom seemed to grasp the true nature of Joshu's identity, standing in an attempt to pay his respects, only to be halted by Joshu. I have mentioned that I come as a collaborator. There is no need for excessive formality, Sir Whitebloom. Collaborator, my lord. I implore you to show mercy. This theater once flourished under Nolan's reign. You must have heard of the young girl of Senegal and the Revolution, both penned by me and performed here. He spoke with a pleading tone, evidently perceiving Joshu as a potential buyer for his theater. Sir Whitebloom, you mean to say it once flourished? Joshu emphasized the word once, casting a glance at a painting hanging on the wall behind Sir Whitebloom, a depiction of an armored maiden holding a flag, reminiscent of Eugene Delacroix's Liberty leading the people. It is still flourishing, Sir Whitebloom attempted to defend. Still flourishing? Is an empty hall the pinnacle of this theater's glory? Might our interpretations of glory differ, sir? Faced with such a flimsy defense, Joshu possessed countless ways to render him speechless. Relax, sir. I am not here to acquire your theater. Rather, I come to rescue it. Observing the nobleman's neck redden and his pallid cheeks flush, Joshu feared that his anxiety might precipitate a heart attack. And thus he candidly revealed his intentions. Rescue? Sir Whitebloom ceased his defense, awaiting the continuation of Joshu's discourse. With unwavering confidence in Beauty and the Beast, Joshu believed that a truly moving film would resonate with audiences if it could elicit even a few tears from the skeletal lord. He was certain that these emotional humans would be similarly affected. A performance? Apologies, my lord. I was unaware that you were the manager of a theater troupe. May I inquire about the name of your esteemed company? I am neither the manager of a theater troupe nor do I possess one, Joshua replied, shaking his head to indicate that he was not involved in such matters. Then, Sir Whitebloom found himself in a state of confusion. My performance is right here, Joshua remarked, tapping his suitcase with his fingers. A performance grand enough to herald the dawn of an era. Chapter 37. Film review. Joshu did not elaborate extensively on the performance, allowing Sir Bai Jinghua to witness it firsthand served as the most eloquent explanation. Thus, Joshu opened his suitcase and projected the master copy of Beauty and the Beast onto a flat wall within the room. As the film concluded, Joshu felt it was time to discuss the formal screening arrangements at the theater with Sir Bai Jinghua. However, it appeared that Sir Bai Jinghua had yet to regain his composure. I apologize, my lord, Sir Bai Jinghua said, dabbing at the tears streaming from the corners of his eyes with a handkerchief, his makeup utterly ruined by the outpouring of emotion. The once somewhat effeminate figure now appeared even more so. Joshu had only witnessed tears of joy after a film's conclusion. Yet Sir Bai Jinghua had been weeping since the middle of the movie, particularly when the demon prince endeavored to save Belle, who was surrounded by a pack of wolves. Is it common for those engaged in the arts to possess such profound emotions? Sir Bai Jinghuo was now entirely drenched in tears. The demon's exterior belied a genuinely beautiful soul, one that ultimately chose to sacrifice itself for the happiness of its beloved. This is the essence of true, unregretful love. Sir Bai Jinghuo, while wiping away his tears, reflected on the true depth of the story, articulating nearly 1,000 words of insight, leaving Joshu momentarily speechless. Joshu realized there was a reason this gentleman was the owner of the theater. As a director, Joshu's sole interpretation of the film was do not judge a person by their appearance, whereas Sir Bai Jinghuo had derived far more profound insights from it. What constitutes a film review? This is it. After several minutes, Sir Bai Jinghuo managed to emerge from the melancholic atmosphere he had created. My lord, this method of performance is truly unprecedented, as if a different world has been presented before my very eyes. May I be so bold as to inquire about the name of this form of presentation? Sir Bai Jinghuo struggled to comprehend the mechanics behind these moving images. To him, it felt as though he were an observer witnessing events unfold in another realm. Each scene felt authentic, distinct from the props and settings of a stage play, with a perspective that transcended the distant gaze of an audience member toward the stage. Several times, he found himself instinctively reaching out to touch the animated furniture depicted on the screen. This wondrous experience was something Sir Bai Jinghuo could scarcely have imagined in his lifetime. Film. The term Joshu uttered as movie was entirely novel to Sir Bai Jinghuo. Film. Truly, as you have said, my lord, it heralds the dawn of a new era. Sir Bai Jinghuo murmured Joshu's words repeatedly, now fully cognizant of their significance. The portrayal and elucidation of a story through film far surpassed that of a stage play. Film possesses the remarkable ability to fully immerse the audience within its narrative, unlike a stage play that necessitates elaborate set designs and costume changes. The most significant aspect of cinema is its complete departure from the confines of the stage. The film Beauty and the Beast whisks Sir White Jasmine away to various enchanting locales, tranquil villages, snow-laden forests, and foreboding yet cozy castles. However, amidst his admiration and astonishment for the film, Sir White Jasmine felt a tinge of melancholy. The dawn of a new era invariably signifies the twilight of another. The advent of cinema may well herald the decline of theatrical performances, much like Sir White Jasmine's own theater, which, no matter how resplendent, is destined to be forgotten one day. Yet, this sorrow was swiftly alleviated by the arrival of Beauty and the Beast. Are you truly contemplating screening this film in my theater? Sir White Jasmine pondered, aware that the moment this film premiered, it would etch itself into the annals of history. I doubt the National Theatre of Nolan would extend such grand hospitality to me. Joshu raised his cup of hot black tea and took a sip. Though at heart a programmer, he favored coffee over tea, with green tea and cola being his ultimate indulgences. He mused on whether coffee beans existed in this world. Indeed, those theater fellows are nothing but despicable charlatans, merchants who grasp not the essence of art. The mere thought of the theater that had poached his entire troupe filled Sir White Jasmine with disdain. However, he quickly recalibrated his demeanor in this day and age. Even the most illustrious artists must rely on financial sustenance. Recent financial losses at the theater had brought this reality home to Sir White Jasmine, and he recognized that the ensuing conversation would not be one between artists but rather between merchants. My lord, I will take full responsibility for the film screening at the theater, including all promotional efforts. How does a 70-30 split of the ticket sales sound to you? Were it not for his dire financial straits, which left him unable to pay his staff, he might have offered Joshu a far more favorable deal. He only desired for the film to showcase in his theater. That is acceptable, compared to the films on Earth, where after the box office earnings are divided among various parties, and after various promotional expenses and taxes are settled, Sir White Jasmine's terms were exceedingly generous. Not to mention, Joshu's film had theoretically incurred no production costs, rendering it pure profit. Please hold for a moment while I draft a contract. Additionally, my lord, you might want to register the copyright of this film and the patent for your technology with the Patent Association. Nolan is a nation that upholds the spirit of contracts, with its legal framework being notably advanced, even possessing the rudiments of litigation. I shall attend to that, but before I do, I wish to inspect the theater's environment. The grandeur of this theater is commendable, its opulent decor meticulously tailored for theatrical productions. Nonetheless, the venue's primary purpose is indeed for stage plays, distinguishing it from a cinema. Prior to the film's debut, Joshu must temporarily transform this theater into a cinema. This is, of course, quite feasible. Please follow me, Sir Whiteloom said as he rose to personally guide Joshu through the theater. Upon opening the door, Joshu beheld Harlan and Ciri, who had been waiting outside for nearly 2 hours. The attendants had thoughtfully arranged a table and 2 chairs for them, adorned with red tea and delicacies. It appeared that the 2 sisters had indulged in a delightful afternoon tea during their wait, along with a multitude of ping-pong matches. Chapter 38, premiere once again. A disheartening defeat diverted Harlan's attention from the game of ping-pong, drawing her gaze towards the figures of Sir White Camellia and Mr. Joshu as they exited the room. Had Mr. Joshu's discussion concluded? If so, it was time for Ciri to accompany me to the academy. Harlan had underestimated Ciri's affection for Joshu prior to entering the room. Joshu had cautioned Harlan that this negotiation might extend for a considerable duration. The way Ciri clung to Joshu suggested that she would wither away if separated from him for too long. However, this was a reality known solely to Ciri and Joshu. She had yet to find an opportune moment to elucidate her relationship with Joshu to Harlan. Fortunately, the theater's hospitality was exceptional, and the allure of the game of ping-pong effectively distracted Harlan. "Sister, it is already evening," Ciri pointed out, indicating the clock mounted on the wall of the corridor. This timepiece was one of the magical devices birthed from the patent revolution 3 decades prior, marking humanity's inaugural endeavor to measure time with precision down to the second since the advent of inscription-driven clocks. Evening. It had only been a matter of minutes. Harlan's sentence abruptly halted as she beheld the clock, its hour hand unwaveringly fixed on 7. Prior to Harlan's arrival, the hour had read 5, implying that she had spent a full 2 hours here with Ciri. Yet, it felt as though those 2 hours had flown by in an instant. All she had done this afternoon was engage in a few rounds of that game called ping-pong with Ciri. Truly appalling. A chill ran down Harlan's spine as she gazed at the white ping-pong window. She had always considered wasting time a grave sin. In the game of ping-pong had squandered 2 precious hours. She hesitated, contemplating whether to erase the memory of ping-pong from her consciousness using magic. The hesitation stemmed from her reluctance. She had just suffered 3 consecutive defeats against Ciri, each time lingering on the brink of victory. Thus, after some reflection, she ultimately dismissed the notion. Joshu's remark had struck a chord with Ciri's innermost thoughts. A genuine love for a film remains unquenched, even after numerous viewings. And Ciri's circumstances were far from favorable compared to the likes of a skeletal figure. She had yet to witness the concluding portion of the film they had been discussing. Therefore, Ciri had eagerly anticipated this day for an extended period. However, Mr. Joshu Harlan appeared somewhat troubled. The Higher Magic Academy she attended ceased classes at 8 in the evening. If she hurried, she might still catch the professors in session. Ciri had not reported to the academy in nearly half a year, had it not been for her astonishing talent in magic. She might have faced expulsion from the Higher Magic Academy long ago. In truth, the faculty had voiced their discontent regarding this madcap girl who had neglected to attend a single class for half a year. In Nolan, the profession of a magician was a true emblem of status, and Harlan still held hope that Ciri could continue her studies at the Higher Magic Academy. Having not attended classes for 6 months, I find it inconsequential to wait another day. I choose to remain and witness the premiere. Should I miss it, I would regret it for a lifetime, said Ciri. Harlan has always regarded theatrical performances as mere pastimes, having been dragged by classmates to watch them in the past. Yet she held no interest. Even now, her efforts to bring Ciri to school in her capacity as an elder sister are futile, for she cannot surpass Ciri. Despite possessing a level 3 mage certification, she finds herself outmatched by a mere level 2 apprentice. Ciri's magic leans towards practical application, while Harlan's inclinations are decidedly academic. Ultimately, Harlan acquiesced. Under the guidance of Sir Whiteloom, Joshu made his way to the auditorium of the theater. The Whiteloom Theater boasts 2 performance halls. The first, designated for formal performances, features an audience area divided into 3 tiers, capable of accommodating 2,000 spectators. Despite a prolonged lack of visitors, the seats remain immaculate, and the ceiling is adorned with intricate light golden patterns, imparting a sense of opulence to the theater. It indeed once basked in glory. My lord, what do you think? Sir Whiteloom approached Joshu, shedding the earlier humility as everything surrounding him now warranted pride, allowing him to stand tall before outsiders. The stage is rather small, Joshu remarked, glancing at the audience area from the side of the stage. While it suits an opera house well, those seated on the upper tiers would require the eagle eye spell to view the stage adequately during a play. My lord, I can assure you this is the largest stage in Nolan. Even that wretched theater pales in comparison. Yet, it remains insufficiently sized. The theater's area far exceeds that of a cinema, and had Sir White Bloom been amenable, Joshu would have gladly demolished and rebuilt the entire establishment. However, time is not on Joshu's side, and this nobleman, who values the theater above his own life, would certainly not consent. Remove the curtain above. Joshu pointed to the drapery hanging overhead. It is customary to raise a curtain during scene transitions in stage plays. After a moment's hesitation, Sir White Bloom instructed the removal of the decades-old red curtain. Once taken down, the stage was fully revealed to the audience, but Joshu's focus lay not on the stage itself, but rather on the expansive white wall at the back, which nearly consumed the theater's entire floor space. "My lord, that wall is intended for backdrop arrangements," Sir White Bloom explained to Joshu. "Can it be moved?" Joshu harbored little hope of achieving a wraparound film experience in this world, but a large screen is fundamental. The convenience of the crystal projection is that no matter how large the image, the quality remains uncompromised. The whiteboard behind the stage undoubtedly serves as an excellent medium for projection. Certainly, it can be moved to the forefront of the stage. Under Joshua's guidance, Sir White Bloom gently maneuvered the enormous whiteboard to the front edge of the stage. "Perfect, sir. Extinguish those luminous stones," Joshua instructed. He believed that this whiteboard could indeed function as a projection medium. Joshua descended the steps and took a seat around the 10th row of the first tier of the audience. After channeling magical energy into the original crystal, the film's imagery was magnified countless times and projected onto the whiteboard. The effect was quite satisfactory. "It has begun." Siri unceremoniously settled beside Joshua and quietly remarked to Herlin, "Is this a stage play?" Chapter 39. The poster of the film was still being screened. Seizing the moment, Joshu took the opportunity to inquire about the operational methods of the theater from Sir White Jasmine outside the screening room. "Is this the ticket?" Joshu inquired, holding a silver coin embossed with intricate dark golden patterns on one side, while the reverse bore the number 38. This coin was not the currency of Nolan, but rather a token akin to those found in an arcade. "Indeed, my good sir. What you hold is a ticket for the standard seating. There are also tickets for the superior special seats in the exclusive VIP sections," Sir White Jasmine revealed, displaying two pale golden coins to Joshu, the only distinction between the two silver coins being the color of the engravings. In an era devoid of printing machines, utilizing such tokens as tickets proved far more convenient than handwritten paper tickets. The typical price for a standard seat ticket was 1 silver coin, while a special seat commanded 1 gold coin, and the VIP seats were generally reserved for personally invited guests. Sir White Jasmine's pricing for tickets could be deemed reasonable. At least in Nolan, a prosperous little nation, the common folk could easily afford the cost of a standard seat. What about promotion? Handwritten flyers? Joshu recalled the flyer he had received earlier from the National Theatre of Nolan, which was entirely handwritten. "In the past, we hardly required promotion. The name White Jasmine served as the finest advertisement, but recently, it seemed that the theater had relied solely on its reputation for survival. There is an old saying in China, a fine wine fears not the deep alley. However, if there are individuals outside your alley each day enticing patrons to their own tavern, no matter how exquisite your wine, your customers will inevitably abandon you." This was precisely the predicament facing Sir White Jasmine. Nay, it was even worse. Not only had all his patrons been lured away, but his very casks of wine had been entirely relocated by the National Theatre of Nolan. Now, all that remained for Sir White Jasmine was his theater. The necessity for promotional efforts was undeniable. While reputation holds significant value, relying solely on it for survival could lead to unforeseen demise. "Of course, my good sir. I shall promptly hire someone to craft the flyers. The flyer method is too slow, and I do not believe the National Theatre will permit you to distribute them smoothly." Joshu, reflecting on the recent plight of the White Jasmine Theatre, could clearly discern that the National Theatre of Nolan had resolutely decided to erase White Jasmine from the city, monopolizing the market for themselves. Nothing is more lucrative than a monopoly. If Sir White Jasmine were to dispatch individuals to distribute flyers now, he would undoubtedly face insurmountable obstacles, rendering the distribution of flyers a significant challenge. "Then, my good sir, what method should we employ for promotion?" Sir White Jasmine wiped the perspiration from his brow. Joshu recognized that he was at a distinct disadvantage in his competition with the National Theatre of Nolan, and the flyer was the only promotional strategy that Sir White Jasmine could conceive. "Let us proceed directly with a poster." Joshu had the capacity to exploit the advantage of the original Crystal Stone's projection, which could be infinitely enlarged. The White Flower Theatre was already an architectural marvel. by hanging a giant white wall on one side of the theater's entrance and projecting the most iconic moment from Beauty and the Beast onto it. Accompanied by the title of the performance and a list of the cast, the promotional impact would far surpass that of mere flyers. Such colossal posters could be seen throughout urban landscapes on Earth. Sir Whiteflower seemed to be struggling to grasp the meaning behind Joshu's words. There was no need for flyers. The backdrop in the theater's auditorium, although I am unaware of the material used, must be replaced with a sufficiently large structure to stand at the side of the theater's entrance. I shall prepare it, which may take 2 to 3 days. After speaking, Sir Whiteflower cast a glance at Joshu and cautiously inquired, "Is there anything else you require, my lord?" Joshu was contemplating whether to purchase popcorn and soda for the theater, but after some reflection, he dismissed the idea. Beauty and the Beast was not a film suited for such snacks, and it was not yet the time to capitalize on merchandising. His priority was to disseminate the film's popularity. Harlan sat in silence, unsure of what to articulate. She had witnessed a new world that no previous stage production could evoke, and she felt an intense yearning for it. Harlan wished to somehow partake in the realm of Beauty and the Beast, aiding Belle in encountering the Beast sooner or assisting him in dispelling the ignorant villagers at the end. This impulse was undeniable. As Harlan gazed at the ping-pong game window before her, she recalled the sprite that Joshu had previously illustrated using her magical machinery. Sylvanas Windrunner. Harlan was convinced that the sprite bore more than just a name. There must be untold stories behind her, perhaps akin to the unforgettable narrative of Beauty and the Beast. Indeed, Joshu intended to share Sylvanas's tale with the world, but not in the manner of Beauty and the Beast. Rather, he would convey it through the medium of ping-pong. This notion filled Harlan with anticipation, though she could not pinpoint its origin. She had perused numerous travelogues in the Academy's library, often lamenting the fates of the protagonist within. Yet, she had never yearned so fervently to actively engage in a story herself. "Sister, do you believe that a demon could truly fall in love with a human?" Hiri's sudden question interrupted Harlan's reverie, as the screen displayed the demon gracefully dancing with Belle in the castle's grand hall. The scene exuded romance, complemented by music that stirred an impulse within any viewer to embark on a love affair at that very moment. Harlan was influenced by this sentiment, and Hiri was no exception. What prompted this sudden inquiry? "It is nothing. Perhaps I am merely overthinking." Ciri lightly touched the collar around her neck. Now, with only her and Geralt in solitude, it would be the most opportune moment to reveal the true nature of her relationship with Yennefer and to seek Geralt's assistance. However, after a moment of hesitation, Ciri ultimately chose to remain silent. For if she were to disclose the truth to Geralt, she would risk losing the only connection she had with Yennefer. Chapter 40. Voice Acting in the Midnight. This modest alchemical workshop, to be frank, is hardly spacious enough to accommodate 3 individuals. As a man, Joshua could not allow Halrand and Ciri to sleep on the floor. Thus, he graciously declined Halrand's offer to relinquish the sole room for his sake, and opted instead to find a separate workspace, embarking upon a nightly routine of programming. The inception of any entrepreneurial venture is invariably fraught with difficulties. How many titans of the IT industry have commenced their journeys from the confines of a humble garage? Whether it be Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, or even Page and Brin, each began their odyssey from a modest garage, laying the foundation for what would become billion-dollar enterprises. The esteemed companies of Silicon Valley, renowned for their trillion-dollar valuations, can trace their origins back to such diminutive spaces. Although Halrand's alchemical workshop serves a different purpose than a mere parking space, its dimensions are only marginally larger than a garage. Joshua spread a sheet of white paper across the table as a luminous orb floated gently beside him, dispelling the surrounding darkness. This was the simplest of all spells, the light spell, a magic known to nearly every mage. The crystallized essence of this spell has supplanted candles and Nolan, becoming the most commonplace source of illumination. By the glow of this spell, Joshua had just completed the poster for Beauty and the Beast. He had yet to devise a method for importing imagery into his consciousness for inscription editing, so he resorted to hand-drawing the title on the white paper. He then selected a still from the film, capturing the moment when Belle and the Beast gazed into each other's eyes while dancing, projecting it onto the paper. Having finished the poster, Joshua exited his small chamber and entered the room designated for displaying completed works. The entire space was aglow with the light spell, and the magical machinery crafted by Halrand emitted a soft radiance. The inscriptions on the machinery projected the likeness of a female mage. Her pupils were suffused with a pale blue arcane glow, and her hands surged with torrents of magical energy, set against the backdrop of a torrential downpour. Her silver and golden hair billowed dramatically in the rain. Simply gazing at the portrait of this sorceress provided a palpable sense of her formidable prowess. Who is she? Siri emerged from behind the magical machinery, holding a sheet of white paper that featured Joshua's original drawing. Jaina Proudmoore, Joshua uttered her name. This character could be regarded as the central heroine throughout the narrative of World of Warcraft, as well as representing the mage class in the game Hearthstone. What is your connection to her? Siri inquired after a brief pause, unable to suppress her curiosity. Connection? I suppose we were once comrades in battle, Joshua replied. During his time playing World of Warcraft, he had aligned with the Alliance faction, sharing a common cause with Jaina. In the realm of gaming, one could indeed consider Joshua a fellow warrior alongside Jaina. Silence enveloped Shiri as she cast a fleeting glance at the portrait of Gianna, her mind drifting back to the hushed conversation she had eavesdropped on between Joshua and Zennies while resting in the castle. She recalled Joshua's words, "I already have someone I care for." Joshua could discern Shiri's thoughts, but chose not to elaborate, instead directing his gaze towards Gianna's portrait. The artwork projected by the magical apparatus was a meticulous reproduction that Shiri had crafted based on Joshua's original draft. The result of her efforts once again made Joshua acutely aware that Shiri was ill-suited to be a mage. He had merely imparted some basic techniques of coloring and composition before allowing Shiri to recreate the piece on the magical device. Although her final output fell short of professional standards, it had certainly reached a level of usable. Most notably, Shiri's artistic expression remained untouched by the prevailing trends of her era, which predominantly favored oil painting. Echoing the serene smile of the Mona Lisa and the fluidity of traditional Chinese ink wash, Joshua had once witnessed this style in Sir White Bloom's theater, where he learned that the artist hailed from a distant land known as Daxia. Yet, neither oil paintings nor ink washes bore any resemblance to the modern CG styles found on Earth and within Shiri's creations. Joshua detected no hint of antiquity. Had she ever considered pursuing a career in painting? At this rate, if Shiri continued to hone her skills, she would undoubtedly become an exceptional concept artist. I don't know. Shiri had initially intended to firmly reject Joshua's suggestion. Her assistance in painting stemmed from the debt of gratitude she owed him for saving her life. However, the notion of abandoning her aspirations of becoming a mage to focus solely on painting was something she could not entertain. After all, in this world, powerful mages stood at the pinnacle of existence, and Shiri possessed the innate talent to rise as a formidable mage. I never suggested you abandon your primary vocation. Merely consider painting as a supplementary pursuit. Joshua offered Shiri the most exquisite of solutions. A supplementary pursuit. Shiri glanced once more at Gianna's portrait, depicting a seemingly invincible female mage. Perhaps, to Joshua, only his role as a painter held significance, surrounded as he was by individuals of great power. Perhaps, she mused, but one day my magic will tear you to shreds. Quoting Gianna's line inscribed on the back of the original draft, she directed it at Joshua. Yet, instead of sensing any trepidation, Joshua found his spirits lifted by her words. Shiri, that line resonates quite well. Would you be interested in lending your voice to this character? Voice acting? Joshua had once again uttered a term that plunged Shiri into the depths of her ignorance, yet she had grown accustomed to such occurrences. The character of Jaina has already been established. Would you be interested in lending your voice to this persona? The game Hearthstone is undoubtedly on the horizon. A creation that can be realized with merely the original artwork and some relatively uncomplicated animation effects. However, there lies a rather cumbersome aspect concerning the voiceovers for the cards. Initially, Khadgar's voice is quite melodious, and with a touch of emotion, it perfectly aligns with the essence of Jaina's character. Chapter 41. The Owl Pen Pal Society. On the following morning, Sir Whitebloom's promotional efforts required approximately 2 more days of preparation. During this period, although the theater had officially premiered Beauty and the Beast, it remained largely unknown. Taking advantage of this time, Joshu took Harlan and Shiri to the Nolan Patent Council. This edifice, established nearly a decade or so ago, resembled a museum more than a governmental institution. Inside the Patent Council, despite the bustling crowd, an air of subdued decorum prevailed. Wizards clad in various robes hurried through the hall, clutching numerous sheets of paper, while foreign visitors of diverse hues were similarly influenced by the orderly ambience, conversing in hushed whispers. Harlan, no stranger to this venue, expertly guided Joshu to the registration window. Behind the counter sat a woman adorned with wooden-framed glasses, who appeared taken aback upon recognizing Harlan. Harlan, has your work finally come to fruition? No more enduring the professor's incessant prattling every day? Not by a long shot, Sansa. Harlan shook her head, dispelling her friend's assumptions. The woman at the registration window was a former classmate of Harlan's from the academy, a close companion who, at times, could be rather exasperating. Still not completed? Harlan, you ought to make an appearance at the academy. It's not just the professor. Many of the boys have been inquiring about you. By the way, today, Ricard secured 4 tickets to the National Theater. Have you heard of the Florists of Art, the artistic nation of Pholosi? It's rumored that the girls there are the most beautiful in the world. Harlan refrained from reminding her friend, you are a girl too. She simply wished to avoid further entanglement in this topic. Harlan had also caught wind of the recent arrival of the Black Swan troupe at the Nolan National Theater, as their promotional efforts were indeed overwhelming. Every day, as she tidied up the alchemical workshop's courtyard, she encountered various flyers pertaining to this troupe. Initially, Harlan had harbored a modicum of interest. However, after watching Beauty and the Beast, her fleeting curiosity towards stage plays dissipated entirely. Those who have savored more exquisite fare will never long for the plain sustenance they once consumed. While stage plays are undeniably a worthy form of artistic expression deserving of historical recognition, their appeal pales in comparison to that of cinema. Let us revisit this later. I am here today to introduce this gentleman, who wishes to apply for a patent for his groundbreaking invention. Harlan swiftly steered the conversation to a close. Patent registration? Please hold on a moment. She retrieved a sheet of paper from behind the counter, adorned with an unknown wax seal, surrounded by a series of inscriptions, with subtle magical energies swirling freely upon its surface. This is a peculiar registration form. Xiao Xiu took the agreement, glanced at its contents, which primarily consisted of fundamental personal information. He filled in the details sequentially, inscribing only his name in the designated space while omitting his surname. When it came to the country section, he pondered for a moment but ultimately chose not to disclose his true identity, instead writing to Xia as his country. The ink wash painting he had observed at the Bai Jinghua Theater yesterday served as evidence that a nation resembling China indeed existed, known as the Xia. Perhaps she was too eager to converse with Helan, for she did not meticulously examine the information Xiao Xiu had provided, nor did she check any pertinent documents. Papers were haphazardly strewn across the office desk, and the surrounding bookshelves were in utter disarray, with the most striking feature being an owl perched atop one of the shelves, its gaze fixed intently on Xiao Xiu, who had suddenly appeared in the room. Xiao Xiu knocked on the door to signal his presence, and the occupant of the office, hearing the knock, abruptly emerged from behind the desk. He appeared to be a man well past 70, clad in a somewhat tattered gray robe, reminiscent of the Grey Wizard from The Lord of the Rings, Gandalf the Grey. I am here to apply for patent ownership. Xiao Xiu broke the silence that enveloped the room. An application? Please hold on a moment. I am searching for a letter. Suddenly, faint white inscriptions manifested in the air, illuminating the fallen books with the same glow, which then levitated to the far corner of the room. These cursed tomes are nearly crushing my old bones. The Grey Wizard grumbled as he stood up, rubbing his forehead. The owl perched on the bookshelf seemed unable to endure the chaos any longer. It flapped its wings and used its talons to retrieve a letter titled "Can Order Inscriptions Create Remote Communication Magic?" from the Owl Correspondence Society's 70-second topic. Placing it on the desk. Here it is. After 2 days of searching, I finally found it. The owl hopped onto the desk, seized the slightly tattered letter, and flew out of the window. Not long after the gray owl departed, a white owl alighted beside the window, depositing another letter on the desk. The wizard opened the letter to peruse its contents. Nonsense. Constructing a transmission inscription in this manner is utterly futile. Having witnessed the entire episode, Xiao Xiu finally comprehended the Grey Wizard's activities, which could be succinctly summarized as posting online and berating the original poster for their ignorance. In an instant, Xiao Xiu discerned the varied handwriting on the letter. Each inscription was distinct, evidently penned by different individuals. They had been exchanging thoughts through letters delivered by owls, enabling discussions without leaving their homes. Perhaps Xiao Xiu should find time to create a caster forum program? Chapter 42. The server. After a prolonged wait, 2 figures were addressed. Please hold on a moment. The gray-robed mage, Rulsk, diverted his gaze from the letter with only a brief pause before another owl, adorned with brown speckles upon its back, fluttered into the room. However, this owl did not exhibit the same grace as the previous one. It landed awkwardly on the table, tumbling forward with its face striking the surface, shedding a few feathers in the process. After a few feeble flaps of its wings, it managed to right itself and delivered a letter to the gray-robed mage. Rulsk picked up the aged envelope, which bore significant wear and tear, rendering much of the text indistinct. He could barely discern the title. How to Dispel Undead with Healing-Themed Incantations. The 12th agenda of the Owl Correspondence Club. A sense of discomfort washed over Rolsk as he gazed at the letter and the elderly owl. He was one of the founders of this correspondence club. This club lacked any official status, and even the identities of its members remained a mystery to him. Should he have any inquiries, he would simply inscribe them on a piece of paper and allow the owl to deliver them to fellow correspondents. Yet, relying on this method for substantive academic responses was rather unreliable, although he relished the freedom of discourse it afforded. The anonymity of the participants allowed for truly equitable dialogue and the expression of personal viewpoints. Beyond his nostalgia, he felt a pang of sorrow. Come now, old friend. The gray-robed mage untied the scarf from the owl's leg, formally retiring the aged creature. The owl tilted its head, emitting a mournful hoot, seemingly reluctant to part ways. Rolsk gently stroked the owl's feathers and carried it to the window, whereupon the owl spread its wings and took flight. Now, at last, we can resume our work. I apologize for the delay. The gray-robed mage tidied the items on his desk, while Joshu and Hiri took their seats before him. Were the letters delivered by the owls merely random? Yet, prior to registering the patent for the camera, Joshu was intrigued by the nascent form of this mage forum. Indeed, they are random. The owls do not intentionally traverse to any specific location. Are you also interested in the correspondence club? Rolsk felt a swell of pride for the club he had established, which, through the efforts of thousands of owls, engaged nearly 10,000 spellcasters in Nolan in continuous academic discussions, albeit this figure seemed trivial relative to the city's population. No. I merely believe that this cumbersome method of discussion could be slightly improved, Joshu replied. Improved? The gray-robed mage acknowledged the cumbersome nature of communicating via owls, yet insisted that this was the only way to ensure the delivery of letters to others. If we were to engage in face-to-face discussions, then lower-tier mages would never have the opportunity to voice their opinions. It may indeed be a method worth considering. The gray-robed mage's expression shifted to one of perplexity, as if he struggled to comprehend the purpose of this proposed window. In an effort to elucidate further, Joshu sent another message to Siri. Upon receiving the message, Siri silently removed the interface of the ping-pong game from the chat window, ultimately materializing the chat interface with magic. The gray-robed mage Rolsk was rendered speechless by this spectacle. Aside from being the founder of the Owl Pen Pals Club, he also held the title of the founder of the Patent Council, and over the years, he had witnessed countless astonishing inventions. Yet, Joshu's demonstration seemed rather mundane compared to those magical machines that could replace carriages. However, as an aficionado of correspondence and a mage yearning to engage in discussions to acquire more knowledge, Rolsk instantly grasped the value of the white interface before Joshu. A trinket crafted with order runes, given a bit of time, could facilitate the inclusion of more participants in a discussion and perfectly preserve the data of that discussion. Joshu's further explanations rendered the gray-robed mage so exhilarated that he could hardly remain seated. Yet, the maximum communication distance currently stood at approximately 200 meters. Messages could not be received beyond this range. Joshu's statement felt like a splash of cold water to the enthusiastic gray-robed mage, extinguishing his excitement. A distance of a few hundred meters, such a trivial span was hardly better than a face-to-face discussion. Is there a method to expand this range? He inquired of Joshu with a glimmer of hope. Certainly, there is. I require a server. At present, Joshu was utilizing his mental energy as a network cable and his brain as a data terminal in a local area network. To achieve long-distance communication, establishing an internet connection was indispensable. However, Joshu could not locate any origin crystals capable of supporting the vast data volume of the internet. A single origin crystal could inscribe hundreds of runes at most, while a superior one might accommodate thousands or even tens of thousands. But what does the data of the internet entail? The data on Earth's internet could be likened to a torrent, while a forum server did not necessitate such enormity. Joshu was not merely content with establishing a forum on the internet. A server akin to Ubisoft's potato servers was certainly insufficient. Joshu needed to seek a more sophisticated server. A server? In simple terms, it is an origin crystal capable of storing a considerable number of runes. The higher the quality of the origin crystal, the price escalates geometrically. An origin crystal that can store only a few runes may cost just 1 or 2 gold coins, whereas one capable of holding hundreds would directly exceed 100. Furthermore, except for a few that stored potent magical runes, most inscribed origin crystals were worth little to nothing. How vast is the quantity? The gray-robed mage had encountered numerous high-quality origin crystals in his lifetime, capable of accommodating tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of runes. A billion, of course. If temporarily needed, an origin crystal based on 100,000 could suffice. Indeed, Xiaoxiu longed to discuss the unit of, yet upon reflection, he opted to temper his expectations. He recalled that the finest original crystal stone in the possession of the third prince could inscribe approximately 20 to 30,000 characters. Such a demand was indeed excessive. The gray-robed mage adjusted his glasses, if an inscription count in the hundreds of millions was implausible. A crystal capable of engraving around 100,000 inscriptions would fundamentally serve as the foundation for a major national teleportation array, the value of which was self-evident. "Is this what you wish to patent?" he inquired. "No, I seek to register a different invention." The interlocutor appeared disinclined to prolong the discussion on this topic, and Xiaoxiu, recognizing their acquaintance was merely that of strangers, chose not to press further, having broached the subject on a whim. Once Xiaoxiu completed the registration of his camera patent and exited the chamber, the gray-robed mage rapped his fingers upon the desk, contemplating deeply before ultimately reaching for a quill and procuring a fresh sheet of parchment. To all members of the Owl Pen Pal Society. Subject: on the acquisition of a crystal stone of near-infinite quality. This correspondence was penned by the gray-clad Rolsk. He was well aware of how to obtain the infinite-quality crystal stone, and this letter served merely as an inquiry directed towards several founding members of the Pen Pal Society. An entirely black owl flapped its wings and approached the window, grasping the letter with its claws before soaring towards the highest edifice in Nolan, a structure known as the Tower of the Sage. Chapter 43. The Hall of the Patent Council. Do you truly wish to forego this opportunity? Heelan, the ticket to the Black Swan Theater is a coveted gem, reportedly priced at over 1,000 gold coins, now sufficient to cover my remuneration for more than 2 months. Sansa, a classmate of Heelan, had just concluded her morning duties and was softly conversing with Heelan in a secluded corner of the Patent Council Hall. "How long have you been working here?" "And, to be frank, I possess little interest in that Black Swan troupe. In fact, I find myself increasingly apathetic towards theatrical performances," Heelan silently added. Rather than attending that stage play, Heelan would prefer to watch Beauty and the Beast once more. Wait, once more? Suddenly, Heelan realized that today marked the official premiere of Joshu's film. Heelan was not well versed in the arts of performance. She merely understood that Beauty and the Beast was infinitely more engaging than those tedious stage plays, captivating her heart far more profoundly than any theatrical production could. It was to the extent that she now believed she would feel a pang of sorrow at the scene of the demon's demise in Belle's embrace. A rather cruel question loomed before Heelan. If the White Jasmine Theater commenced its advertising, would she still have the chance to procure a ticket for a second viewing? The answer was impossible, just from the exorbitant price of tickets for the Black Swan Theater. It was evident that the people of Nolan would not hesitate to splurge in this regard. At present, securing a mere ordinary seat at the Black Swan Theater would require either luck or some degree of status and connections. Heelan possessed neither status nor connections in this city. She was merely an ordinary student at a prestigious academy, at best a remarkable scholar. "Sansa, I am aware of a theater performance that far surpasses that of the Black Swan in terms of sheer impact. Would you be interested in attending together?" Heelan pondered and could only describe the film with the term impactful. The movie had evoked not just emotions, but a profound sense of awe within her. Another theater? The White Jasmine. Has that theater not been devoid of new productions for quite some time? Sansa appeared quite attentive to the happenings in theater. "Your information is outdated as of yesterday, Miss Sansa. It seems you are Heelan's friend. Could it be a gentleman?" Before Sansa could complete her conjecture, Heelan swiftly covered her mouth, casting a glance at her sister, Ciri. Sensing her sister's gaze, Ciri immediately comprehended the reason behind Heelan's action, considering her feelings. She promptly shook her head to indicate that she had no relationship with Joshu at all. "I am merely Heelan's partner, and Miss Sansa. Allow me to update your information. The White Jasmine Theater has indeed announced a new performance as of yesterday. If you are interested, you may wish to attend." Before the formal promotions, Joshu could only rely on word-of-mouth recommendations, and Heelan's classmate Sansa proved to be a delightful candidate for such informal endorsements. Upon recent observation, it appears that Sansa's disposition resembles that of a boastful personality. To put it simply, were social media platforms like Weibo or WeChat to exist in this world, Sansa would likely capture and share photographs of her dining experiences. Naturally, such pure, untainted essence would not escape Joshu's attention. A new production? What is its title? And which theater company is responsible for it? She seems rather intrigued. The play is titled Beauty and the Beast, though I shall keep the theater company a secret for now. In this era, prior to witnessing a film, It is quite challenging for Josh to articulate the concept of cinema to the populace. Thus, the most effective method of explanation is to escort them to a cinema. I have already made plans to attend. What of you? Helen certainly does not wish to find herself queuing for an entire day on her next visit, potentially missing out on tickets. After all, Ricard's tickets are for the evening, providing a perfect opportunity to pass the time. Sansa, however, did not heed Josh's recommendation. It is now nearly 1 in the afternoon, with several hours remaining until the next performance by the Black Swan Theatre Company. The format of stage plays typically involves performances spaced several days apart, leading to multiple theater companies rotating their shows. Yet, the audience in Nolan currently desires only to witness the Black Swan's performance, allowing the other companies to fade into obscurity beneath the radiance of the Flower of Fallacy. Josh, this time assuming the role of guide, departed from the Patent Council, making her way toward the White Blossom Theater. After approximately 20 minutes, she arrived at the theater's entrance. The facade of the theater appeared somewhat desolate, yet on the opposite side, the glow of inscriptions flickered, as several wizards clad in brown robes employed mud golem technique to construct a backdrop for promotional posters. Upon entering the theater, Josh found Sir White Blossom surrounded by a group of elegantly dressed women. Sir White Blossom, why did the beast perish in the end? Poor Belle, indeed. Where do those ignorant villagers hail from? Sir White Blossom, wiping the perspiration from his brow with a handkerchief, endeavored to explain to the noble ladies before him. They were ardent supporters of the White Blossom Theater, and following the official release of Beauty and the Beast, Sir White Blossom had specifically pinned invitations for them to attend. The outcome of their viewing transformed these noble women into emotional advocates, shedding tears as they vehemently condemned the Beast's unjust treatment. The Beast? Why would they express such outrage at the demise of the Beast? Sansa overheard the noble women's discourse upon first hearing the title Beauty and the Beast. She immediately envisioned the cliché detail of a princess rescued from the clutches of a monster. Regarding this, you shall understand after viewing it. Helran, with commendable integrity, refrained from revealing any spoilers to Sansa. Rest assured, even after witnessing it, I shall harbor no sympathy for the Beast, for my faith lies with Moniker, the god of light and justice. Helran, have you forgotten that I am a citizen of the holy kingdom of Missy? To affirm this, a faint golden inscription appeared upon Sansa's hand. Joshu was taken aback to discover that this young woman was, in fact, a paladin. The luminescence emanating from the inscription in Sansa's hand resembled the purifying light of holy radiance, eliciting a subtle reaction from the mark left by the Bone Council. However, it was merely a faint response. The power possessed by the Bone Council could not possibly be threatened by such a trivial amount of holy light. The Holy Army of Messiah stands as the vanguard against the invasion of the demon race, and as a citizen of this nation, my faith remains resolute. How could one ever harbor compassion for demons? Sansa remarked dismissively. Chapter 44. The Guild. As the film screening concluded, the hall outside the White Broom Flower Theater buzzed with emotion. Why did the demon have to die in the end? He was so kind to Belle. I cannot accept this, Sansa lamented, dabbing at her tears with a handkerchief, her second one, borrowed from Harlan. Shouldn't the citizens of the Holy Kingdom of Messia be cold-hearted towards demons? In contrast, Sansa, seated beside Ciri, was overwhelmed with grief as the film reached its climax. Ciri understood that the Holy Kingdom of Messia was a nation that had long branded demons as a group of evil invaders, harboring nearly a century of animosity. A negative portrayal crafted by missionaries spreading their doctrine worldwide. In Joshu's words, it was a case of mindless demon bashing. This is different. Sansa was momentarily flustered by Ciri's question, yet she remained steadfast in her belief that Belle and the demon were destined to be together, a notion that filled her with joy. The reason for her conviction lay in the earlier parts of the film, particularly when the demon formally accepted Belle, enveloping Sansa in an emotion she recognized as romance. A truly exceptional tragedy showcases the most beautiful elements to the audience, only to shatter them with a heart-wrenching blow. Do not cry. It is merely a story. Harlan, empathizing with Sansa's tears and complaints about the sorrowful ending, gently patted her back, offering comfort. Joshu felt a measure of satisfaction with Sansa's reaction. The people of this world had not been brainwashed by religion to the point of losing their intellect. Although Sansa was a citizen of the Holy Kingdom, a nation steeped in faith, she retained her individuality, a likely consequence of her education in Nolan. With this understanding, Joshu felt no concern over the theater being besieged by the Holy Army, for this was the domain of wizards. My lord, the backdrop you require will be completed by tomorrow, and the entire realm of Nolan will behold the film as poster. We shall expedite the process and increase the number of ticket sales points. Joshua had already imparted the method of crystal projection to the wizards under the stewardship of Sir White Broomflower, though the theater had seen better days. Sir White Broomflower, as its manager, still wielded considerable influence in Nolan, particularly due to his extensive network among nobles across various countries, most of whom were ladies of high society. I have already begun preparations for this, and here is the contract I have drafted for you. While Sir White Broomflower's commercial acumen might have been slightly lacking, he possessed enough foresight to envision the waves that Beauty and the Beast would create in Nolan. The White Broomflower Theater was destined to experience another peak in its history, and he would not dare to neglect Joshua, the architect of it all. For at present, he was the sole individual capable of producing films in the world. Joshua will undoubtedly not be satisfied with merely Beauty and the Beast, for in the future, he is destined to create even more remarkable films. The mere thought of all of them being screened at the White Blossom Theater sends Sir White Blossom into a whirlwind of excitement. A notion so exhilarating it could induce a heart attack. As for the contract, Joshua glanced at its contents, which were entirely commercial agreements grounded in the Nolan patent laws. The terms could be succinctly summarized as, do nothing but count the profits. Moreover, the revenue split for ticket sales had shifted from 70-30 to 80-20. I have a modest savings, my lord. I understand that producing such a magnificent work requires substantial funding. To me, money is merely a number necessary for maintaining the theater, Sir White Blossom remarked. Truly, he was a playwright wholly devoted to the arts. Joshua did not decline Sir White Blossom's generous offer, for his forthcoming plans indeed required considerable financial backing. He affixed his signature to the contract and handed it to Sir White Blossom, who carefully tucked it away. My lord, allow me to handle the remaining tasks. If your new work requires actors, do not hesitate to let me know. I will assist you in finding suitable candidates. In fact, the suitable candidate Sir White Blossom referred to included himself. As a part-time actor and playwright, he eagerly anticipated being cast in Joshua's next film, even if it were merely a minor role. Actors? It is indeed time to embark on that endeavor, Sir White Blossom mused, contemplating the establishment of a commercial guild. The popularity of Beauty and the Beast would surely endure for some time, leaving Joshua to patiently await the film's acclaim to permeate throughout Nolan. Once Beauty and the Beast garnered success, attention would inevitably turn to the individuals behind the production and the opening logo. There would be no shortage of aspiring actors like Sir White Blossom longing to participate in films, and Joshua saw no reason to decline the opportunity presented by this seasoned performer. Thus, he resolved to formalize the establishment of an entertainment company in the realm of Nolan. The closest organization Joshua could conceive resembling a company was a commercial guild. My lord, do you wish to engage in commerce? No. The nature of this guild is akin to those formed by spellcasters. However, the activities of my guild will encompass performances, painting, and other artistic endeavors. Joshua envisioned the creation of a triadic commercial guild focused on gaming, film, and music, with the name yet to be determined. He contemplated calling it the Earth Entertainment Guild, though it sounded somewhat peculiar. Then may I join, my lord? I believe I can provide a suitable location for the guild. Sir White Blossom understood that spellcasters often established guilds, which typically accepted commissions for remuneration, a favored pursuit of those who regarded mages as combat professionals. Thank you for your kindness, Sir White Blossom, but I do not believe your establishment is suitable for conversion into a tavern. The guild's headquarters. A company is in need of an office building, and Joshua has indeed identified a property in the city of Nolan that is ripe for investment. Owned by the esteemed businesswoman, Marina. Having suffered a robbery that resulted in the loss of her goods, Marina finds herself temporarily stripped of her merchant status. Joshua is inclined to extend his assistance to her. However, he is uncertain whether she would be amenable to transitioning from a merchant to the proprietor of an inn, specifically the Hearthstone Tavern, which is envisioned as the future location for the guild. Chapter 45, Preparation. As Joshua exited the theater, dusk was approaching. Prior to his departure, Marina had bestowed upon him a hand-drawn map, which guided him through Nolan's commercial street for over half an hour until he reached Marina's temporary residence. It was a fortuitous coincidence that her dwelling was merely 2 streets away from the illustrious Nolan National Theater, where Joshua could already perceive the glow emanating from the so-called premier theater of Nolan. This evening, the Nolan National Theater was hosting a performance by the Black Swan Troupe. And true to the troupe's name, it was destined to be the most captivating black swan upon the expanse of Nolan-esque waters. Herlon, I possess the tickets, Sansa exclaimed, clutching 2 premium tickets for the Black Swan Troupe's latest production, The World of Laughter. These tickets had been extorted from a male classmate named Ricard. under the promise of, I will surely bring Herlon along. With the performance time drawing near, the originally modestly priced tickets, worth a mere 500 gold coins, had likely skyrocketed to over 1,000. Under ordinary circumstances, Sansa should have felt exhilarated at the prospect of encountering the legendary Flower of Philos. Yet after witnessing Beauty and the Beast, she could finally comprehend Herlon's profound disinterest in theatrical performances. You needn't worry about me and Shiri, after all. This may be the only opportunity to meet the fabled Flower of Philos, Joshua remarked. Well, Herlon will only be here for a little over an hour. So let us go take a look, Sansa replied, unwilling to squander the 2 tickets worth over 2,000 gold coins. She viewed the expense merely as a price to glimpse the girl deemed the most beautiful in the world, especially since the tickets were not purchased by her. With the unanimous agreement among the 3, Herlon reluctantly acquiesced to Sansa's suggestion and accompanied her to the Nolan National Theater. Don't you wish to meet this Flower of Philos? Shiri inquired, nibbling on a loaf of bread she had procured from a street vendor for her dinner. Personal tastes vary. Rather than those overly adorned and ostentatious girls, I prefer someone who can cook, Joshua replied. While an appreciation for beautiful women was a common inclination among men, if he had to choose between beauty and domesticity, he would decidedly favor the latter. Of course, a perfect scenario would involve a wife who embodied both qualities. However, Joshua currently lacked the energy to manage romantic affairs. Nor did he possess any such matters that required attention. Indeed, after all, those noble women are merely shallow, Shiri responded with disdain. Harboring animosity toward those who lived in a gilded cage, flitting about social balls. Having once been one of them, Shiri had indulged in the privileges of nobility while her mother was alive, yet she had never embraced the constrained existence dictated by societal norms. Compared to the past, when she was merely a flower in a greenhouse, Shiri finds greater contentment in her current state. It would be even better if her mother were still alive. Joshua remained silent. Indeed, this audacious sorceress, who dared to engage in combat with a brown bear, was ill-suited for the delicate dances of a ballroom. A true misallocation of her talents. Joshua's gaze fell upon the hand-drawn map provided by Marina, which led him to an inconspicuous location on the commercial street, the only building devoid of the glowing inscriptions that marked the others. From an exterior glance, the structure appeared quite substantial, boasting 3 full stories. Just as Joshua reached out to knock on the door, it was opened for him. Your Highness, Eno exclaimed, sensing Joshua's presence the moment he approached. The succubus, filled with awe and trepidation, hurriedly came to open the door. Where is your mother? Joshua refrained from addressing her as Miss Marina, the merchant, for with Marina's acceptance, Eno was eager to follow this human woman. Marina hurried down from the 2nd floor, and Joshua stepped inside the building. The 1st floor was spacious, sparsely adorned with a few display cabinets, yet the items within had long since turned to ash. You are the only merchant I know in this city, Miss Marina. I am but an amateur in matters of trade, thus I turn to you for guidance. Joshua seated himself at a table in the hall, while Shiri unceremoniously took a seat beside him, and Eno, at Joshua's gesture, timidly settled across from him. What kind of business do you intend to pursue, Mr. Joshua? Should it lie within my capacity, I shall certainly offer my assistance. Marina retrieved a teapot from one of the cabinets in the hall, along with an object resembling an alcohol lamp, though instead of alcohol, it utilized magical energy to ignite, a skill not uncommon for a merchant in this age of universal sorcery. I plan to establish a tavern on the 1st floor. Joshua surveyed the ample space once more. It would be more than sufficient for his vision of a tavern. However, Mr. Joshua, the taverns in Nolan are quite plentiful. As a shrewd merchant, Marina possessed an innate sense for business. Nolan, in a strict sense, was a city where humans and dwarves cohabited. During the day, dwarves labored underground, and their favorite pastime upon emerging was to indulge in hearty revelries at the taverns above. This drew numerous merchants seeking to exploit the wealth of these seemingly naive dwarves, draining their purses with human-brewed alesh and roasted meats. Yet dwarves were not truly foolish. Their stubborn nature led them to frequent only a select few taverns. Moreover, most human sorcerers held a healthy respect for intoxicating beverages, wary of their capacity to cloud judgment. This has resulted in Nolan's tavern business being quite lucrative, yet it remains one of the most financially draining ventures. I aspire to construct a unique tavern, one that possesses distinct features capable of enticing our subterranean friends to visit, and even capturing the interest of the city's sorcerers. Regarding the establishment of this tavern, I shall provide the necessary funding. Miss Molina, your task will be to connect with several merchants who can supply beverages and oversee the interior decoration and construction. The anticipated timeline is approximately 6 months. Joshua intends to treat the construction of the Hearthstone Tavern as a long-term endeavor. The profits from Beauty and the Beast will also play a role in this, as the funds required for Joshua to produce a film are quite minimal. So, Mr. Joshua, what do you plan to invest in for the second and third floors? For Melina, who is currently a struggling merchant, Joshua's investment is of utmost significance. Chapter 46. The Flower of Pharos. I intend to establish a commercial guild. Joshua articulated a profession previously held by Marina during her husband's lifetime. She had operated a commercial guild, though now all of that is turned to naught. Nevertheless, her experience in managing such an enterprise remains, and Marina is confident enough to stage a comeback. A commercial guild, Mr. Joshua. What goods do you intend to trade? With that, Joshua produced a ticket token from the White Briar Theater, placing it upon the table. The token, adorned with intricate silver filigree of the white briar flower, represented a seat in the theater's VIP section. A coin? Marina mused, her gaze fixed upon the shimmering token before her. It certainly appeared to be of considerable value. Yet such silver-plated luxuries do not find a robust market in Nolan. No, more precisely, my goods are this. Joshua slid the ticket towards Eno, then raised a finger to indicate her. Mr. Joshua, are you suggesting the trafficking of people? Marina grasped Eno's hand beneath the table, alleviating her unease. Should Joshua truly intend to commodify Eno, she would promptly refuse. I refer to Eno's voice and charm, not her person. I believe Miss Marina must have heard the term Flower of Pharos. Joshua interjected. The Flower of Pharos? Marina glanced out the window, where the faint glow from the inscription atop the Nolan National Theater was still discernible. Though she had aged, her intellect and vision remained unclouded by time. Marina immediately grasped what Joshua sought to invest in. Mr. Joshua wishes for Eno to become an actress? Indeed, with Eno's appearance, she possesses substantial potential. At the very least, Marina believed her foster daughter's allure rivaled that of the so-called Flower of Pharos. In truth, Eno is already an actress, albeit in a less formal capacity than that of a theater troupe. If you wish to delve deeper, I suggest, Miss Marina, that you attend a recent performance at the White Briar Theater. Joshua was prepared for this eventuality, given Marina's concern for Eno. Perhaps this elderly matron would calmly accept Eno after viewing Beauty and the Beast. After all, Eno's feelings for Marina are genuine, and Marina would not wish to continue living in solitude. Joshua slid 2 VIP tickets towards Marina. I will bring the contract tomorrow afternoon. Miss Marina, please take some time to familiarize yourself with the industry you will soon engage in. I believe I can manage. In fact, I must manage. Marina accepted the 2 tickets. If she intended to continue her life as a merchant in Nolan, she must embrace new ventures, and she was ready for that challenge. Well then, I believe our visit concludes here. There is one more matter. Joshua tossed a pouch filled with numerous gold coins to Eno, who instinctively reached out to catch what he had thrown. As a competent actress, it was unacceptable for her to be illiterate. Miss Marina intended for Eno to use this money to pursue her education. Joshua was acutely aware of Marina's current impoverished circumstances. The Nolan Academy of Magic was renowned as the finest yet most expensive institution in the world. Most of the aspiring magicians who sought education in Nolan were considered nobility in their own countries or exceptionally gifted prodigies. Eno was neither. Yet she still possessed the right to seek knowledge. Indeed, every individual does. Sir Joshua Eno once again fell into the anxious state she had been in when he first encountered her. Her overwhelming sense of inferiority persisted, even though she had gradually forgotten her identity as a lowly succubus since arriving in the human realm. Joshua's presence reminded her of her status in the demon world, merely a trivial remnant. The investment I have made in you must be repaid in full, Joshua stated, devoid of any words of encouragement for Eno. Sometimes, the harshness of reality stirs one's spirit far more effectively than any motivational platitude. Do you understand? Eno nodded repeatedly. Her throat choked with emotion, rendering her unable to articulate any words, and she could only watch as Joshua departed. Meanwhile, within the Nolan National Theater, Herlin sat in the luxurious VIP seats worth thousands of gold coins, feeling little impact from the experience. Her only thought was that the boy beside her, named Rickard, was exceedingly noisy. The play being performed on stage appeared dull and tedious to Herlin, despite its apparent brilliance to outsiders. To her, it was merely a group of individuals frolicking on a platform. The dialogue, more akin to a chant than spoken lines, almost prompted her to stifle several yawns. Had she not been concerned about maintaining her ladylike demeanor? Herlin, the flower of philosophy, has made her entrance. Sansa whispered softly in Herlin's ear, which piqued Herlin's interest just enough for her to glance toward the stage, eager to behold the rumored most beautiful woman in the world. When the lone black swan of the Black Swan Troop, the illustrious flower of Philosophy, finally appeared, Herlin was certain that the individual who coined the term flower of Philosophy was undeniably a pervert, for the black swan on stage was remarkably petite, even smaller than her sister, Ciri, standing at perhaps only 1 50 meters to 1 40 meters, suggesting that this flower of Philosophy was likely under the age of 15, a mere child. Yet, despite her feelings of resentment as an adult, Herlin could not deny the child's undeniable charm. It was not solely her exquisite appearance, adorned in a heavy, jet-black gown. She became the center of the universe from the moment she graced the stage. Every smile and frown, even the simplest of movements, captivated the audience's gaze, rendering those around her spellbound, as if they were collectively holding their breath. This is a certain temperament. After witnessing the stunning beauty of Helran, when I beheld the flower of Philosophy, I was indeed captivated, yet I swiftly regained my composure. Beyond her beauty, what truly draws one in is a unique aura that Helran cannot articulate. There is an uncanny resemblance between her demeanor and that of my sister, Ciri. Despite her performance being one of grace and poise, her subtle smile encapsulates the image of a gentle and delicate noblewoman. However, it is essential to remember that the roles portrayed by actors are seldom reflective of reality. Chapter 47. A casual visit. The performance by the Black Swan Theatre concluded amidst a resounding wave of applause. Even as the curtains on stage were gently drawn, numerous spectators lingered in their seats, reluctant to depart, yearning for just one more glimpse of the enchanting flower of Philosophy. Professor Shalinius sat in the VIP section, savoring the unceasing clamor of appreciation below. As the proprietor of the Nolan National Theatre, he was thoroughly satisfied with the evening's spectacle and the Black Swan Theatre's performance, truly deserving of their reputation as the premier troupe from the artistic nation of Philosophy, captivating nearly all present with their charm. The carriage for Professor Shalinia was already prepared. Was it time to venture out? Indeed. It was the moment to bid farewell to an old friend. He lifted the goblet in his hand and drained the red wine within, placing the empty vessel upon the adjacent table. This was the most fundamental aspect for a theater's survival, yet an old acquaintance of his had never grasped this notion, clinging instead to his lamentable artistry. Now, that very artistry had driven him to the brink. It was high time for Professor Shalinia to establish the Nolan National Theatre as the sole theater of this nation. As he pushed open the door, several attendants followed closely behind him. However, before he could reach the staircase, a figure at the end of the corridor halted his steps. "Professor, where do you intend to go?" "I merely wish to visit an old friend, Miss Giolori. You have just completed such a splendid performance. Perhaps it would be wise to rest for a while?" Professor Shalinia beheld the young lady leaning against the corridor wall, the very flower of Philosophy who had just radiated her charm on stage. Though she had shed her makeup, the lavish and heavy gown she wore remained unchanged. "I have heard from my father that Nolan is the most prosperous city in the world, far surpassing the capital of my homeland, Ligel. Yet, having spent nearly 3 days in this city, I have yet to truly explore it. Might you accompany me, Professor?" Her speech and demeanor exuded elegance and grace. But who could fathom the true essence of this girl who could embody a myriad of roles so exquisitely? "Ah, Miss Giolori, forgive my rudeness. To tour the city with a beautiful woman is indeed an honor for any man." However, Professor Shalinia found himself in a predicament, not venturing forth for leisure, but rather to disrupt the status quo. Bringing along a cadre of burly sorcerers would suffice for a disruption, having the theater's leading actress, the flower of Philosophy, in tow seemed trivial. "Professor, may I interpret your next words as a defiance of a duke's daughter?" Though there was no trace of command in her tone, those words alone caused perspiration to bead upon Professor Shalinia's brow. The hierarchy within the Nolan National Theatre was stark. As the behind-the-scenes manager, he was expected to wield absolute authority. Yet, since the arrival of the Black Swan Theatre, the dynamics had shifted dramatically. The relationship between him and the Black Swan Theatre Company is not one of employer and employee, but rather one of equality. In fact, the status of the most prominent Black Swan within the company far surpasses his own. The reason for this is that this flower of Philosophy is the daughter of a Grand Duke from Philosophy, while Professor Shalinia's position is merely that of a theater administrator. His old friend, Sir White Blossom, is also from Philosophy. Only a nation rich in artistic spirit would establish a theater. The Black Swan's choice to come to his theater was purely a whim, akin to a sudden desire to venture outside. Professor Shalinia remains unable to fathom her thoughts. However, Miss Jaloli, if you are recognized while out, Professor Shalinia is acutely aware of the influence that the flower of Philosophy wields in Nolan. Should Jaloli be recognized in public, it could incite a commotion. I understand, and I have prepared accordingly, Jaloli replied, donning a mask. Yet, a mere mask is insufficient to conceal one's identity. Professor Shalinia wished to directly caution the flower of Philosophy, but considering her status as a duke's daughter, he refrained from further hesitation. It would be fitting for her to witness the decline of the White Blossom Theater, which, when compared to the currently flourishing National Theater of Nolan, would undoubtedly solidify the latter's standing in the heart of this proud black swan. Please, Professor Shalinia beckoned, leading the way through a corridor known only to him and his attendant, eventually arriving outside the theater. As Jaloli settled into the carriage, her heavy gown in tow, Professor Shalinia breathed a small sigh of relief, grateful that the audience had not yet dispersed. The carriage began its journey toward the White Blossom Theater, and seated inside, Jaloli drew back the curtain to gaze outside. Before I came to this city, my father mentioned that there are 2 theaters here. Miss Jaloli, there is but one. The theater you refer to, the White Blossom, has fallen into disrepair, nearing 6 months without a new production and on the verge of closure. Such a dilapidated place would hardly attract any patrons, Professor Shalinia remarked. Is that so? I assure you, as I once assured your father, that everything you enjoyed in Philosophy was of the highest quality, and what you will experience in Nolan is equally exceptional. This is the promise of the National Theater of Nolan, he added. After a journey of over 10 minutes, the carriage soon arrived at the entrance of the White Blossom Theater. Sir Shalinia alighted from the carriage, noting the surrounding desolation of the theater, which only pleased him further. I hope this dilapidated theater does not soil your gown, Miss Jaloli. Professor Shalinia no longer cared if anyone recognized the flower of Philosophy. In fact, recognition would be even better. Not only would they disrupt the performance, but bringing the attendees away would be the most splendid outcome. Chapter 48. The guest Giovanna ascended the steps of the White Hawthorn Theater, her skirts delicately lifted. She noticed a grand backdrop positioned beside the entrance. Were they planning to hold an outdoor performance? Giovanna was aware that some smaller town troupes employed such methods, but those hardly merited the title of theater. Perhaps circus would be more fitting. Yet, she observed no stage in sight, merely the solitary backdrop. Upon entering the theater, she discovered that the White Hawthorn Theater was not as desolate as Professor Shalinia had described. At the very least, a dozen patrons queued at the box office, several of whom were elegantly attired noblewomen, while a slightly portly man, adorned with a hint of makeup, animatedly engaged the noble ladies in conversation. This was hardly a captivating locale for Miss Giovanna. Professor Shalinia followed her into the theater. Just days prior, his visit had found the hall utterly vacant. Even with the addition of a few specially invited noblewomen today, it paled in comparison to the long lines at the Nolan National Theater. Sir White Hawthorn promptly noticed the 2 newcomers, guests, or rather, a wretched merchant and a star of the Black Swan troupe. Ladies, I must excuse myself for a moment. Sir White Hawthorn deftly extricated himself from the throng of noblewomen, hastening to Giovanna's side. To his surprise, it was none other than Miss Giovanna herself who had graced him with her presence. Sir White Hawthorn offered a slight bow to the flower of Philosophy. Regardless of her numerous titles, what he truly admired was her extraordinary talent. As an actress, the Black Swan of her troupe was exceptionally gifted, so much so that Sir White Hawthorn momentarily forgot the merchant reeking of copper beside them. Sir, is it not a touch unkind for an old friend to visit without a greeting? Professor Shalinia interposed, placing himself protectively before Giovanna. After all, there were those in Nolan who would pay thousands, even tens of thousands of gold coins, just for a glimpse of her. Friend, I know not of your ilk. You loathsome merchant. Leave my theater at once. The stench you emit is suffocating. Sir White Hawthorn had entirely cast aside the restraint typically expected of a man of letters. When it came to cursing, he did so with fervor. This man had pilfered half of the theater's fortune, and it was already quite courteous of Sir White Hawthorn not to roll up his sleeves and confront him. I am but eager to assist you, sir. Given your recent struggles to maintain the theater, why not transfer ownership to me? I shall restore this establishment to its former glory. Professor Shalinia maintained his composure, aware that Giovanna was watching closely. Former glory? The splendor of the White Hawthorn Theater has commenced anew from yesterday. I do not require your assistance. Starting tomorrow, the entire populace of Nolan will once again remember that this city boasts but a single theater. If previously Professor Shalinia appeared somewhat lacking in confidence when attempting to undermine Sir White Blossom, the situation has entirely transformed. With the support of Joshua, he dares to openly confront the Nolan National Theater, even in the presence of the Black Swan Troupe. Sir White Blossom firmly believes that Belle's allure is undoubtedly comparable to that of the Black Swan. In the future, the actress portraying Belle shall undoubtedly be bestowed with a title akin to the Flower of Nolan. Indeed, Sir White Blossom. I believe the theater in question is the Nolan National Theater. Professor Shalinia finds it increasingly intolerable to endure Sir White Blossom's aggressive demeanor. Just as Sir White Blossom was preparing to have this insufferable merchant ejected, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures at the theater's entrance, instantly extinguishing his ire. Joshua was taken aback by the swiftness of the magician's construction crew summoned by Sir White Blossom. A backdrop that was expected to be completed by tomorrow was already in its preliminary stages of completion this very evening. He had not paid much attention to the earlier part of their debate, but he keenly observed Sir White Blossom's intent to dismiss the individual he referred to as a disgraceful merchant. Should news of such eviction circulate, distorted or otherwise, it would undoubtedly tarnish the theater's reputation. Furthermore, there was no need to expel competitors. Anyone who stepped foot in this theater could potentially contribute to the box office of Beauty and the Beast. Joshua had no reason to let this pair of mobile ticket sales slip through his fingers. Standing idly would resolve nothing. Joshua, accompanied by Siri, boldly entered the lobby of the theater, unceremoniously interrupting the exchange between Sir White Blossom and the so-called disgraceful merchant. Might I suggest that you both consider viewing Sir White Blossom's theater's latest production before reaching a conclusion? Has a troupe finally consented to grace this modest theater with its presence? Upon hearing Joshua's words, Professor Shalinia immediately conjectured that Joshua might be an actor from that troupe. Regrettably, Sir White Blossom's theater currently has no resident troupes, nor does it require any. However, the production currently on stage is certain to satisfy you. The crystalline stone in Joshua's hand emanated a luminous inscription, projecting the images stored within onto a stone pillar adorned with a white backdrop in the theater. A cinema's promotional poster, aside from those displayed at the entrance to attract patrons, necessitates an advertisement for the film currently screening within. The poster for Beauty and the Beast was projected onto the backdrop, capturing the moment when Belle and the Beast, clad in their finery, waltzed gracefully in the castle's grand hall. Numerous noble ladies who had already seen Beauty and the Beast erupted into jubilant cheers upon witnessing this image, as it undoubtedly rekindled the emotions and romance they experienced upon first viewing the film. Professor Shalinia and his companion, Jaloli, were captivated by the poster. Rather than being awestruck by the image projected by the original crystal, Professor Shalinia's focus was drawn to Belle. Upon first laying eyes on the girl dancing gracefully in the embrace of a demon, he experienced an unexpected flutter of emotions. When he first encountered this enchanting flower of Pharos, he had merely marveled at her charm, a sentiment stemming from his masculine perspective. However, the sensation he felt in that moment was entirely different. Just as Professor Shalinia was about to inquire about the identity of the actress from Joshu, Joshu made a shushing gesture. No amount of explanation could match the clarity of direct observation. 2 tickets would answer all inquiries, he stated. Faced with Joshu's almost provocative remark, Professor Shalinia felt an urge to dismiss the conversation and leave. Contributing to the success of his rival's theater? Unthinkable. This was a personal principle he had resolved long ago. Even if it meant leaping from the upper floor, he would never attend a performance at the White Azalea Theater. Such an act would be foolish. No matter how beautiful the girl on the poster might be, he would not engage in such folly. Yet, suddenly breaking her silence, Jaloli stepped forward and addressed Joshu. Give me one. Miss Jaloli, sigh. I shall take 2. Allow me to cover the ticket fare for you. Miss Jaloli. Gritting his teeth, Professor Shalinia ultimately relented, citing Jaloli's safety as justification, and he procured 2 VIP tickets for 20 gold coins, a price considerably lower than that of his own theater. Thank you for your patronage. Right this way, Joshu gestured. And a servant escorted the esteemed guests toward the screening hall. Joshu then handed the 20 gold coins to Sir White Azalea. Unless there is malicious intent to cause a disturbance, do not eject any guests. Understood, sir. Sir White Azalea felt immense satisfaction, especially upon witnessing Professor Shalinia's brooding demeanor. Also, provide me with the daily box office earnings, how many tickets sold, total revenue, and a comprehensive report. I trust you can manage this, Sir White Azalea. Absolutely. I will personally attend to it. Sir White Azalea recognized that Joshu's mention of competence carried multiple implications. He was prepared for ongoing collaboration with Joshu and would not jeopardize his reputation for the sake of mere money. Having just assigned tasks, Joshu suddenly sensed someone observing him. He lifted his gaze toward the entrance of the screening hall, only to find it was Jaloli's penetrating stare. However, in the next moment, a hand appeared before him, waving slightly to assert its presence. "What is it?" "Nothing. Just swatting mosquitoes," replied Shiri. Chapter 49. The Black Swan. What a stunning beauty Belle is. This was the first thought that crossed Professor Shalinia's mind as he watched the film, now approaching middle age. While the storyline of Beauty and the Beast might evoke tears and profound emotions in many young viewers, for Professor Shalinia, it was the character of Belle that captivated him the most. In stage productions, leading ladies often appear somewhat unreal, despite their exceptional acting skills. The audience is acutely aware that they are performing within the confines of a defined stage. However, Belle in the film is entirely different. She exists within that world. Residing in a quaint village, she embodies a kind-hearted, inquisitive, and spirited girl. Professor Shalinia found himself blurring the lines between reality and fantasy, choosing to believe that Belle was indeed a tangible entity, living somewhere in the world. Yet, as he snapped back to reality, he realized he was seated in the White Bloom Theater, and the film he was watching was merely a performance, meaning that the actress portraying Belle, Lady Whitebloom, might very well know her. This thought stirred a restlessness within him, for the cinematic experience had far surpassed that of stage plays in terms of both entertainment and visual appeal. Continuing down this path, no, that isn't right. He still had the Black Swan Theater Company, with the prestige of the Black Swan's name and the allure of its performers. Surely they could sustain the excitement at the Nolan National Theater. Although film did indeed overshadow stage productions, its most significant drawback was the absence of the live performer during a screening. Many patrons purchasing tickets at the Nolan National Theater were not merely there for the performance. They simply wished to catch a glimpse of Lady Galore, as Belle twirled in her exquisite gown, dancing gracefully with the Beast on the grand screen. Professor Shalinia was startled to realize that Belle's charm rivaled that of any Black Swan. The film played on until its conclusion, and as the melodious music filled the air, the credits began to roll. Professor Shalinia saw the name of the actress who portrayed Belle. Eno. It was a name he had never encountered before. Having worked in the theater industry for many years, he had come across and heard of numerous actors. Yet could it be that Lady Whitebloom had discovered a remarkably talented actress? Unable to remain seated any longer, Professor Shalinia committed the name to memory and stood up, only to find that Lady Galore had no intention of leaving her seat. "You may go ahead. There is no need to wait for me," she commanded. "Understood," he replied. This outing did not require him to ensure the safety of the Duke's daughter, for he knew that he was not nearly qualified to act as her protector. He was, at best, a mere tour guide. Thus, Professor Shalinia hastily exited the auditorium, leaving Lady Galore alone in her seat, lost in thought. "If you wish to cry, then cry," Lady Galore suddenly said. Soon, the sound of quiet sobs echoed behind her, as a vague shadow appeared in her proximity. "Miss, why did that demon ultimately perish?" The weeping sound resembled that of a young girl, yet it felt somewhat indistinct due to its lack of form. Jaloli softly murmured. Having practiced dance since childhood and graced the stage, her extensive experience in theatrical performances had allowed her to discern the cliches woven into playwright scripts. From shedding a few tears at the sight of a play to now, even when performing in a way that moved the audience to tears, she felt no sorrow herself. Wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, only interest remained to accompany her, apart from the emotional stirring. The cinematic form of performance was entirely novel to her, liberating the art from the confines of a mere stage. The characters she portrayed were no longer merely figures clad in specific costumes reciting lines. The filmic medium transformed actors into the very essence of their roles. How was this marvel created? By what means? And how were those transitions captured? An array of questions swirled in Jaloli's mind, culminating in one poignant inquiry. Who was responsible for this film's creation? Was it Miss Eno, who portrayed Belle? No, perhaps it was the demon Zenas. No. There must be others behind this cinematic endeavor. Seated in quiet contemplation, she eventually discerned a new name amidst the dense array of credits, and it dominated the list entirely. Director Joshu, producer Joshu, cinematographer Joshu, costume designer Joshu. A succession of identical names had claimed the screen. "Caught you," Jaloli said softly. "Miss, I strongly advise against any engagement with this individual." The indistinct shadow behind her had ceased its sobbing and spoke to Jaloli in a grave tone. "Why?" Jaloli inquired. "Because that demon prince appears to be a creature of sin, a monstrosity that only my mentor can vanquish. Why do you always presume that demons must be our adversaries?" Jaloli suddenly posed a question deemed heretical in the holy kingdom of Mysa. Yet she was not a citizen of this realm. She hailed from the artistic kingdom of Pholosi, and she took pride in her homeland, refusing to be swayed by the dogmas of foreign lands. Because of the missionaries' so-called maxims, the demon race indeed shared a history of conflict with the Holy Kingdom and the Frost Kingdom spanning centuries. Yet our nation had also engaged in war with the Holy Kingdom centuries ago, ultimately reconciling and becoming allies. Sensing the silence of her attendant behind her, Jaloli sighed. To put it simply, if the villagers in the film were replaced with the holy army of the kingdom, they would not only slay that demon but also condemn Belle as a witch, subjecting her to execution. Would you assist them in evading such a fate? Or would you not? I. Perhaps this is the greatest regret shared by all who have watched Beauty and the Beast. The desire to rush forth and inform the beast that the foolish villagers are approaching, urging him to flee, herself included. Perhaps this encapsulates the true essence of the film. Gialori adjusted the weighty fabric of her gown and rose to her feet. As she ascended the staircase, she suddenly halted her progress, and to address the final inquiry. Do you find my performance engaging, or is it the film that captivates you? Please do be honest. Gialori maintained a smile on her face as she spoke. This film, my lady, I have been yearning to sleep through your theatrical performance for a year now. To speak candidly, the voice of the shadow behind Gialori grew increasingly faint, clearly lacking conviction. Yet, the smile on Gialori's face remained unaltered. Only her tightly clasped hands on the adjacent chair betrayed her in her turmoil. Chapter 50, premiere the following day. Marina had just completed the enrollment procedures for Eno at a magical academy and had brought him to the entrance of the White Flower Theater. As noon approached, the scene at the theater's entrance was markedly different from the previous day, with a multitude of carriages lined up along the street. Young mages clad in robes gathered on the steps of the White Flower Theater, waiting for something. Marina recognized visitors from other lands by their attire. The reason for their congregation was the enormous poster hanging at the theater's entrance. Beauty and the Beast, Marina's gaze was instantly captivated by the poster. In this world, the concept of a poster was virtually non-existent. At most, establishments displayed wooden signboards. However, this particular signboard at the White Flower Theater shattered the conventional understanding of signage in Nolan. It was no longer merely a few words inscribed. Rather, it depicted a complete tableau, the Beauty and the Beast, adorned in resplendent garments, gracefully dancing in a magnificent hall, perfectly captured on this poster. From the moment this poster graced Nolan, it was destined to halt all passers-by. Marina was no exception, driven by overwhelming curiosity. She pulled Eno up the theater's steps, only to suddenly realize that the girl embracing the beast on the poster bore an uncanny resemblance to Eno, more precisely, to Belle, whom Marina had encountered in the village. Eno's hair was now a silvery hue, while Belle's was a flaxen shade. And the disparity in demeanor between the poster's Belle and the current Eno was considerable, almost causing Marina to forget that her adopted son had once been named Belle. Just as she prepared to inquire of Eno, two tall women approached, conversing in a language not native to Nolan, but rather that of the Frost Kingdom, Ostera. Having traveled extensively with her husband in her youth, Marina possessed a rudimentary understanding of various languages, and she clearly overheard the discussion between the two Ostran maidens. Agatha. Stop crying. You killed so many demons when you enlisted. Why do you cry now? But that demon is innocent. This was merely a stage production. No, it seemed the people of Nolan referred to this innovative form of performance as film. Marina brushed past the two Austrian girls and halted at the theater's entrance. As the entire entryway was blocked by the throng of people, even the numerous attendants attempting to restore order were ineffective amidst the chaos. So many people. Having been in business for many years, Marina had attended a few stage plays during her more prosperous times. But she had never witnessed such a crowd blocking the entire theater lobby. Welcome, Mrs. Marina, came a voice as Joshua emerged from the crowd. This time, Joshua has once again underestimated the promotional impact of the posters. On Earth, one can scarcely take a few steps without encountering a poster. It has become a familiar sight, even leading to aesthetic fatigue. However, in this world, the concept of a poster is a novel phenomenon, and driven by curiosity, many young wizards have been drawn to it. After watching the film Beauty and the Beast, their curiosity is thoroughly satisfied, and the emotional resonance and enjoyment the film offers become the currency they exchange when conversing with friends. In the morning, the lobby of the White Blossom Theater was sparsely populated, but as noon approached, the number of visitors increased geometrically, with many returning for a second viewing after having seen it once in the morning. Mr. Joshua, is this what you meant? Marina had numerous questions for Joshua, but she was uncertain where to begin. As I mentioned last night, If you are puzzled, go watch the film. Only after viewing it will we truly discuss collaboration. Joshua instructed a servant to escort Marina and Eno to the VIP section. Currently, all tickets in the theater were sold out, with only a few reserved seats remaining for select individuals. Under the servant's guidance, Marina arrived at the VIP area of the White Blossom Theater's performance hall. This was a private room situated at the highest point of the auditorium, where one could clearly see the grand screen from the comfortable sofa. Please sit, Eno. I must now adhere to Mr. Joshua's intentions, Marina remarked, noticing her adopted son's unease. She patted the seat beside her, using her usual comforting tone to alleviate Eno's tension. Eno obediently settled onto the adjacent sofa, and the auditorium plunged into darkness, punctuated by whispers from below. Why can't I see the stage? That backdrop is pushed too far forward. Do you know which troupe is performing? Silence. This performance does not require a troupe. How can it be performed without a troupe? The murmurs reflected Marina's own inner questions, but soon, the images on the grand screen dispelled her doubts. A long time ago, there was a cursed demon prince whose veins coursed with half-human blood. A ghostly voice, provided by one of the skeletal publicists, gradually narrated the story's background, seamlessly drawing the audience into the world that Joshua had crafted. Next came a familiar scene. The small village, where the story's heroine, Belle, slowly emerged alongside Eno, who sat beside her, as they sang in unison with the villagers, introducing the audience to the essence of Belle's character. Could such a beautiful girl possibly spring from the farmers of that village? Beautiful. I still find Miss Gallo more enchanting. The whispers swiftly faded amidst the harmonious chorus of Belle and the villagers. As the cinematic narrative advanced, many had forgotten their discussions with friends. As the story unfolded, those who believed that the flower of Pholosi was the most beautiful girl in the world began to waver. For even if the rumored flower of Pholosi was indeed breathtakingly lovely, she remained an elusive figure, too distant for those present to discern her true character, shrouded in the myriad roles she portrayed on stage, cloaked in an aura of mystery that rendered her seemingly unattainable. In stark contrast, Belle appeared approachable despite the barrier of the screen. She was simply an ordinary girl living in the village, until the moment she donned her splendid gown and began to dance with the Prince of Darkness in the grand hall. The young souls who had yet to experience love felt their hearts flutter. Was that clock named Horlo a servant of the demon? I am curious about the summoning method. Hey, that is merely a servant of the demon, but I would certainly like that teacup. The focus of the women, however, was entirely different. Another highlight of Beauty and the Beast undoubtedly lay in the talking furniture. Although the film evoked varied experiences among the audience as the final conclusion approached, the sound of weeping resonated throughout the auditorium. Joshua, seated in a separate VIP area, observed the reactions of the audience below. Finding great satisfaction in their responses, Beauty and the Beast had undoubtedly triumphed, and for the coming month, if not the entire year, this film would become the talk of the Nolan people. Chapter 51. Cooperation. At the conclusion of this film screening, an intriguing little episode unfolded. A courageous magician seized the opportunity to confess his feelings to a girl beside him, who appeared to be his classmate. Under the poignant emotional weight of the film's tragic finale, the girl did not reject his confession. Instead, she clasped her cheeks in astonishment and accepted him with heartfelt emotion. This bold declaration instantly captivated the attention of everyone in the auditorium, leaving the audience touched by the film's conclusion and extending their blessings to the newly united pair. Joshua, ever the accommodating host, summoned his attendant to procure red rose petals, utilizing the order system's magical hand to elevate the petals high into the air, allowing them to cascade down gently. It was a truly romantic scene, one so enchanting that it would surely be etched in the memories of all present, including the two newcomers. Perhaps, when they eventually celebrate their wedding, the girl might don the exquisite golden gown reminiscent of Belle's attire. Joshua mused that he should append a phrase to the promotional tagline for Beauty and the Beast. Desire your confession to succeed 100%? Bring the girl of your dreams to this performance. A happy ending version of Beauty and the Beast might be marketed in such a manner. Though Joshua was currently showcasing the tragic rendition, such a promotional line could not guarantee success. How delightful it was indeed. Another couple had ventured into the abyss. If you have someone special, this could be a method to consider. Joshua remained oblivious to the source of Shiri's resentment. What method? Shiri suddenly squinted, fixing her gaze on Joshua for an extended period, leading him to further suspect that this young sorceress might be a sufferer of Stockholm Syndrome. Unfazed by her scrutiny, Joshua maintained a neutral expression until Shiri, seemingly resigned, sighed and murmured a barely audible useless before shifting her attention elsewhere. It was time to speak with Madame Marina. Pushing open the door to the VIP lounge, Joshua noticed that Marina's section was adjacent to his. Out of courtesy, he knocked lightly before entering. Inside, he found Madame Marina, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief, while Ino offered consolation to the elderly woman, who had surpassed 70 years of age. As a woman, Marina's plight was indeed tragic. She had lost her husband in her youth, struggled for over a decade to accumulate a modest fortune, only to have it swept away by robbers. Now, one could only ponder whether Marina considered herself fortunate, as that was a matter of personal perspective. Madame Marina, do you have anything you wish to express? Joshua inquired, taking a seat before her. Mr. Joshua, are you currently embroiled in the very spectacle depicted on the backdrop? Marina faltered momentarily, unable to recall the title of the earlier performance, and resorted to this vague reference. The question she sought to pose could perhaps be interpreted as, is everything I currently experience merely a performance? Certainly not. There are no cameras or lenses here. Everything is genuine. I sincerely wish to collaborate with you, and beside me. Ino genuinely hopes to live peacefully with you, of that I can assure you. After watching this film, Marina's feelings may resemble those of Truman from The Truman Show, yet her choices diverge significantly from his. She has contemplated the possibility that had she not encountered Joshua, her fate might not have been as simple as merely losing all her possessions. Her very life could have been at stake. When Marina hears Joshua affirm that everything is authentic, she struggles to fully believe him. But what difference does disbelief make? She has aged. And even if all of this were a mere fabrication, Marina would willingly embrace it. Joshua's collaboration, and most importantly, Ino, her adopted son. Mr. Joshua, I have found a merchant willing to supply beverages long-term, and I will be negotiating the contract with him in a few days. My application to establish the guild is complete. All that remains are the renovations for the tavern and its construction. This evening, I will provide you with the initial funds. Thank you, Mrs. Marina. This conversation has essentially confirmed that Marina will be the innkeeper of the Hearthstone Tavern in the coming years. Having firmly established a business partnership with Marina, Joshua should offer a few words of advice to Ino on becoming a competent actor, especially concerning the matters that follow one's rise to fame. The succubus. While engaging with Joshua, still felt a tinge of apprehension, yet she could at least manage to suppress the trembling of her body. Ino, what did you hear amidst the murmurs below? Joshua gestured towards the audience in the still-occupied performance hall. I couldn't quite hear. Ino shook his head. Since entering the VIP section, he had been focused on Marina, fearful she might abruptly leave. Reminiscent of the times he was forced to entertain guests in the demon realm who learned of his true gender. They were discussing a name, Belle. Do you realize how great your allure is in their eyes? Joshua observed the succubus. For her kind, the number of men enchanted is a source of pride. Ino's tragic childhood circumstances prevented him from adopting the seductive demeanor characteristic of succubi. Yet Joshua could confidently assert, for countless years since the dawn of this world, the succubus who has captivated the most men is none other than Ino before me. If Ino were to continue transforming his hair to flaxen and don the attire worn by Belle, he would find it impossible to leave the Whitethorn Theater today. Is that truly possible? Ino hesitated to believe Joshua's words. It is indeed true. Which is why I have prepared this for you. Wear it. Joshua produced a pair of spectacles crafted from wood, as only the nobility might possess monocles made of gold or silver. Ino obediently donned the spectacles that Joshua had given him. These rather outdated glasses completely obscured the allure that lingered about Ino, rendering him a stark contrast to the captivating Belle displayed on the screen. Remember to adorn yourself in this manner when venturing out. You have witnessed the effects of your kin's enchantment on men. Soon, it may not be just one or two. Belle's influence could very well become renowned throughout the streets and alleys of Nolan in the coming days. Chapter 52. Departure in the ensuing days. The acclaim for Beauty and the Beast burgeoned throughout the magical metropolis of Nolan, manifesting in an almost explosive manner. This phenomenon resulted in over half of the audience contributing to the film's box office being from foreign lands, while the native citizens of Nolan comprised a mere fraction. The remainder consisted of sorcerers possessing dual nationality from Nolan and other countries, who had come to study in Nolan. This novel form of performance art began to proliferate with Beauty and the Beast as its catalyst, spreading like a virulent contagion. The individual most profoundly affected by this phenomenon was none other than the fabled flower of fallacy, Jaloli. At that moment, she stood upon the stage of the Nolan National Theater, drawing the curtain on her fourth performance. Throughout the performance, Jaloli remained in a state of distraction. Previously, even when she found a script dull, she would engage earnestly. However, The reason for her current preoccupation lay in the fact that the audience's attention was not directed toward her. The turnout today was significantly diminished. And as the final curtain fell, she faintly overheard murmurs from the audience discussing the name Bill. Jaloli descended from the stage and made her way backstage. "Why didn't you bring me along to see Beauty and the Beast yesterday? You managed to snag tickets this morning, didn't you? I bet that Demon Prince's mane feels incredibly soft." Others were indeed envious. Jaloli positioned herself behind two women who played supporting roles in the troupe, and upon noticing her presence, they immediately ceased their chatter. Miss. Within the Black Swan Theater, Jaloli's status was unequivocal, for the troupe had been established by her father solely for her sake. "Do not mind me." "You may take your rest," she said, her countenance unchanged, maintaining a composed smile. The two women, having received Jaloli's tacit permission, hurriedly departed. Once they left, Jaloli fell into silence for a moment, then entered the dressing room to change out of her cumbersome costume, opting for simpler attire. "Miss, you cannot possibly intend to seek out that man. Have you confirmed his identity?" As Jaloli gathered her long, raven-black hair, which cascaded to her waist, she caught a glimpse of a shadow forming in the mirror's reflection. "It would be best if you refrained from any contact with that man, truly," the shadow urged, its tone tinged with urgency. Yet, Jaloli's expression remained remarkably tranquil, as if she had long since resolved not to waver. "Just inform me of his identity and any pertinent details," Jaloli commanded. "I have attempted, but I could uncover no leads." "No leads? You are the most exceptional apprentice of the Blackwood Guardians. Is it possible that your family's unique runes of concealment and perception yield no intelligence?" This was the first time Jaloli had heard her guardian speak in such a manner. "In truth, I was aware of the two locations he resided in. Yet I dared not draw too near to him, for fear of being discovered. It seemed he could sense my presence. Moreover, I felt a terrifying power emanating from him." "How terrifying, you may ask?" It was the first time Jaloli witnessed her guardian looking so frightened. An aura of death surrounded him. "I had dispatched numerous necromancers, yet the essence he exuded was far more dreadful than all the necromancers I had ever confronted combined. Coupled with his connection to demons, the information relayed by the shadows was sufficient to construct an image of a malevolent force's hidden mastermind. "Can you truly protect me?" Jaloli continued to tidy her hair, removing the light makeup from her face. "Of course, no problem. Wait, young lady. After all I've said, you still intend to meet him? Where are his two residences?" The urgency in the shadow's tone did not affect Jaloli. She stepped out of the dressing room and made her way toward the outer fringes of the backstage. "I must speak with the Duke." She felt a twinge of panic, but Jaloli reached into the void, swiftly grasping a pale arm, which was accompanied by a pointed ear that twitched slightly. The surface of this arm was inscribed with numerous dark runes, the luminescence emanating from them gradually dimming. "Keep this matter a secret from father, else you know the consequences." Jaloli's wine-red pupils calmly fixed on the void, as if she were aware of the presence lurking within the shadows. "I understand." The voice from the shadows grew faint, ultimately fading into nothingness, as Jaloli pushed open the door and departed from the backstage. "Miss Jaloli." Professor Shalinia had been waiting by the door for quite some time, prepared to inform Jaloli of the upcoming performance arrangements. However, upon noticing her simple attire and newly styled hair, Professor Shalinia realized that this black swan was unwilling to remain placidly in her lake. "Where are you preparing to go, Miss Jaloli?" Professor Shalinia was ready to serve as her guide. Harboring a belly full of frustration as the White Jasmine Theater had entirely snatched his business away in just a few days. What vexed him the most was that he had even purchased tickets to the White Jasmine Theater, and not just once. "Why can I not control this impulse?" This thought emerged in Professor Shalinia's mind. Now, his only remaining trump card against the White Jasmine Theater was the Black Swan Troupe. "I heard a new tavern has opened 3 streets down from the theater," Jaloli declared. "A tavern? Miss Jaloli, you cannot venture into such a filthy establishment, filled with foul-smelling dwarves and uncouth drunks." Professor Shalinia held little regard for dwarves, those beings who toiled incessantly in the depths of the earth, lacking any appreciation for art. They would never contribute a single ticket to his theater, whereas even the haughty elves would bring some revenue. Is there a hint of racial prejudice? Jaloli cast a glance at the shadow behind her. Many years ago, humanity indeed harbored significant divisions against other races, such as dwarves or elves. However, since the emergence of the magical capital, Nolan, it has not only become the center of the world, but also a confluence of various races. Under Nolan's influence, the barriers that once separated humans from other races gradually diminished, transforming into a source of pride to know esteemed elves or a distinguished dwarven master. Today, It is a rarity to find humans who still harbor prejudice against dwarfs. No. Allow me to lead the way. Professor Shalinia found himself at a loss for words, resorting to this excuse to change the subject. Thus, Jaloli made her way outside the theater and boarded a carriage, which gently rolled toward the commercial street not far from the National Theater of Nolan. Chapter 53. The assessment and owl gracefully entered the tavern named Hearthstone, clutching a piece of parchment in its talons. It alighted upon the bar at the rear of the establishment, carefully placing the letter atop the counter. Joshu picked up the missive and began to peruse its contents. It had been 5 days since the premiere of Beauty and the Beast, and the film's terrifying ability to generate wealth had become increasingly apparent. On the first day, the dividends from the White Bloom Theater were substantial enough to fill 2 large chests, while by the second day, Sir White Bloom had to secure a room solely to accommodate the mountain of gold coins that had accumulated. Joshu mused that even a dragon perched atop that heap of treasure would appear entirely at home. On the third day, the playwright, lacking in commercial acumen, finally wised up and helped Joshu open a savings account. This savings institution served as a rudimentary version of a bank, emerging naturally in response to the economic surge triggered by the revolution in Nolan's magical industry. As affluent capitalists discovered their wealth exceeded what could be stored at home, the need for such institutions became evident. However, Joshu had no time to tally the profits accrued over these 5 days. He had invested all of it into the Hearthstone Tavern and the development of the game Hearthstone. With Joshu's financial backing, Marina completed the tavern's renovations in just 5 days. The first floor of the building had long been refurbished, suitable for a shop, and Marina merely needed to finalize arrangements with suppliers for drinks, tables, and the kitchen behind the bar. Now, as Joshu surveyed the bar, a tavern capable of accommodating approximately 200 patrons lay before him. Regrettably, the establishment was completely devoid of customers, a situation that had persisted for 2 whole days. There were no dwarves passing through the street. Joshu remained unperturbed. Having no immediate plans for promotion, he intended to wait until the arcade version of Hearthstone was completed before fearing a lack of patrons. He vividly recalled the bustling arcade scene of the early 2000s on Earth. The art of acquiring high-quality crystals, optimal adaptation of the inscription system with order and flow as primaries, and flame and holy light as secondaries. The Owl Correspondence Society's 173rd topic. The title of this letter was penned by Joshu. The framework and logic behind the game Hearthstone were nearing completion. All that remained was for Siri to finish the first draft of the original artwork, after which Joshu would undertake the editing. During meditation, Joshu's thoughts accelerated to 2 or 3 times their normal speed. Upon completing over 100 lines of code and opening his eyes, he found that only a few seconds had elapsed. The sole obstacle hindering the birth of the arcade version of Hearthstone was the quality of the crystals. To enable a magical machine to support the game, Joshu required superior quality crystals, and the prototype constructed by Helren no longer met his needs. The inadequacy of quality can indeed be compensated by quantity. Perhaps the most substantial portion of data lies within the original artwork. Healan inscribed merely over 30 flow and healing deity Wingelka runes into it, suggesting that the storage method for this original artwork was not data, but rather a form of magic. The constructs created by these runes are, in essence, magical. Joshu merely complicated the construction of these runes, akin to the transition from using film to store images to employing data in contemporary times. You might inquire with the dwarfs. They possess a vast quantity of raw crystal ore. This was the only reliable answer provided by the members of the Owl Pen Pal Society. Beneath Nolan lies an extensive network of raw crystal veins, with a significant portion of the miners being dwarfs. It seems Joshu ought to seek an opportunity to engage with this race. As the owl took flight from the tavern, it welcomed its very first patron since its opening. Welcome, feel free to take a seat. Marina had gone out in search of a chef, and Eno was attending class. So Joshu was assuming the role of tavern owner for the day. The first guest to enter the Hearthstone Tavern surprised Joshu. It was a little girl, one possessing a notably unique demeanor. He recognized her from the White Hawthorn Theater, where she stood silently beside the man arguing with Sir White Hawthorn, emanating an alluring aura. May I assist you? Joshu inquired. In this world, there exists no law prohibiting minors from consuming alcohol. She glanced around the somewhat desolate tavern before finally directing her gaze toward Joshu. Excuse me, are you Mr. Joshu? Indeed, that is I. The name Joshu had become somewhat renowned in Nolan, albeit overshadowed by Eno's portrayal of Belle. According to Sir White Hawthorn, many had visited the theater specifically to seek Joshu. However, it was the first time he encountered a little girl approaching him directly with such intent. Clearly, she had conducted a thorough investigation into Joshu's background, and he sensed that someone had been watching him lately, albeit from a distance, making it impossible for him to discern their precise location. "Are you a friend of Sir White Hawthorne?" Joshu recalled only their previous encounter at the theater. "Well, one might say so." The smile on Galori's face momentarily faltered before swiftly returning to her previously elegant demeanor. Although she had donned a simple outfit and hairstyle today, her appearance remained unchanged. Sufficient for many to recognize her as the flower of Philosophy, Galori had always taken pride in this identity, as any woman would delight in being adored by many. This identity served as a testament to her extraordinary allure. Unfortunately, it appeared to hold little significance for Joshu. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am an actress from a theater troupe named Galori Van Donner. Surely, you must have heard of me." Miss Jalawali speculated that Joshu had not witnessed her performance. However, the renowned flower of Feroci, Miss Jalali, is well known in the theatrical realm. Joshu, with his multifaceted identity, now serves as a cultural disseminator. "What brings you here?" "Miss Jalawali?" Joshu's calm demeanor rendered Jalawal momentarily speechless, though she swiftly regained her composure. "I wish to partake in Mr. Joshu's forthcoming film." She articulated her purpose for visiting. The stage plays had become a source of tedium and monotony for her. She yearned to explore a novel mode of performance, or perhaps, driven by her innate competitive spirit as a woman, she felt compelled to surpass Belle. "So, it is for this reason. It may be possible, but prior to that, you must undergo my assessment." Joshu was certainly intent on filming his next project, and at present, his crew was in need of talent. Sir Whiteloom had few actors under his employ. Joshu himself was among them, with only 2 or 3 others remaining. A raw talent had presented herself. Joshu would be remiss to refuse such an opportunity, especially from the legendary flower of Feroci. Such a bargain was rare indeed. However, before proceeding, Joshu needed to evaluate whether she possessed the requisite skills for the upcoming film. "Whatever the assessment may entail, I believe I can excel in any performance-related challenge," Jalawa asserted. Apart from her physical beauty, her acting prowess was her greatest pride, and she held an unwavering confidence in this regard. "Very well, then. The first assessment is, do you use profanity?" Joshu inquired, gazing at the elegant and courteous young woman before him. Upon hearing this question, a smile remained on Jalawa's face. Yet she tilted her head slightly, seemingly seeking clarification on the meaning of Joshu's inquiry. "I ask if you use profanity," Joshu reiterated his question. Chapter 54. Vulgar language. I believe I need not provide examples of profane language, nor elaborate on the accompanying gestures, as I surmise you may find them difficult to comprehend. Joshua demonstrated one of the most universally recognized gestures of indignation on earth, the middle finger. The significance of this gesture can be traced back to the conclusion of the 100 Years' War between England and France, indicating that the culture of insult has deep historical roots. For instance, terms such as scoundrel and rascal have long been utilized, and Shun Lin famously penned a diatribe against Cao Cao, declaring, "The lecherous eunuch is devoid of virtue. You despicable gnome. I ought to inscribe your image upon my staff and hurl you away as a fireball." In essence, coarse language exists in every realm. Joshua does not endorse such a culture of insult. Rather, he finds himself contemplating the production of Elon, the professional after completing Beauty and the Beast. Unlike the latter, which is a fairy tale intended for young girls, Elon, the professional, possesses a darker tone, encompassing themes of gangs, drugs, and domestic violence, all revealing the shadows of society. If Beauty and the Beast incited a stir among the young ladies and aristocrats of Nolan, Elon, the professional, is poised to provoke profound reflections on human nature and societal issues among adults. Jaloli grasped the hem of her dress, thoroughly perplexed by Joshua's question. A few years prior, she had undergone evaluations by several renowned masters of drama. Their assessments merely required her to embody a certain character, and ultimately, Jaloli won their admiration with performances that moved them deeply. This was her innate talent. Over the years, she had not encountered a role she could not portray. Yet this was merely her own presumption. Joshua's initial inquiry had completely stumped her. "Shall I provide an example? For instance, Fuck, Miss Jaloli. Can you utter this word with a tone of anger?" Joshua poured himself a glass of plain water, patiently awaiting the performance of this flower of philosophy. In this world, the language of Nolan is English, albeit many words have yet to emerge. However, the word Fuck exists, and its meaning is sufficient to redden the cheeks of any sheltered noblewoman. Jaloli appeared utterly at a loss, her mouth agape, yet no words escaped her. Besides being the leading actress of the Black Swan Theater, She was also the daughter of a Grand Duke. Since her birth, she had received the finest education, endowing her with an unparalleled grace in both demeanor and conduct, deeply influenced by such ideals. Such coarse behavior as cursing is absolutely beneath the refined upbringing of Gallery. When provoked to the extent that it incites her anger, she typically ensures that the offender simply vanishes, although such instances are rare. This would be a severe detriment to her image. Mr. Joshu, this request seems somewhat excessive. Gallery let out a barely audible sigh, appearing to be in a state of hesitation. It is not unreasonable. In my next script, this is merely fundamental. If Miss Gallery cannot adapt, then I am at a loss. Joshu understood the reasons behind Gallery's indecision from the scripts provided by Sir Whitebloom. It is evident that the dialogue in this world's theatrical productions is delivered in a manner of praise, a common expressive form in stage plays. This has resulted in a theatrical landscape where, despite some dark narratives, the performances remain imbued with an artistic essence. Joshu is working on a film which aims to recreate another reality. In the real world, one does not raise their voice an octave and exclaim, "Ah, my tyrannical boss has demanded overtime again." How utterly tragic. Joshu could sense the awkwardness permeating even through the script, thus marking a significant transition for Gallery from stage actress to film star that she must inevitably navigate. Gallery gazed at Joshu, whose expression was earnest. She was perceptive enough to discern that Joshu's request was not intended to challenge her or to witness her embarrassment, but rather a sincere evaluation of her acting prowess. This prompted Gallery to purse her lips, ultimately uttering the coarse term Joshu had previously mentioned, adding a rather gifted "you" at the end. Her tone was stiff and devoid of emotion, rendering her talent as a performer momentarily ineffective. Meanwhile, Joshu was striving to suppress her facial expressions. Witnessing a dignified and beautiful noblewoman, filled with embarrassment, exerting all her strength to utter "fuck you" evoked a peculiar sensation within her, especially as a hint of crimson graced Gallery's fair cheeks. Yet, Joshu remained considerate of the young lady's dignity, acknowledging that this might be the first time she had uttered such vulgarity in front of others. To spare her further discomfort, Joshu maintained a neutral expression, drawing upon her experience as an interviewer back on Earth. Regardless of how clumsy a newcomer may be, Joshu upheld an impassive demeanor, as this was the least she could do to show respect. There was a lack of emotion, a certain stiffness. I would expect more from an actress in a theater troupe. If you're willing, I would extend an invitation for you to join my next film project. Joshu regarded the delicate flower of Philosophy before her, noting that her youthful appearance made her remarkably suited for the role of Matilda in Elon, the Professional, perhaps the most fitting of all the actors Joshu had encountered. Upon reflection, Joshu realized that her appearance bore a striking resemblance to Natalie Portman, the actress who portrayed Matilda, and their temperaments were eerily similar, reminiscent of the legendary Black Swan. Did I pass? Jelawali was taken aback that a mere vulgar remark had prompted Joshu to accept her. She had anticipated a far more rigorous evaluation process. Not yet. My next film commences in 2 months, following the conclusion of the World Expo. Should you choose to remain, I would extend an invitation to you. Though your current acting skills are quite inadequate, Joshu remarked. Jelawali had initially managed to accept Joshu's previous demands, albeit with astonishment. But upon hearing the words "acting skills are inadequate," she felt a surge of indignation, a sentiment stemming from her pride as the finest actress of Feroci. However, this anger was swiftly extinguished by a wave of shame, as her earlier exclamation of "fuck" was an utter failure. Perhaps the most abysmal line she had delivered in her career. A competent actress should be able to impeccably render any line, hence, Miss Jelawali. I hope you will dedicate the next 2 months to mastering the art of cursing. Joshu once again posed a rather daunting challenge to the young noblewoman. Any method of practice is acceptable. I suggest beginning with fuck, then progressing to shid, and eventually reaching the elevated realm of mother fuck. This barrage of coarse language left Jelawali momentarily stunned, as she realized the existence of such an extensive lexicon of vulgarities in the world. Once you can fluently utter fuck, I shall grant you the role of the female lead in my next film. Trust me, cinema will eclipse theater, and in this world, I alone possess the knowledge of how to create films. I am here to teach you how to be a film actress, not a stage performer. Joshu observed Jelawali's expression, which remained silent, as if her worldview had been profoundly shaken. Perhaps the moment she truly secures the role of the female lead in this demon is not so cold will signify the complete dismantling of this young lady's perspective on life. A pang of guilt struck Joshu. Was she corrupting a child? We'll give it a try. Jelawali inhaled deeply, recognizing that her performance was hindered by her so-called decorum and the arrogance associated with her noble status, which led her to believe that there existed no role she could not embody. Take care. Xiaoxiu bid farewell to the flower of ferocy, hoping that when she next encountered this black swan, she would truly have transformed into one, for geese are indeed formidable creatures. Chapter 55. The dwarf as night descended. Frostax concluded his day's labor and emerged from the subterranean city of the dwarves into the realm of Nolan. Elder, today I shall incapacitate these rascals with drink. I shall take my leave. Without further ado, he retorted, enough chatter, off with you. Frostax glared at the young dwarfs, watching their figures vanish around the corner of Nolan's streets, and he sighed as he stroked his graying beard. His age surpassed even that of the city of Nolan itself. He was among the first dwarves to uncover this underground relic, a pioneer of its exploration, and the very founder and architect of Nolan. From a mere village populated by spellcasters to its current status as one of the most prosperous cities in the world, Frostax had endured countless tribulations that made him bristle with exasperation. However, time waits for none. Even the longevity of dwarves succumbs to the ravages of age. And so too does Frostax, the elder of the Frostax clan. His once vigorous body could no longer partake in the revelries of the taverns like the younger dwarves, who would hoist large wooden tankards and engage in arm wrestling after a hearty drink. As one ages, the inclination towards thrill amplifies, a truth that holds true for dwarves as well. In recent years, Frostax found delight in strolling through the streets of Nolan. Observing the transformations in the city he had painstakingly helped to construct, the preparations for the World Expo had ushered a myriad of new faces into Nolan. With each street he traversed, he encountered new shops, though most catered to women's attire or the troublesome trinkets of spellcasters. Today, he stumbled upon a tavern on the commercial street, a quaint establishment named the Hearthstone, approaching the venerable age of several centuries. Frostax had little interest in the boisterous taverns of his youth, yet, to his surprise, the Hearthstone exuded an unexpected tranquility. To describe it as serene would be an understatement. For upon entering, he discovered merely a couple of patrons within. Welcome. Please find a seat. A small figure approached him, a child perhaps. Frostax scrutinized the human adorned with wooden-framed spectacles. Regardless of gender, it mattered not to him. In his eyes, this race, towering over him, was rather unsightly, particularly due to their ungainly physiques. The most beautiful form for a dwarf woman should resemble that of a barrel. Frostax appreciated the ambience of this quiet tavern. Following the child's guidance, he settled into a seat, the weight of his armor causing the floor to emit a heavy thud. Do you require anything? Eno glanced at the elderly dwarf before him. Working in this tavern was his duty, though he had once toiled under less favorable conditions, where a warm meal was a luxury. Do you serve wine from the Great Xia? Frostax did not peruse the menu. The tavern's offerings were limited to a few varieties, subpar Alesh and those of better quality, along with the finest rye whiskey from the steel nation of Biskel and the pretentious red wines favored by the aristocracy. For Frostax, these beverages had become rather insipid. As he had recently developed a fondness for a particular liquor from the Great Summer Kingdom, its transparent hue igniting a fiery sensation in his throat upon consumption. In an instant, Eno nodded and dashed to the back of the bar. One of the beverage suppliers that Marina had negotiated with hailed from the Great Summer and indeed provided this special drink. I want the best. Apologies. My magic will rend you to shreds. Upon hearing this voice, Frostax curiously glanced towards the opposite side of the tavern, where he discerned two unfamiliar figures in the corner. Yet, what truly captured his attention was, their table was illuminated. I, 1. Furcost Fireball. Shiri held up a card composed of projections. Emblazoned with the words Fireball, inflict 6 damage. Across from Shiri, Joshu shrugged, helplessly watching his controlled character, a warrior named Garrosh Hellscream, explode into fragments under the impact of a fireball. Joshu and Shiri were testing the arcade version of the game, utilizing a unique prototype machine before Joshu, equipped with an exceedingly primitive version of Hearthstone. There was no card editor available, only 2 classes, Warrior and Mage, could be employed, and Joshu had prearranged the deck, using the machine solely for testing purposes. The arcade version of Hearthstone featured a transparent display, akin to a tablet the size of a table, and Joshu had cleverly employed the projection capabilities of Helren's magical machinery, allowing the hand cards to hover before the players, albeit this was merely an auxiliary function. The genuine gameplay revolved around clicking and dragging on the transparent surface. Over the course of 12 matches, from afternoon until now, Shiri had been defeated by Joshu 11 times in succession. However, This astute sorceress gradually began to master the techniques, and with a stroke of luck, she finally triumphed over Joshu just moments ago. Quick, it is time for you to fulfill your promise. Shiri found it difficult to articulate the exhilaration that accompanied her victory. Joshu had specifically instructed her that one must always say sorry before casting Fireball for a kill, and similarly for the spell Inferno Blast, which made Shiri acutely aware of the significance of the word sorry to a mage. Were it not for Shiri being a devotee of the God of Order and lacking knowledge of Fireball, she might have adhered to this rule in her future incantations. May the wager be honored. Prior to commencing this test with Shiri, Joshu had established a bet. Should Shiri manage to win against him within 15 matches, he would grant her a modest request. Have you completed the latter part of this demon is not so cold. The condition proposed by Shiri took Joshu by surprise, as the phrase not too excessive also encompassed the possibility of granting Shiri her freedom. However, it seems that this young sorceress has forgotten her status as a captive and is more preoccupied with the script titled This Demon is Not So Cold, which Joshu had shown to Shiri a day prior. The initial draft remains unfinished, as the formal filming of this film will commence only after I complete the production of Hearthstone. Over the past few days, Joshu has been engrossed in coding. The script was merely a spontaneous endeavor, resulting in its discovery by Shiri, who resides under the same roof. Following Beauty and the Beast, Shiri has once again become a fervent advocate for updates. The production. You still owe me over 100 sketches, but I have completed all the foundational cards. Grant me a few days. Shiri is not in a hurry. As long as she stays with Joshu, she will eventually be able to read the entirety of This Demon is Not So Cold and even participate in the filming. This is what Shiri anticipates most eagerly. Coincidentally, the testing is nearing completion. Just as Joshu intended to cease the flow of magical energy to the arcane machinery, he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. An elderly dwarf had appeared beside the arcane device at some point, his eyes wide as he gazed at the images on the screen, seemingly pondering the nature of this contraption. Would you care to give it a try? Joshu inquired of the seemingly aged dwarf. Chapter 56. The Hearthstone Frostax's calloused hand grazed the surface of the magical device, feeling its smooth texture. Years of honing skills with raw crystals and jewels allowed him to instantly discern that the materials used to construct this arcane mechanism were quite ordinary, common raw crystals found in the marketplace, with some components exhibiting rather inferior quality. Such substandard raw crystal products were those he would have disregarded entirely while strolling down the street. Yet, the function of this magical device was unlike anything Frostax had ever encountered in his lifetime. Did you create this? He inquired. Curiosity piqued as he reached for a card resting on the table. To be precise, it was crafted by myself and 2 friends, one of whom stands before you. Joshua replied, gesturing towards Shiri. Frostax glanced at Shiri and then back at Joshua, both appearing so youthful that he was struck by the realization that the times have truly changed. What is its purpose? Frostax racked his brain, a repository of knowledge accumulated over centuries, hoping to decipher the principle behind this magical device that could project an unusual image onto a flat surface. Although he lacked the profound understanding of runes possessed by human spellcasters, his knowledge of raw crystals and magical machinery was unparalleled in the city. He would boldly claim to be the best, with no one daring to contest him. The existence of magical machinery was derived from the underground ruins, remnants of an ancient civilization. Decades ago, while exploring the ruins, Frostax had encountered a colossal figure forged from iron, powered by magical energy and possessing immense destructive capability. A dwarf exploration team had sacrificed 12 brave warriors to destroy that giant, and now, its nearly 1-meter iron head hung in Frostax's home as a trophy. Unfortunately, all magical devices from that ruin had deteriorated, their functionality reduced to nearly zero. For many years, Frostax had not witnessed a magical mechanism that could astonish him like that iron giant did. The device before him now evoked a sense of wonder, as he struggled to comprehend its underlying principles. Why did images appear on the surface of the raw crystals? Why did the images shift when his hand made contact with them? These questions stirred his long-dormant mind, alongside a burning curiosity about the device's purpose. This magical device serves a singularly simple function. Joshua examined the dwarf before him, whose age likely exceeded his own by several folds. Though age spots marred his face, he exhibited no signs of frailty, clad in heavy armor weighing at least 30 kilograms. Speak quickly, Frostax urged impatiently. A dwarf's thirst for knowledge rivaled that of human mages. Otherwise, they would not be tirelessly exploring the depths of Nolan. Play. Frostax conceded that the tactile feedback from touching the images was indeed intriguing. However, to think that such an exquisite magical device was meant solely for amusement was bewildering. Indeed, this creation is called Hearthstone, and its gameplay is unlike anything you might imagine. Jiaoshu observed the old dwarf as he pointed at the cards displayed on the screen, dragging them hither and thither. It resembled a playful interaction with a cat engrossed with a tablet, the feline pawing at the screen in a seemingly aimless manner. Why not commence a game as a demonstration? I shall fetch something to eat, he suggested. Shiri relinquished his position, assuming the role of an observer, while Inno procured the drink the dwarf had pointed to. Well, young man, I hope this is far more entertaining than arm wrestling, Frostax remarked, taking a seat without hesitation. The dwarves had few sources of amusement. Drinking was a significant joy in their lives, alongside mining. Whether indulging in drink or delving into the depths of the earth, Frostax had partaken in both for over a century, and even the most cherished pursuits could become tiresome. He wandered through Nolan in search of novel experiences. And the tavern's game, Hearthstone, genuinely piqued his interest. Frostax lifted the drink that Inno had brought over and downed it in one swift motion. As he set the cup down, Jiaoshu initiated a new Hearthstone match. The screen before them split in twain, revealing two portraits floating closest to Frostax. What is this? He mused to himself, feeling he had exhausted his lifetime-esque quota of what's for the day. One profession was that of a warrior, the other a mage. Jiaoshu pointed to mage Jin and warrior Garrosh, both of whom were renowned figures within the realm of Warcraft. Frostax, unfamiliar with the lore of Warcraft, nevertheless grasped the essence of the mage and warrior classes. He himself was a warrior, capable of reducing those foolish spellcasters to mere pulp with his might. However, was he an orc? Frostax queried, pointing at warrior Garrosh with a hint of perplexity. In this era of mingling races, orcs appeared to be the sole outliers, dwelling largely on the fringes of the Frostlands, showing little inclination towards interaction with other races. If humans viewed dwarves as uncouth, their perception of orcs leaned towards barbarism. Recently, even the Holy Kingdom had been propagating the notion that orcs were merely pawns of demons. It seemed that Garrosh was indeed universally reviled. You do not harbor hatred for orcs? Jiaoshu noted that Frostax, after a mere inquiry, unhesitatingly selected warrior Garrosh. Hate? They are but a band of homeless wretches, Frostax replied. A warrior, an orc. He pondered whether his old comrade, who had once assisted him in severing the head of a dragon centuries ago, still drew breath. No, he must still be alive. As Frostax chose warrior Garrosh, Garrosh's portrait promptly ascended to the hero position, proclaiming loudly, victory or death. This phrase, originally uttered in the Orcish tongue of Warcraft, Loktar Ogre, was translated by Jiaoshu for clarity. The aged dwarf appeared moved by this declaration, steeped in a spirit of defiance against death. Who in their youth lacks a tale or two? Let us commence. Joshua cast a glance at his opening hand, preparing to make the first move. The rules were imparted to him through the crucible of actual combat. Chapter 57. The Divine Draw. Frostax's hands trembled. As a seasoned gem cutter and a competent miner, it had been nearly a decade and a half since his hands had last betrayed him in such a manner. The last time he had shaken was due to a harrowing encounter with a 20-meter-long venomous worm deep underground, the poison from which had rendered him quaking. Now, however, Frostax was indeed poisoned, though this affliction was known as internet addiction. The reasons for his trembling hands were twofold. First, sheer anger. He had suffered defeat at the hands of Joe 7 consecutive times. As the elder of the Frostax clan, such repeated losses were intolerable. Whether it be through drinking or arm wrestling, he refused to allow himself to be bested so many times. The second reason was excitement. Having become well-versed in the rules of Hearthstone, he was on the verge of victory in their 8th match against Joe. Joe's mage, Jaina, had but 3 health points remaining, while Joe commanded a formidable array of high-attack minions. Meanwhile, Frostax's warrior, Garrosh, still had 12 health points and 5 armor. But Joe's minions were capable of inflicting a staggering 21 points of damage. The thrill of the unknown electrified Frostax, causing his hands to quiver. The moment of fate had arrived. He fixated intently on the rightmost pile of cards, drawing 1/4. This card would determine the outcome of the game. Would it be the charging wolf rider, the formidable train king Lenore, or perhaps the legendary card, Grommash Hellscream, Garrosh's own father? Frostax narrowed his eyes. The emotion of this moment evoked memories of the exhilaration experienced while exploring a new mine, where danger and anticipation intertwined, creating an intoxicating sensation. He grasped the card tightly, feeling as though he held the future within his palm. Cost 7, Blood Fury, 7-1. Upon seeing this card, Frost Axe nearly leapt from his seat, though the armor he donned rendered him immobile. This time, victory was assured. Ultimately, it was not one of Garrosh's minions that secured his triumph, but Garrosh himself. Frost Axe played the equipment card, adorning Garrosh with Blood Fury. With a resounding cry of Loktar Ogre, Garrosh raised the legendary axe high, delivering a crushing blow to Jaina. The surrounding scene quaked with the force of Garrosh's strike. Frost Axe could distinctly feel the reverberation as Jaina's portrait shattered. Frost Axe jubilantly waved his arms in celebration. "Ha ha, take that, you wretched spellcaster. Have you come to understand the might of my axe?" Joe gazed at the dwarf, who, despite being centuries old, rejoiced like a child, and he could ascertain that Frost Axe had truly grasped the essence of Hearthstone. Beyond mere skill, the true joy of this game lay in the whims of fortune. Hearthstone is inherently a card game brimming with various elements of randomness. The exhilarating sensation of a dramatic comeback is truly unparalleled, and every match of Hearthstone allows one to revel in this thrill. How does this game compare to arm wrestling in terms of enjoyment? Joshu halted the operation of the magical machine and inquired of the dwarf. Arm wrestling is far more tedious. Those little fellows are still idling away their lives in the tavern. I shall summon them and teach them what constitutes a true game. Frost Axe was still caught up in the excitement of victory, eager to call upon the other members of his clan. Regrettably, Mr. Frost Axe, we are closing soon. Joshu responded with a hint of exasperation regarding the impending closure of the establishment. Closing? Aren't taverns supposed to remain open indefinitely? In Frost Axe's memory, human taverns were always bustling with activity. Joshu had played numerous matches, and it was already approaching 11 o'clock at night. Although the dwarves were known for their penchant for revelry until dawn, sprawled across the tavern in slumber, Joshu needed to work with Siri on crafting other cards that evening, leaving little time for frivolity. Moreover, the game was not yet fully developed. Not fully developed? Frost Axe was unconcerned about the tavern's official opening hours. But upon hearing that Hearthstone had not reached its complete form, he ceased his intention to summon others. This game, which appeared exceedingly intricate in Frost Axe's perspective, was still far from being perfected. In reality, it was not merely incomplete, it was merely a rudimentary version. Joshu powered down the magical machine and switched it to editing mode, revealing the data stored within the Frost Axe. Before him were 9 character portraits, 2 of which he recognized, the warrior Garrosh and the mage Jaina. The other 7 were entirely unfamiliar. One appeared to be an annoying paladin. Another resembled a despicable elven assassin, and Frost Axe found himself increasingly bewildered. Are you saying there are 9 classes in Hearthstone? Frost Axe, now a novice player of the game, understood the significance of these portraits. Indeed, not only that, but in the official version, you will also be able to edit your deck. Joshu presented another feature that sparked excitement in Frost Axe's eyes. In fact, throughout the previous 8 matches, Frost Axe had been lamenting a particular issue. Some cards in his deck were simply too weak, and he had no desire to draw them. The ability to edit the deck was precisely the feature Frost Axe yearned for the most. The prospect of assembling his own unique set of cards appealed to the dwarven penchant for collecting, albeit not as obsessively as the goblins. However, the allure of commonplace treasures versus unique treasures, the choice was evident. So, hurry and finalize the official version. Frost Axe has begun to display a certain impatience, having refrained from visiting other taverns for far too long, leading the younger dwarves of his clan to occasionally remark upon his advancing age. Now, Frost Axe intends to demonstrate, through the medium of Hearthstone, the timeless truth that a grandfather will forever remain a grandfather. However, we have encountered a rather perplexing dilemma. I believe I require your assistance, Mr. Frost Axe. Joshu feels that after such a lengthy period of advocacy, it is time to discuss matters of collaborative trade. Over half of the original crystal stones from Nolan are held by dwarves, and these clansmen typically have established buyers. Without a reputable introducer, it is exceedingly challenging for Joshu to penetrate this business venture. Fortunately, Joshu has now secured his own introducer, a remarkably proficient one, namely Hearthstone. Exceptional merchandise is invariably of paramount importance to discerning investors. Chapter 58. Business. Are you seeking my assistance regarding the primordial crystal? Frost Axe, having engaged in dealings with those cunning human merchants for many years, instantly discerned Joshu's intentions as soon as he spoke. Humans approached the dwarves for 2 primary reasons: to commission the crafting of armor and the polishing of gemstones, or to procure primordial crystals. The construction of this magical machinery necessitates primordial crystals as its foundational material to accommodate the official version of Hearthstone. The quality of these crystals must be elevated by at least 2 tiers. Joshu's words plunged Frostax into contemplation. He was not the sole representative of the Frostax clan, and this magical contraption could only serve a maximum of 2 players. Should he invite all the dwarves from his clan, the vicinity would undoubtedly be besieged. Thus, a single magical device would not suffice to meet Joshu's needs as an innkeeper nor satisfy Frostax's desires as a Hearthstone player. It is crucial to understand that primordial crystals do not come without cost. Frostax lifted a nearby goblet and took a hearty sip, wiping the wine from his beard. As he finished the last drop, it signified his readiness to depart. Of course, I am aware of the regulations governing the primordial crystal market in Nolan. I am currently conversing with you in the capacity of a purchaser, Mr. Frostax. I possess sufficient resources to exchange for the primordial crystals, provided you can facilitate the procurement. Joshu was indeed in possession of more funds than he knew how to spend. He had allocated only a portion for the renovation of the inn. The wealth bestowed upon him by the film Beauty and the Beast would continue to flourish in the weeks to come. Initially, when Harlan constructed this magical machinery, the raw materials were acquired from human shops at what is referred to as the retail price. Joshu hoped to secure a wholesale price from Frostax, ideally at direct manufacturer rates. Very well, come to 72 Iron Hammer Street before noon tomorrow. No, the sooner, the better. I've grown weary of those lads who, despite their discomfort for mining, still possess the strength to arm wrestle like champions. Frostax seemed stubbornly convinced that the exhilarating and engaging card game, Hearthstone, could remedy the vices of the younger dwarves in his clan. However, Joshu refrained from revealing that some detrimental habits brought about by Hearthstone could be far worse than mere arm wrestling. At the very least, arm wrestling does not lead to addiction. I will make my way there promptly. Joshu noted the address, and after instructing Eno to see the elder dwarf off, he witnessed the aged dwarf cast a lingering gaze at the now quiet Hearthstone, suppressing the urge for another round as he exited the tavern. How many primordial crystals do you intend to purchase? Hiri, holding a piece of bread as her dinner, settled into a chair opposite Joshu. As a primary mage, she was acutely aware of the significant fluctuations in the prices of primordial crystals. The crystals she typically employed for minor spells, such as Light and Ignite, were generally priced at less than a silver coin. However, for inscriptions capable of storing multiple entries, the cost of the raw crystal stone exceeds 1 gold coin. The prototype machine before Joshu is valued at around 200 gold coins. One may purchase as much as one can afford. Joshu gestured towards a coin slot beneath the magical device. Upon inscribing identification spell, this slot can flawlessly discern the currency commonly used in Nolan. Few can resist the allure of 60 and 40 bundles. Impulsive spending in gaming is a well-known phenomenon on Earth. If you provide me with the latter half of this demon is not too cold, I could remain spirited throughout the night. An elderly woman removed her shawl and hurried to Joshu's side. What transpired? Marina had ventured out to seek a suitable chef for the tavern. However, the anxious expression on her face suggested she had encountered troubling matters. Mr. Joshu, I just spotted the Holy Army on the street, not far from here. Although they had removed their helmets and bore no weapons, presenting themselves merely as tourists in Nolan, Marina felt an ominous premonition. Why inform me? Joshu regarded the merchant calmly. While Marina was aware of her role as one of the actresses in Beauty and the Demon, she remained oblivious to the true identities of Eno and Joshu. In the eyes of the merchant, Joshu was still the wizard Gaston who had rescued her from the demon's clutches. Wasn't Eno seen dancing with the demon in Beauty and the Demon? I also made an appearance in that film. Yet, the fame of Beauty and the Demon had already spread throughout Nolan, and citizens from the Holy Nation were likely somewhat aware. Should any of them have seen the film and remembered the appearances of Eno and Marina, an extensive interrogation would be inevitable, even if they could not treat them as demons. Do not worry. This is the magical capital, Nolan, not the holy nation of Misa. Marina, you need only remain in this tavern when you encounter those from the Holy Army, Joshu reassured her. Stay in the tavern? Mr. Joshu, during my earlier trade ventures in the Holy Nation, I witnessed the Holy Army executing their duties, and I do not believe they would sit down for a pleasant conversation with us. Marina surveyed the tavern, although the decor was complete. There was no place to hide or escape. There is no need to flee or converse with them. When the Holy Army arrives, you simply need to continue managing the tavern from here, Joshu stated. The purpose of constructing the Hearthstone Tavern was not solely for profit. Madam Marina, do you know how dwarves handle disturbances in their taverns? Dwarves? Marina shook her head, having little experience with that race. The answer is simple. They throw the troublemaker out and give them a good thrashing. Joshua declared. The spellcasters and the dwarves are the true masters of Nolan. The Holy Crusaders are merely tourists at best. What Joshua now aims to accomplish is to transform the Hearthstone Tavern into the domain of the dwarfs. In doing so, both his commercial guild and the tavern itself shall remain untroubled by the disturbances of these interlopers. Chapter 59. Beneath the Ground Mourning in Hammer Street. The name of this street stands in stark contrast to the magical city of Nolan, yet there is a reason for its appellation. As Joshua stepped onto this thoroughfare, the presence of human spellcasters was markedly diminished compared to other areas of Nolan. The number of dwarves, bearing hammers or axes, had noticeably increased, and the rhythmic clang of metalworking echoed from the surrounding shops. The heat emanating from the furnaces utilized by the dwarves elevated the temperature of the entire street. Are you not tired from waking up so early? Yawned Siri, trailing behind Joshua. She had stayed up late the previous night, delighting in completing a portion of her original artwork and eagerly receiving the first draft of this demon is not so cold. This was a common occurrence for a programmer. Joshua, who had frequently burned the midnight oil back on Earth, found himself endowed with the chaotic demon's constitution in this world, allowing him to go an entire week without sleep. Programming. What? Never mind. That old dwarf from last night has arrived, Siri remarked, having given up on deciphering Joshua's peculiar jargon, as she pointed towards Frostax, who was making his way through the throng of dwarves. The height of a human stood out conspicuously amidst the dwarven crowd, and Frostax quickly spotted Joshua and Siri. You two are far more industrious than those lazy scoundrels, Frostax exclaimed as he approached Joshua with enthusiasm, extending his hand. Joshua reciprocated without hesitation, grasping Frostax's hand. The dwarf's hand was nearly twice the size of a human's, the rough calluses resembling a layer of armor. At that moment, Joshua felt numerous eyes upon him, predominantly those of humans. Frostax was a renowned elder of the Frostax clan, one of the most prosperous among the dwarven kin in Nolan, and his esteemed position was self-evident. The fact that this venerable dwarf had personally come to greet Joshua, a complete stranger, might have warranted a degree of astonishment on Joshua's part. Mr. Frostax, are not the dwarves in your forge busy at work? Joshua inquired, glancing towards the smithy from which Frostax had emerged. It was one of the largest forges on the street, with the sound of hammering indicating that no fewer than a dozen dwarves were laboring within. Only in the morning can they manage. By afternoon, they are too weary. Come, let us converse below. Frostax seemed firmly convinced of the adage that one must never boast about their own children. Joshua remained silent, and under Frostax's guidance, he and Siri entered the forge. Siri tugged at her robes, feeling somewhat out of place. The temperature here was beyond her comfort. Joshua invoked the spell Frost Charm, derived from the faith of Siri's sister, Helran, in the god of water and healing, Winjilka, creating a localized drop in temperature that offered Siri some relief. Upon completing his tasks, Joshua surveyed the blacksmith's forge and discovered that beside each iron furnace resided a fiery red lizard, approximately 1 meter in length. The flames it exhaled served as the hearth for the dwarves' forging endeavors. This creature appeared to belong to a category of magical beasts, and in this realm, there existed numerous wondrous creatures. Perhaps, in the future, Joshua could capture a documentary akin to the animal kingdom, or perhaps simply title it Where to Find the Marvelous Beasts. For now, however, he must concentrate on the business at hand. Frostax led Joshua deeper into the forge, and as they descended, the temperature noticeably dropped. Upon noticing a staircase descending into the depths, Joshua comprehended Frostax's earlier remark about discussing matters below. He followed closely behind, navigating the somewhat slippery steps. After approximately 3 minutes, Joshua beheld the hidden underground city of Nolan, governed by the dwarfs. Welcome to Blackstone Fortress, Frostax proclaimed proudly, revealing the city's name. The entire city was seamlessly integrated into the subterranean rock, with luminous crystals embedded in the rocky ceiling, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky. Frostax guided Joshua to a shop not far from the entrance. This establishment bore no resemblance to the surface dwarven blacksmiths. A variety of raw crystals were displayed within glass showcases, evoking the sensation of stepping into a jeweler's shop. Select a type of raw crystal. I will handle the polishing. But before we discuss the price, I must ask you something, Frostax inquired, having pondered this matter the previous evening. What is the oval gem, adorned with white, blue, purple, and orange hues at the center of the cards in Hearthstone signify? Is it true that the cards in the official version are accessible to everyone from the outset? Certainly not, Joshua replied. Each account begins with a basic deck, but to acquire more powerful rare cards, one must purchase card packs. Moreover, the chance of obtaining rare cards relies heavily on luck. For instance, the weapon Bloodhowl that Mr. Frostax previously wielded is one such epic card. At that moment, Frostax finally grasped the true essence of the game. It revolved around drawing cards. No wonder the less useful cards bore no levels. They were merely complementary. Frostax conceded that there were indeed some useful cards, yet he was resolute in his desire for the Bloodhowl card. Name your price. I will trade with the raw crystals displayed here. Frostax, with his impatient disposition, could not afford to wait any longer, and he had never placed faith in the capricious nature of luck. To make matters worse, he was notoriously unlucky among dwarfs. Whenever he mined, he seldom unearthed anything of value, prompting him to keep a respectful distance whenever new mines were being excavated. Joshu cast a glance at the various raw crystals displayed within the glass cabinet, each priced at over 1,000 gold coins. To exchange a plethora of data for over 1,000 gold coins? Perhaps in Joshua's eyes, it is utterly worthless, yet in Frostax's perspective, it holds great value. This is akin to the primordial crystals, which, in Frostax's view, serve merely the purpose of being sold to humans, rendering them devoid of any significance. This exemplifies the most daunting aspect of electronic trade. Countless individuals are eager to spend money on a plethora of data that can be conjured with merely a few lines of code. And they derive endless satisfaction from this pursuit. Chapter 60. The Hearthstone Player in Recent Nights. Helen had been observing Joshu and her sister Siri as they busily engaged in the creation of Hearthstone, while she provided some technical assistance from the sidelines. Helen had never anticipated that this magical device would yield any financial benefits for her. After all, it was difficult for her to fathom that anyone would be willing to spend a substantial sum on a collection of storage units embedded with runes. Even if there were such individuals, they would likely seek out high-level runes inscribed with terms like teleportation and transformation. Runes like hers, which merely stored images, had no market in Nolan. However, she relished the process of crafting Hearthstone alongside Joshu and her sister Siri, for Joshu's understanding of runes was, in her view, unprecedented, surpassing even the lessons imparted by the finest instructors at her academy. Concepts such as operators, statements, and logical expressions had completely redefined Helen's comprehension of runes. To her, runes were a simple matter. By imbuing air with the freeze rune, one could conjure ice, and by bestowing the ice with the shatter property, one could execute a rudimentary ice explosion spell. The intricate magics she had learned at the Advanced Magic Academy required no more than 100 runes, and even the most complex spells demanded at most 1,000 runes. Yet, the method of rune application known as programming that Joshu taught her involved executing a rather straightforward function while necessitating thousands of runes. It was exceedingly complex. And despite trailing behind Joshu over the past few days, Helen had merely scratched the surface of understanding. Nevertheless, the game ping-pong sparked her interest in this novel application of runes, a technique that perhaps even the Academy's most esteemed archmages had yet to master. If it weren't for the sign bearing her name, Helen Loyal, at the entrance of the alchemy workshop, she might have thought she had wandered into a high-end store selling raw crystal stones. With a sense of disbelief, Helen cautiously pushed open the door to the alchemy workshop and stepped inside. The somewhat cramped space was completely inundated with a plethora of raw crystal stones, and not the inferior kind that could only store 1 or 2 runes. As she surveyed the room, she was astounded by the extraordinary quality of each crystal. She estimated that more than half of these stones were priced beyond what she could afford even if she spent an entire month as scholarship, while the other half would exceed her annual budget. Where had these raw crystals come from? Helen took a few tentative steps into the workshop, yet she hesitated to venture further, fearing that she might inadvertently shatter one of the precious stones, jeopardizing her food budget for months to come. Just as she was lost in thought, the sound of a cart coming to a halt outside caught her attention. Peering through the window, she discerned that it was a cart designated for transporting goods. 3 dwarves jumped down from the cart, carrying something resembling a cage toward her alchemy workshop. As Xiaoxiu descended from the upper level of the alchemical workshop, the lower floor had been entirely repurposed into a repository for raw crystal stones. Where could these raw crystal stones have come from? Helen observed as Xiaoxiu inadvertently stepped on several crystals, each potentially worth hundreds of gold coins. Feeling a sense of unease in her chest, they were procured from the dwarves. Once everything is assembled, it will look much cleaner. This is what the elder instructed us to capture. Once delivered here, we bear no further responsibility. The leading dwarf greeted them, placed down the iron cage, and promptly exited through the door. Such a service attitude would undoubtedly attract countless negative reviews back on Earth. Setting aside the dwarf's service demeanor, Their efficiency in delivery was exceptional. By dusk, the raw crystal stones promised by Frostax earlier that morning had filled the entire alchemical workshop. Moreover, there was an unexpected bonus, a small pet. Chiashio approached the cage to find a creature resembling a turtle within. Is this a raw crystal lizard? Helen gazed incredulously at the seemingly dazed creature in the cage, having only encountered such subterranean beings in books. A raw crystal lizard? Chiashio recalled Frostax mentioning this unique pet. It seemed the dwarves of Nolan had cultivated numerous varieties of lizards. However, this particular creature, measuring less than half a meter in length, bore crystalline formations on its back that glimmered with light, making it appear more akin to a turtle than a lizard. This rare being possessed a crystalline structure on its back made of high-quality raw crystal, capable of storing more runes than these raw stones themselves. Though it was not particularly suitable for crafting magical machinery, Helen never anticipated encountering a living specimen. Legends claimed that each raw crystal lizard's crystalline formation could inscribe the center of a national-level teleportation array, yet no one would desire a teleportation center that could flee, as even the slightest movement could disrupt the entire assembly of the array. Would the crystalline formation lose its efficacy upon their demise? Chiashio casually retrieved a raw crystal stone from the ground and tossed it to the lizard, which sluggishly crawled over to the stone and opened its mouth to swallow it whole. It seemed that the books were accurate in this regard. Helran, despite her extensive reading, perhaps had not encountered as much as her sister, Ciri, who had roamed far and wide. One could not eliminate it, only nurture it. Thus, the server for Hearthstone shall be you. Chiashio tossed yet another raw crystal stone to the lizard, which turned its head with a pace reminiscent of a sloth. In a notable game company on Earth, known for its servers being akin to potatoes, utilizing this lizard as a server appeared rather fitting. The crystalline formation on this lizard's back could potentially accommodate an astronomical number of runes, in the millions even in its juvenile state. Once it shed its skin, akin to a server upgrade, the capacity might soar to billions. Were all these raw crystal stones indeed acquired from the dwarves? Harlan understood that Joshua, as the producer of the film Beauty and the Beast, must possess considerable funds, especially since a fervent discussion about the film had erupted within her academy. Her dear friend Sansa, the girl devoted to the light, had long desired to meet the actress portraying Belle or the actor playing Zephyrus. Purchase? To be precise, it was acquired in exchange for 3 cards and a hero avatar, Joshua explained. Cards? Harlan was prepared to hear Joshua mention a figure nearing 10,000. Yet such a sum could be exchanged for merely 3 cards and a hero avatar. The epic card Bloodhowl, the legendary card Grommash Hellscream, the legendary card Alexstrasza the Lifebinder, along with the Dwarven King Magni Bronzebeard. These 3 cards and 1 hero avatar allowed me to procure the precious crystals at a remarkably favorable price, Joshua elucidated to Harlan. This isn't a Hearthstone card pack only worth 3 gold? How could this be achieved? Harlan recalled Joshua's previous remarks about the pricing of Hearthstone card packs. A single pack yields 5 cards. How could 3 cards secure a value approaching 10,000 crystals? Although Joshua had still paid a discounted price. Why? Harlan was utterly perplexed. How is it possible? Because the elder of that particular dwarven clan is a Hearthstone player, Joshua provided a straightforward answer. Chapter 61. The collectible card game. Since Joshua visited him to discuss their business deal, Frostax only received Joshua's invitation a week later. During this week, Frostax had visited the tavern several times to check on the progress of the Hearthstone project, but to his dismay, not only was there no official version, but even the prototype machine seemed to have vanished without a trace. After playing Hearthstone, he found all other activities to be insipid, leaving him feeling deceived as he spent days in the tavern drowning his sorrows. Those cunning human merchants had tricked him more than once, and the outcome was always the same. Frostax personally shattered the legs of those charlatans with his warhammer. Upon receiving Joshua's invitation, Frostax headed straight to the tavern after completing a day of mining and forging, armed with his pickaxe and hammer. If he found Joshua's official version unsatisfactory, he would certainly express his dissatisfaction without reservation. Following the familiar path, he arrived at the tavern named Hearthstone, pushing the door open. The interior had undergone a complete transformation since yesterday, most notably featuring a massive glass cage at the back, filled with a pile of shattered stones glowing with inscribed light. Inside lay a crystalline lizard, its eyes squinting as it dozed. Frostax recognized this lizard. It was the one he had gifted to Joshua, known for its laziness. The crystalline lizard could sleep for 1 to 2 months at a time. This non-fire-breathing creature held little value for dwarves but was quite favored by spellcasters. who were still studying how to extract the crystal from its back while preserving its original properties. No spellcaster would want their staff to transform into a lizard of 2 or 3 meters in length at any moment. Aside from the newly added enclosure for the crystalline lizard, the tavern's tables had finally transformed into the magical machines Frostax had longed for. He eagerly sought out the nearest machine to sit down, just as Joshua emerged from behind the bar and approached him. "Quickly, tell me how to activate this," Frostax exclaimed. Surveying the magical machine, which had undergone a complete redesign, the most significant alteration was the presence of a slot on either diagonal side of the machine. "You need to place your deck inside," Joshua instructed, tossing a pitch-black crystalline stone to Frostax, who caught it effortlessly. The moment he grasped it, he recognized this stone as a unique mineral born from subterranean magma, characterized by its exceptional hardness, akin to the steel of crystals. Albeit its actual hardness was far inferior to steel. "A deck?" Frostax mused, looking at the dark crystal. As he infused it with his meager magical energy, peculiar inscriptions began to emanate light from the obsidian stone, and a vivid image materialized within the crystal, much like the arcane machinery of Harlan. The scene unfurls before him as an ancient tome. Frostax gazes upon this book, projected through intricate runes, its first page adorned with a plethora of cards. When he reaches out to grasp the edge of the page, intending to turn it, his fingers merely pass through. It is then that Frostax realizes the book is but a projection, yet it feels remarkably lifelike. In that fleeting moment when his hand traverses the edge, the tome flips to reveal a page filled with the Warrior Series deck that Frostax knows so well. Among the foundational decks, the epic card Bloodhowl and the legendary card Grommash, Hellscream lie in serene repose. This crystal serves as a repository for the cards one possesses. Alongside the data of 1S battles, Joshua relinquished the account system of Hearthstone on Earth, opting instead for the most primal method of collectible card acquisition, referring to it as a card collection album or a cardstone. One can edit their deck at any time and exchange cards with others. Joshua pointed to a feature on the card collection album that had no counterpart in Hearthstone on Earth. This time, with a shrewd twist, he abolished the dust system. Regardless of how many duplicate cards one might open from a pack, they would never convert into dust but instead be stored directly within the collection album. When a player requires a specific card, it can be sold to them at a set price. This mirrors the fundamental mechanics of trading card games like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic, the Gathering, opening packs, collecting, and trading. Beyond the battles, the most enjoyable aspect of trading card games is the thrill of discovery. Joshua recalls a moment from his days playing Magic, the Gathering on Earth, when he unwrapped a rare, flashy rare card. A piece so valuable it could be exchanged for 10 new packs. This exemplifies the unique market inherent in trading card games. And Joshua intends to cultivate Hearthstone into something similar. Once Hearthstone garners sufficient popularity, it is conceivable that a golden legendary card could be auctioned for thousands, even tens of thousands, of gold coins. The arcade version of Hearthstone is merely Joshua's initial step. Once he resolves the internet server issues, he plans to transplant the Hearthstone program into his own consciousness system. The result would be a scenario where one might exclaim, "What? Your wife is to be executed? Forget that. Let us play a game of Hearthstone first." Or what? "Your house is on fire? No worries. Let us have a match of Hearthstone before we deal with that." As Frostax contemplates how to acquire his card pack, he selects the warrior icon, this time depicting not an orc hero but the dwarven king Magni Bronzebeard. Pleased with the portrayal of the exquisitely armored and stately dwarf king, Frostax soon realizes that even with Bloodhowl and Grommash Hellscream, he still cannot assemble a deck to his satisfaction. One can directly purchase cards by casting coins on this arcane machinery. Joshua initially intended to create a device solely for purchasing card packs, but time constraints proved too pressing. Assembling magical machinery is not a daunting task. With the blueprints in hand, Helren merely needs to connect the appropriate primordial crystals using inscriptions. However, despite a weak-ass effort, Joshua has only managed to produce 20 units. In fact, it was only at noon today that he and Shiri barely completed the creation of the basic and classic card packs for Hearthstone. Consequently, Joshua has yet to devise the daily task and achievement system, as arcade games do not allow for the same leisurely play as PC and mobile games. Given the dwarves' notorious temper, any loser in a duel would likely be swiftly eliminated, making way for the next challenger. Chapter 62. The Crusaders' Nolan is truly a remarkable city. Within a tavern named Blackstone and Barbecue, a female knight clad in gleaming silver armor set down her wooden cup. Her name was Missy, a name synonymous with the Holy Kingdom, Yet it did not signify any extraordinary lineage. Rather, it was bestowed upon her by the nun who adopted her, in hopes that the god of light and justice, Monocarl, would shield her from the afflictions of illness and frailty. "Why do you insist on bringing me to such an establishment?" Missy inquired, swirling the ale in her cup. She had little fondness for intoxication as it clouded her mind. She needed to maintain a clear consciousness to uphold her faith. "Missy, we are missionaries now, not crusaders. The spellcasters in the upper district of Nolan are exceedingly obstinate, making it challenging for them to heed our doctrines." The speaker was Missy's aide, adorned in a pristine white robe, his youthful visage betraying the gravity of their mission. He cast a glance at the chaos surrounding them, which could hardly be described as noisy but rather tumultuous. The tavern was predominantly filled with dwarfs, who flocked there each night as if in a raucous celebration. It was no wonder that Missy, who typically preferred tranquility, found such an atmosphere distasteful. "I have always believed, Missy, that you favored the more mature." His gaze shifted to the nearby crusaders. Though he had recently become Missy's aide, he had heard rumors that this unmarried knight, approaching her 25th year, had an inclination towards older men, although he was uncertain of the origins of such peculiar gossip. "My apologies, Missy," he stammered, realizing that his master's demeanor was not as approachable as her appearance might suggest. "You ought to enlighten me regarding the recent happenings in the city. My attendant informed me that a stage play promoting demons has gained considerable popularity here." Despite her less than favorable impression of the aide, Missy recognized that as a missionary of the Holy Kingdom, he had resided in Nolan long enough to possess profound knowledge of the magical metropolis. This tavern, being the rendezvous he had chosen, was a place she would have never frequented in the past. "I cannot draw any conclusions at this moment, for I have yet to witness the play myself. My knowledge of its content is solely based on the accounts and rumors relayed by those around me." There was a hint of shame in the aide's tone. Though he was ostensibly a missionary, he also functioned as an intelligence gatherer for the Holy Kingdom in Nolan, a role he had evidently neglected of late. "Yet to see it?" Missy queried, perplexed. The Holy Kingdom had theaters, and there had indeed been performances regarding the demon kin, though they exclusively depicted the Crusaders' battles against them. The tickets for the play in the Holy Kingdom are quite affordable and can be purchased at any time. Apart from her aide's laziness, Misa could not fathom why he had no opportunity to acquire a ticket for the theatrical performance. In truth, securing a ticket for Beauty and the Beast proved to be exceedingly challenging. On several occasions, she had queued at the theater from 6 in the morning, only to find the tickets sold out by the time the doors opened. However, the situation was expected to improve significantly in the coming days. Even her aide found the predicament rather perplexing. If it were the legendary Black Swan troupe, he could comprehend the scarcity. But the reputation of the Flower of Fallacy was indeed formidable. Yet, he had heard that the cast of Beauty and the Beast comprised merely of obscure performers. Before Misa could delve deeper into this topic, the tavern door was abruptly flung open. "You rascals are indeed here." An elderly dwarf entered, his voice reverberating through the tavern, commanding the attention of all the dwarves within, as the young dwarves, who were boasting and engaging in arm wrestling to prove their strength, fell into silence. The aged dwarf strode among them, seizing one by the collar as effortlessly as one might grasp a chick. "You rascals, follow me. Enough of wasting your strength here. It is time to engage your minds." With that pronouncement, the majority of the dwarves in the tavern dared not utter a word. They set down their mugs and collectively exited the establishment. Remaining were a few humans and several dwarves from other clans, leaving the tavern markedly quieter in that instant. The aide recognized the old dwarf, named Frostaxe, one of the few elder statesmen of the Nolan clan, whose influence and stature were only slightly beneath that of the 7-member Council of Nolan. What troubles have befallen these dwarfs? Having lived for years in the Holy Kingdom, Misa had little interaction with these dwarves, only hearing tales of how their beards could reach their chests by the age of 10. She pondered. Perhaps there was some internal strife within their clan. In any case, it was beyond their interference, as even the spellcasters of Nolan could not meddle in the affairs of the dwarven clans. The aide shook his head, indicating he had no insight. The dwarves had long established their own domain within Nolan, having laid the very foundations of the realm. Even the most esteemed archmages of Nolan must humble themselves to converse with the elder dwarfs. As most of the dwarves departed, the tavern fell into a profound silence, the lively atmosphere of revelry dissipating entirely. Misa, disliking the pervasive sin of alcohol, had no desire to linger any longer. "Aide, please procure 2 tickets for Beauty and the Beast at your earliest convenience. I suspect that a demonic presence lurks behind this production. Indeed, it must be so." The notion of a sinister demon sent shivers down her spine, and upon glimpsing such a fiend, she felt the urge to grasp her sword. Such formidable demons could only be contended with by the oldest commanders of the Holy Army. A seasoned knight like her could not confront them alone. To brazenly unveil the visage of the demonic fiend to the world, Mess pondered the conspiracies that lay beneath, schemes orchestrated by the demonic kin. The unwilling, the esteemed archbishop, was set to visit Nolan in a few days. Before his arrival, it was imperative that we ascertain the whereabouts of these demons and the nature of their plots. Mess declared. The unwilling, my lord? The aide was suddenly taken aback upon hearing the name uttered by Mess. Every citizen of the Holy Church knew of the unwilling's existence. It was whispered that this archbishop was among the first chosen by the divine, bestowed with an everlasting life. Having endured from the inception of the Holy Church to the present day, he had witnessed all that the world had to offer. From the most grotesque desires of human society to the most exquisite wonders of existence, experiencing so much that he had grown weary of it all. This was the very reason he bore the title of the unwilling, for he had tasted every longing of humanity. In the hearts of the citizens of the Holy Church, this archbishop was regarded as the legendary saint. He had always shown a keen interest in magical machinery. Hoping that the upcoming World Expo would present something to pique his curiosity, Mess placed a silver coin upon the table and rose from the bar. The demons had always been cunning. They had infiltrated this city. Aide, you must remain vigilant, Mess warned. I shall be cautious, my lord, the aide responded. Chapter 63. Unpacking Boss. 2 large mugs of rye beer. Swiftly. Marina could scarcely recall the last time she was so overwhelmed with busyness. Although her establishment was doing reasonably well, none of her previous ventures had ever experienced such a remarkable surge in patronage. Ever since a throng of dwarves had stormed into the tavern 4 hours ago, the once desolate venue had transformed into a lively hub. Bring out the barrels from the storeroom. As many as you can. Marina directed her 3 newly hired servers, though even with their assistance, along with her adopted son, Eno, they struggled to attend to the nearly 70 dwarven customers. These dwarves had an extraordinary capacity for drinking, easily finishing a large mug of ale in a single gulp. Don't dawdle, Marina exclaimed to one of the servers who was daydreaming, captivated by a peculiar table in the tavern. It was precisely these unusual tables that had drawn the dwarves in, compelling them to gather around in a trance-like state. Marina recognized that these enchanting mechanisms were crafted by Joshu, and initially, she had been skeptical about how much they could invigorate her business. Yet, it seemed that the entire stock of beverages she had procured from the merchant would likely be depleted by the end of the night. Such a volume of sales, albeit in liquor, was unprecedented in her lifetime of commerce. She had never amassed so much wealth in a single evening. If you're tired, it's perfectly fine to rest for a while. Marina set 2 mugs of rye beer on the bar, and Eno picked them up, preparing to serve the guests. It was already past midnight, and he had classes at the Magic Academy in the morning. Though Eno diligently assisted at the tavern, Marina was concerned that it might adversely affect his studies. Not at all. I feel more energetic at night. Eno shook his head, assuring his adoptive mother not to worry. After all, succubi were, by nature, nocturnal beings. Before long, he approached the 2 dwarves at the bar, who, upon receiving the beers, promptly placed 6 silver coins onto Eno's tray. This particular table was surrounded by the largest crowd of dwarves, drawn in by the spectacle of Joshu, the tavern's proprietor. Unpacking card packs. Your luck isn't any better than mine, Frostax exclaimed, taking a swig from his mug as he watched Joshu across the table. Luck, after all, was a capricious thing. Surely the next pack would yield better results. Joshu inserted 3 gold coins into the mechanism to purchase another pack. And as the pack burst open in a dazzling animation, his card collection expanded by 4 common cards and 1 rare card. This marked the 47th classic pack Joshu had opened, all yielding only common and rare cards, the fabled blue skies and white clouds. Joshu never anticipated that after removing the mechanism guaranteeing an orange card from 40 packs on Earth, the probability of legendary card appearances would be so minuscule. Even epic cards were exceedingly rare. Why not give it a try, Shiri? Joshu suggested to the fortunate lady beside him. No. Why would I expend my luck on your card collection? Shiri, who was enjoying roasted meat while observing the scene, shook her head. Nevertheless, she had opened 3 packs herself, resulting in one yielding the epic card ice barrier. Having worked alongside Joshu as an artist for quite some time, Joshu had been diligent in paying her a salary daily, a sum ample enough to ensure she would never face hunger in her lifetime, even allowing her to ascend into the ranks of a normal spellcaster in Nolan. Consequently, With her modest savings, spending a little to open 3 card packs was no issue for Shiri. How about letting me give it a go? A dwarf who had been watching for a while suddenly exclaimed beside Joshua. Token, do you not recall what you unearthed during your last mining expedition? The excrement of a nuclear crystal dragon, and you still cherish it as a treasure. The surrounding dwarves did not hesitate to expose the folly of their self-assertive companion. You rascals! How can you refer to materials from the nuclear crystal dragon as excrement? The young dwarf named Token blushed crimson as he shouted at his companions nearby. Very well, lad, come over and give it a try. Frostax decided it was time to let these young dwarves have a chance. The tavern housed only 20 arcade machines for Hearthstone, which were insufficient for the more than 70 dwarves present. Aside from those who had been fortunate enough to seize the machines first, the others could only stare longingly. They could not forcibly displace others, for Frostax had already proclaimed, "Whoever dares to damage these magical machines shall be fed to the lava dragon." Given the green light, Token inserted the black gold stone he had just purchased at the bar, which served as the Hearthstone card collection, into the magical machine slot. This dwarf, having left home with a scant amount of gold, had only bought 20 packs, yet the outcome remained disheartening. He opened 5 packs, all yielding nothing but blue skies and white clouds. His friends bravely stepped up to try their luck with another 5 packs, and they managed to obtain just 1 epic card. At that moment, a dwarf playing at a nearby Hearthstone arcade machine opened a legendary card, seemingly mocking the young dwarf's dismal fortune. What are you laughing at? You still haven't drawn anything worthwhile. He indignantly pointed at his fellow dwarves. Let us just switch players and try again. Joshua, still unconvinced that the arcade machine would not yield an orange card, noted that his lucky companion Shiri was unwilling to contribute her luck, so he did not press her further. There were still some patrons in the bar who had yet to try their hand at opening packs. Joshua called out to the succubus who was observing nearby. Is there something you need, Mr. Joshua? Eno promptly approached the table, but, as the dwarves had formed a sturdy wall around it, despite its modest height of merely 1 meter, Eno found it challenging to cross over. Excuse me, may I pass? I wish for him to try it. The dwarf relinquished his spot, allowing Eno to step forward, though he felt somewhat uneasy under the gaze of so many eyes. His curiosity about the magical machinery could not be suppressed. Eno, drag that card pouch to the center, Joshua instructed. All right. Although Eno was unaware of what was transpiring, he followed Joshua's guidance and extended his hand to pull the card pouch to the center. In an instant, the pouch shattered, revealing 5 cards before the assembled crowd. One by one, Eno reached out with his fair fingers, tapping the first card. Common quality, he noted, casting a glance at Joshua, sensing that this outcome might disappoint him. However, Joshua remained unperturbed, gesturing for Eno to continue. Soon came the second card, common quality, the third, common quality, and then the fourth. Wow, a legendary card, exclaimed a voice from the Hearthstone machine, announcing the birth of a legendary card to the audience. King of Trains, Renoa. At the moment this card appeared, the surrounding dwarves erupted in excitement, startling Eno, while Joshua, a seasoned player accustomed to witnessing the emergence of countless orange cards, maintained his composure, encouraging Eno to reveal the final card. Epic. Another exhilarating proclamation echoed as Eno unveiled a card of quality just shy of legendary, named Shield Bash. The dwarves regarded Eno with newfound admiration, prompting him to feel an urge to retreat behind Joshua. Open the next pack. Open the next pack. The nearby dwarves began to chant collectively. Well, it seems luck is a conserved quantity. Joshua observed the somewhat bewildered Demonis. One cannot perpetually experience misfortune, a notion that applies aptly to the demon race as well. Chapter 64. Fortuitous Encounters at Nolan Academy of Magic. As the professor of the Voodoo Runes course announced the end of class, Sansa concluded her day of studies. At long last, she had secured a coveted ticket to the performance. Hadn't you just attended a show a few days prior? Attending again is perfectly acceptable. Sansa settled into the classroom, which was as ancient as a sorceress's hut, listening to her classmates' animated discussions. They were engrossed in conversations about the film Beauty and the Beast. Since its release, it seemed that no matter where Sansa found herself within the academy, she could overhear spirited dialogue surrounding the topic. Each time she listened, a sense of superiority washed over her, as she and her friend Herlin were among the first to view the film. When Sansa attended, the theater felt like her own private screening, with scarcely anyone else present, unlike the current frenzy where securing a single ticket required considerable effort. Just a few days prior, when Sansa mentioned the film to her classmates, they had been skeptical, insisting that the performance by the Black Swan troupe was the true spectacle worthy of attendance. Fortunately, Sansa, being generous in spirit, had reserved a few tickets to recommend to her friends. This recommendation inadvertently turned Beauty and the Beast into a fashionable trend within the Magic Academy, rendering those who had not yet seen it unable to engage in the discussions. "Don't you need to attend the Patent Council today?" Herlin, seated beside Sansa, summoned a silvery order rune, akin to the mage's hand spell. "Today is my day for prayers. I certainly do not need to work." Sansa formed a prayer gesture with her fingers entwined, as a citizen of the Holy Kingdom, dedicating one day each week to beseech the God of light and justice. This practice, alongside meditation, served as a means of enhancing one's magical prowess. Glancing around the classroom, Herlin reflected on how, since meeting Joshu, not only her life, but also that of her sister Shiri and those around her had been influenced by him. In Joshu's words, this influence could be described as a trend. Beauty and the Beast appeared to have become a cultural phenomenon among the youth of Nolan, with many young women aspiring to emulate Belle's style. Among the most affected was her friend Sansa, sitting right before her. "Don't you feel deceived? Spending money on a ticket only to find no live actors, merely the remnants of their images?" Yet, not everyone could adapt to this trend. Within Herlin's circle, there were those who could not embrace the cinematic medium, such as the gentleman Rickard, who had once invited Herlin to witness a performance by the Black Swan troupe. However, Beauty and the Beast is far more entertaining than any stage play. Before Sansa could respond, a classmate directly countered the artistic sentiments of Rickard. "You have truly never experienced an exceptional stage production. Only theatrical performances can facilitate profound interaction between the audience and the actors. What you perceive is merely an illusion." He is engaged in a debate with others. Hailing from the artistic realm of Faluosi, he is an ardent admirer of the Faluosi flower and cannot bear the thought of anyone overshadowing his goddess in this vocation. Furthermore, this individual is not even an actor, but merely an inscription storage unit encapsulated within a primordial crystal. "Let us depart, Sansa." Helran wished to refrain from intervening in the dispute. She was aware that young Master Ricard held an interest in her. In fact, several young men at the Academy harbored affections for her. Yet at present, her sole focus was to prove herself to her mother by showcasing that magical machinery, leaving no room in her heart for romantic entanglements. "Indeed, I concur with Ricard's sentiments." Sansa followed Helen out of the witch's abode into the embrace of a pristine lake. "Concur?" Helen believed that Joshu's recent actions were not only astonishing the world, but were subtly transforming it as well. Sometimes, that is the most terrifying aspect. When one remains oblivious to everything, only to discover that those around them have begun to discuss a shared topic. The absence of actors loomed over her thoughts. Sansa kicked a pebble into the lake, channeling her frustrations. After spending a considerable sum to witness the performance of the Black Swan troupe at the Nolan National Theatre, she expected at least to glimpse the legendary Faluosi flower in person, while the films at the White Briar Theatre were merely ephemeral illusions. "Are you suggesting you wish to meet a demon?" "Not a demon. Well, even if it were a demon, it shouldn't be entirely bad, right?" Sansa replied uncertainly. "Look at that demon prince, so infatuated. It would be splendid to have the chance to meet him a few times. Rest assured, I won't behave in a manner that is unbecoming." Helran, having interacted with Joshu for quite some time, had come to realize that his identity was far from that of an ordinary traveler. In fact, she harbored a chilling suspicion, one she was reluctant to entertain. Meanwhile, Sansa seemed poised to take tangible action. "Should I remind you of your nationality and your faith?" Helran could scarcely believe such a statement as demons are not so bad could emanate from a citizen of a holy nation. During their discourse, Helran and Sansa made their way to the elementary department of the Magical Academy. "Miss Helran." Eno emerged from the research hall of the elementary department, immediately spotting the tall figure with silvery gray hair. "Who is she?" Sansa, lost in reverie about meeting the actors of Beauty and the Beast, noticed Eno approaching. She scrutinized the bespectacled Eno, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. "Not recognized? I suspect revealing my identity would elicit an uncontrollable reaction, so I shall withhold the answer for now." Harlan shook his head, choosing not to reveal Eno's identity, since Eno attended the same magic academy as Harlan. Joshua entrusted Harlan with the care of Eno. Should the Inquisition discover them, Harlan, being a third-level mage, could assist Eno in escaping or notify Joshua via a chat window. "Young mage apprentice, might I inquire your name?" Harlan asked. He had little fondness for those half-eagle, half-lion creatures, while they were indeed the dream mounts of many knights. The griffins raised at this esteemed academy had notoriously foul temperaments. "Very well. Is your home not in that direction? Harlan indicated a path entirely different from his own. My master instructed me to follow my instincts, and my instincts tell me that good fortune awaits should I accompany you, Sansa replied. Chapter 65. Faith the Holy Crusaders. When visiting foreign lands with amicable intentions, typically do not carry swords. However, today, Mysa stepped out with a dagger in hand, having received intelligence regarding the potential presence of demons lurking within the city. This knowledge instilled in her an unwavering vigilance. Did you truly spend a day and a half merely to acquire 3 tickets to the theater? Mysa inquired, holding 3 tokens for the White Hawthorn Theater. Her gaze fixed upon her aide who stood before her, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Milady Mysa, I had to enlist the help of the Arcane Machinery Association to procure these, her aide replied, having underestimated the immense popularity of Beauty and the Beast. It was a time when distinguished guests from around the world were flocking to Nolan, leading to a significant surge in the city's foot traffic, which in turn attracted more spectators. Now, it remained to discern the machinations of the demons with her keen senses. Mysa possessed an innate ability to perceive the presence of demons, a divine gift that she believed served to ensure that these insidious fiends had no place to hide. There are demons nearby, their aura faint and weak, she noted, her hand resting upon the dagger at her waist, accompanied by 3 other crusaders. Her aide seemed skeptical that demons would dare to traverse the bustling streets. Yet the 4 crusaders assumed a defensive stance, compelling him to brandish his staff as a precaution. This street was the most prosperous commercial avenue in Nolan, home to the Patent Council and the Arcane Machinery Association, thus teeming with visitors from various nations, including individuals of other races. Mysa's gaze swiftly scanned the throng of passers-by, from elves to dwarves and humans alike. Demons were notoriously cunning, capable of masquerading as any race. Mysa recalled having encountered a demon on the battlefield that specialized in transforming into the likeness of others, only to be unmasked and dispatched by her blade. Within mere seconds, Mysa detected the presence of a demon, one who appeared to have taken on the guise of a human girl. That girl in the gray robe is a demon. Follow her, she commanded her fellow crusaders trailing behind. The sheer number of visitors on the street rendered the use of destructive spells impractical, as any mishap could escalate into a diplomatic crisis between nations. Therefore, Mysa opted to follow the demon and await an opportune moment. Regrettably, the crusaders lacked proficiency in concealing their auras, or perhaps Mysa and her colleagues had not undergone the necessary training. The demon, known as Eno, sensed the scrutiny almost immediately, detecting a malevolent intent. During her time in the demon realm, Eno had often been attuned to such emotions. Succubi, aside from sustaining themselves on ordinary sustenance, were primarily driven by the desire to consume male beings, with lust being the most desirable. Thus, her perception of desire was far more acute than that of an average person. Is someone following us? Who could it be? Could it be that a devoted viewer of Beauty and the Beast has recognized Eno? Helran slightly turned her head to glance behind her, and soon beheld several knights clad in silver-white armor striding towards them with imposing vigor. Knights, after all, are knights. Even when following another, they exhibit no semblance of concealment, boldly revealing their malevolent intentions. Could it be yet another suitor pursuing you, Helran? These knights were a source of pride for her. Every citizen of the Holy Church nation aspired to join the sacred army upon reaching adulthood. Yet, as these soldiers approached Sansa with palpable hostility, she felt a surge of panic. What is happening? Sansa inquired. However, before Eno could take more than a few steps, golden runes emerged from the ground, and golden chains suddenly ensnared her ankles, causing Eno to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Are you all right? Sansa rushed to Eno's side, helping her up while retrieving the glasses that had fallen from Eno's face. But when Sansa prepared to return the glasses, she found herself momentarily stunned. A brief pause brought forth a surprising delight that caught even Sansa off guard. You are Belle? In the span of a mere second, Sansa recognized Eno as the character she portrayed in Beauty and the Beast, though Eno's hair color differed from Belle's. Sansa had watched that film numerous times, even memorizing some of its lines. Naturally, she was also familiar with the appearance of the leading actress. She had always harbored a sense of recognition, and now it was confirmed. The actress she had longed to meet was right in front of her. Could there be anything more astonishing in the world? Oh, she had even conversed with Belle before, discussing many matters concerning her. Overwhelmed by surprise, Sansa had just placed her hand on Belle's shoulder when an inexplicable aura, one that should not belong to a human, crashed down upon her like a hailstorm, shattering her elation into cold astonishment. This is the sin of the demonic. the presence of all enemies of the Holy Church nation, and likewise, hers. Sansa distinctly recalled which demon prince was indeed a demon. Why was Belle also one? However, time did not permit Sansa to ponder such questions, as the sacred army was drawing near, and a look of agony crossed Eno's face. The power of the golden chains binding Eno's ankles intensified, a type of holy light magic that Sansa had witnessed before, simple and fundamentally basic, easily dispelled. Yet, why should she save a demon? The sacred army was in pursuit of this very demon. As a citizen of the Holy Church nation, she ought to assist the knights in eradicating these fiends from the world. That was her mission. But then, Sansa suddenly recalled the emotions she had felt while watching the film, crying profusely over the tragic separation of Belle and the Beast. At that moment, she formulated a hypothesis. Should the opportunity arise to assist either Belle or the Prince of Darkness, Sansa would undoubtedly extend her hand in aid. When her beliefs clashed with her personal sentiments, Sansa appeared somewhat bewildered. Ultimately, however, a golden inscription manifested in her grasp, causing the chains binding Eno's ankles to dissolve beneath its power. Subsequently, Sansa lifted Eno. "I fear this is the extent of my assistance," she remarked. Chapter 66. Confrontation. The demon had already evaded the range of Misa's vision. In this bustling street, pursuing a petite girl was no simple task. Furthermore, the Holy Army had always conducted itself with honor, making them utterly inept at tracking. Had the chains failed? Given the aura emitted by the demon, she should not possess the capability to break free from them. Misa strode purposefully along the street. Even though the demon had escaped her line of sight, she could still rely on her instincts. Her innate ability to sense the presence of demons was Misa's most formidable weapon, and she held unwavering faith in her third eye. It seemed as though someone was aiding the demon. The staff held by her subordinate dimmed slightly moments ago. He had cast a binding spell from the holy light system at a distance, relying solely on his instincts. Unjustifiably unleashing offensive spells on Nolan Street was a violation of Nolan law. However, non-damaging spells were permitted. Indeed, there were accomplices at play. The audacity of a demon appearing openly in Nolan led Misa to believe that someone was secretly assisting them. There existed numerous nefarious organizations opposing the Holy Kingdom, among which the most notorious were the Necromancer Association and the Summoners. The former consisted of lunatics attempting to conduct forbidden research on corpses, while the latter was a group intent on summoning chaotic monstrosities into this world. What was most astonishing was that the Necromancer Association held a place in Nolan, a nation that prided itself on equality. Thus, Misa's immediate suspicion fell upon those who disrespected the deceased. It was highly probable they were covertly aiding these demons. Was this the demon's hiding place? Following the trail of the demon's essence, Misa arrived at a quieter street than the previous bustling thoroughfare. Standing before a tavern marked Hearthstone, the demon's lingering aura abruptly ceased. The answer became clear before Misa's eyes. This tavern was indeed the demon's sanctuary. As expected, such chaotic and raucous environments were favored by these demons. Misa promptly pushed open the tavern door and stepped inside. Her three companions from the Holy Army and her subordinate following suit. The dwarves remained regular patrons, though this establishment was far more orderly than the one Misa had visited a few days prior. At the very least, the dwarves knew to sit at tables and drink rather than resorting to brawls. Moreover, the tables in this tavern appeared somewhat unconventional. Yet, Misa had no time to ponder the tavern's layout. The moment she entered, her gaze fell upon Eno, who had not yet found a place to hide. "I've got you." Misa's hand instinctively moved to the dagger at her waist as she advanced toward Eno with an intensity that few could endure. As she extended her hand to grasp the demon and deliver the punishment it deserved, a stranger seized her wrist. "Forgive me, my lady knight, but please refrain from such brutish behavior within the tavern, especially towards our staff." Joshu concealed his left hand, marked with the sigil of the skeletal public, behind his back, extending only his right hand to hold the wrist of the holy knight before him. The chaotic demon possessed strength far surpassing that of any human. Yet the power of the seasoned holy knight, Misa, was not to be underestimated. With a flick of her wrist, she easily broke free from Joshu's grip. Scrutinizing him up and down, did she not sense the presence of a demon? Misa felt an incongruity about Joshu, yet she could detect no trace of demonic essence emanating from him. As she moved her wrist, which had just been grasped by Joshu, she noted that his strength was minimal, certainly within the realm of an ordinary human. A human sheltering a demon? The figure behind you is a demon. A cunning one at that. Do not be deceived by her appearance. Misa mistakenly perceived Joshu as a benevolent human. ultimately falling prey to the demon's deception that allowed it to hide here. Despite her profound disdain for demons, Misa took pride in her duty to protect ordinary humans from their harm. A cunning demon? Her? In Ino's eyes, his existence paled in comparison to Joshu's. Joshu could easily discard him without hesitation. There was no justification for incurring the wrath of the entire Holy Order over him. I believe there has been a misunderstanding. My Lady Knight, Joshu replied, shaking his head, a look of denial upon his face. Trust me, I can reveal her demonic form to you at this very moment. Golden inscriptions began to materialize in Misa's hands, as if she were preparing to unleash a devastating spell, but Joshu swiftly interposed himself between Ino and Misa. What I mean to say is, I have known his true identity as a demon from the outset, and I do not shelter him. He simply lives as an ordinary citizen in the city of Nolan. The notion of protection does not even apply here. Are you implying an alliance with demons? Misa could scarcely believe Joshu's audacious declaration. She preferred not to engage with ordinary people. This was Nolan, not the Holy Nation. In Nolan, there exists a law stating, all citizens of Nolan, regardless of race, have the right to reside in this city. My Lady Knight, if you continue to threaten my staff, I fear we must resolve this matter through the laws of Nolan. This was precisely why Joshu dared to permit Ino to attend the academy. Obtaining citizenship in this nation was a formidable challenge, and possessing property in this city was one of the many burdensome regulations. As Marina's nominal adopted son, Ino acquired the citizenship of this city from the moment he commenced his studies. This matter transcends legalities. Demons will plunge this city into chaos, and the Holy Militia shall spare no demon. Regrettably, the Holy Nation is not a parliamentary democracy, but a theocratic realm, wherein faith supersedes law. The raucous atmosphere of the tavern rendered Misa unable to calm her thoughts. Are you suggesting that I must apprehend my employee right here in this tavern? Joshu inquired. Certainly. Believe me, demons will only pose a threat to you. Misa, reluctant to act against an ordinary individual, urged Joshu to hand over Ino without resorting to conflict. That is indeed frightening, but I believe we shall resist to the very end. However, could you kindly allow my patrons to leave first? They are innocent. Joshu dutifully portrayed the image of a threatened innkeeper, all the while showing consideration for his customers, gesturing towards the dwarves engrossed in their game of Hearthstone. Chapter 67. Anger Resistance to the End? She could hardly fathom why a spellcaster, devoid of significant magical fluctuations, would possess the audacity to utter the phrase resist to the end in the presence of 4 fully armored paladins. Was it the brooms that bestowed such courage? Misai cast a glance over her shoulder at Joshu, who was confronting the adversaries, while the other 3 attendants in the tavern, witnessing their proxy boss in a standoff, cleverly brandished their brooms, ready to engage in a skirmish. Unfortunately, these rudimentary wooden implements were utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon the paladin's armor. Even if the attendants wielded iron swords, they would find it impossible to breach the defenses of these elite warriors, who were dispatched to Nolan for this particular mission. Having fought demons on the front lines, demons are indeed perilous to ordinary folk. They are treacherous and cunning, and I suspect you have been deceived by her fabrications. Misai made one last attempt to dissuade Joshu. She truly did not wish to resort to violence against ordinary people, as it contradicted her principles and her conscience. I see no treachery or deceit from demons. I only know this employee is diligent, honest, and kind, while before me stands a group of rude and boorish knights. Joshu nearly recited the core values of socialism. However, the politeness extended to the guests must end here. Joshu needed to make it clear to these paladins that they were in Nolan, not the holy nation of Misai. Frostax. Joshu turned and shouted the name of the dwarf elder. Since their initial meeting through Hearthstone, the formalities between Joshu and Frostax had been dispensed with during their games. They could unabashedly hurl insults at one another, such as "you wretched card shark." What? Are you finally willing to sell me that Deathwing? Not for this reason. I regret to inform you that we must close early today. Joshu had unveiled the legendary card, Deathwing, the previous night. From the moment Frostax witnessed the card's formidable effects, he had been devising ways to acquire it from Joshu. Any novice in Hearthstone would be awed by the sheer power of Deathwing, often overlooking its detrimental consequences. This phenomenon was equally applicable in reality, as exemplified by the paladin before Joshu. The paladin was formidable, and when she engaged, it was game over. Close? It's barely morning for the dwarfs. Frostax seemed to have heard a piece of earth-shattering news, more shocking than the sudden collapse of the most vital mining vein in the Undercity, which had crushed his dozen pet lizards. Dwarves living underground? were devoid of the concept of day and night. For them, there existed only the time for mining, forging, and leisure. Due to a minor conflict with this paladin, this tavern will serve as the battleground. I do not wish for you to be harmed. Joshu stepped aside, allowing the dwarves a clear view of the nearly 6-foot-tall Nidus. Misai straightened her back with great effort. This knight, who had scarcely interacted with the dwarves before, was about to persuade them to leave, just as she had urged Joshu earlier, to prevent them from harming the dwarves. However, today Misai finally witnessed the dwarves' volatile temperament. Conflict? A mere skirmish? When have we dwarves ever feared combat? Frostax leaped down from his position, crushing the button on his attire that activated a crystal he carried. In that fleeting moment of shattering, a heavy axe inscribed with runes materialized in Frostax's grasp. The blade measured nearly 2 meters, and given Frostax's height of only 2 meters, one might question his ability to wield such a weapon. Yet, it was proven that Frostax could not only lift it but could also sever the head of a dragon with it. The massive axe struck the ground, causing a slight tremor as a frigid aura began to emanate from the blade. Ready for a brawl? Count me in. The other dwarves erupted in unison, each seizing forging hammers, wooden mugs, chairs, or simply raising their fists as they advanced towards the 4 paladins. The sheer ferocity and momentum of this gathering far exceeded that of the 4 paladins, prompting the officer beside Misai to instinctively retreat a few steps. Wait, we mean you no harm. It's just that. In that instant, Misai realized she was not foolish. Joshu had deliberately redirected the dwarves' animosity towards them. However, Misai never anticipated that the dwarves would heed Joshu's words so closely, or rather, that they would hold such reverence for this tavern. Upon hearing that a conflict was to erupt within this establishment, the dwarves rallied as if they had lost a beloved mother, ready to fight to the death. Misai yearned to clarify the misunderstanding, but at this point, words were futile. Most terrifyingly, among these dwarves were some who had been drinking, incited by their emotions. The consensus among them became clear. The silver-armored intruders must be expelled. This was not a matter that could be resolved by persuading a few dwarves. Misai had to convince nearly 70 of them to calm down. Yet, nothing is more difficult to sway than a drunken dwarf, and if there is, it would be a dwarf who was thoroughly inebriated. No matter how skilled this paladin knight was in combat, her eloquence would be of no use. The moment the dwarves surrounded the tavern, the 4 paladins and Misai's officer could only retreat, eventually having to exit the establishment. Although many dwarves wielded benches from the tavern as makeshift weapons, the axe held by the leader, Frostax, was undoubtedly a weapon of exceptional quality. Misai alone could never triumph over this dwarf. You dare cause a ruckus in the tavern where I, Frostax, reside? You shall pay the price. My sincerest apologies, Elder Frostax. This was an unintentional mishap. At that moment, the officer stepped forward, attempting to ease the tension between both parties. Enough. This was my reckless action. Misai clenched her teeth, acutely aware that the only way to quell the dwarves' ire was to engage them in a fair fight, ultimately leading to her defeat. Frostax took a moment to compose himself, understanding that such an action would reflect poorly on their kin. At that moment, Joshu stepped forth once again as a harbinger of peace, approaching the dwarves who were poised for conflict. Regardless of the rationale, openly waging war in the streets of Nolan would undoubtedly tarnish Frostax's esteemed reputation, no matter how high he stood in their society. Are you truly willing to let that young girl off so easily? Frostax seethed with anger. Although the Holy Knights had not committed any overt transgressions, the mere mention of their intention to disrupt the peace ignited his fury. Certainly not, dear knight. I presume you believe that wicked demons should only be encountered on the battlefield, as they are your adversaries, and soldiers of opposing nations are deemed malevolent, Joshu remarked, directing his words toward Misai, who stood not far away. Misai opened her mouth, ready to counter Joshu's assertions, but her aide intervened, restraining her. In matters of diplomacy, this seasoned missionary, accustomed to the intricacies of urban life, vastly outshone the battle-hardened knight. Thus, as a form of recompense and to assist in your investigative endeavors, how about lending a hand at our tavern for a few days? Though modest in size, we often find ourselves overwhelmed with patrons, and I assure you, I shall compensate you daily for your efforts, Joshu proposed, extending an olive branch to Misai, presenting her with a tempting opportunity that lay just beyond a treacherous precipice. After a brief moment of contemplation, Misai realized that this proposal served a dual purpose. It was evident that Joshu sought to persuade her to forgive the demon. Yet during her time at the tavern, she felt more confident in her ability to sway him. If she could unveil the machinations of the demon lurking in their midst, it would suffice. I accept your terms. I admit I was too hasty. Misai ultimately conceded, yet she remained resolute in her determination to persuade Joshu. Perhaps it was time to heed the wisdom imparted by the nun who had raised her. A weapon is not solely a sword. Words can be wielded as well. Excellent. Please prepare yourself, dear knight. Our tavern operates 24 hours a day, and I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause, Joshu informed the dwarves behind him. Though it appeared their anger had yet to dissipate. As a gesture of goodwill, he added, shortly, I shall distribute 3 complimentary card packs to everyone. At this declaration, the dwarves' expressions transformed from ire to smiles, for card packs were a trivial expense only for the affluent among them. While many of those who frequented the tavern were of modest means, most importantly, the packs were officially provided by the authorities. Chapter 68. The Female Knight. This encampment is situated in a modest chapel to the west of Nolan, one of the earliest structures erected in the city by a revered missionary. It stands as the sole sanctuary dedicated to the worship of Moniker, the god of light and justice. This indicates that the religious influence of the Holy Church is rather limited in Nolan, whereas in other nations, one can find at least 1 or 2 grand cathedrals in every major city. Commander, do you truly intend to disregard that demon? I recall that the dwarves of this city are occupied with work during the day and frequent taverns in the afternoon and evening. Perhaps we should seize the opportunity during daylight. The expression of the Holy Church's soldiers trailing behind Missy appeared somewhat constrained. He had never faced such humiliation since enlisting, being expelled from a tavern by a band of dwarfs. Absolutely not. Before Missy could respond, her aide hastily began to dissuade the oblivious newcomer. Nearly half of Nolan's power rests in the hands of these dwarfs. And among those we encountered in the tavern was an elder of the Frost Axe clan, if my memory serves me right. The Cardinal Archbishop has dealings with this clan concerning the trade of primordial crystals. Therefore, I implore all esteemed soldiers of the Holy Church to remain calm. Although the Holy Church has its own sources of primordial crystals, the truly high-quality ones are procured from the dwarves, particularly those residing in Nolan. Beneath the ruins of Nolan lie countless veins of superior primordial crystals, arguably the finest in the world. Upon hearing the aide's words, even the most impulsive of the Holy Church's soldiers could envision the dire consequences of inciting the ire of Nolan's dwarves. But Commander, do you not find the dwarves' reaction rather peculiar? Indeed, it was as though they had been ensnared by a demon's enchantment. They could not have anticipated that over a mere tavern, the dwarves would erupt into a furious frenzy. Any member of the Holy Church who witnessed the scene in the Hearthstone Tavern recognized that the dwarves seemed bewitched, as if they were gripped by the notion that without this tavern, they would perish. Missy's gaze was fixed upon the statue in the center of the chapel. She sensed it was a test set forth by the Lord. In the past, Missy had relied solely on her sword to resolve all conflicts, whether with fellow beings or demons. Yet, a competent soldier of the Holy Church must possess not only formidable combat prowess, but also unwavering willpower and steadfast resolve. Thus, Missy now needed to vanquish the demon through means other than her sword. Commander, I believe we should venture into that tavern together. Their scheming cannot be as simple as it appears. One of the soldiers expressed concern about allowing Missy to enter the demon's lair alone. I have a more pressing task to assign to you, Missy said, turning her gaze to her aide. Producing the 3 tokens for tickets to the White Briar Theater that her aide had previously given her. We must unveil the existence of the demon to the world, and it is highly probable that this theater has certain ties to the demon. Therefore, I urge you to promptly relay this connection between the theater and the play to the citizens of Nolan. The Holy Empire has existed for over a millennium, with its doctrines permeating the globe. While the exact number of believers in other nations remains uncertain, it is undeniable that many harbor animosity towards demons, thanks to the efforts of the Holy Empire. Understood. The lieutenant accepted the 3 tokens once more. We shall complete this trial before the arrival of the unworldly archbishop. May the light of the Lord be upon us. After reaffirming her unwavering faith before the statue, the Holy Army Maiden and her lieutenant, along with the remaining 3 Holy Army members, hastily departed the church to undertake the task she had entrusted to them. Why not give those Holy Army members a good thrashing? Shiri stood behind the bar, brandishing her newly acquired wand. This wand, measuring a remarkable 1.5 meters in length, was adorned with a prismatic crystal at its tip. With this wand in hand, Shiri wielded it as if it were a spear. Thus, when Shiri utilized her salary from Joshu to purchase the wand, she was immediately drawn to this seemingly formidable weapon. Now, her combat prowess had doubled since her encounter with Joshu, and she felt confident enough to pursue a level 4 mage certification. Shouldn't the enemies be vanquished? If those holy army members were to discover her true identity, they would undoubtedly eliminate her. Ah, wait a moment, I believe I could report them. Shiri suddenly recalled that she was not an accomplice of Joshu, but rather a victim of the demonic conspiracy, though she soon dismissed this thought. The reason being Joshu's possession of the script for this demon is not so cold. Eliminating foes is the soldier's choice, as a cultural worker. I prefer to instigate change in their thoughts rather than resort to violence. Joshu returned the script of this demon is not so cold to Shiri. At the very end of the script were a few sketches Shiri had whimsically drawn, one of which depicted the film's heroine, Matilda, alongside the hero, Leon. Though simplistic, the drawing was striking, and Joshu contemplated using it for promotional materials. Shiri longed to counter Joshu's assertion but found herself at a loss for words. After all, the most successful example of Joshu's influence was none other than her. Nearly half a month ago, Shiri had desperately sought ways to escape from Joshu's grasp and eliminate that wretched demon. Yet now, she found herself eagerly awaiting the completion of the latter part of the script. A holy army nidus appeared to be standing at the entrance. I had thought she would not arrive until tomorrow. Shiri glanced toward the tavern's door, where the nidus, towering nearly 6 feet, stood out conspicuously among the dwarfs. When Shiri compared her own height to that of the nidus, she realized she was nearly a head shorter. It seems that the time has come to test the unwavering faith of this knightly lady. Joshua stepped out from behind the bar, suddenly recalling the epic summoning line of a priest from Hearthstone, which proclaimed, "Allow me to alter your mind." Chapter 69. The competition in a bid to demonstrate that her intentions were devoid of hostility. Missy removed the armor that signified her affiliation with the Holy Order and donned the attire of a nun, which she had worn during her respite at the church. Though she had relinquished her armor and sword, in a profound sense, Missy was fully armed for this encounter, as she had prepared herself mentally and emotionally. This time, she was determined to unveil the sinister machinations of the demons through her words, striving to reveal the true nature of the fiend to the innocent patrons within the tavern. However, the moment she stepped into the establishment, her confidence was swiftly diminished by half. The cacophony of the tavern was overwhelming, evoking memories of battlefields drenched in blood and chaos. You arrived far earlier than I anticipated. Nonetheless, welcome to the Hearthstone Tavern, dear knight. I trust you will find it to your liking. The commotion stirred by the Holy Order in the tavern had an unexpected consequence. It attracted human customers as well. Scenes of dwarves collectively brandishing weapons and brawling in the streets were rare in Nolan. The last occurrence dated back over a century, when a dispute arose between the dwarves and the original spellcasters of Nolan regarding the placement of buildings. This incident was the only one recorded in Nolan's history. Thus, in a certain light, the Holy Order had inadvertently promoted the tavern. Missy murmured the word softly, struggling to contain her rising anger, contemplating whether to turn and flee from this raucous environment. The boisterous cheers of the dwarves caused her head to throb. Throughout her military service and her time at the church, she had existed in an environment of absolute tranquility and order, where soldiers spoke only at her behest, and the nuns regarded loud speech before the divine as a sign of disrespect. This must surely be a trial from the Lord. At last, she could converse with Joshu in a calm manner. Scanning the tavern, her gaze soon fell upon Eno, who was assisting within the establishment. Eno sensed her gaze and met it without a hint of fear. Joshu had cautioned Eno beforehand. You stand here in the name of the demon race. Should you falter, it would be a disgrace to the entire demon lineage, and to me. Eno had never truly considered whether she possessed courage. Similarly, her connection to her race, as a member of the demon kind, felt tenuous. Yet, she was unwilling to bring shame upon Joshu due to her timidity. Currently, her life was almost entirely shaped by Joshu, and the tavern felt like a warm home to her, surrounded by the nurturing care of her adoptive mother, the dwarves who looked after her, and the audience who cherished her other persona, Belle. All of this was bestowed upon her by Joshu, and Eno was profoundly grateful to serve the true Prince of Demons. Therefore, despite her fears, she was resolute in avoiding any actions that might embarrass Joshu. The true visage of the demons? Apologies, fair knight, but at this moment, I perceive before me merely a diligent employee and a newcomer. Joshu pointed to the nidus clad in nun's attire. Pray tell, what is my task? This statement from Joshu successfully ignited Missy's competitive spirit. As a human, she was resolute in not yielding to any demon in any regard. Even in the realm of tavern duties, Missy was determined to surpass Eno. Simply delivering drinks to each patron sufficed. The related tasks would be entrusted to her, by the esteemed Lady Malina. Joshu noted the knightess's naivete, which could be distilled to a lack of cunning, yet her attire spoke volumes. Her life had been spent either within the confines of the convent or amidst the battles and camps of the Holy Army, likely affording her little exposure to the intricate nature of urban life. Such innocent and unpretentious souls were becoming increasingly rare. Joshu had seldom encountered such easily deceived individuals on Earth, although one ought to treasure such rare beings. The opposing positions of both parties compelled Joshu to lead her into a precarious situation against his better judgment. "I believe I am capable of this task," Missy confidently declared as she approached the bar, embarking on her evening's journey in the tavern. As a member of the Holy Army, her credentials were undoubtedly commendable. After 5 years of service, she had vanquished countless demons on the battlefield, ascending from an unseasoned recruit to a seasoned elite. However, the duties within the tavern diverged drastically from the confrontations she was accustomed to. Within a mere 3 hours, she had committed numerous blunders. She accidentally spilled drinks from a tray onto a patron and mistakenly delivered a drink to the wrong guest. Despite the Hearthstone Tavern attracting a handful of human patrons, most of the clientele were dwarfs. Faced with such mishaps, the dwarves were quick to rise in fury, their tempers flaring. It was only thanks to Eno's repeated interventions that the dwarves' ire was quelled. In the eyes of the tavern's patrons, Eno had firmly established herself as the beloved Lucky Charm, with some dwarves even seeking her out to open their packages. Consequently, Eno's popularity began to flourish within the tavern, a feat that the recently arrived Missy could not hope to rival. Ultimately, Joshu felt compelled to have Missy sit temporarily beside the bar, ostensibly for a break. Yet akin to a red card in football, it was a subtle form of dismissal. "How does it feel?" Joshu instructed Shiri behind him to adjust her expression, ceasing her mockery of the disheartened knightess. Simultaneously, he approached Missy, eager to hear her reflections. "Give me a moment, I can perform better than her," Missy asserted after a lengthy contemplation, her tone resolute. She had not forgotten her purpose for being there, to persuade the tavern's patrons. However, the foundation of persuasion rested upon Missy establishing something akin to prestige within the tavern, for only then would they be inclined to heed her words, including Joshu. Regrettably, Missy has encountered failure, discovering that her standing within the tavern is even lower than that of any demon, rendering her words unheeded. Under such circumstances, it seems nearly impossible to impose any form of retribution upon the demon residing in the tavern before the arrival of the archbishops of apathy. "How about this, dear knight?" Joshu sensed that Misai's fighting spirit had been thoroughly ignited. "If you wish to prove your superiority over our esteemed Eno, do so by employing the unique methods of this tavern." He gestured towards the dwarves engaged in a game of Hearthstone. Indeed, among the dwarves in the tavern, a hierarchy of Hearthstone players had begun to emerge, distinguished by their possession of numerous legendary cards and exceptional gaming skills. These attributes became the subjects of boastful banter during their mining endeavors, establishing Hearthstone as a means for dwarves to assert their worth beyond mere physical strength. In the future, a skilled Hearthstone player will undoubtedly earn respect among the younger dwarves, a sentiment equally applicable to humans. Would you care to test this? Utilize this method to vanquish the demon you speak of, and demonstrate that the paladins are far superior to the demons. Joshu's intent in drawing her to the tavern was not to hastily alter her perception of demons. Her faith in the light was unwavering, and her conviction of demons as evil was deeply ingrained. To change such beliefs in a matter of days? That is nearly an impossible task. Joshu merely wished to convey that the battles of this world are not confined solely to the clashes of swords and blood. There exist myriad other arenas of conflict. One of the most renowned examples of such a battlefield, wherein nations can showcase their prowess without the necessity of bloodshed, is none other than the Olympic Games. Thus, allow Joshu to introduce a widely recognized concept, electronic sports. Chapter 70, Methods of Strengthening. Under the arrangement of Joshu, the dwarves vacated a space for Misei and Eno. This time, Misei finally had the opportunity to face the demon in a one-on-one confrontation. Although the battle did not unfold as a brutal clash of swords and blood, it at least granted Misei the chance to exert pressure on the demon and potentially defeat her in some form. Both of their initial card boxes were generously provided by Joshu, with Eno utilizing a black crystal that belonged to Joshu himself, containing several pre-assembled decks curated by him. As for the knightly maiden, she possessed nothing but a basic account, devoid of any resources. Choosing the sorceress class. "You should be well aware of the game's rules. Defeat her. That is an order," Joshu whispered to Eno. The sorceress deck within Joshu's collection was rather simplistic, resembling the nascent form of a Zeus strategy, primarily focusing on swift attacks, making it quite straightforward to triumph over a basic deck. In contrast, as Misei channeled her magical energy into the black crystal, projecting the stored imagery before her, she found herself bewildered by the intricate interface. Far more complex than simply wielding a sword on the battlefield. Nonetheless, she swiftly identified a class that captivated her interest, the Paladin Uther. At first glance, she was almost entranced by this noble knight, whose original artwork exuded an air of righteousness, reminiscent of a commander of the Holy Legion, equipped with the most rudimentary deck. Misei possessed no prior knowledge of the game, utterly unaware of what awaited her. As she selected the venerable paladin as her hero, Ino had already chosen her profession. With the black crystal inserted into the slot, the duel between the Holy Legion and the demons commenced at that moment. "Grant me strength, O glory." Uther's line was voiced by a seasoned stage actor commissioned by Sir White Jasmine, conveyed with a commendable sense of gravitas. At the sound of this proclamation, Misei's sense of identification with the paladin deepened. She stubbornly believed this character epitomized the essence of the Holy Legion. "I shall become your nightmare." Ino, representing the demons as a sorceress, had seen Joshu localize the sorceress class, modifying the nomenclature of the demon race to reflect their self-designation. The lines of Gul'dan, the representative hero of the sorceress, were slightly altered by Joshu, though he did not expect to change perceptions of the demon race through Hearthstone. Immersed wholeheartedly in the battle, Misei vividly relived the clash between the Holy Legion and the demons through her heroes and cards. Regrettably, the outcome was that Ino led her demonic army in a sweeping victory over Misei's deck, achieving an almost flawless triumph. In her inaugural battle, Misei suffered a devastating defeat, left with no means of resistance, as she gazed at the glaring word failure before her, sinking into a brief silence. After the disheartening scene of defeat, a pack of reward cards materialized on the screen, representing one of the initial benefits bestowed by Joshua upon the newcomers. Each novice black crystal who completes their first match is entitled to a classic card pack. Joshua has priced the black crystal at 10 gold coins, and this card pack is a complimentary gift. The potential of the Paladin class extends far beyond this. Numerous powerful cards related to the Paladin await your collection. Joshua approached Misa from behind and remarked, "The deck you just utilized was merely the weakest among the Paladin sets. Within this pack, there may be a stronger card. Why not open it and see?" The Paladin Knight was entirely oblivious to the fact that she had just heard the whispers of demons. The frustration of being overwhelmingly defeated by Ino ignited her desire to challenge him once more. During the battle, Misa also realized that her cards seemed remarkably weak. A portion of them were even minions entirely unrelated to the Paladins. Clinging to this glimmer of hope, Misa embarked on her very first card draw. Rare. Misa revealed a card of the highest quality, albeit merely a guaranteed rare. It appeared that divine providence had not enhanced her luck. However, this rare card was named Born Equal, arguably one of the most formidable cards available to the Paladin. Its effect was to reduce the health of all minions on the field to 1, combined with any card capable of dealing area damage. As long as there were no divine shields present, it could almost instantaneously annihilate all opposing minions on the board. Once more, having undergone a battle, Misa vaguely sensed the immense power of this card. She could now be regarded as a representative of the Paladins. The dwarves and observing humans were fixated on this clash. A confrontation between the Paladins and demons. Misa was resolute in her desire to avoid hearing, while walking the streets of Nolan, remarks like, "Did you know? In that tavern, a demon wrestled a Paladin to the ground." This transcended mere victory or defeat in card play. It was intrinsically linked to the honor of the Paladins. Ino, during this brief respite, you now fight on behalf of your kin. With Joshua's permission. The age-old conflict between the Paladins and demons unfolded once more upon the gaming table. The outcome, however, was a dismal defeat for the Paladins. The demonic forces laid siege effortlessly, slaughtering the fragile new Paladin recruits. Indeed, the Paladin class seemed woefully inadequate, while the Warlocks proved extraordinarily powerful. "Are you considering playing a Warlock again?" The surrounding dwarves began to murmur. Due to their intrinsic racial nature, the majority of the Dwarven players favored the warrior class. After all, it epitomized the embodiment of masculinity and strength. The remaining 8 classes were seldom explored by dwarves. The whispers of the dwarves reached Misa's ears, leaving her feeling profoundly humiliated, a humiliation entirely of her own making, having fallen 7 times consecutively to this demon. Should this transpire on a genuine battlefield? Such a humiliating record would render her incapable of facing the deity she serves. "I believe you might consider trying out the mage class, Nidus." It is indeed a suitable profession for beginners. Joshu offered Missy a piece of advice that could lead her to victory over Eno. No, I shall undoubtedly vanquish this demon with this vocation. Once more, Missy would never so easily abandon her faith, even in the pursuit of a card game. Allow me to remind you that the hour is nearing midnight, Joshu stated. Upon hearing his words, Missy turned her gaze towards the window, realizing it was already late at night. Unlike the dwarves, who could revel through the night, the Holy Army adheres to strict military regulations, which include specific times for prayer, sleep, and rising in the morning. Missy had already missed the time for late-night prayer, a transgression she deemed nearly unforgivable. Tomorrow, I shall return. Missy gritted her teeth and hurriedly departed from the tavern, leaving behind a remark. As she stepped out, she could still hear the mocking laughter of the dwarves behind her. One day, she would demonstrate the might of the paladin to these dwarves and the demon. Chapter 71. The unwanting the aid to Messiah sensed an unusual ambience permeating the church of late, a sentiment that extended beyond its walls to envelop the entire city of Nolan. Acting upon the directives of his superior, he summoned other missionaries within Nolan to commence the transcription of a new gospel. This gospel, an antiquated sheet of parchment, bore the doctrines of the Holy Kingdom alongside warnings regarding the emergence of demons within the city. The aid's primary focus was to unveil the insidious machinations behind Beauty and the Beast, revealing that the true puppeteer was a demon, and that a nest of malevolence lay concealed within the tavern known as the Hearthstone. He endeavored to alert the citizens of Nolan to remain vigilant against these deceivers. However, as he penned his thoughts, he found his conscience pricked for the first time, as the essence of his writing revolved around exposing the conspiracy entwined with Beauty and the Beast. Had it merely been a critique of the demon prince, the aide would have effortlessly crafted a multitude of condemnatory phrases aimed at that wretched creature. Yet, when it came to articulating his thoughts on Belle, he encountered a formidable challenge. He grappled with the necessity of informing the people of Nolan whether Belle was a demon in disguise or a truly irredeemable being. Nevertheless, under the divine light, he found himself unable to cast aspersions upon Belle after viewing the film. Such a pure and virtuous girl, subjected to a tragic fate. Even the most hardened executioner would shed tears for her plight. How much more so for a missionary like himself? Yet, the orchestrator behind Beauty and the Beast was undoubtedly a demon, and Belle's identity was likely that of a fiend in disguise. It was imperative that he disclose this truth to the world. Such revelations would serve as a clarion call, and also the most effective means to rally a congregation of believers in Nolan, should the populace be convinced that their city had fallen prey to demonic invasion. If successful, his status could ascend from a mere missionary to that of a priest, liberating him from the tedium of daily tasks. Has the priest gone out today? The aide inquired. Yes, my Lord Messiah. Father Causes had urgent matters to attend to and left early, came the response. Before the aide could further indulge in his daydreams, his superior, Messiah, appeared unexpectedly, compelling him to rise and render a salute. I can assist with some of Father S. duties. What is it that you require, my Lord Messiah? The aide queried. I need to withdraw a portion of the savings I've deposited in the church. Messiah's voice dwindled as she spoke. But soon she regained her composure, her tone once again imbued with a noble sense of purpose. I require a portion of it. Of course, my Lord Messiah. It shall be done. Please allow me to prepare an account. Though he acquiesced, the aide couldn't shake the feeling that his superior had recently begun to exhibit increasingly peculiar behavior. Within the Holy Army, Messiah was widely regarded as the embodiment of integrity, orderliness, kindness, and justice, among other commendatory attributes. The Holy Knights are not excessively stringent regarding matters of diet, entertainment, or even marriage. At least, after retiring, they can find a beloved partner to wed and rejoice in celebrations following victorious battles. However, rumors suggest that a certain knight named Misa adheres to her standards with the severity of an ascetic. She has entrusted all her possessions to the church for safekeeping, never indulging herself a whit. Her sustenance aligns with the most austere standards of the military, rendering wealth to her as a mere external entity. Only the radiance of the Lord holds significance in her life. Yet, in recent days, this knight has frequently sought the priest of the church to withdraw her stored funds. The priest readily complied, but the adjutant found this behavior rather peculiar. Could it be that the paragon of integrity among the holy knights, Misa, has succumbed to something extraordinary in this city? The adjutant dared not inquire further. Misa's status far surpassed his own. He recorded a transaction in the church's ledger and retrieved 100 gold coins from the savings chamber to present to his superior, urging the swift completion of the gospel manuscript. Understood, "My lord," he affirmed. Thus, under the adjutant's watchful gaze, the Lady Knight exited the church. He cast a glance at the densely pinned pages of the gospel, his emotions in turmoil. The primary reason for his conflicted feelings stemmed from the excellence of the film Beauty and the Beast. Despite knowing it was a creation of the demon meant to beguile the heart, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. What could he do? Perhaps this was the true objective of the demon? The adjutant speculated boldly, suddenly realizing that the current situation might be beyond their capacity to resolve. As he spent nearly 2 more hours transcribing the gospel, the adjutant heard the voice of his mentor, the priest responsible for this church, emanating from the prayer room. He promptly rose and exited his study, hastening to the hall, where he discovered the remaining 5 holy knights stationed there, alongside all the clerical staff. The sight instantly alerted him to a troubling realization. A person of bishopric stature had arrived at the church. Rushing to his designated formation, he soon beheld a stooped figure at the church's center. It was an elderly man leaning on a cane, frail enough that a gust of wind might topple him. Clad in shabby, coarse linen garments, he appeared as a destitute vagabond. Yet, the adjutant was acutely aware of this elder's true identity, one of the archbishops of the holy nation, revered as the saint of the unattached. The true name of this archbishop had always remained a mystery, and this was the adjutant's first encounter with a figure that had materialized in ancient legends. His initial impression was strikingly ordinary, so mundane that he could easily overlook the old man. "Do not be overly reserved. Your respect holds little significance for me, as I am no deity," he spoke, his voice significantly younger than the aide had anticipated, and simultaneously, the aide felt his gaze sweep across the surroundings. This instilled within him a sense of dread, for the eyes of the desireless one were shrouded in tattered and filthy bandages, rendering the notion of sight virtually non-existent. Nevertheless, the aide felt as if he were being scrutinized. "Can you enlighten me as to why one of the holy soldiers stationed here is absent? Where has my disciple? Knight Messiah, gone?" When the desireless one posed this question in a tone that could lull all present into slumber, the aide shuddered involuntarily. The other holy soldiers stationed within the church exchanged glances, revealing the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. The recent conduct of Commander Knight Messiah had been exceedingly peculiar, with his early departures and late returns, leaving little opportunity for them to encounter their superior within the church. As the desireless one inquired about this matter, the aide felt as though the archbishop's gaze was fixed upon him. Under such pressure, he found himself compelled to step forward and voice his true thoughts. "Your Excellency, I believe I may know the answer," the aide replied, somewhat uncertainly. Chapter 72, The Parent Legend. Legend. Tyrion Fordring. It is essential to recognize that these gold coins, if donated to the churches in those small towns, could construct a modest chapel in several remote villages and provide countless ragged children with a hearty meal. It was with this consideration that Missy entrusted all her savings from the past years to the church for safekeeping. Yet, within the span of merely 2 days, she expended such a considerable sum of gold. In former times, this would have represented a grievous sin, an indulgence, and a display of extravagance to her. However, whenever Missy reminded herself this is necessary funding to vanquish the demons, she successfully convinced herself, continuously feeding gold coins into that infernal machine. This noble knight inserted 3 coins to purchase her 80th Hearthstone card pack, but the 5 cards she drew were disappointingly of the most mundane quality. Just yesterday, she had witnessed a dwarf draw a legendary card named Tyrion Fordring, a paladin card so remarkably powerful in effect and skill. Despite having opened 80 packs without encountering this legendary paladin, she did manage to obtain 2 legendary cards of other classes. Nevertheless, the paladin knight did not succumb to despair. She once again challenged Eno. Joshu sat behind the bar, observing the duel between Missy and Eno. Over the past 2 days, the figure of this nun had become exceedingly familiar within the tavern. She seemed to have forgotten her true purpose for coming to the tavern, which was to punish demons rather than play cards with demons. This development was precisely what Joshu had hoped to witness. If only other paladins could resolve their grievances through a card game like this night, perhaps the casualty ratio of paladins to demons on the battlefield would dramatically decline. Joshu speculated whether this time Missy would turn the tide and prove her honor as a paladin, or if Eno would secure his 172nd victory. An emaciated old man leaned on a cane as he entered the tavern. In the cacophony of the bar, his presence should have been utterly inconspicuous. Yet, Joshu immediately sensed his existence, whether as a chaotic demon or due to the skeletal mark branded on Joshu's left hand. It was a warning that he was perilous. "Hiri, go upstairs with Malina." Joshu could no longer warn Eno and could only urge Hiri to leave. "Why? Do you underestimate me?" Hiri glanced at the old man entering through the door, drawing forth her staff, which could serve as a spear, clearly ready for battle. The refusal of the sorceress to depart took Joshu by surprise. He had already cautioned Hiri that what was about to unfold could be highly dangerous. Since Shiri chose to remain, Joshu could only stand a little farther from Marina, hoping that the impending conflict would not affect these ordinary people. An elderly man approached Joshu with a cane, laboriously making his way to the bar before climbing onto a stool, placing his cane upon the table. "Is there something you require?" Joshu's dark pupils scrutinized the old man. Despite his apparent age, Joshu dared not lower his guard. "I am the Archbishop of the Holy Kingdom. You may refer to me as the Desireless One." His voice was slow, almost exasperatingly so. "Joshu," he replied, simultaneously gathering magical energy in his hands, readying himself for battle. "Though I realize this request may seem abrupt, could you please release my disciple, the Chaos Demon Joshu?" The Desireless One recognized Joshu's identity. He too possessed a third eye, an eye so powerful it could substitute for the Desireless One's own vision. Because of this formidable eye, he perceived not only Joshu's status as a chaos demon at the apex of the demon hierarchy, but also a suffocating aura of death surrounding him. The Desireless One vowed he had only once before felt such an intense presence of death, during the moment hundreds of years ago when the terrifying Lich was born amid the Pharaoh's holy war. "This is my plea." The Desireless One bowed his head, completely shedding the demeanor expected of an archbishop as he spoke to Joshu. At that moment, Joshu exchanged a glance with Shiri, both recognizing a shared sentiment of confusion in each other's eyes. Shiri had already completed her incantation, merely awaiting the dwarf beside her to assist in expelling this disruptive figure. Yet, the Desireless One was not here to cause a ruckus but rather to intercede. "I believe you may have misunderstood something, old sir." Joshu discerned that the archbishop lacked the traits typical of an authority figure: arrogance, unreasonable behavior, and a propensity for violence. "Misunderstanding?" The Desireless One lifted his gaze to the young demon before him. Having encountered countless demons in his earlier years, the Chaos Demon was undoubtedly the most fearsome of all. Upon entering this city, his third eye immediately detected the presence of the Chaos Demon. Upon learning that his most esteemed disciple, Messiah, was in the same vicinity as this demon, he had prepared for the worst. Perhaps his disciple had already fallen to this demon's hands, or perhaps she had endured cruel torment. Regardless, any clergy member captured by a demon would meet a grim fate. "Your disciple, I believe, is the Night Lady who is currently here as a guest. I have never imprisoned her." Joshu perceived that the Desireless One was readying himself for conflict should negotiations falter, as the Holy Army awaited outside. His entrance merely a hope for a resolution without injury. "Thus, I must take her away. This place is the dominion of demons, a lair of chaotic fiends, where the unambitious have little reason to linger." Upon learning that Joshua had no intention of instigating conflict, he immediately rose from the bar and made his way to the table occupied by Misa. "Very well." As he observed the unambitious one approaching Misa, who was engrossed in a game of Hearthstone in the tavern's hall, Joshua inexplicably recalled the scenes from his earthly youth when he would skip classes to visit internet cafes, only to be caught by his parents. Chapter 73, Into the Pit. Since the commencement of this fateful encounter with the wretched demon, Misa had never felt victory so tantalizingly within reach. She was determined to demonstrate the formidable prowess of the paladin to everyone within the tavern. However, the jubilant cries of triumph did not allow her to forget her surroundings. She heard an aged yet familiar voice. "Misa, it is time to depart from this place." Upon hearing this voice, Misa sprang to her feet and swiftly turned around, soon spotting a gaunt figure among the burly dwarves who had gathered nearby. The figure of the unwilling one stood out starkly among the robust dwarves, akin to a solitary bamboo shoot amidst a collection of barrels. Yet, Misa dared not underestimate this emaciated figure, for he was her mentor and one of the few archbishops of the Holy Kingdom, the unwilling one. What earned Misa's utmost respect was the fact that this archbishop had participated in numerous wars against demons, and the number of Holy Army soldiers he had saved could fill a nearly 3-meter-tall monument of heroes. Unwilling one. Archbishop. Misa immediately placed her right hand upon her left shoulder, paying her respects to this legendary archbishop. "The elaborate formalities can be set aside. We must leave this place," the unwilling one reiterated, expressing uncertainty regarding the demon's patience. According to the Holy Kingdom's studies on demons, every formidable demon possessed a strong territorial instinct, and the presence of a clergy member in their domain was undoubtedly a provocation. If that chaotic demon were to lose its patience, the unwilling one believed it would spell disaster for the people of Noland, a calamity of monumental proportions. But, esteemed Archbishop, Misa protested. In this match, I hold an absolute advantage. If I continue, I am certain I can vanquish that accursed demon. She had prepared for this paladin's victory for so long, investing both her time and resources, placing everything on the line for this triumph. Yet, now, when victory was tantalizingly close, she was being urged to abandon it? Misa felt a deep sense of reluctance. But as this sentiment surged within her, she suddenly questioned her own actions. Was she truly willing to defy her mentor for the sake of a mere card game? Misa, can you enlighten me as to what you're doing? The unwilling one was astonished to find the most devout knight of the Holy Army lingering in a tavern, not merely remaining there, but reveling in the atmosphere to the extent of not wishing to leave. Given Misa's character, she should have found such a raucous environment utterly intolerable. This piqued the curiosity that had lain dormant for nearly a decade within the unwilling one, prompting him to inquire about his disciple. I fight for the glory of the Holy Army. This was no falsehood. Misa repeated it countless times within her heart, vowing with her very life that all her actions were dedicated to the glory of the Holy Army and the Lord. The victory she sought was not merely a fragment of a card pack. It was a means to elevate the paladin's standing in the eyes of those dwarfs. And that demon would surely meet its demise beneath her blade. Your Grace, please grant me a moment. I am on the verge of vanquishing that demon. If we delay any further, we shall be thrust directly into the realm that demon controls, and she will inevitably face defeat once more. Though I am unaware of the cause of your urgency, I appreciate your patience. The unwilling one cast a glance towards the adversary facing Misa. Indeed, it was a demon, albeit a lowly succubus, the sort rarely seen upon the battlefield. He found himself perplexed as to what made this demon formidable enough to trouble his most esteemed disciple. Yet he conceded to Misa's capricious request, for that magical contraption had successfully captured the unwilling one's attention. Thank you, Your Grace. Eno appeared somewhat apprehensive, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from the elderly figure, reminiscent of the dread he felt when confronting the skeletal knight within the castle, an impression that a mere glance could spell his demise. Eno, once we conclude this match, you ought to attend to the assignments given to you by the Academy's instructors. Misa's guardian made their entrance, followed closely by Eno's mother, Marina, who placed a reassuring hand upon Eno's back, instilling a measure of courage within him. Since the arrival of the Holy Army, Marina had come to understand Eno's true lineage. A demon. Yet upon this revelation, she continued to manage the tavern, meticulously calculating various accounts and assisting Joshu with financial matters. Perhaps to this merchant, as long as her current life could be sustained, the source of such sustenance was of little consequence. With both sets of guardians present, Misa and Eno commenced their final contest. Ultimately, when Misa's character, Uther, proclaimed, "Accept the judgment of justice," her hero emerged to deliver a decisive blow, vanquishing the vile demon before her. At the moment the opposing character shattered into fragments, Misa felt an overwhelming urge to shout, "The Holy Army shall never be enslaved." However, mindful of her instructor's presence, she stifled this impulse, maintaining the solemnity befitting the Holy Army. "Let us depart, Your Grace." Misa rose and addressed the unwilling one behind her. As she prepared to weave her way through the throng of dwarves gathered nearby, she noticed the Archbishop standing in contemplative silence. "Your Grace? Misa, what is this magical contraption?" The unwilling one pondered. "No, the principle of refraction inscribed upon it? No, that cannot be right. The imagery has no reason to be animated. Nor does that growing crystal symbol." The unwilling one's withered hand traced the aged bandage upon his brow, perceiving his surroundings through the third eye, although deprived of sight. The information he gleaned surpassed that of those with vision, such as this Hearthstone arcade machine, which, beyond the mere imagery, was underpinned by a plethora of inscriptions, so numerous that they left the unwilling one somewhat dizzy. Yet what truly captivated him were the dynamic, interactive images themselves. "This is called Hearthstone, Your Grace. Why does Misa find this scene so familiar? After all these years, the only desire possessed by the unwilling one may be the insatiable thirst for knowledge. Like many spellcasters, he harbors an unwavering fascination for the novel. Undoubtedly, the most advanced technology in this world is Nolan's magical machinery, yet the unwilling one seems to have encountered something infinitely more complex than the contraptions crafted by those spellcasters. No, it is millions of times more intricate. Hearthstone? The name of this magical device echoes in the unwilling one's mind, but he soon drifts into distraction. It is time to leave. Your comrades await outside. Unfettered by curiosity, the unwilling one strides purposefully towards the tavern's exit, leaning on his staff. For this is the domain of demons, and clergy should not linger here. From the moment they departed the tavern, an unspoken war was destined to ignite between Nolan and the forces at play. Take care, Joshua observed as Misa and the unwilling one vanished from sight. He approached the magical device they had just explored, detaching a crystalline orb that resembled a decorative gem. What is this? Siri inquired, recognizing the look on Joshua's face. Knowing he harbored no benevolent intentions. A recording of the match. Joshua infused the orb with a modicum of magical energy, and the images of Misa and Inno engaged in battle instantly materialized upon the crystal's surface. What purpose does this serve? We should have the sirens capture the disgraceful actions of the Holy Legion that would surely tarnish your name in this tavern throughout Nolan. We might as well. Strike first. Calm down. I will certainly devise a strategy for publicity and public opinion control, but before that, we need some substantive evidence, do we not? Joshua regarded the sorceress, sensing that he was being defamed by the Holy Legion, while Siri appeared even more incensed. Nevertheless, Joshua was prepared to confront the Holy Legion. At least on the battleground of public discourse, the only remaining task was to select a suitable candidate. Chapter 74. Whispers of the Demon. The following noon, Missy emerged from the prayer room. She had spent the morning in fervent repentance, yearning for divine intervention to quell her restless spirit. Yet, the outcome was dishearteningly futile. The more she clasped her hands in prayer before the statue of the deity, the more the memories of the past few days surged within her mind. Echoes of phrases such as "Glory grants me strength," "I shall become your nightmare," "Report," and "Join the battle," incessantly resonated from the game known as Hearthstone. Could it be that the arcane machinery bore some curse? Standing beneath the sunlight, Missy scrutinized her hands. Insights gleaned from her third eye distinctly informed her that her body was devoid of any affliction. Far from harboring a malevolent curse, her magical energy was, in fact, more abundant than it had been merely 2 days prior. With her prayers proving ineffectual, Missy hastened to the church's backyard, where she procured a wooden sword intended for practice. This was her preferred method of passing time outside of prayer, sharpening her swordsmanship. With the wooden sword held horizontally, she began to wield it against the air, unleashing swift and powerful strikes that sliced through the atmosphere, producing faint sounds of air displacement. It was not until the moment the sword shattered from the force of her blows that Missy decisively discarded the broken weapon. However, the unyielding archbishop cautioned against recklessly venturing into the demon's lair. Having donned her disguise, she cautiously peered around the doorframe to ensure the hallway was devoid of onlookers, then stepped out of the room and made her way toward the church's exit. This was the first time since joining the Holy Order that she treaded with such trepidation within the church. As she hurriedly rounded a corner, an unsettling sensation washed over her. She sensed someone on the other side. Alas, it was too late to react. She collided with a missionary emerging from around the corner. As he fell to the ground, the gospel he had been carrying scattered across the floor. Through the slits of her helmet, Missy recognized the fallen missionary as her aide. "And Missy-sama?" he inquired, clutching his throbbing forehead. The impact with the helmet was unpleasant, yet the real concern lay in the gospel now strewn about. Indeed, even while donning a helmet, was her figure still so easily identifiable among the Holy Order? "I am about to undertake a clandestine mission," Missy declared with a tone of gravity. "Clandestine? I shall keep it confidential," the aide responded, though unable to see her eyes. He sensed the oppressive weight of her gaze through the helmet's crevices. "Continue with your duties, aide. Do not let the mentor discover our actions." Missy gripped her hands tightly. The exhilaration of this moment surpassed even the thrill of beheading a demon commander on the battlefield. What lies ahead is indeed a more delightful endeavor. However, she is not here for that. Her purpose this time is to sever ties with that tavern. Missy inhaled deeply, her footsteps light as she followed the familiar path to the establishment known as the Hearthstone Tavern. Yet, upon pushing open the door and casting a glance through the slits of her helmet, she found herself momentarily frozen in place. For there, before her eyes, was the silhouette of her mentor. The Archbishop of the Unwanted sat at the tavern's heart, and even more alarming was the chaotic demon named Joshua seated opposite him. What was most unbearable for Missy was that the esteemed Archbishop was engaged in jovial conversation with this very demon. The prolonged presence of the Archbishop in such a disordered venue as a tavern would undoubtedly cast a negative light on the Holy Church, wouldn't it? The Church's duty is to thwart your schemes. Whatever you intend to do, I will remain here, vigilant. One hand of the Unwanted rested upon a cane, while the other, frail and aged, commanded his hero, Priest Anduin, to deploy the card known as Mind Steal. He then glanced at his hand, and perhaps it was but an illusion. But Joshu perceived a hint of a smile upon the withered visage of the archbishop, akin to the bark of an ancient tree. Thus, allow me to express my apologies. No matter your intentions, you cannot elude my gaze. This archbishop had arrived at Joshu's tavern at the break of dawn. Joshu had thought himself fully prepared for a confrontation. Yet he found himself utterly alone. The influence of the Holy Army in Nolan was exceedingly minimal, and with dwarves overseeing the tavern and the presence of Enoch, any direct action against the establishment would not invite the demon's wrath, but rather the ire of a multitude of Hearthstone players. The Holy Army could not simply overlook the demons. Thus, the unwanted had to resort to this compromise. Immortal, he ventured alone into the demon's lair, silently observing every move the demon made. Should Joshu seek to open a gateway to the nether, allowing the demonic horde to descend upon Nolan, the unwanted would be the first to notice and rally all spellcasters in Nolan to thwart Joshu's plans. Regrettably, Joshu had never entertained the idea of leading a demonic invasion of this city. His sole aim in establishing the tavern was simply to enjoy a game of Hearthstone. Joshu offered no explanation to the unwanted, for whatever he said would only be perceived by these clerics as the whispers of demons. Having an additional regular patron in his tavern was indeed fortuitous. The old gentleman savored his time, while Joshu excused himself for the moment. Employing the classic rogue combination of train wreck and cold blood, Joshu dispatched the opposing priest. After executing this lethal combination, Joshu rose, casting a glance at the knights hesitating at the doorway, before departing the hall and ascending to the second floor. Chapter 75. The knowledge of demons. Mice could scarcely believe her eyes. The most esteemed archbishop of the Holy Church, known for his unyielding devotion, was seated in the company of a demon, engaging in a most amiable conversation. Yet, upon reflection, she surmised that this was not mere camaraderie, but rather a negotiation between the archbishop and the demon. Just the night before, he had cautioned them about the formidable strength of this demon, urging the members of the Holy Church to refrain from provoking it. Considering the lives of the innocent residents in the vicinity, the archbishop had ventured into this perilous situation to keep a vigilant watch over the demon. And it dawned on Mice that he had come to address the grievances between the tavern and the fiend. This realization bolstered her confidence significantly. As she stood at the entrance, the archbishop immediately noticed her presence. To her surprise, the archbishop did not exhibit any astonishment at her arrival. He merely waved in her direction. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment at being discovered, Mice approached the table where the archbishop sat, removing the helmet she had donned as a disguise. It was midday, and most dwarves were still laboring underground, leaving the tavern predominantly populated by humans. Your Grace, Mice pondered her reasons for being there. She seldom resorted to the shameful act of dissembling, and being caught could only be interpreted as divine reprimand. Prompting her to confess to her mentor, Mice, heed the desires of your heart, the archbishop imparted, devoid of any reproach towards his disciple, offering her a gentle reminder. Mice quickly grasped his intent and inserted her black crystal into the slot, initiating a new round of their game. But wait, she was actually engaging in a card game, Hearthstone, against her mentor, the archbishop? The notion that he had an interest in such a pastime was astonishing. Tell me, what do you perceive? The archbishop inquired, his gaze fixed upon his disciple. Although she was a knight of commendable integrity and bravery, her youth rendered her somewhat impulsive. Your Grace, you have chosen the priest, while I am using the paladin. Furthermore, you just utilized mind vision to steal one of my cards. No, that is not what I meant, he replied. Use that prideful eye of yours to observe this magical construct. Do not be deceived by its exterior. At his prompt, Mice closed her eyes, endeavoring to enhance her third eye perception to grasp the essence of the magical device before her. This was not unfamiliar to her. She had previously employed her third eye to sense the inscriptions etched upon any magical machinery. This device, too, would undoubtedly require inscriptions and magical energy for its operation. However, as she began to faintly discern the inscriptions that composed the magical construct and delved deeper into her exploration, a torrent of overwhelming information surged into her mind. This influx of knowledge, foreign and unbidden, caused her body to lose balance, and she collapsed onto the ground. She pressed her forehead, her mind still throbbing with a dull ache. An abundance of inscriptions formed an indescribable lexicon, these words arranged in a peculiar and intricate manner. Although Misa understood that these words were in the language she knew, Nolan, their convoluted arrangement rendered them obscure and perplexing. If it had been only a word or two, it would have been manageable. However, what Misa had glimpsed in that fleeting moment was in the millions, no, countless intricate sequences. My Lord Bishop, what are these? Misa stood up, clutching her forehead, the sensation of pressure lingering incessantly in her mind. I do not know. The desireless one shook his head in helplessness. He had never encountered such a complex arrangement of inscriptions. It was intricate enough to deem the creator of these inscriptions a madman. He racked his mind for all the methods of inscription he had previously encountered, and the only one that came close, at least in terms of complexity, was something he had witnessed once in the ancient ruins beneath the city of Nolan, a civilization long eroded by magma. Did even the bishop not know? A pall of gloom enveloped Misa's psyche, for the unknown often harbors the greatest terror. These intricate inscriptions could signify that this demon wielded an entirely new form of magic. It was unknown, yet it was knowledge that captivated. The desireless one had forgotten how long it had been since he uttered the word captivated. Many of his desires had perished years ago, and he viewed much of the world with indifference, save for his thirst for knowledge, which was the only thing sustaining his reason. Yet, this was the knowledge of demons. Misa's headache remained unabated. Whatever burden her body bore, it could only stem from the malevolent forces of the demon. This was of little consequence. The convoluted inscriptions flooded Misa's consciousness in a chaotic tide, yet this did not hinder her from finishing a round of Hearthstone. As a harbinger of chaos, Joshu leaned on the inhuman senses of the chaotic demon, effortlessly eavesdropping on their conversation from the second floor. Perhaps Joshu really ought to write books such as 3 years of programming, 5 years of bugs and C language, from beginner to abandonment. However, Joshu was currently in opposition to these holy armies, and there was no reason to impart his knowledge to the enemy. It was utterly impossible to grasp such a complex subject as computer language merely from the snippets visible through the magical machinery, even if Dennis Ritchie were alive. It would be inconceivable. Joshu did not mind the holy army making this tavern their base, as long as they adhered to the tavern's rules. The more holy soldiers, the better. Not only the holy army, but also the demons. Joshu intended to transform this tavern into a space where holy soldiers and demons could engage in calm discourse over Hearthstone, rather than clashing with swords and claws. Chapter 76. The contract on the second floor lies Joshu's studio, where he has been residing for the past few days, and Siri is no exception. However, today presents a notable difference, as Joshu has relocated all the earnings from the Hearthstone Tavern to this very floor. If this pile of gold coins were to be placed outdoors, it would undoubtedly attract a dragon or two to lounge and slumber upon it. Siri tirelessly employs her light spell to illuminate the room, ensuring that the towering heaps of gold radiate a brilliant gleam. Having accompanied Joshu for quite some time, she has witnessed numerous astonishing feats, yet this particular moment feels remarkably tangible to her. Money. An amount so substantial that it could alleviate her worries about sustenance for a lifetime lies before her, had Joshu not intervened, claiming the coins were too filthy. Siri might have rolled in the golden bounty. Calm down, Siri. Joshu observes the previously impoverished girl, knowing that anyone who once lived in the wilderness, hunting bears and tigers for food, would hardly remain composed upon encountering such immense wealth. I'm composed, Siri retorts, taking a deep breath. After all, she has encountered individuals with tens of thousands of gold coins before, and this fortune does not belong to her. So, what do you intend to do? Find a dozen chests to store it all and bury it? This is a common method employed by nobles to manage their wealth. Some opt for safekeeping in vaults, while others have dedicated locations for their treasures. I plan to expand the tavern's premises. It is still rather small. Joshu replies as he organizes the piled papers on his desk. Economic and personnel management are not Joshu's strengths, yet drafting an employment letter is within his capabilities. Since the implementation of patent laws, the nation of Nolan has gradually begun to emphasize various contracts, including employment agreements that have been regulated by law for quite some time. By the way, Siri, please sign this. Joshu produces a finely crafted sheet of paper and slides it toward her. What is this? Siri glances at the paper, her eyes catching the contents briefly. A bond of servitude, Joshu quips. Does it really matter if I sign it or not? Siri gestures toward the ruby pendant adorning her neck, a reflection of the feminine inclination to adorn oneself with shimmering ornaments. However, she lacks this particular inclination, especially considering the explosive nature of the gem hanging from her neck. Indeed, it does. Once you sign, you will be my official employee, and I shall remove the explosive crystal from your neck. Having spent ample time with this sorceress, Joshu feels it is time to grant her the freedom she deserves. Remove it? I can finally rid myself of this wretched thing. It has kept me from sleeping comfortably at night. Siri concedes that since meeting Joshu, aside from the initial days steeped in the terror of being kidnapped by demons, her life has taken a turn. After all, The advantage of being by Joshua's side is that Ciri gets to view the scripts of the movies that are currently captivating the entire nation of Nolan. And she can rightfully urge Joshua for updates. This is the honor of being a devoted fan, as well as a duty. The moment Ciri signed the contract, it officially came into effect, marking her as a painter within Joshua's merchant guild. Congratulations, Miss Sorceress, you are now also one bound by a contract with a demon. Joshua rose from behind his desk, extending his hand to remove the crimson gem that had adorned Ciri's neck for nearly half a month. Ciri's skin was delicate. As Joshua's fingers brushed against her neck, he could distinctly sense her body stiffen slightly. Gray magic emanated from Joshua's fingertips, unraveling the black ribbon encircling Ciri's neck. After removing the crimson gem, he infused it with magic, erasing all the engravings within. Could this gem be reused? Just days prior, Ciri had successfully obtained her level 4 spellcaster certificate, achieving this feat at the tender age of 19. A testament to her prodigious talent, especially considering her sister was still striving for such recognition. Thus, Ciri keenly noticed that Joshua had indeed wiped the engravings from the gem. No, this is merely a trait of my magic. It's quite simple to render 3 engravings ineffective. The chaotic magic of a demon can dismantle the structure of any spell, plunging it into a state of disarray. Strictly speaking, the gem is a single-use item. Once Joshua nullified the 3 engravings within the crimson gem, it truly became merely a somewhat attractive stone. Can I keep it as a memento? Ciri suddenly inquired. A memento? A reminder of the half-month you spent in my captivity, Miss Ciri? Joshua was certain that this sorceress had developed Stockholm Syndrome, or perhaps a syndrome akin to I will perish if I do not see the next movie script. Regardless, it is of no use to me, and I must admit, it does suit you quite well. When Joshua returned the now inert gem to Ciri, he observed a faint blush appear on her fair cheeks. I simply think it could fetch a bit of money. Ciri unceremoniously took the collar that had adorned her neck for half a month from Joshua's hands. Before she could continue her argument, a new guest arrived at Joshua's office. Am I interrupting you? Helen stood at the doorway of Joshua's office, casting a meaningful glance at her sister. She was taken aback to see what had once been a wild girl, brandishing the mage's hand and prancing about the elementary magic academy, now revealing a bashful side as she had grown up. Under the auspices of the flowing and healing deity, Wingerk, Ciri was once regarded as the dream girl pursued by countless boys during her time at the elementary academy. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, she effortlessly brought each of these bothersome suitors to their knees, not through magic, but by the sheer force of her fists. Following that incident, she believed her sister would forever remain detached from words such as reserved, bashful, and gentle, which are often attributed to women. However, that was not the case. Ciri boldly called out to her sister, while Joshua merely shrugged in response, indicating that all was well. Then, Mr. Joshua, I have something I wish for you to examine. She continued, presenting a gospel letter from a missionary of the Holy Church. Chapter 77. The Gospel Beware, People of Nolan, the demon has infiltrated this city. Take heed. For the production of Beauty and the Beast at the Nolan White Hawthorne Theater conceals a sinister plot orchestrated by the demon. The true identity of the protagonist, Belle, is that of a vile and treacherous demon. Joshua held in his hands an ancient gospel, provided by a missionary from the Holy Church. The paper bore the religious emblem of the Holy Church, and the first section expounded upon its doctrines, while the latter revealed some truths regarding the background of Beauty and the Beast. The influence of the Holy Church in Nolan was minimal, and typically, no one paid heed to the gospels distributed by the missionaries. However, if the gospel contained information about Beauty and the Beast or Belle, the situation would markedly change. This was akin to the sensational headlines on Earth proclaiming, shocking, a certain actress actually. Young spellcasters and noble women in Nolan were swept up in the fervor surrounding Beauty and the Beast, and any new information regarding it would undoubtedly capture the attention of its audience. Not to mention, the explosive revelation that Belle is, in fact, a demon would undoubtedly dominate the front pages of numerous newspapers on Earth. This gospel presented Joshua with a glimpse of what a newspaper might look like. Although establishing a newspaper was part of his plans, he currently lacked a suitable editor to helm it. Moreover, the initiative rested firmly in Joshua's hands. The missionaries of the church were gravely mistaken if they thought to apply pressure through this method, since Eno and Herlin attended the same magical academy. Albeit in different divisions, Herlin in the advanced class and Eno in the elementary, Eno felt anxious. Your Highness, I am here. Upon hearing Joshua call his name, the succubus stepped forth from behind Herlin. Eno had been in a state of apprehension upon seeing the gospel, fearful that if his identity as a demon were revealed, The reactions of those around him would mirror the disdain shown by the higher-ranking succubi in the demon realm. I believe it is time for you to meet your fans. Joshua tapped his desk, as the gospel had clearly indicated the church's stance, which was not aligned against demons, but instead positioned against the fans of Beauty and the Beast. Fans, meet? Eno understood the term, having encountered a devoted admirer of Beauty and the Beast at the Academy Sansa, a friend of Herlin's from the Holy Church. Upon learning Eno's true identity, this girl did not exhibit hostility or disdain. Rather, she befriended him as if nothing were amiss. Isn't your identity exposed? It may not be wise to appear before so many people at this time. Before meeting Joshua, Hiri had little concept of demons. She believed she would never encounter such a race. Although many spellcasters in Nolan maintained a neutral stance towards demons, the atmosphere remained fraught with uncertainty. However, in contrast to the dwarves and elves, who are favored by humanity, the demon race, which has long concealed itself in another realm, and the nomadic, brutish orcs are generally met with disdain. At such a time, to present Eno before these humans is akin to thrusting an innocent little lamb into the midst of ravenous diners. Exposure? I believe not, for the most part. People tend to trust only what their own eyes perceive. I need merely to reveal the true essence of Bel to the audience. And whether they choose to believe it is entirely up to them. Joshua has no reason to fear the slander of those missionaries. The initiative has always rested in his hands. Enthusiasts are fundamentally inclined to favor those they admire, and Joshua is confident that many would prefer to believe that Bel is an innocent, genuine, and kind-hearted country girl. The church, driven by some malevolent intent, has maligned Bel as a cunning and treacherous demon. Therefore, Eno, you need only to embody the character of Bel during the meeting. When the church deems you a demon, they will assert it without a shred of evidence. In Nolan, few will lend credence to the words of those missionaries. Joshua does not believe the church can produce any so-called evidence unless they capture Eno and parade her in a cage through the streets. Such barbarity could never transpire in Nolan. Should it occur, the enraged dwarves would undoubtedly be the first to demolish the church of the Holy Kingdom. Is this not a lie? Helran, educated at a prestigious magical academy, found it difficult to accept such, somewhat shameless behavior. Joshua's actions seemed to him a blatant deception of the masses. It is indeed hard to claim one has lived in this world without telling a few fibs. Joshua does not believe that anyone has ever lived without uttering a falsehood, and this occasion is a meeting of movie characters, not of the actors themselves. Eno will assume the role of Bel. In Joshua's script, Bel is an ordinary girl. It is utterly unconscionable to slander such a kind-hearted girl as a demon. The church has consistently sought to deceive others, proclaiming that faith in the divine will bring protection. Yet, I have never seen my patron deity, Lloyd of Order, come to my rescue, as Hiri remarked. Joshua felt that Hiri's faith must be lacking. Hiri's attitude reflected that of the majority of spellcasters in Nolan regarding the divine, viewing it merely as a tool for casting spells. Eno, prepare yourself in the coming days. I will contact Sir White Gold and summon my loyal attendant to the city. Since Bel has made her entrance, the male lead of this film, the Demon Prince, must also make an appearance. Joshua intends to seize this opportunity to stage a small play themed around a perfect conclusion of Beauty and the Beast, which alone would be enough to attract numerous fans to watch, thus formally commencing interaction with the enthusiasts. Chapter 78. An unfitting atmosphere nestled within the subterranean city of the dwarves in Nolan, the Frostax clan comprised 13 young dwarves, including the venerable Elder Frostax himself, who was fully armed. The elder hefted his renowned weapon, a nearly 2-meter-long double-bladed axe, resting it upon his shoulder. The chilling aura emanating from the axe's blade crystallized a thick layer of frost upon the ground. As Frostax crushed the frost beneath his feet, a creaking sound echoed, and he peered through the gaps in his armor into the depths of the abandoned mine. It was during midday that Joshua visited Frostax, seeking permission to establish a teleportation array beneath the earth. Since their initial meeting over Hearthstone, Frostax had come to accept this enigmatic demon, yet Joshua's request was undeniably audacious. The demon race was notorious for employing teleportation magic to invade other nations, a fact Frostax was well aware of. Among them, the Sin Demon clan stood as the vanguard, adept in the arts of Sin Fire and spatial traversal. Legend spoke of how a mere insignia could allow the Sin Demons to rend the fabric of space and traverse into this realm. The magical city of Nolan was fortified by an impenetrable magical barrier that no nation could breach, yet the dwarven city below was devoid of such protection. Should Joshua seize this opportunity to facilitate a demon invasion, the lives of thousands of dwarves would hang in the balance. Frostax was reluctant to pay such a steep price merely for the sake of friendship. Thus, upon Joshu's assurance that you may fully arm yourselves to greet my retinue, should you sense any impropriety, you are free to act. The elder reluctantly acquiesced to Joshu's request to inscribe the summoning of his attendants in the depths. The ritual to summon Zenithas was not overly complicated. Compared to national-grade teleportation arrays, Joshu required only a low-quality crystal stone. As the crystal stone in Joshu's grasp shattered into fragments, the remnants fell upon the ground, awakening a magical array inscribed in the same crystal dust beneath his feet. Faintly, Joshu perceived the sound of shattering glass, and a fissure materialized in the space before him. At that moment, Frostax gripped his massive axe with both hands, entering a state of readiness, while the young dwarves alongside him armed themselves and donned their helmets, unwilling to be complacent. The aura emanating from the teleportation array made it abundantly clear to Frostax that the impending arrival was not one of those easily vanquished crystalline dragons, but rather a formidable demon. The dwarves braced themselves for battle as a shadow, nearly 2 meters tall, began to emerge from the array. As it stepped into the radiance of the light spell, the dwarves finally discerned the true form of this demon. It was a lion standing upright, clad in garments befitting only the nobility of humanity, attire that appeared excessively ostentatious to the dwarves. What rendered them most incredulous was the garland of unknown flowers adorning the demon's neck. Was it truly the case that the demon race favored such effeminate attire? This sentiment resonates deeply within the hearts of the dwarves, yet the inherent majesty of Xanathus is diminished by the garb and wreath that adorn him. Your Highness, do you have any commands? The demon of sin, oblivious to the impropriety of his attire, cast a glance at the dwarves standing at attention. Flames, unique to his demonic nature, flickered to life in his hands, clearly signaling his readiness for battle. Calm yourself, Xanathus. Retract your claws, Joshu instructed. Since his role in Beauty and the Beast, this demon had acquired a new skill, the ability to retract his claws, leaving only his furry palms exposed. Otherwise, during his performance of the dance with Belle, his sharp talons would have torn her garments asunder. As you command. However, Joshu had never asked Xanathus to learn the art of wreath-making. Indeed, with claws so furry and padded, he could hardly grasp such delicate flowers. As Joshu noted the peculiar appearance of his most esteemed demonic guardian, another petite figure emerged from the portal, standing less than 4 feet tall, possibly shorter than Frostax. It was a mere human girl. Judging by her somewhat tattered clothing, her family likely struggled to make ends meet. The little girl hesitated momentarily as she stepped into the dwarves' city through the portal. Anyone would find it challenging to acclimate to an unfamiliar environment, especially a young girl whose mind had yet to mature. Had the villagers from her hamlet inadvertently stumbled through the portal? Big Cat, where am I? She peered from behind Xanathus, her azure eyes surveying the rugged dwarves, seemingly pondering why the children here sported such long beards. Big Cat? Joshu was momentarily taken aback by the girl's address and glanced at the imposing demon beside him. In that fleeting moment, he perceived a flicker of the emotion known as embarrassment on Xanathus's otherwise imposing visage. Your Highness, she is. Xanathus attempted to elucidate the origin of the little girl to Joshu. To the demon, it was clear that Joshu's summons must have something to do with these fully armed dwarfs, even if it was not for battle. The aura of a demon should at least be present. Yet, the appearance of this girl seemed to transform the situation into a farce for the nearby dwarves. Joshu had to concede that, with the clothing concealing the scales of Xanathus's physique and the flames that escaped from the gaps between them, he indeed appeared quite fitting for the moniker Big Cat, coupled with his padded paws. He might evoke a sense of fondness in some innocent children they might encounter in the wilderness. Joshu observed the concern etched on his guardian's face, realizing that within just a few days, Xanathus had garnered his first loyal admirer. Even if the girl's affections were likely directed at his mane and paws rather than his acting prowess. However, a true actor must engage with more than just a solitary admirer. Henceforth, Xenus is set to encounter countless enthusiasts of Beauty and the Beast alongside Nolan. When considering the self-cultivation of a great cat, Xenus has undoubtedly excelled, as the diminutive figures did not instinctively brandish their weapons upon his arrival. I comprehend. Your Highness, having received permission from Joshu, Xenus awkwardly escorted the young girl into the portal. Chapter 79, The Blade Clan. I have heard tales that you're kind. The demon race are savage and warlike warriors. However, it appears that the words of those missionaries and minstrels are mere fabrications. Frostax, having removed his helm, jested beside Xiao Xiao, remarking that if all demons were akin to that sin demon from earlier, the overly masculine dwarves would undoubtedly mock them without hesitation. Zenith was once a fierce and ruthless warrior, but it seems that time has wrought changes upon him. Xiao Xiao, with clarity drawn from the memories of the third prince, understood while the nature of the sin demons. Born from the flames of sin, they emerge fully formed, bypassing the infancy that characterizes ordinary life. From the moment of their birth, they are warriors, with childhood being a concept utterly foreign to their existence. Zenith was once among the mightiest of the sin demons. However, since becoming Xiao Xiao's bodyguard, he appears to have discovered pursuits beyond mere combat, namely, the art of performance. Now, he has also taken to forming friendships with humans. It seems Zenith enjoys a delightful rapport with that young girl. Xiao Xiao refrained from reminding Zenith that donning a floral wreath significantly enhances his charisma. Your Highness, what must I do? Zenith inquired, having ventured into the dwarven realm for the first time. This diminutive race, standing under 5 feet tall, did not seem to regard him with the same trepidation as humans. Just follow me. The White Lilac Theater. Madam Shiza, allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. The screenplay for this film was not penned by my hand. Sir White Lilac bowed repeatedly in his office, addressing a splendidly attired noblewoman. He had established this theater in Nolan over 20 years ago, yet he bore another title as a noble of Feroci. For the sake of art, Sir White Lilac had temporarily departed from his estate, resolutely bringing his servants to this city, proclaimed the center of the world, to establish the theater. Through this venue, Sir White Lilac encountered numerous noble women who shared an interest in stagecraft and the arts. Some of these ladies, moved to tears after a performance, would merely regard the story from the script as a topic for afternoon tea. Yet, others, more earnest in their inquiries, were entirely different. Such as the lady before Sir White Lilac, Madam Shiza. Who was the author of this script? She demanded, brandishing a fan woven from exquisite bird feathers, pointing at Sir White Lilac and insisting he reveal the playwright of Beauty and the Beast. This, Madam Shiza. Once again we have a woman whose heart has been shattered by the tragic love story of Beauty and the Beast. Sir White Lilac glanced at the noblewoman's visage, noting the remnants of makeup ruined by tears, though she remained blissfully unaware of her disheveled appearance. This was not the first time Sir White Lilac encountered such a request. The tragic conclusion of Beauty and the Beast serves as a profound blow to every woman still harboring a sense of youthful romanticism. However, Sir Whitebloom believed that this was indeed the finest script. A script capable of touching the heart is always the most exceptional. Regrettably, Sir Whitebloom dared not express this sentiment in the presence of the noble lady, for her status as the legitimate wife of a Duke of Feloci endowed her with powers far beyond those of a mere theater owner like himself. The author of this script was not an ordinary playwright. His stature surpassed mine by leaps and bounds. No, compared to him, I might merely be the lowest dust. Sir Whitebloom found himself in a precarious position, unable to recklessly reveal Joseph's identity, for Joseph held his very life in his hands, far surpassing you. A talented playwright of such high standing would have no reason to remain obscure. Lady Wisteria obscured half her face with a feather fan, seemingly in contemplation. She bore another identity far more renowned than that of a duke's wife. She was the mother of the flower of Feloci. Her passion for theater had led her to entrust her daughter to the tutelage of the most celebrated stage actress in Feloci, a decision that had borne remarkable fruit. One could say that the success of any black swan was, in essence, her doing. Then convey to that mysterious playwright that Duke Wisteria invites him to the Feloci embassy for afternoon tea. I cannot believe his status is such that he would decline an invitation from a duke. I shall relay the message, Sir Whitebloom replied uncertainly. Joseph's identity might indeed be so elevated that he could easily refuse an invitation from a duke, for he was the legendary hero of Feloci. Sir Whitebloom cast a glance at the oil painting hanging on the wall behind his desk, titled Revolution, depicting a young girl raising a flag with a throng of followers behind her. Unfortunately, this depicted a hero from Feloci's history centuries ago. Now it was merely a record of a bygone hero in the annals of Feloci. Not merely a message to relay, he must confront. The demise of that demon prince was exceedingly tragic, so much so that it stirred within me a sense of injustice. Those ignorant villagers lacked the means to vanquish him. Lady Wisteria noted several minor inconsistencies within the script. Logically, the villagers wielding pitchforks and wooden bows, even with the addition of a sorcerer, could not possibly triumph over such a formidable demon. Very well, Lady Wisteria conceded, acknowledging that she merely wished to witness a happy ending. This story deserved a satisfying conclusion, and the oppressive feeling it evoked compelled her to seek out Sir Whitebloom. I shall do my utmost. Sir Whiteloom habitually reached for his handkerchief to wipe the sweat beading on his forehead. After making numerous assurances, Lady Wisteria finally relented, allowing Sir Whitebloom to escort her and her guard from his office. Once she had departed, Sir Whitebloom sank wearily into his chair behind the desk. This marked the 5th occasion. While nobles from other countries were manageable, the aristocrats of Pholosi were a class he dared not provoke, for his fortunes lay within Pholosi. The script of Beauty and the Beast is undeniably malicious. Joshu meticulously crafted a narrative between Belle and the Beast that was sweet enough to elicit squeals from countless young girls, only to later mercilessly shatter all the sugary elements. Anyone who witnesses the conclusion is compelled to seek out the writer in a fit of indignation. Sir Whitebriar was contemplating how to soothe the agitated emotions of Mrs. Weiser when the door to his office swung open once more. He stood up nervously, only to collapse onto the floor in a state of exhaustion upon recognizing Joshu. There is no time for you to sit on the floor, Sir Whitebriar. I need to prepare for a grand performance in the coming days, Joshu declared. Chapter 80. Arrangements for the fan meeting. Sir White Jasmine, having meticulously prepared his appearance, had just concluded listening to Lord Joshua's forthcoming plans. Despite his extensive tenure in the theater industry, Sir White Jasmine had never encountered a performance format referred to as a fan meeting. Typically, those wishing to meet actors from his troupe merely needed to make an appointment in advance, and such appointments were invariably reserved for individuals of noble standing. These arrangements typically involved inviting a particular actor for afternoon tea. Nevertheless, Sir White Jasmine staunchly defended his actors, striving to refuse invitations from aristocrats with unsavory reputations whenever possible. In essence, the actors of the troupe seldom interacted with their audience, as Sir White Jasmine believed such engagement unnecessary. The primary duty of an actor was to perform. He held the view that the incessant pursuit of wealth could tarnish an artist's spirit. Much like the few actors from his troupe who had been lured away by exorbitant offers, Lord Joshua picked up a schedule concerning the performances at the White Jasmine Theatre. Currently, the only production being staged was Beauty and the Beast, hence all performances were dedicated to it. Indeed, Lord Joshua had experienced countless instances of individuals forcefully entering his office. In former times, he would never have encountered nobility of such stature throughout the year, yet now, they had come uninvited, some driven by curiosity about filmmaking techniques, while others expressed dissatisfaction with the storyline. As the owner of Beauty and the Beast, Sir White Jasmine could only vaguely acquiesce to their demands. This upcoming fan meeting would address these concerns, and all he needed to do was prepare invitations for what he deemed to be loyal fans. Lord Joshua crossed out a performance scheduled for the day after tomorrow, officially transforming it into a fan meeting. The church's missionaries had already commenced distributing gospel tracts, and it would not be long before the rumors regarding Belle and the Beast began to circulate. At such a juncture, it was imperative for Belle to step forward and put an end to the gossip. My lord, do you mean to say that the actors from Beauty and the Beast will also be present? Sir White Jasmine himself was a devoted fan of this film, and aside from the director, Lord Joshua, he had long wished to meet the other actors involved in the production. You will have the opportunity to meet them. Before that, please assist me in inviting 3,000 fortunate attendees. But my lord, the admirers of this film likely number far more than just 3,000. Should I arrange for additional sessions? At this moment, Sir White Jasmine began to lament the modest size of his theater. Merely a few thousand seats were wholly inadequate to accommodate the vast fan base of Beauty and the Beast. No need. The remaining individuals can view the recorded broadcast outside the White Jasmine Theatre. Although Lord Joshua had yet to devise a method for live streaming via the original crystal, addressing this issue was merely a matter of time. After all, Lord Joshua was not solely content with operating a small cinema. His ultimate ambition within the film and entertainment industry was to establish a television station. However, this premise hinges on Joshua's ability to locate the network server vessel. I will see to it, Sir Whitebriar assured. Zenas was traversing the streets of Nolan, guided by the venerable dwarf elder, Frostax. This marked Zenas' inaugural venture into the human thoroughfare, and notably, he bore no weapons. His towering form undoubtedly attracted considerable attention, with some individuals seemingly recognizing him and attempting to approach, only to be dissuaded by the throng of dwarves accompanying him. What exactly does His Highness intend to do? Within mere minutes, Frostax led Zenas to an establishment known as the Hearthstone Tavern. In the eyes of this sin demon, it must surely be a haven for fiends. Yet, to escort him here so brazenly was an exceedingly imprudent act. Sin demons are not adept at concealing their aura, and Zenas' stature was far too conspicuous. What are you lingering outside for? "Come in," Frostax urged with fervor, compelling Zenas to bow his head as he entered the tavern. Upon crossing the threshold, Zenas' warrior instincts kicked in, sensing a formidable adversary in the vicinity. Simultaneously, the fortunate card player, Missy, lifted her gaze and almost instantaneously spotted Zenas' imposing figure at the entrance. A sin demon, despite her seasoned experience as a paladin. The revelation of the demon's formidable lineage momentarily left her in astonishment. Yet, her extensive combat training swiftly transformed her surprise into instinctual readiness, her hand instinctively reaching for the long sword at her side. Regrettably, Missy grasped at emptiness. She had forgotten to fetch her weapon and armor from the dwarf blacksmith for repairs, thus rendering her unable to partake in the paladin's routine patrols. Instead, she found herself here, ready to confront a demon with Hearthstone. Cursed. The demon at the door appeared far from the sort to engage in Hearthstone discussions. Sin demons are a brutal breed. What has become of Nolan that such a perilous entity should manifest here? Ironically, Missy's next card was a weapon card named True Silver Champion. If only that blessed sword could materialize from the card, she would undoubtedly match wits with this sin demon. Even without a weapon, a seasoned paladin cannot passively witness a demon wreak havoc upon the innocent. Missy rose from the table, seizing a nearby stool, embodying the tavern's brawling spirit, and advanced toward Zenas with palpable hostility. Zenas' hand instinctively transformed, claws extending in preparation for combat. Just as the atmosphere in the tavern grew tense, Frostax stepped forth, positioning himself between the two. "Have you forgotten the tavern's rules?" Frostax bellowed. "Engage in Hearthstone discussions. These are the rules of the tavern." Amise cast a glance at the apathetic archbishop seated in the corner, who silently shook his head in a gesture urging her to remain calm. The young knight, feeling rather helpless, placed the chair she had been holding down and watched, wide-eyed, as the demon of transgression entered the establishment. Chapter 81. Omen. The following day, within the church established by the Holy Faith in Nolan, I perceived a grave error. Messiah sat upon a pew in the church hall, with the statue of the god of holy light and justice, Moniker, before her, a figure both serene and imposing. It was through his divine protection that Messiah had endured a challenging childhood, destined from birth to devote her life to her Lord. "What is wrong, Lady Messiah?" The aide cautiously tidied the hall, noting the recent absence not only of his superior, the elusive knight of the Holy Faith, but even of the archbishop, the unwanting, who had seemingly vanished. Could it be that the master and apprentice were engaged in some clandestine practice? The aide dared not speculate too much. Extravagance, indulgence in games wrought by demons, such behaviors were unacceptable. If this continued, should she suddenly decide to marry, it might well deplete even her dowry. In this reflective state, the knight became acutely aware of her missteps and began to ponder the essence of life. A contemplation sparked by the recent emergence of a sin demon in the local tavern. While she could tolerate a mere lowly succubus or a chaotic demon, the former being too weak to pose a threat and the latter shrouded in mystery, she had no opportunity to engage with them on the battlefield. The sin demon, however, was an entirely different matter. She had personally partaken in campaigns against such formidable foes. The infernal fire they unleashed could turn the very earth to ash, and each sin demon required a legion commander of the Holy Faith to lead the assault. Even Messiah herself lacked the certainty of triumph against one. This harbinger of calamity brazenly resided in a densely populated area of Nolan. Should this sin demon commence its rampage, countless innocent lives would be extinguished in an instant. This weighed heavily upon Messiah's conscience, rendering her unable to find solace even while playing Hearthstone. With the unwanting's consent, I had penned a missive to the church, requesting reinforcements. Messiah ultimately confided her decision to her aide. The demon dwelling in this city was insidiously cunning, more so than any she had previously encountered. Could even the unwanting archbishop not resolve this predicament? The aide found it hard to believe that reinforcements were necessary. The Holy Faith boasted 6 cardinal archbishops, formidable powers second only to the 7 counselors of Nolan, and the unwanting ranked among the highest of spellcasters in the Holy Faith. Were one to categorize Nolan's spellcasters, he would be considered a legendary 7th-tier mage. A coalition of mages of such caliber could conjure strategic magic capable of affecting the fate of thousands in battle. I fear the situation has spiraled beyond control. It is not that my mentor cannot manage it. Rather, it seems they choose not to intervene. Such words are difficult for the Messiah to utter, yet even the disciple of the unambitious dove-like demeanor has recognized the inappropriateness of the situation. The demon is evidently amassing the power of its legion in Nolan. She senses that the demon named Joshua has ulterior motives for remaining in Nolan, far beyond mere leisure. A sinister plot undoubtedly lurks beneath. To brace for the impending peril, the Messiah must prepare thoroughly in advance. Continue to distribute the gospel, deputy, and alert the people of Nolan to the threat posed by demons. And what of you, my lady Messiah? The deputy paused in his duties, gazing at the fully armored Messiah. Though today was not her turn for patrol, her knightly garb suggested she was not preparing for rest. I shall proceed to the tavern to monitor the movements of these demons. With that, the Messiah adjusted her armor, concealing her sword with a cloth, and resolutely departed the church, leaving the deputy with a silhouette imbued with the essence of valor. To the unknowing observer, it would seem this valiant knight was embarking on an irretrievable battlefield. However, the deputy, being astute, could surmise the destination of his superior. He understood that the allure of this demon could not be vanquished merely by augmenting the ranks of the Holy Army, for such allure bore no adverse effects. From his clerical robe, the deputy retrieved a letter, its surface embossed with a white hawthorn seal. This was a note handed to him by a modestly dressed young boy earlier that morning while he was distributing the gospel, having navigated the streets of Nolan for years. The experienced deputy recognized that the child was in the employ of someone, but the identity of that individual remained a mystery to him. He opened the letter and briefly scanned its contents, which conveyed, "You are fortunate, tomorrow. You will have the opportunity to witness Bel and the Demon Prince at the Hawthorne Theater, by the light of the divine and the God of justice." The moment the deputy glimpsed the letter, he felt an urge to cast it into the flames. In his eyes, this missive was an invitation from a demon. To heed its summons and attend the performance would be an act of betrayal against his faith. Yet, an inexplicable force compelled him to retain the letter. Perhaps, deep within, he harbored a genuine desire to behold the actors of Beauty and the Beast even if his doctrine forbade him from accepting the demoness invitation. Thus, the conflict between his creed and the primal desires of humanity began to surface in the mind of this young missionary. He was not alone. Thousands of invitations from the Hawthorne Theater began to circulate throughout Nolan. Recipients of these invitations spanned all classes, not only within Nolan but extending to other nations as well. Given that the largest auditorium of the Hawthorne could accommodate merely around 3,000 individuals, it was clear that not all fans of Beauty and the Beast could be invited. In that moment, the young missionary grasped the significance of the letter he held. He has resolutely chosen to devote his life to the deity he venerates. And this moment presents a rare opportunity, perhaps the only chance in his lifetime, to behold Bel with his own eyes. Chapter 82. The ceremony. The adjutant arrived at the theater with a tumult of emotions. The ticket he received from the envelope was for a standard seat, but fortunately, it was situated relatively close to the front. Upon finding his place and settling down, he cast a glance around, only to discover that every seat was occupied. Such a multitude, all gathered to witness those two demons. The adjutant found it hard to believe this spectacle, meticulously observing the individuals around him. From their expressions and tones, it was evident that they were engulfed in excitement and fervor. He even overheard a few women expressing admiration and infatuation towards one of the demon princes. Wait a moment, to express admiration and infatuation for a demon? In the Holy Church Kingdom, such an act could lead one straight to the heresy tribunal. The adjutant pondered. This was not unlike the nefarious cults associated with demons that he had heard of. What was unfolding was a ceremony in veneration of demons. An unprecedented wicked ritual attended by a full 3,000 participants. It is worth noting that in the annals of the Holy Church Kingdom, the only recorded evil cult known for its sacrificial rites was the Summoners, which had fewer than 100 adherents. Yet here, 3,000 souls were gathered. Did this not make him a follower of this cult as well? What was the name of this cult again? The Bel cult. Should he flee? The adjutant felt increasingly restless. He began to doubt whether, upon the emergence of that sinful demon, all present would be sacrificed, their souls consumed as sustenance. According to the records of demons in the Holy Church Kingdom, many demons were known to feast upon human souls. Before departing, the adjutant hoped to alert more individuals, so he turned his gaze to a nearby seat. Next to him sat a woman, from whom he sensed a similar magical aura, emanating from the holy light and the divine God moniker. However, the weakness of her magic led him to dismiss the possibility that she was a warrior secretly dispatched by the Holy Church to thwart this demonic plot. To counter the schemes of the sinful demon, at least a figure of archbishop caliber would be required. Best to leave this place. This performance could very well be a demonic scheme, the adjutant tentatively suggested to her. Demon? Sansa lifted her head to regard the young priest. The day before, Eno had presented Sansa with 2 invitations, hoping that she and Herlin would attend today's fan meeting. As a devoted admirer of Beauty and the Beast, upon reading the introduction that proclaimed, The perfect reunion of Belle and the demon prince shall be presented before you. Sansa had almost immediately cast aside her religious beliefs, succumbing to her desires to be here. However, she had never anticipated encountering a fellow devotee here. No, a missionary of a different faith. Had this been in the Holy Church Kingdom, Sansa would have faced severe punishment for her perceived betrayal. What is there to fear? It is merely a performance. After all, the missionary has come to participate as well. Should he choose to approach the church to denounce Sansa's transgressions, he too would undoubtedly face the same retribution. A performance. The officer found it utterly incredulous that a brutal demon of sin would gather so many humans merely to stage a theatrical display. To him, it seemed as absurd as the commander of the Holy Legion abandoning his duties to chop wood in the furnace room with a holy sword. Yet, the illogical scene unfolded before the officer's very eyes. Illuminated by a spell of light, the stage revealed a blank backdrop projecting images of swirling snowflakes. Anyone who had witnessed Beauty and the Beast would recognize this as the snowy mountain where the demon prince's castle resided. At that moment, thunderous applause erupted throughout the theater. Had the atmosphere permitted, some might have even cheered in excitement. However, as the melody began, many felt the urge to cheer, for it was Belle's voice, as she gracefully ascended the stage, singing a song they had never heard before. The officer stood transfixed, gazing at the young woman on stage, Belle in the flesh. Not merely a figure from the film, but the real Belle. There was no opportunity for escape now. In a separate section of the audience, Shiri maintained a modicum of composure compared to the other male spectators around her. Having personally participated in the filming of Beauty and the Beast, she had witnessed the birth of the character Belle, and thus remained unflustered in this moment. Yet, Shiri was immediately captivated by the song Belle was singing. What was the name of this song? She leaned slightly towards Joshu, who sat beside her, whispering her inquiry. Let It Go. Originally a tribute to a queen who could command frost and snow, but I've made a few adjustments to the lyrics. Let It Go is a song from the animated film Frozen. And Joshu chose it primarily because he wished to master a piece that is deceptively simple yet challenging to perform well. The song is widely known. After listening to it just a time or two, Joshu could easily sing it, albeit in a rather off-key rendition. All right, I haven't heard of it. Shiri pondered where Joshu had gleaned such inspiration, for this song was far more melodious than anything she had heard from the wandering minstrels. As her attention returned to the stage, a tall figure made his entrance, and at that moment, applause and cheers erupted throughout the theater. The demon prince. The very demon prince who had sacrificed so much for Belle had not perished. This alone warranted the audience's applause. Shiri joined in, clapping along with those around her. Do you truly believe that demons and humans could ever coexist? Shiri gazed at the figure of the towering demon prince as he elegantly danced with Belle, and suddenly posed a question. Shiri, allow me to impart a secret. In the eyes of Xenas, humans are merely hairless monkeys. And the same applies to the other races of demons. With such disparate aesthetic sensibilities, how can one possibly fall in love? And what about me? Shiri abruptly turned her head to look at Joshua, her silver-gray pupils fixed intently upon him. What I appear to be in your eyes? Chapter 83. Declaration of War. Joshu should commend Sir White Jasmine for his exceptional skill in arranging the illumination technique, which has transformed the entire auditorium into an ambience of romance, coupled with the scene of Belle dancing gracefully with that demon prince on stage. The gentle music further intensifies this enchanting atmosphere. This perhaps explains why Shiri suddenly posed that question. Ultimately, unable to withstand Joshu's gaze, Shiri blushed and retreated, diverting her attention elsewhere, finally whispering, I understand. As one of the principal actors in this theatrical production, Xenus found himself in an awkward predicament, experiencing one of the rare moments of embarrassment in his life. Over the past 2 days, he had encountered this sensation numerous times, all within the realm of humanity. His gaze wandered towards the humans seated in the audience. This was the first time Xenus had encountered so many humans. The last occasion he faced a crowd was when Joshu summoned him to execute those bandits. At that time, Xenus had mercilessly dispatched the bandits with his double-bladed spear, and the emotions displayed by those bandits were predominantly anger or fear. Xenus had long since acclimatized to humanity's perception of him. The frail human race ought to harbor a sense of reverence for the sin demons, a sentiment once imparted to Xenus by a formidable member of his clan. Yet the humans present here were entirely different. In the eyes of these humans, Xenus discerned emotions of longing and aspiration, which rendered him quite flustered. Were Joshu to command Xenus to slay the thousands of humans gathered here, he could effortlessly draw his weapon and summon the flames of sin to watch them perish in anguish. This was his forte, yet these humans appeared, utterly unafraid of him. After the performance, wait for Eno to address the audience. Some humans may pose questions to you. A chat window materialized before Xenus. Having embraced the deity of order, he had become one of the first demons to step into the digital age. Questions? Could they be interrogations? Xenus, with the keen gaze typical of felines, scanned the audience, curious to see if any of these humans would dare to question a sin demon. Xenus had considered his glare sufficiently menacing. At least the bandits had trembled, unable to steady their weapons when locked in his gaze. Yet, anyone who met his eyes, particularly the female humans, seemed to react with excitement, and he could faintly hear murmurs like, "He looked my way." No, this should not be the attitude humans display towards their kind, had it not been for Joshu's explicit instructions to avoid damaging his attire. This sin demon might have unleashed the flames of sin upon himself, demonstrating to these humans the demeanor they ought to adopt in the presence of a sin demon. While Xenus struggled to adjust, Eno found it even more challenging. It was his first time standing before such a multitude. Tasked with delivering a brief speech using the primordial crystal inscribed with the resounding voice mantra bestowed upon him by Joshu, Eno, entirely unaware of the nature of his speech, was provided with a script in advance, presented to her through a chat window. Under Joshu's influence, the succubus had come to revere the god of order. Once the internet fully disseminated, Joshu was poised to become the leading missionary of the order's faith. Regrettably, the order's faith resembled more a nomenclature for a system of inscriptions than a true religion. It lacked churches and missionaries. In stark contrast to the well-established faith of the god of light and justice, Monocle. Following Joshu's script, Eno began recounting tales of Bel Espas to the audience. It was a heart-rending narrative, devoid of convolutions, yet it effectively reinforced the image of a humble human girl. Lady Bel, just days ago, I received a gospel from the Holy Church, accusing you of being a vile demon. Is there any truth to this? As Eno concluded the account of Bel's former life, a sudden voice emerged from the audience, distinctive and clear, though not loud enough to overpower the hall. The questioner, strategically seated in the center of the theater, was a plant orchestrated by Joshu, intended to steer the discourse towards the conflict between the church and demons. This inquiry sparked murmurs among the spectators, as the church's gospel had begun circulating in Nolan days prior, though not yet widely disseminated. The contents of the gospel were known to many attendees of Beauty and the Demon. Faced with such skepticism, Eno quickly glanced at the script in the chat window, and upon reading it, her anxiety escalated. Yet, obediently, she continued embodying her role, articulating the lines penned by Joshu. I suppose, from the perspective of the Holy Church, I indeed am a demon, the young woman named Bel declared without hesitation, a statement that astonished all present. Because I am with him. Bel extended her hand to grasp the fluffy paw of Xanathus beside her. From the doctrine of the Holy Church, a human who associates with demons is indistinguishable from them, embodying evil and cruelty, yet I do not deem him malevolent. When Joshu sent this line through the chat window to Eno, he felt a pang of conscience. Eno had committed no wrongdoing, but Xanathus was an entirely different matter. The number of human lives claimed by this demon of sin likely numbered in the hundreds. Despite the plush, padded appearance of Xanathus's hand, it had been responsible for countless deaths. Among the aristocrats in the VIP section, upon witnessing Xanathus's entrance, their guards instinctively assumed a combat-ready stance. However, Joshu perceives this as a conflict, a battle between entertainment culture and religious culture. Therefore, what is there to deem despicable in war? Chapter 84, the finale in an instant. Under the gaze of 1,000 human eyes in the theater, the sin-laden demon appeared somewhat discomfited. Moments ago, Xanathus had concentrated entirely on executing a dance that would please the Prince of Demons, alongside the lowly succubus. Yet now, with the music ceased and the dance concluded, he found himself standing on stage, enduring the scrutiny of these creatures he deemed exceedingly weak. A rustling of whispers filled the audience, and eventually, a brave young sorceress rose from the front row. Her youthful appearance suggested she had been encouraged by her companions. Suddenly standing, she seemed somewhat reserved. Clad in a pale blue magical robe that indicated her studies in the inscription system of the god of flow and healing, Winjulka, which was also the major discipline of Shiri's sister, Halran. Excuse me, Mr. Demon, is it true what the church says about your kind? This girl was evidently an academic sorceress, one who had spent her days within the confines of the academy, rarely employing her magic in real combat. This contrasted sharply with Shiri, who honed her skills through battle. Consequently, her understanding of demons stemmed solely from textbooks and the narratives of missionaries. In fact, Over 80% of humanity had never truly encountered a demon, apart from the Frost Kingdom and the Holy Church's nation, which were perpetually at odds with the demon race. Most people's knowledge of demons derived from the teachings of the Church. Thus, the Church's portrayal of demons as treacherous and brutal had formed the primary impression of demons in the minds of the world's populace. As for whether Xenithus conformed to the Church's narrative, Joshu could responsibly inform that young sorceress. While treachery might not align with the description, brutality certainly did. The number of humans who had perished at Xenithus's hands could nearly form a small mountain of bones. And this sin-laden demon had never felt sorrow for the lives he had taken, much like humans feel no remorse when slaying a chicken. However, in the fairy tale of Beauty and the Beast, demons are not depicted as killers, just as every demon in the Church's doctrine is painted as an irredeemable villain. That nation has long held prejudice against our kind, yet I can attest that we demons, like everyone present, sincerely yearn for peace. Any noble in attendance with even a modicum of political acumen would likely dismiss such a statement, yet the majority of the ordinary audience consisted of naive youths. Xenithus successfully crafted a likable image of his race before these humans. With the courageous sorceress's question, the atmosphere of the meeting grew noticeably more vibrant. Ultimately, it was Sir Whitebloom who had to come to the side of the stage to moderate, preventing the audience from descending into chaos. Sir Whitebloom orchestrated for his adept spellcasters to conjure a luminous orb of light that soared above the theater. Once the orb floated above an individual, that person would become the fortunate soul entitled to pose their queries upon the stage. This brief exchange unfolded relatively smoothly, as subsequent inquiries predominantly steered clear of topics concerning the Holy Church and demons, instead leaning towards more mundane curiosities such as, did Belle marry the Prince of Demons in the end? What is married life like? How many children do they plan to have? These somewhat trivial questions left Eno in a state of utter bewilderment, as this succubus likely never contemplated the notion of procreation in her lifetime. Indeed, it is rare for succubi to dwell on such matters. For them, the act of copulation is merely a source of pleasure, a pursuit of merriment. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this race possesses a remarkable capacity for reproduction. Soon, the orb drifted once more to the front row, landing before the girl who had posed the first question. Rising once again under the watchful gaze of the audience, she posed her second inquiry. Mr. Demon, may I touch the pads on your hands? This question once again plunged Xenithus into a quandary. Pads. He glanced at the fleshy pads of his palms, recalling how he had dispatched numerous foes with them in the past. Why would this human girl wish to caress them? Yet, for felines, be it their fur or their claws, including the pads upon those claws, they are irresistible to humanity. With the girl's curiosity piqued, Joshu saw no reason for Xenithus to decline. Thus, Xenithus nodded in acquiescence to her request. Given permission, she stepped onto the stage, guided by Sir Whitebloom, and approached Xenithus. He regarded this fragile human spellcaster, recalling how he could have easily dispatched her with a mere swipe of his paw. Yet now, she stood not as his adversary, but as an admirer. The Sin Demon extended his palm towards the girl, who gently pressed her hand against the pad of Xenithus's palm, giving it a slight squeeze. Just like my cat at home, her voice resonated through the resonant crystal inscribed with powerful runes, ensuring every audience member heard her clearly. From that moment forth, the fan meeting began to teeter on the edge of chaos. Fortunately, aside from the students from the Nolan Academy of Magic, the attendees were predominantly cultured merchants and nobles. Thus the gathering remained somewhat under control thanks to Sir Whitebloom's arrangements. The meeting lasted 2 hours, mirroring the runtime of the film Beauty and the Demon. And by its conclusion, the guests departed with satisfaction etched upon their faces. Joshu believed that as these attendees encountered the Church's scriptures once more, they would do so with a sense of skepticism. The seeds of dissent had been sown by Joshu today, yet the time was not yet ripe for him to openly confront the Holy Church. Chapter 85. Invitation and Truth. The primary reason for Joshu's guards' reluctance to linger in the bustling cities of humanity lay in the fervor exhibited by the young maidens during the conclusion of the gathering, which adorned Xenith's mane with numerous butterfly bows. Joshu had no intention of hosting a second fan meeting for Beauty and the Beast, as he had already fulfilled all his objectives with this film. What remained was merely to await the gradual waning of its fervor, allowing it to ascend to the status of a classic worthy of being inscribed in the annals of history. The collapse of the heavens would scarcely disrupt the dwarves and humans engaged in Hearthstone at the tavern. The only minor alteration was that the dwarves began to comprehend the use of the trade function within their card boxes to acquire the cards they desired. While the classic card pool was somewhat shallow for a collectible card game, It sufficed to sustain the enthusiasm of these dwarves from the distant lands of Africa for a month or two. Upon a cluttered desk, strewn with an array of useless papers, lay a letter, its envelope emblazoned with a striking golden white hawthorn seal. This missive was from Sir White Hawthorn, and the owl that had delivered it continued to gaze at Joshu with wide brown eyes from his desk. I sincerely apologize for intruding upon you at such an unexpected hour, Mr. Joshu. A duchess from Philosai wishes to extend an invitation for you to attend her afternoon tea tomorrow. A duchess from Philosai? If memory serves. Philosai is renowned as the nation of art in this world. It is the birthplace of theatrical performance and has birthed countless illustrious painters and composers. It is said that even the king himself is an aficionado of music. Though not the most formidable power globally, Philosai is a formidable entity not to be underestimated. What could the Grand Duke from Philosai desire of me? Perhaps to learn the methods of filmmaking? This was the most plausible conclusion Joshu could draw. Nolan's World Expo, referred to in ancient Earth terminology as the Exhibition of Wonders, would showcase the most advanced magical machinery from around the globe. Consequently, an array of novel magical devices emerged in Nolan, and the nobility from various regions undoubtedly aspired to acquire superior magical technology. For Philosai, a nation that venerates opera as its history, painting as its banner, and music as its national policy, nothing could be more enticing than the art of filmmaking. However, Joshu did not intend to present film at the World Expo. Rather, he planned to showcase Hearthstone and an entity known as the Spellcaster Forum. Setting the letter aside, he waved his hand, conjuring a window before him. This system was initially designed for an application service called the Spellcaster Forum. What is the fastest medium for disseminating entertainment information? Newspapers? Films? Novels? The answer, undoubtedly, is the Internet. The Internet serves as the swiftest vessel for the propagation of information. Thus, Joshu decided to merge chat applications and directly create an online community known as the Spellcaster Forum. However, the forum faces a formidable challenge in its quest for expansion, which is Joshu's inability to find a primal crystal capable of shouldering the server's responsibilities. The primal lizard is currently the most viable creature Joshu has discovered, possessing the capacity to accommodate the greatest number of inscriptions. Yet it remains insufficient for the needs of the Spellcaster Forum. Entrusting the primal lizard with the role of server would inevitably lead to the unfortunate creature's demise, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of inscriptions. Moreover, the medium of transmission poses another dilemma. This world lacks the convenience of twisted pairs or fiber optics. Joshu is left to rely solely on his mental prowess as a means of communication. Perhaps consulting the nobles might yield some insights? At that moment, the owl perched on Joshu's desk fluttered briefly before soaring away, just as a knock resounded at the office door. Entering was Siri, adorned in her robe. Though her silvery gray hair cascaded freely, cradling a pillow in her arms, clearly prepared for an extended stay. "There's no bed here," Joshu remarked. "That's all right. I can manage on the floor," Siri retorted, unceremoniously claiming the sole chair in the office, a posture that hardly suggested an intention to sleep on the ground. "Are you joining me for a nobles afternoon tea tomorrow?" Joshu poured a cup of red tea for the enchanting sorceress, acknowledging her beauty, which exuded a serene grace, albeit a fade. "Afternoon tea? Was it that noble lady who invited you?" As Siri lifted the cup, her demeanor shifted, akin to a wolf sensing peril. "No, it was a noblewoman who extended the invitation," Joshu clarified, aware of Siri's apprehensions. "A noblewoman? That complicates matters further," Siri exclaimed. In that instant, Joshu felt an impulsive urge to fasten a collar around this female sorceress once more. Chapter 86. A Visit a Solitary Crow, having endured considerable hardship, traversed the magical barrier of Nolan and alighted upon the roof of a 3-story edifice in Nolan's bustling commercial district. It expelled a tuft of crow feathers from its beak, then tilted its head to survey the street below. "I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched." Siri, walking alongside Joshua, lifted her gaze to scan the surrounding buildings. Gripping her wand tightly, she appeared ready to unleash magic at a moment's notice. "It could be the people from the Holy Church, but we are not engaged in any nefarious activities, so it is best to disregard them." Joshua also sensed an elusive gaze upon them. Had his outing been aimed at constructing a portal to summon a demonic legion to this city, he might have preemptively dealt with the lurking observers. However, his purpose today was merely to enjoy afternoon tea at the residence of a noble from Philosai. The Inquisition of the Holy Church was notoriously less accommodating than their military counterparts. While resting, Siri reflected on Joshua's actions from the previous day, which had brazenly provoked the Holy Church under the guise of the demon race. Were such an event to transpire on the Holy Church's home turf, the White Blossom Theater would likely be set ablaze by fervent devotees, and the unfortunate Sir White Blossom would find himself condemned to the gallows. Ciri, are you afraid? Ciri raised her wand, its crystalline tip glowing with a pale luminescence, exuding an aura of sharpness reminiscent of a spear. Only a creature as formidable as a dragon might instill trepidation in her. Throughout their journey, Joshua and Ciri engaged in light-hearted conversation. According to the map enclosed in a letter from Sir White Blossom, the residence of the Duke of Colossi was situated in Nolan's thriving district. The World Expo was set to take place in a grand structure known as the Crystal Palace within this vibrant area. Should Joshua find the opportunity to craft the game civilization in this world, Nolan's Crystal Palace and the Sage's Tower would undoubtedly merit the title of wonders. The residence of the Duke of Colossi stood in stark contrast to its surroundings, a 4-story mansion. Its exterior walls were entwined with various climbing plants, imparting an air of neglect as if abandoned for over a decade. Joshua tucked away the letter and approached the mansion's entrance, rapping on the door. Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed as a butler emerged from within. May I inquire what brings the 2 spellcasters to the Duke of Blackwood's residence? The butler recognized Ciri by her attire. Exceptional spellcasters from other nations were not as prevalent as in the magical metropolis of Nolan. Those who returned from studying in Nolan and graduated from its esteemed magical academies were highly sought-after talents worldwide. I have received an invitation from Duke Blackwood. After the butler ensured that Joshua and Ciri bore no weapons, he gestured for them to enter with a courteous wave of his hand. Incidentally, what perplexed Joshua was that the wand in Ciri's hand was not classified as a weapon. Please follow this way. The butler, proficient in his duties, led the way. The interior of the mansion was in stark contrast to its vine-clad exterior. The corridors were lined with an array of uniquely shaped sculptures, which made Ciri somewhat uneasy, fearing that the wand she held might inadvertently topple one of them. Each sculpture in the Duke's estate was worth a sum that could easily equate to her monthly earnings. May I ask, are you 2 actors from Beauty and the Beast? The butler inquired suddenly, addressing Joshua as he continued to guide them. The Duke of Blackwood and his wife often invited actors from theater troupes around the world to visit, and not long ago, the mansion's owner had mentioned that actors from Beauty and the Beast were likely to visit. Are you a fan of Beauty and the Beast? Joshua was surprised to encounter an admirer of the play in such a setting. Regrettably, I have not seen that performance, but my daughter has, the middle-aged butler chuckled lightly, shaking his head. She has been adamant about wanting a cat and a golden princess dress ever since. Unfortunately, Mrs. Shiza is allergic to cats. Perhaps you could gift her a cat plush toy. Joshua had not anticipated that Xenos would evoke such desires for cat ownership among young girls. It seemed the prince's image had strayed far from Xenos. And regrettably, Miss Sorceress and I are merely supporting characters in Beauty and the Beast. Supporting characters are just fine. If you have a moment to spare, I would be delighted for you to meet my daughter and the maids in the mansion. They have been discussing the performance of Beauty and the Beast just like Mrs. Shiza. The butler was clearly a man of warmth. Perhaps all people from Pharos held a yearning for the arts. Upon learning of Joshua's identity as an actor, he became exceedingly enthusiastic. I doubt they would wish to know what role I played. Joshua glanced at Ciri, who was stifling laughter. After all, he portrayed Gaston in the film, and despite donning a transformative ring, it was undeniable that he was the primary antagonist of Beauty and the Beast, the very cause of the prince's demise. If the butler's daughter and the maids discovered this, it would be a miracle if they merely rushed to present him with flowers instead of angrily hurling a vase his way. But I will try to find the time to visit, Joshua conceded with a resigned nod. At least Ciri managed to maintain her composure today, not laughing aloud beside him. As the butler led Joshua deeper into the mansion, the carpet beneath his feet had vanished, replaced by a lush expanse of grass. An internal garden? These nobles truly live in luxury. Allow me to notify Mrs. Shiza. Please wait here for a moment. After leaving behind this sentence, the butler hurriedly made his way to the other side of the garden. The song was one that Joshua was quite familiar with. It was Let It Go, which Eno had sung the previous night at the White Broom Theater, albeit in a slower rendition. Chapter 87. Encounter, as was her custom. Fule nestled among the blossoms in the indoor garden, her presence seemingly awakening the faded flowers that had long since passed their bloom. This was the enchantment etched upon her being. Fule was an elf, hailing from the endless forest south of the Colossi border, known for their power emanating from an ancient, pitch-black tree at the heart of the woods. Hence they were referred to as the Blackwood Elves. The master of this mansion, a duke from Colossi, had maintained a long-standing friendship with the Blackwood Elves, and as the most exceptional guardian among them, Fule had served as the protector to the Duke's only daughter. Through years of exposure, she had inadvertently adopted some of the less admirable traits of the Phalassi people, particularly their peculiar obsession with songs and theatrical performances. While her mistress, the Flower of Phalassi, exhibited an unwavering dedication to theater, Fule found greater joy in singing. Her favorite pastime was to seek out secluded spots to hum her beloved tunes in solitude. The mansion's garden had become the finest venue for her performances since her arrival in the city of Nolan. Today, Fule sang a melody she had heard at the recent Beauty and the Beast fan meeting. Since her arrival in Nolan, the term Flower of Phalassa had been overshadowed by whispers of the enchanting Beauty and the Beast, a production she had never encountered before. Fule conceded that the performance was indeed captivating, surpassing all the theatrical shows she had attended during her time with her mistress. Yet, it was the peculiar behavior of her mistress after witnessing the show that troubled her. The lady had begun to seclude herself in her room and, when venturing out, would don disguises to wander into the lower districts of Nolan. Just yesterday, she had finally accepted her mother's invitation, donning an elegant gown to attend the Whitebriar Theater. It was all due to that fiend. Fule feared that if this continued, the once poised and graceful young lady would vanish, replaced by a coarse swan. Nevertheless, Fule could not deny the exquisite beauty of the music from Beauty and the Beast, particularly the song Let It Go she had heard just yesterday. Meow. As Fule hummed her tune, a sleek black cat appeared on her shoulder, yawning lazily. The mistress of the mansion, Madame Shiza, was allergic to cats, rendering their presence forbidden within the estate. However, this black feline was not an ordinary cat but a sentient primal crystal. The elves referred to it as a wood spirit, born from the very Blackwood Fule guarded. Whenever a Blackwood guardian engaged in something of interest, the spirit would manifest beside them. Had the spirit of the great ancient tree been drawn to let it go? Fule looked in surprise at the black cat perched on her shoulder. For her kind, the manifestation of the spirit of the ancient trees is a profound blessing and recognition. This exhilaration caused the elven maiden's melodic voice to swell in volume, yet as her elongated ears attuned themselves to the notes played on the harp, they also detected an incongruous sound that did not belong to the music. Who dares to tread here? Perhaps it is due to the nature of the magic that Freya has been studying, centered around concealment, that she is averse to revealing herself before strangers, let alone singing in their presence. Such an act would be akin to someone incessantly licking her elongated ears, a sensation of embarrassment that would send shivers through her entire being. Paradoxically, Freya still yearns for more souls to hear her song, which is why she ventures into this garden daily rather than remaining alone in her chamber. Yet now, upon hearing footsteps, this bashful elven girl abruptly ceased her singing. The runes etched upon her being flickered momentarily, and in an instant, her form vanished amidst the blossoms, even the harp cradled in her arms dissipating into the air. However, the black cat seemed utterly oblivious, continuing to groom its paws on the grass. Why does the spirit of the ancient trees remain? Just as the elven maiden, concealed in the shadows, wished to embrace the black cat, it was too late. A demon had already intruded upon this ancient domain. Could it be that the melody she heard earlier was sung by this very black cat? Let it go? Siri, following the enchanting tune, arrived at the heart of the garden, finding no trace of humanity, only the black cat, relentlessly grooming its fur, typically one to hunt small creatures in the wild. Siri found herself succumbing to professional instinct, cautiously approaching the feline. Yet the cat quickly sensed her presence, and, before Siri could make her move, darted out of her reach, only to scurry to Joshu's feet. Joshu felt a surge of magical energy emanating from the cat. Intrigued, he crouched down, extending a hand to touch the fur along its back, which felt almost liquid in texture, though this was not what captured his primary focus. Is this not a crystal? After nearly a month of dealing with various crystal stones, Joshu swiftly discerned the true nature of the cat. It was a living crystal, capable of inscribing an alarming number of runes within. In that moment, a daring thought ignited within Joshu's mind, but before it could fully materialize, a chilling presence crept up behind him. The elven maiden, lurking in the shadows, would certainly not permit Joshu, a demon radiating an aura of death, to touch the spirit of the ancient trees, guardians of her kind's legacy. Just as Freya brandished her dagger toward Joshu's back, a wand intercepted her strike. The dagger did not make contact with the wand. Instead, it shattered a magical rune inscribed upon it. Fule took a step back, astonished as she gazed at the female spellcaster who had thwarted her attack. I had intended to capture that cat, but never mind. Shiri brandished her wand, the pristine white runes swirling upon it. After executing a splendid display of magical pyrotechnics, this sorceress charged towards the elusive elf, wielding her rune-empowered staff. This was not the conventional combat style of a mage. In any case, Fule had never encountered such a reckless spellcaster. Shiri's combat prowess had significantly improved since Joshu's last encounter with her, primarily due to the ample upgrades her wand had received. Fule refrained from making any further offensive moves. For the ancient witch spirit in Joshu's possession had vanished without a trace, silently departing from the garden. She had no reason to prolong the battle. Slipping once more into the shadows. Fled? Yet, I never anticipated that an assassin would come knocking. Shiri, gripping her wand, scanned her surroundings. Unable to catch sight of the elf any longer. That elf was likely not affiliated with the Holy Kingdom. Chapter 88. Panic. The disappearance of the black cat. Joshu found himself utterly at a loss. The only certainty he possessed was that this was no ordinary feline. Despite its cat-like appearance, it essentially represented a crystalline entity. The conditions surrounding the emergence of this enigmatic black cat soon led Joshu to recall the earlier encounter with a particular sprite. After all, when Joshu had touched the cat, the sprite had hastily drawn her weapon. Was this sprite the caretaker of the black cat? Joshu resolved to inquire directly with her. Was it not a breach of etiquette to attack a guest with a dagger and then flee? Joshu mused aloud in the expansive garden. His voice was not loud. Yet the sprite's keen senses allowed her to perceive his words distinctly. Had she already departed? Shiri approached Joshu cautiously. While she had managed to respond during the initial attack, the sprite's deliberate concealment rendered her presence undetectable. No, she is still here. The mark imprinted on Joshu's palm, a sigil from the Bone Guild, not only granted him dominion over the undead, but also allowed him to sense the vitality of the living. Moreover, as a chaotic demon, Joshu's strength, though not on par with the elder siblings of the third prince, was formidable in the realm of humanity. A grayish mana manifested in Joshu's hands, its chaotic essence dispersing in a mist that unfurled toward a cluster of flowers. The petals bore traces of frost and dew, while some had been scorched by intense heat. Joshu wielded a modest amount of magic. Thus, the flowers were only slightly affected. Yet, in the context of crafting intricate spells, Joshu's magic proved lethal. The sprite, whose invisibility was sustained by the runes etched upon her, revealed herself the moment she encountered the gray mana. She widened her emerald eyes, gazing at her hands, seemingly grappling with the reality of her predicament. Since assuming the mantle of the Blackwood Guardian, the concealment rune inscribed upon her had never faltered. Over a decade spent in the shadows had ingrained in her a habit of rarely revealing herself before outsiders, even in perilous situations. As long as she could remain in the shadows, she maintained her composure. However, this time, the runes that had been her lifeline had failed her. No matter how fervently she attempted to activate the runes, they seemed to have lost their efficacy, as if they had never existed. This realization plunged her into a state of panic. The magic that allowed the Blackwood Guardian to effortlessly blend into the shadows had been the cornerstone of her confidence and her greatest means of survival in this world. Losing her invisibility was akin to losing her legs. Joshu advanced toward the sprite, now ensnared in terror. The perceptual acuity of the elven race far surpassed that of humans, and as Joshu drew nearer, the aura of death emanating from his palm became increasingly pronounced in her awareness. In the moment her confidence was shattered, a feeling known as fear quietly permeated her heart. Having lost the long-held pride of her invisibility, the elven maiden Furii found herself utterly unprepared to confront the terrifying demon before her. Ultimately, she resolutely resorted to a survival tactic she had employed only in her childhood. She clasped her long ears with her hands and tightly closed her eyes. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." The elven maiden repeated this phrase like a chant. This unexpected apology caught Joshu, who was ready for a fierce battle, off guard. What is this? An ostrich? Joshu had assumed that the pride of the elven race would be akin to that of dragons. Perhaps the aura of the skeletal lord was simply too daunting? Joshu glanced at the mark on his hand. Regardless, after resorting to this act of covering her ears and shutting her eyes in self-deception, the elven maiden had transformed into a delicate little rabbit, easily at Joshu's mercy. "Hiri, could this elf be your sister?" Joshu turned to the sorceress beside him. When Hiri first encountered Joshu, she had behaved similarly. Back then, "I fought tooth and nail. I would never be so cowardly," Hiri retorted discontentedly, asserting that her capture was a result of her defeat by Joshu. A scenario entirely different from the current situation. "All right, let's take a breath. I just want to ask you a question." Joshu was not particularly skilled at comforting others, and given that the elven maiden was currently engulfed in panic, achieving a calm dialogue with her was a daunting task. Yet, Joshua endeavored to try. Do you know where that black cat came from? Having successfully nurtured a lizard as a server, he found the idea of adopting a cat as another server entirely feasible. However, he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the black cat first. I want to tell you. Upon hearing the mention of the black cat, Furie's panicked emotions were subdued by her racial pride, yet she maintained her grip on her ears, pulling downwards. Her expression now marked with determination. Such stubbornness is admirable, but it matters not. I believe we shall encounter each other on numerous occasions henceforth. Joshua had first noticed this elven presence when the flower of Feloshi, Jaloli, visited the Hearthstone Tavern expressing her desire to partake in his next film. Merely observing the way this elven maiden shadowed Jaloli suggested that she was likely her protector or something akin to it. Thus, when This Demon Is Not Too Cold began filming, with Jaloli cast in the lead role, Joshua would inevitably cross paths with the elven maiden on set. She vanished once more into the floral embrace, and from Joshua's perception, she had swiftly darted away from the indoor garden. At this moment, the mistress of the mansion gracefully entered the garden, accompanied by a servant pushing a cart laden with an array of delicacies and fragrant red tea. It is evident that the mistress places great importance on this conversation, for in Joseph's hands lies a technique that could transform the entire art world. Chapter 89. The Meeting in This World. The etiquette among the nobility is exceedingly intricate, with each nation adhering to its own customs. It is a formidable challenge to exude the requisite refinement in the presence of high-ranking nobles. At least Josh, a demon of princely status, has not partaken in any formal etiquette lessons. Fortunately, upon arriving in Nolan, he conformed to local customs. All present were mentors and students, thus rendering unnecessary the cumbersome formalities of greeting. Therefore, Josh merely needed to perform a mage's bow, akin to that of Ciri, before the Duchess. I had anticipated that Lady Beaumont would be of a more advanced age. Mrs. Zer's attire was a weighty gown, and she approached Josh with a train that could indeed be described as burdensome. Her gaze immediately fell upon Ciri, leading the mistress of the mansion to mistakenly regard her as the original author of Beauty and the Beast, the renowned French literary figure, Jean-Marie Leprince de Beaumont. Regrettably, Lady Beaumont had long since passed away. Before you stands my assistant, Ciri Loydell, and I am Josh, the screenwriter and director of the film Beauty and the Demon. Josh offered a brief introduction, deliberately omitting his surname. In this realm, surnames and heraldic symbols signify one's identity. Although only a select few might comprehend the implications of Josh's surname, Yanarod, he deemed it prudent to withhold it, lest it instill undue alarm in this noble lady. After all, this surname is synonymous with chaotic demons, evoking unnecessary wariness among humans rather than eliciting admiration. Has she truly passed? How unfortunate, Mrs. Zer remarked. Though she had never heard of the original author Beaumont, I can only surmise that the original work must be a remarkable piece. Having mingled in the theatrical circles of Philosophy for a decade, Mrs. Zer understood that stage plays often derive from celebrated novels and biographies. The credits of Beauty and the Demon indicated it was an adapted tale, while the news of the original author's demise saddened Mrs. Zer. Her anticipation grew to meet the creator of Beauty and the Demon. A servant standing behind her whispered in her ear for a while, seemingly relaying information about Josh. Josh had never publicly appeared in any context relating to Beauty and the Demon, so although the producer's name had been disclosed, his exact appearance remained a mystery. This servant was likely Mrs. Zer's informant placed at the White Hawthorne Theater. After his confirmation, she accepted Josh's identity. Please, have a seat. It has been quite some time since I entertained such a talented young individual. Her servant had arranged a table and 3 chairs in the garden, laden with an abundance of delectable sweets. Joshua and Ciri seated themselves without ceremony, while Madame Shiza took her place at the opposite end of the table. This noblewoman, with her flaxen hair cascading down her shoulders, bore the early signs of age etched upon her face, wrinkles that even the finest cosmetics could not conceal. Yet, this did not hinder others from bestowing upon her the compliment of being a beautiful lady. She was indeed the mother of the legendary flower of Feroci, a beauty in her youth who must have captivated countless men. I am Corona Van Donner, the wife of the Duke of Blackwood in Feroci. You may address me as Madame Donner or Madame Shiza. She succinctly introduced herself, revealing that the Duke's first name was Shiza while her surname was Donner. Well then, may I inquire what business prompted your invitation, Madame Shiza? Joshua politely declined the offer from a nearby attendant to add sugar to his red tea, showing no inclination to lift his cup. In truth, he had no intention of lingering long at this afternoon tea. Perhaps Madame Shiza wished to engage him in discussions of art. However, Joshua found the atmosphere stifling, filled with noble pretenses and the cumbersome formalities that he struggled to navigate. Having grown accustomed to lounging on a sofa with a can of cola in hand, casually chatting with colleagues about their work in gaming, he found it impossible to adapt to the afternoon tea that bore the chains of etiquette. If there had been a sofa present, perhaps he would have felt inclined to converse with the noblewoman, especially given the exquisite scenery of the garden. Alas, the chair he occupied was rather uncomfortable. In this environment, Siri behaved with a semblance of decorum. Joshu did not touch his teacup, and Siri showed no interest in the delicacies laid out on the table. As you can see, Mr. Joshu, I am a devoted fan of Beauty and the Beast. I had hoped to express my grievances about the conclusion of that performance today, but yesterday's meeting offered me some solace. Today, I am here primarily for you, Mr. Joshu, as I am eager to learn how that enchanting creation known as film comes to be. Madame Shiza's initial purpose for attending the World Expo was to represent Feroci, seeking those magical machines capable of transforming this era, as well as talented young spellcasters. Joshu undoubtedly met both criteria, with his mastery of filmmaking techniques and his remarkable debut with Beauty and the Beast. Furthermore, his appearance was undeniably pleasing to any woman, making him a favored choice for Madame Shiza. Regrettably, Madame Shiza, I currently have no intention of sharing my filmmaking techniques with anyone. While I might consider sharing, it is not feasible. However, selling them poses no issue. Chaos Demon Productions is the sole entity of its kind, with no branches. And I have even spared the expense of patent registration. The magical mechanical device capable of photography has been influenced by the chaotic magic of Joshu. While Joshu can replicate and produce a second device, he finds himself at a loss when it comes to teaching others the craft. Presently, Joshu is not in want of wealth. The daily income from Hearthstone nearly overwhelms his small treasure trove. What he currently lacks are two essential elements: talent and suitable filming locations. Nevertheless, I am willing to impart the methods of filmmaking to others. Chapter 90, Transformation. Since watching Beauty and the Beast, Mrs. Shiza has felt as though she has discovered a new world, realizing that scripts can be performed in such a captivating manner. Undoubtedly, the people of Feroci take immense pride in their noble artistic cultivation, boasting a comprehensive system for training stage actors, complete with dedicated art academies. However, the theatrical performances appear overly contrived when juxtaposed with Beauty and the Beast. The film offers audiences a glimpse into a genuine world, and most crucially, once produced, it no longer necessitates the actors to repeat their performances. If stored via the original crystal, it can effortlessly transcend borders, reaching audiences worldwide. This urgency to connect with the producer of Beauty and the Beast is precisely what drives Mrs. Shiza. As the adage goes, the times have changed, and those who fail to adapt will find themselves swiftly discarded. What method does Mr. Chiao intend to use to impart the art of filmmaking? When it comes to performance skills, I am confident that we in Feroci can hold our own against any other nation. During their conversation, Mrs. Shiza made a conscious effort to suppress her accent, presenting herself with a poise and dignity befitting her noble status. Her desire to learn about filmmaking was palpable, as the potential transformations and impacts it could bring to Feroci were unprecedented, and the man capable of leading this endeavor sat before her. The efficiency of learning through hands-on experience is unparalleled. Mr. Chiao's knowledge of film production is still at a nascent stage. It would be unrealistic for him to assume the role of a mentor. Furthermore, his purpose in coming here was not to seek apprentices, but to find actors for his upcoming film. This demon is not too cold. Regrettably, the only actors he knows from Nolan's circle are insufficient for the demands of his next project. Therefore, if Mrs. Shiza has suitable candidates, she might consider recommending them for participation in the film. This proposition was undeniably enticing, to the extent that the noblewoman before Mr. Chiao might contemplate gracing the set herself, even if she were to forfeit the chance to be enshrined alongside the first film in history. Leaving her mark on the second would still be a source of great pride. Regarding Mr. Chiao, I have no doubt. I am well acquainted with nearly all the remarkable stage actors in Feroci, and they would undoubtedly excel in film performances. Mr. Chiao's assertion was precisely what Mrs. Shiza longed to hear. Allowing her actors to participate in the film would not only immortalize their names alongside the film's release, but also be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Had she been holding a glass of red wine instead of tea, she would have eagerly raised a toast to celebrate with Mr. Chiao. The distance between Feroci and Nolan is indeed considerable. I have heard that the Black Swan troupe is performing in Nolan, and if I can persuade them to come, they might just fill the cast for my next film. If this statement by Joshu were to reach the ears of the theater owners across Feroci, they would undoubtedly be infuriated, for the Black Swan troupe holds a divine status in Feroci, an emblem of pride for its people and the pinnacle of theatrical excellence. Should the Black Swan troupe decide to perform in any city, the local theater owners would likely engage in fierce competition for the rights to host them. However, the only member of this troupe whom Joshu is truly satisfied with is the actress Jael Uoli, who perfectly embodies the lead role in This Demon Is Not So Cold. As for the male lead, portrayed by Jean Reno, and the psychopathic policeman played by Sirius, Joshu has yet to identify suitable candidates. One can only hope that the range of actors in the Black Swan troupe is sufficiently broad. Joshu's teasing tone did not escape the notice of Mrs. Shiza, who was left pondering the source of this young man's confidence. Yet, she had to concede that Joshu's background is rather intricate, not terrifying, but indeed complex. The mere fact that Joshu maintains a close relationship with the elder of the dwarf Frostax clan is enough to compel many nobles from various nations to extend their invitations to him with the utmost respect. Nevertheless, I believe the Black Swan troupe would be eager to participate in your upcoming film, particularly its female members. It is my honor to facilitate this. In the presence of his collaborator, Joshu knew he must exhibit sincerity. Mr. Joshu, when exactly will your next film commence? And where will it be set? I will ensure the Black Swan troupe schedule aligns accordingly. Mrs. Shiza took a sip from her cup of red tea, finding this afternoon's tea more delightful than she had anticipated. The World Expo is approaching, and I intend to commence filming after its conclusion. Regrettably, I have not yet determined the specific location, Joshu replied. The Black Swan troupe is also scheduled to perform at the expo, making it impossible for them to divert their focus at this moment. Mrs. Shiza instinctively placed her hand on the ring she wore, a symbol of the Blackwood family, as she set her teacup down. The Black Swan troupe's visit to Nolan is primarily for their performance at the expo, yet it seems that following the success of Beauty and the Beast, their productions are not garnering as much attention as anticipated. The World Expo serves as an alternative platform for nations to showcase their strength, aside from warfare, and Mrs. Shiza is certainly not inclined to concede easily to other countries. However, Mr. Joshu, if you're also participating in the World Expo, perhaps you could join us in the exhibition, as your film would undoubtedly be a tremendous draw in Pholosi. Once again, Mrs. Shiza extended an olive branch to Joshu. Had she known his true background, she might have considered ways to integrate him into the Blackwood family. Well, I am quite willing. But please allow me to preemptively clarify that what I am exhibiting at the World Expo is not a film, but rather another form of art, said Joshua. Chapter 91. The prelude. The expanse of the Crystal Palace is considerable. A portion is allocated to various nations, while another section is occupied by renowned magical academies and esteemed alchemical workshops from Nolan. Given the limited exhibition space, Harlan, an ordinary magical apprentice, was destined to face rejection. Mrs. Shiza represented Feroci, a nation whose exhibition area was ample enough for Joshu to utilize for the expansion of Hearthstone. Following the affirmation of their collaborative relationship, the afternoon tea between Joshu and Mrs. Shiza concluded on a delightful note. Regrettably, Joshu did not catch a glimpse of the Feroci flower during this time. Perhaps it was sequestered somewhere, honing its performance skills. The preparations, aside from optimizing the game Hearthstone, included an attempt to modify the camera crafted by the Demon Prince. Influenced by chaotic magical energy, Joshu's ambition to successfully transform it was purely motivated by the desire to enhance its aesthetic appeal. Fortunately, on the day of the World Expo, Joshu successfully endowed the camera with live streaming capabilities. Did it actually succeed? Sitting in Joshu's office, Siri gazed at the remnants of primal crystal shards strewn across the desk, which served as a stark reminder of the volatile nature of chaotic demons' powers. It was a success, albeit only this one instance. Joshu exhaled deeply, reclining into his chair, grateful that the Demon Prince's knowledge of primal crystals lingered in his memory. Otherwise, he would have been unable to bestow live streaming functionality upon the camera in such a short time. What purpose does this serve? Previously, at a tea party hosted by a certain noble lady, Siri had refrained from indulging in the delectable treats laid out on the table until the conclusion of the afternoon tea. The underlying reason could be summarized succinctly. To partake of another's generosity felt somewhat disheartening, especially as she observed Joshu negotiating with Mrs. Shiza. As a member of Joshu's side, she felt a tinge of insecurity in accepting the offerings of others. However, post-event, Siri took Joshu to a bakery to compensate for her earlier deprivation. Once they arrived at the venue of the World Expo, the significance would become apparent. Joshu carefully placed the sole successfully modified primal crystal into his briefcase. Just then, Siri's sister, Harlan, ascended to the second floor of the tavern, standing at the door to Joshu's office and gently knocking. Mr. Joshu, Harlan greeted, her attire still a modest magical robe. Yet, despite the loose-fitting garment, her tall stature remained remarkably striking. Am I truly allowed to participate in the World Expo? Although Harlan had confirmed this with Joshu countless times in the preceding days, on the day of the event, she still found it hard to believe. She was acutely aware of the challenges involved in securing a place for her magical machinery within the exhibition hall of the Crystal Palace. Recently, she had fretted over how to persuade the reviewing officials to grant Hearthstone a spot at the World Expo. However, just days later, Joshu had reassured Harlan that there was no need for concern. Indeed, I once vowed to you that the magical mechanism you crafted would be showcased at the World Expo, and that all would recognize you as its creator. Now, the moment has come for me to fulfill that promise. The foundation of the Hearthstone arcade is constructed upon the magical machinery developed in Helran, a venture akin to entering into a pact with the demon Joshu. As if to corroborate Joshu's words, a middle-aged gentleman, clad in the garb of a butler, ascended to the second floor and approached Joshu with measured steps. Mr. Joshu, the carriage arranged by the Duke awaits you downstairs. Shall I send someone to assist in transporting your exhibited magical machinery? This butler was indeed the same one Joshu encountered at the Farzi mansion, already prepared for the task at hand. Joshu grasped the briefcase on the table, which surprisingly held more than he anticipated. It could easily accommodate a Hearthstone arcade machine alongside the drawing mechanism crafted by Helran. Miss Helran, shall we discuss the remaining matters at the World Expo? Of course, that would be splendid. Helran had long awaited this day. Having sacrificed months in her alchemical workshop to ensure her mother's legacy would be showcased at the expo. Under the guidance of the middle-aged butler, Joshu made his way to the street outside the Hearthstone Tavern, where a carriage emblazoned with the Blackwood Duke's crest awaited. After bidding farewell to Marina, the tavern keeper, Joshu boarded the carriage alongside Helran and Ciri. The interior of the carriage was as opulent as its exterior. Joshu chose a seat by the window while Ciri and her sister Helen settled across from him. This World Expo could be deemed the grandest celebration since the establishment of Nolan. With the streets aglow with radiant crystal stones and the sky intermittently illuminated by fireworks conjured from light magic. Situated in Nolan's commercial district, the tavern's proximity meant that traversing the bustling streets to reach the Crystal Palace would consume a considerable amount of time. Joshu's interest in the game of ping pong was rather tepid. Once Hearthstone truly gained popularity in Nolan, he might consider creating other games. Having grown weary of the scenery outside, Joshu turned his gaze towards the enchanting sisters, Ciri and Helran. The carriage was permeated by an indescribable fragrance, likely from the built-in aroma diffuser. Yet, Joshu could not deny that both Ciri and Helran, seated before him, were a breathtaking sight. He was acutely aware of Ciri's feelings for him. Finding such a beautiful girlfriend on Earth would surely be a fortune earned over several lifetimes. Since arriving in Nolan, Joshu had busied himself for nearly 2 months, solidifying his foothold in the city, and it was indeed time to attend to matters of the heart. As Joshu pondered these thoughts, the carriage glided along Nolan's bustling streets for nearly half an hour before finally coming to a gentle halt. Mr. Joshu, the venue for the World Exposition has arrived, and the Duchess is already awaiting your presence at the Crystal Palace. This grand exhibition, where nearly all the great powers of the world converge, is dedicated to showcasing the latest advancements in magical machinery. Joshu patted his suitcase. It was time for the world to witness the entertainment of the information age.